And I think people were prepped, and I think people knew that it was coming. But despite that, the only number that matters to me, and I'm a numbers guy, is 252. That's the number of people that died that day. We had 251 names, and we had one infant that was delivered prematurely at 6 months. The infant did not have a name, and the infant didn't live. So 252. And that's just a reminder, guys, we got some work to do. I think what we learned that day is that, what we do is not enough. We need some help. And we've been trying to get help for the last 10 years to make the process better.
It was an interesting time, too, I believe, because that's when social media started coming into effect. And looking back through some of the coverage, you had the storm chasers out in the field. You were getting some reports via social media.
I guess Twitter was about maybe, 5 years old, and Facebook had been around for a while. And it was still kind of primitive. The penetration of the public is not as high as it is now, but it was still very helpful. I think the most amazing thing to me looking back on that day was how we were able to get video back from the middle of nowhere. I mean, we had some pretty remarkable video of these big wedge tornadoes. I mean, literally in the middle of nowhere. And cell service in 2011 is not as good as it is now in terms of coverage. But with social media, I pushed out stuff on Twitter and Facebook when I was on the wall over there. But still, like even today, the most important thing I do is television. But it was great getting reports and pictures and video, not as much as we get today, but that always helps. I mean, it's just crucial. I mean, you can't beat showing a live video of a tornado. In fact, that's one thing we learned from social science is that, when you show radar on television, and we were standing out there April 27th, 2011, I don't know, in the morning we were there for 5 or 6 hours. And in the second round, we were up there for 8, 9 hours. You show radar, it doesn't mean much to people. I mean, all you weather dweebs on here, you show a hook echo and a debris ball, the eyes roll in the back of your head and your underwear starts flapping up and down your legs. Everybody knows, man, this is awesome. But to most people in the street, they don't know what that is. And even if you communicate that clearly, they still might not believe you. But by golly, if you show them a live video stream of this big tornado, they're going to dig a hole and they're going to get into a safe place. So we have to do a better job of getting cameras on these tornadoes. And it's problematic for us. You guys know this where you are. I mean, most of our tornadoes are rain wrapped. Most of them happen at night. We have hills, we have trees, but we do the best we can. But I thought on that day, it was pretty amazing how many tornadoes we did get on camera.
You had multiple tornadoes at one time. How was that? I know you and I had some meteorologists out in the field, another meteorologist in the studio helping you. What was it like covering multiple tornadoes, strong tornadoes at the same time?
There's no book or manual on how to do that. You don't learn that in college. You kind of learn it on the fly on that day, which is what we had to do. And, that's one of the things I look back on. And everybody's probably seen, whether people that listen to this show here, they've probably seen some of that. History is going to judge us for what we did that day. And I tell Jason Simpson, Jason was the meteorologist with me in the studio. We bonded that day. If you go through a generational tornado event with another meteorologist in the same room, you will be bonded for life. And I've known Jason since he was a kid. He interned with me. He's a really close friend. He's chief meteorologist at the station in Huntsville now. But, history is going to judge us, the two of us, for what we did that day. And I don't even know if what we did was right or wrong. Obviously, we did something wrong because 252 people died. That's inexcusable for anybody in the weather enterprise, inexcusable for the public. These were precious people that died. And I look back on it, I wonder, like the Tuscaloosa tornado. Everybody talks about the Tuscaloosa tornado. Well, what about the Cordova tornado? Tuscaloosa is a population center here. There's a big college there, University of Alabama, and everybody knows about that, and everybody knows what happened. It was a horrible tragedy. I'm not trying to lessen the magnitude of that, but what about the same EF4 that was down at the same time in Cordova in Walker County, where 2,000 people live at that many? Nobody talks about that. And did we focus too much on the Tuscaloosa tornado because we had that thing on camera and not focus enough on the Cordova tornado? I think about that a lot. And even in that case, we had two others down at the same time. And you just try and bounce back and forth between these things as best you can. And I try and give equal time. And I firmly believe that television meteorologists discriminate against people that live in rural areas. And that really makes me mad because I am from the guys. I'm from rural South Alabama. I'm from Greenville, Alabama. You guys ever seen Forrest Gump? Where's Forrest Gump from? Greenbow, Alabama. The guy that wrote that book, I know him. He passed away recently, Winston Groom. He patterned Greenbow after Greenville, this little town where I came from. And, if it's in a big market, part of the city, the metro, will be on television live, local, late breaking, saving lives, the Weather Authority. But the minute it goes out into a rural area where maybe there's one meter in the whole county in the television ratings world, you go back to Freak of the Week or whatever it is on television, which is absolute insanity. What you're saying, people that live out in the country, their lives don't matter. And I'm not going to play that game. And the day they ever tell me to stop, I'll just go somewhere else where I can do that. But they've always supported me here. But I wonder if I didn't serve the people in rural areas enough with that. And I regret that. I can't go back and change it. I can't go back and fix it. But it was horrible dealing with multiple strong, violent tornadoes down at the same stinking time. The easiest tornado of the day was the Coleman tornado. That was the first one of the afternoon. It was an EF4. We had no other tornado at the time. We had it on camera. I didn't have to bounce back and forth between multiple storms, and we stayed with it, and it worked. Nobody died in that tornado. 20,000 people live in Coleman. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think I did it right, but I did the best I could do under the circumstances.
I was actually in Coleman filming the Coleman tornado when that occurred. And I was live streaming it as well at that time to Chaser TV, which was the big Storm Chaser streaming platform back in the day. One of the things that was crazy is the communications actually kind of went down, cell communications and pretty much everything else. And people were kind of distraught and didn't know where to turn to get their information from. That was one of the biggest things that stuck out to me that day was how communications failed at the very end of everything and kind of in the middle of the outbreak. So can you talk to us a little bit about in a position of trying to communicate to the public how that was affected?
I think one thing people forgot about too that day, we had a morning round of storms. It was basically a QLCS, and some pinhead named a squall line, a QLCS is a long time. I call them a squall line, quasi-linear convective system, whatever. It was linear. And we had a few embedded tornadoes and there was widespread wind damage. And that morning we had 250,000 people with no power before the big events started. And 5 people died in the morning storms. That in itself was a tragedy. And so we had a problem going into the afternoon with so many people without power. You had a lot of cell sites down. You had a lot of infrastructure damage. And our TV station, we had a lot of damage. We had cameras down. We had microwave paths that were down. We were crippled. I mean, all these engineers, we had a little break between the morning round and the afternoon round. And we got off the air for a little bit after the morning round. All these engineers, they came in there telling me everything that wasn't working. This doesn't work, and this is down. This is not working right now. And I finally said, guys, stop. I need to know what is working because we've got to get through the afternoon and prioritize how we're going to repair what we can in the next 2 hours. And they did a great job of getting things back, including that Coleman camera. That's one of the ones that went down. But yeah, there was clearly infrastructure problems with communication that afternoon. I think the one thing we learned is that some people have forgotten that good old radio and television is free. It is over the air. It has nothing to do with a cell network, and it's pretty darn reliable. And we often just blow past that these days. I'm going to watch it on my phone on YouTube TV, or I'm going to watch it on, whatever on a streaming platform. But what happens when all the cell sites go down? We're still on the air. These big 5 million watt blowtorch transmitters we have, not that many people watch them over the air now, but I think we have to remind people that with a, crappy $5 antenna from Walmart, you can pick up 60 channels, and you need to have that in your toolkit at your home in terms of severe weather. So I think that's the one thing we need to do. And goodness, local radio, people have forgotten about it. Everybody streams, their music on their phone, but they forget that we've got these local radio stations that are 100,000 watt blowtorch FMs and AMs, and they will simulcast our coverage. And they provided a lifeline that day. And I got to give a shout out to all those radio stations that just simulcast our coverage. If you listen to all those videos, those YouTube videos about like Tuscaloosa and these places, you could hear my voice. That was over the radio. So I think that's a thing we need to remind people of today is that TV is still free. It is still over the air, and you don't need a cell network to watch it.
James, the thing I wanted to ask you is what has changed over the years since April 27th of 2011? And how do you do things differently today when you're on and involved in a situation like what happened back on March 17th of this year compared to the way you handled April of 2011?
Well, here's the deal. After the event, I didn't talk about it for 6 months. I had nothing to say And people that know me, that's an anomaly. I mean, I'm a bag of hot air, and I've always got something to say. In fact, the National Weather Association annual meeting was here in Birmingham that year. No, usually James, they get me up there just to wave my hands and I talk loud and I say something, this outrageous. And I didn't speak. I had nothing to say, nothing. And everybody just couldn't believe it. But I needed to go through the phases of grief. These people died on my watch, and I'm in the process of trying to memorize every name. I'm not there yet. I was hoping to be there in 10 years. 251 names, their stories. Let me tell you, so you want to get motivated? You do that when there's a tornado in your market. Learn their names, talk with their families, get to know them. It will be so motivating for you in future events. But what after 6 months, I said, all right, let's roll up our sleeves and let's fix it. Something went wrong. There were 62 tornadoes in one day in the state, and there was a darn good warning for every one of them. In some cases, the lead time was 40 minutes. And I thought the death toll that day should have been 30. And 222 people ought to be listening to this show right now. And so I went to some of my friends in the social science world and said, help. And the first one that really reached out to me was Dr. Cloco McLean, Kim, and so many others I've befriended. And I'm not going to start mentioning names because I'll leave somebody out, but they have been such a great help. But this is the bottom line. What we do is not enough. My background is physical science. My first major in college was electrical engineering, and I changed majors and finished in meteorology. I don't know anything about being some TV guy or radio guy, or I don't know anything about it, really. I've just tried to watch people that I think are good and learn from them. I don't know anything about human behavior. And here we are trying to get people to do something, to take action. So they have so helped us. But here are the quickies on what we've learned, how things have changed. There's no doubt in my mind the number one reason people died that day, the siren mentality. I don't know what it is about Americans, especially in tornado-prone areas, and these stinking sirens. It's like there's a love affair. They think they're sexy or something. I'll admit they sound cool. I mean, you get a video, some guy with a tornado down and that thing's wailing in the background, but you can't hear that thing in your house during a raging severe storm at 3 a.m. And we've got to be better at teaching people. This ain't it. I mean, they serve a purpose. They reach a few people outdoors, but that's it. And weather radio penetration is embarrassingly low in tornado-prone areas, Oklahoma, Alabama. And we've got to do a better job of getting a weather radio in every house. And again, that doesn't work on cell technology. You guys know that, these big RF transmitters the Weather Service has, and teach people about, your phone's not enough. You got to have 2 ways, because your phone's going to quit working, and WIA might not work, and your app might not work, and the weather radio. But if you do all this stuff together, you'll get the warning. But that's the main thing, the siren mentality. And the number 2 reason people died, the lack of helmet use. It's not that hard, guys. It's not. Most people that die in tornadoes, and let me just say this, I dabble in healthcare. I call it my hobby. For 15 years, I have been the chairman of the board of a really large tertiary care hospital here. I've just been interested in it. And I fell in love with these people 15 years ago, and I've learned a lot by talking to ER docs. And they will tell you that most people that die in tornadoes, what do they die from? Blunt force trauma. From where? The skull and the neck region. And all you need is a $5 bicycle helmet from Walmart. And probably over 50 people would be alive today. So it's messaging. It's messaging before the event. We've got an event Thursday, so I just messaged on television. What's the message? Have 2 ways of getting the warning, and it's not a siren. And you're going to have a helmet in your safe place for everybody. And that's not just for kids. And a lot of people go, well, it's nice for a kid. No. It's for everybody. I mean, you put a helmet on me, it's not a good look. It's like, lipstick on a hog, but it's going to keep me alive. Every life is precious. And so we've learned to message, helmets. That's really, really, really important. And, I could keep going, but one thing that we knew that we've screwed up on with the false alarm ratio was too high. It was over 80 in 2011. That's insane. Over 80% of tornado warnings were false alarms. We heard this in research all the time. I hear tornado warnings all the time and nothing ever happens. So the Weather Service in Birmingham went through a really comprehensive program going back to basic science. Kevin Laws is one of my heroes, the Sioux down here. They were issuing tornado warnings for, high-based storms, high LCLs. Never produced a tornado here, never. And they went back to the basic science and cut out all these bogus warnings, and the FAR is down in the 30s now. And all these things have added up to where it's a lot better now. We had, and I'll stop answering your question. I could talk all day on this, but we had an event last Wednesday, St. Patrick's Day. We had 25 tornadoes in one day in the state, 25 last Wednesday. Not one person was killed and not one single person was hurt. Let me tell you what. 10 years ago, it wouldn't be that way. So we've learned a lot, and I think the lessons learned have paid off.
James, you hit on a couple things I want to get your expertise on. Social science, overwarning. National Weather Service right now is undertaking their initiative to simplify some of their communications, but also kind of introduce tiers for what goes to WIA and how the public then gets triggered. In your experience, is that going to be enough, you think, to help reach people and get them to understand? Or beyond what's already scoped, do we have more work that still needs to be done?
Look, it's not that hard. Here's the problem. And I'm just as guilty as anybody else. I'm guilty as sin here, this. But we go to these conferences and we listen to these research papers and we talk with the social scientists and we gather up in these conference rooms and we do what we think is best for us. Who cares about us? That's not who we're serving. We're serving real people out here in the real world. You know what we need to do more often is go hang out in I bet you guys have never been in a Dollar General. I bet you guys have never been in a Dollar General. That's where real people are. You want to know what real life is like? Go to a Dollar General. They're sweet people. They will talk to you. They will tell you things. You don't need a $100,000 grant to get this information, and you listen to them. And they'll tell you, is the false alarm ratio too high? What do you need on your phone for wireless emergency alerts? Do you need to have severe thunderstorm warnings on there? Do you need to have only tornado emergencies? So I think that's part of our problem, is that we disconnected from the people that we serve. And all of this stuff, and I'm a big fan of HazSimp. We got to simplify this. I'll be honest with you guys. There's some messages the Weather Service sends. I don't even know what it means. I mean, what is an aerial flood warning and a flash flood warning and a flood warning? I mean, it's bewildering to people, all this stuff. So a lot of this stuff has got to be simplified. And they're on the road to doing that. But as we look at the transformation, in the warning process, in the next 10 years, we have to be careful to be sure we're not doing it for us. We're doing it for the people.
Hey, James, this is Jordan McLeod. I sound
cranky, don't I? I'm sorry. I sound too cranky tonight.
Hey, now this is an engaging conversation here. Given how generational the April 27th outbreak was, it seems like we're hearing a lot of the use of the term bust today when it comes to outbreaks that don't quite measure up to April 27th. Now, I know this is a pet peeve Twitter post on this just the other day, because some people were calling last week's outbreak in Alabama a bust, even though there was, no loss of life and, tremendous success for the Weather Service. So can you talk a little bit about why that's become such a trend nowadays?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the weather enthusiasts and these Facebook pages. And listen, I don't want to throw water on these guys. Most of them are high school kids and they love weather and they want to learn weather and they don't mean any harm. But they'll get on Facebook and they'll say, look at the STP. Look at these updraft helicity tracks. This is going to be worse than April 27, 2011. This is going to be a killer mega storm of the century. And people don't know it's a 15-year-old kid. And they're going to share it and share it and share it and share it and share it. And it just gets out of hand. And, I think that's part of the problem. And I don't even like that question when people ask me that. For example, we have a very high-end severe weather episode likely here Thursday. It's pretty common for episodes like this in March and April. This is the core of the spring segment of the tornado season. And the question is, will this be like April 27, 2011? I don't even like to answer that. That's a bad question. And of course, the answer is no. Let's do a study of climatology. I love numbers. I love looking at history. I really do think if you study history and climatology, it's a valid way of looking at what might happen in the future. And where we are down here, our generational events prior to 2011, what's the one before that? You guys were not even alive when the other one happened. April 3rd and 4th, 1974. Okay, I was a senior in high school. That changed my life. That's a topic for another show. But prior to that, it was March 21st, 1932. Prior to that, it was February, 19th of 1884, the Enigma outbreak. So they happen every 40 years. And that's a generational, really a definition of generational type storm to me. So the next time we have a day like April 27, 2011, I will be at the cemetery. But, so what? I mean, we had 25 tornadoes the other day. That's a big deal. And we didn't have all these, strong, violent tornadoes. It didn't produce that. And in a way, maybe you can, that's part of the criteria that I think was not met. But other than that, that was a big deal that day. And, we got to quit getting hung up in these comparisons and all this hype and everything. I mean, and here's the other thing, too. If we hype everything that comes along, nobody's going to listen to us. Nobody. I mean, goodness. And what we don't even recognize is the fact that there are a lot of people that are scared to death of this thing. There are people right now that are scared to death of what's going to happen Thursday because of something that's happened in their life. They've had a close encounter with a tornado, hurricane, severe thunderstorm, flood. Something's happened and it triggers this PTSD or some reaction, and they have a real phobia. And goodness, if I go on and say, the odds of, somebody chewed me out last week because I said the odds of your house being hit on one of the biggest severe weather days in history, like April 27, 2011, are tiny, tiny. Most everybody in Alabama was not affected April 27, 2011. And some guy just reamed me out. He said, most of the state was affected. No, you're lying. So we've got to do something to calm these folks down and give them some comfort level and quit hyping everything up and do it in a calm way. And we'll get through it together. We'll be okay. So I don't like these comps every time we have a moderate risk or a high risk, and immediately it's going to be another April 27th. Every event is different. And again, the next time we have a day like that, be 2038, 2048, 2050, you guys will still be doing this show here, but I won't be around.
Hey, James, quick question here. You bring up the risk. Have we overcomplicated that, the SPC?
Well, come on. You guys, I'm sure you guys have talked about it like we have. The category names just are horrible. Yeah, we know trust me. I'll go down to the Target down here in Alabaster and say, what's the highest level risk? Is it moderate or enhanced? Everybody says enhanced. Everybody says enhanced is a higher level risk than a moderate, where in reality it's flipped. And, it's just not working. I mean, it works for people in the weather business. And when you talk with people in the weather service, they say, well, all the emergency managers have been used to those names and those criteria, and they're used to it. Well, so what? Are we here just to serve emergency managers or people that work for the weather service or broadcast meteorologists? We don't know. And so I really think we have to revisit that. And some TV meteorologists just don't even use it. Some good friends of mine don't use their words. They have different colors and different names. And I'm not so sure I'm a big fan of that, because consistency is important to me. If one guy says one thing and some guy says something else, and who knows who you believe? I think we should be messaging the same thing, but I think we have to work together to fix that. And we need to bring in some of the SPC guys and have a long talk. And really, Rich Thompson, John Hart, these are my heroes. They got nothing to do with this. It's up there at NOAA headquarters where this kind of stuff is made. But the 5 levels don't bother me. And I mostly use numbers now. That's what I use. 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5. I'm kind of getting away from even using those words because it's just not working.
Thank you, James. We appreciate your time tonight. Go follow James on social media. I'm sure you probably already are if you're watching our show. And just great to get around and hang out with James. And I promise you, we'll have him back. We've got a whole list of questions we didn't even get to tonight. So stick around. We'll make sure that James repays us another visit here real soon. So for the rest of everyone here on the panel, we hope you enjoyed the show. And we will see you back here next Wednesday night for another episode of the Carolina Weather Group. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we want to welcome our guest, Mr. Stephen Baxter. works for NOAA headquarters. He is the Winter Weather Services program lead, and we're getting into that season where we're transitioning more into fall and winter, and with that comes the threat of winter weather, and that's what we're going to be talking about tonight.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Oh, NOAA just recently released the winter outlook for the 2020-21 winter season. So we're going to go over that briefly, and then we're also going to talk about a new product that NOAA is releasing. And this is kind of similar to what we see in the summertime with storms, the threat of storms. So it's going to be a new outlook that we're going to talk about and really dig into, because this is a new product and one I think everybody will find useful. So we'd love for you to join in on the conversation as you're watching tonight. Feel free to drop any comments if you want to. Stephen, welcome to the show, and thank you for joining us tonight. I know kind of a busy season with you getting ready and ramping up for the winter weather season. One thing we always like to ask our first-time guests, and we talked a little bit about this off air, but we'll go through the short, brief version. Tell us about your weather journey. How did you kind of get hooked into the weather field, and how did you get to where you're at right now with NOAA?
Yeah. So my interest in weather started at a young age. A lot of us have some formative moment where we decided that we wanted to be meteorologists. Mine was the blizzard of '96, early January of '96. I was in second grade, and I still remember it quite vividly, actually, watching the Weather Channel and watching the local on the 8s every 10 minutes. And I think my parents thought there was something legitimately wrong with me as I was just watching this constantly. I loved it. I was hooked. And so I loved winter weather. That's always been my favorite type of weather. And so I went to Millersville University in Pennsylvania, where I got my bachelor's degree in meteorology. And when I was there, I was lucky enough to do an internship at the time. Was called the Student Career Experience Program. Now it's called the Pathways Program. It's actually a broader, it's not just the Weather Service, but it's a broader federal initiative. But I did it for the Climate Prediction Center. And I worked there, including that time, for 10 years, about 10 and a half years before I went to headquarters. So I worked in a couple different positions in the Climate Prediction Center, but I did a lot of research to operations of applied research in climate variability, subseasonal, seasonal climate variability. And as part of a rotational assignment last winter, I worked over in headquarters in the winter program, and then I took that position permanently during this summer. And so that's what brings me here tonight. So I'm pretty new in that position. So I'm still doing a lot of spinning up. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot of awesome stuff and great people throughout the agency. And going from climate to weather, which is kind of funny to say in the Weather Service, but to do that and to do that with winter weather, which is our newest service program, is a lot of fun. But there's a lot to learn, and there's a lot of work that we have to do. But we're really happy with where things have gone recently, and I'm happy to be here tonight to talk about some of that progress.
Well, speaking of the National Weather Service and NOAA, they have just released their 2020-2021, kind of a mouthful, winter weather outlook. And La Nina has been a word that's been talked about a lot, and some of our viewers may not fully understand what a La Nina is. So what is the winter outlook, and how does La Nina play into that?
Great question. So we start with La Nina. So La Nina is the cold phase of what we call the El Nino Southern Oscillation. So the reason this is important is because the tropical Pacific is an important heat source in generating convection and big swaths of thunderstorms across the equator, especially in the central western Pacific. And that plays a really critical role in the formation and maintenance of the climate as we observe it even in the mid-latitudes. Namely through the formation of the jet stream. And what happens during La Nina and El Nino is the sea surface temperatures in the Pacific are either warmer in the case of El Nino or colder in the case of La Nina. And what that does is it alters relative to normal those patterns of troubled convection. And that in turn affects the jet stream across the North Pacific especially. And that has what we call teleconnections. So I think a lot of weather folks or people who love weather are familiar with teleconnections like the North Atlantic Oscillation, for instance, or the Pacific North America pattern is another prominent teleconnection. And so itself imparts an extratropical teleconnection, and so is the El Nino Southern Oscillation. And so that kind of classic La Nina teleconnection, if you will, is what drives in large part the outlook for the upcoming winter. And so if you look at the forecasts that were published by the Climate Prediction Center, so I used to do these outlooks until about 3 or 4 months ago, you'll see that there's kind of a very typical La Nina type pattern that you might be familiar with, which shows, generally speaking, milder than normal conditions across the southern tier of the United States are favored. And then across the northern tier of the U.S., especially across the north central, northwestern parts of the U.S., colder than normal temperatures are favored. And then actually El Nino actually has a slightly stronger precipitation footprint than temperature, in fact. And across the southern tier of the U.S., drier than normal conditions are favored in La Nina. And across the northern tier, generally speaking, it's wetter. But there's kind of two centers of action you'll see. So one is in the Ohio Valley, which tends to favor wetter than normal conditions, the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes. And then again across parts of the northern Rockies and the interior Northwest. So it's a pretty classic look that you see in La Nina winters. And it's fairly close to the exact opposite of what you see in El Nino. Not exactly. There's some interesting reasons for that. But generally speaking, with a moderate-ish, maybe strong La Nina this winter, certainly a robust La Nina event, that's going to have an important impact. And so that's what forms the basis for that winter outlook.
So in regards to the La Nina oscillation, what about the NAO, the North Atlantic oscillation? Are there any trends regarding what the outlook might be for this season?
Another great question. So this is actually something I worked on quite a bit while I was at CPC for the last few years. So the short answer is not really-ish. So the NAO is a very important pattern of climate variability across timescales. So we know it's important for short-term climate variability for the next week or two. We know it varies on longer timescales, potentially up to decadal timescales. The problem is the ability to predict it on seasonal timescales, especially once you remove a little bit of a La Nina influence. So the way the NAO is calculated, right? So you think one way you can think about the NAO, or one way it's calculated, is by looking at the relative sea level pressure anomalies in the North Atlantic between, say, near Iceland and the Azores to the south. Well, if you just take El Nino or La Nina and you look at this wave pattern that comes out of the tropics, and you look at the teleconnection that's imparted from El Nino and La Nina, it will have a non-zero effect in the North Atlantic. It's small, but non-zero in a way that can appear to affect the NAO. And so there's some literature that in our academic literature that looks at the relationship between El Nino and NAO. And such as it is, you might favor a positive NAO during La Nina winters, but that's not, as a causal mechanism, is a little flimsy. The example I just gave, quite famously, the 95-96 winter was such a winter where you had a La Nina, but you also actually had a predominance of the negative phase in NAO, and hence one of the snowier winters on record across much of the eastern U.S., including my part of the Mid-Atlantic. But there are some interesting areas of research related to identifying sources of prediction skill for the NAO, and so it's something we don't have right now. But I'm hopeful that in coming years, we'll be able to talk more explicitly about the seasonal tendencies of the NAO, or sometimes it's couched in its kind of its sister oscillation called the Arctic oscillation, the AO, which is kind of more of a hemispheric look. They're just kind of derived slightly differently, but capture the same, in essence, the same phenomenon. So I'm hopeful that in future years we'll be able to say something more specific about these patterns of mid-latitude variability. Unfortunately, in this winter outlook, and what we're comfortable imparting in the current outlooks from the state of the science, wouldn't really support that quite yet. It's a good question. It's something that we think a lot about.
If I was approaching from the general public and I wanted to take a look at the 4 different colors that were available that represented the outlook, can you tell me a little bit about what those colors mean and how are they decided?
In the case of the winter storm outlook, there's a few different, we added an 80% this year. So there's a less than 10% chance, which won't show up as any color. There's 10 to 30, 30 to 50, and 50 to 80, and then there's in excess of 80%. And so that's the probability of exceeding that local watch warning criteria. Now, how do we come up with this? And so in that sense, those are meant to just kind of fairly easily communicate what the relevant risks are. We can think of 50% as kind of being, roughly speaking, the criteria for a watch. So if it's more likely than not, that would favor a watch. Now, also, it's important to mention that this doesn't take the place of or totally inform watches, because as we're moving towards consistent forecasts across the agency, the other aspect that we're working with is to also improve the impacts-based nature of watches and warnings. So while the probability of exceeding a certain snowfall threshold might say only be 30 or 40%, the local office could still issue a winter storm watch because they're expecting the impacts from that storm to be such that it warrants a watch or a warning. So cases where this gets a little slippery are where you have mixed precipitation, where you have sub-warning criteria in both snow and ice, situations where shoulder seasons, and we saw some examples of this earlier this year, especially in the Central Rockies, where snowfall events that are early in the season with foliage still in the trees, and so snow load and power outages are more of a concern. You might issue watches and warnings for lower snow accumulation criteria because of the increased impacts. And a classic example here in the East is timing is very important. So heavy snow during rush hour, for instance, is more impactful than heavy snow during the middle of the night on a weekend or something like that. So those are local impacts that local offices can take into account. So it's not a one-to-one correspondence yet, but that's kind of loosely speaking, 50% is where, all things being equal, you would start to think about, you would issue the watch, because that's where we're saying it's based on the reliable probabilistic guidance. It's more likely than not, so it's worth issuing the watch. But that can be modified by the local office's take on the expected impacts of the storm.
I know impacts is a big deal, and I know each forecast office has different criterias. But first thing that pops into my mind would be the Atlanta snow jam in 2014, where we had maybe an inch of snow, but the temperatures were so cold. So it seems like this product that you guys are releasing is really more based on impacts and how it impacts the general public, emergency management, and things like that, than it is maybe about this set range of you're going to get this much snowfall.
That's right. So there's another product that is a very nice complement to this that's been operationally implemented this year, which is the Winter Storm Severity Index. And so what that does is it has criteria, but it's a much more complex and dynamic criteria to better account for some of these impacts. And so in that framework, where you have, and so what it's doing is it's screening the official forecasts from the National Digital Forecast Database. So the local offices are submitting their official forecasts. It's using those forecasts, applying climatology, applying different algorithms to assess different impacts, including snow amount, snow load, ice accumulation, ice impacts, among other things. And it's doing that to get an idea for those impacts, including things like flash freeze, blowing snow. And so using those two together, and as in fact, the vision of the program is kind of an eventual merger of those two products along the lines of what you were saying. So right now, the Winter Storm Outlook is grounded in the very objective kind of criteria-driven realm. The Winter Storm Severity Index is still deterministic, so we're not using probability information yet. It's just using the deterministic forecast from the local offices, but it's applying it in an impacts-based context. So our long-term goal is to get to a place where we have a probabilistic Winter Storm Severity Index that will in turn inform the Winter Storm Outlook, so that the Winter Storm Outlook today, being just the probability of exceeding a fixed snow or ice accumulation threshold, will eventually be the probability of exceeding moderate or severe impacts. Impacts being defined, being kind of regionally varying and defined in a much more nuanced fashion. And so it's those two products right now that are a nice complement that we eventually want to see kind of come together and form the basis of these kind of consistent, collaborated, and probabilistic products across the agency.
I think a lot of people hear outlooks and they are thinking of the Storm Prediction Center outlooks for severe weather that they might be familiar with. How might these new experimental outlooks compare to those?
So they might be they are potentially similar in that they're probabilistic. They're giving a probability of a certain event occurring in a daily cadence. So we have day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and then the maximum probability across days 1 to 4. That will be different. The Storm Prediction Center doesn't have that component. So they're very similar in that they're trying to give advanced lead time and a heads up, right, in terms of hazardous weather. So the Storm Prediction Center, as you might know, issues severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches for the CONUS. And as you might imagine, their objective probabilistic outlooks, convective outlooks, play an important role in that, and starting that process through which they work with the local offices to issue those watches. And so that's actually one of the we're leaning in on that paradigm a bit in the winter program. Not to say that WPC is going to take over watches entirely, a la kind of the SPC model, but to say that we're moving in a direction where those watches are going to be more closely collaborated in an explicit and defined fashion and process between the local offices and WPC. And so, yeah, I think there is a lot of, you can draw a pretty close parallel between those two. And in a lot of ways, the winter program is trying to lean in on the probabilistic element. I think it's recognized how important that is in severe weather because it's, we kind of, I think it's intuitive, right, that the odds of a tornado, for instance, and at an exact grid point at any time is very, very small. And so specifically, right, in SPC space, the outlooks are the probability of the event occurring within 25 miles of the point, right? So it's this kind of stenciling out of the grid. And in winter, that's not so much our problem, but we do have the problem of conveying the uncertainty in the forecast. So when you're issuing a forecast for winter weather, we need to know how much liquid equivalent precipitation is falling and its phase, and if it's snow, right, the snow liquid ratio, which can vary as well. And so there's a lot of degrees of freedom there. And so it's important that we flesh out all of those possibilities. That's why the probabilistic forecasts are so important. And then once we have that suite of probabilistic forecasts, we can kind of take a slice through them and look for these cutoff points where the probability of exceeding a hazardous criteria is enough to warrant kind of these public messages, like a winter storm watch, for instance.
As far as who this product's actually meant to kind of serve the best, on your product description document, it talks about emergency services, different kind of broadcast elements, and it also mentions the general public as well. Can you kind of elaborate a little more on that?
So the product actually has its background in a watch collaborator tool that was an internal tool to help forecasters collaborate between the national centers and the local offices. And basically the idea was to broaden it up and give some of our stakeholders, including the general public, access to this kind of national picture image that gives you the probability of hazardous winter weather at extended lead time, right? So day 1, 2, 3, 4, and in a way that, again, just kind of improves the situational awareness for stakeholders in the general public, as well as the ones you mentioned, like emergency managers and kind of those other stakeholders that work closely with the local offices, and to give them, I know, Scotty, you had mentioned, talking with a meteorologist at GSP, kind of another tool in the toolbox, right? And so that's the idea here, is that we're giving the general public, as well as more sophisticated, maybe decision makers, not to say that the general public's not sophisticated, but the general public, as well as more acute decision makers, another tool in the toolbox to improve situational awareness, to understand the threat of hazardous winter weather, but also to highlight areas where maybe the threat of winter weather is lower than would qualify for a watch, but where certain very sensitive industries might still want to be aware of that. And so it's also an opportunity to better inform the public and those stakeholders about the utility of probabilistic forecasts and how we use them.
So how can the public give feedback on this?
So it is important when we have experimental products. The process that we go through in the Weather Service is when we have an experimental product like this, it goes out for what we call an experimental comment and review period. So it's reviewed not just by internal meteorologists, but it's also being reviewed by the general public. And so if you go to the Winter Storm Outlook website, which is hosted by the Weather Prediction Center, there's a link there at the top where you can provide feedback in a survey to give feedback on anything from there's a set list of questions, but it will include things like scientific integrity, the accuracy of the product, as well as the aesthetics of the product. Does the display make sense? Does the web page make sense? Is the data easy to access? I do think the Weather Prediction Center has done a really awesome job with that website. It's dynamic. It's in GIS format. You can download the shape files, KMLs. You can pull static images if you want. So there's a lot of great ability to get hands-on with the data there. It has custom level zooms to each of the county warning areas. So for each office, you can kind of get a zoom in to whatever office, whatever area of country you're in. So it's really a very accessible website, but it can certainly be improved, I'm sure, based on the feedback that we get from the public. And in fact, that's actually important. I'm glad you asked that question because last year, like I said, this is the second year that this has been experimental. In the first year, last year, we didn't get a whole lot of public comment. And I think it might have just been an awareness thing. A lot of people weren't as aware that this existed, that this product was out there, and that we were looking for comment on it. And so hopefully one of our goals this year is to get more public feedback. And that's not only important to help us improve the product, that is important, but also helps us make the case to organizational leadership that this is a product that we want to support operationally. It's not a foregone conclusion that this will be around forever, right? If the feedback's not positive or not sufficient or can't be resourced, we might have to discontinue the product, right? So experimental products aren't guaranteed to continue forever. And so it helps us build that case to transition to operations or to make improvements and then transition to operations in a way that keeps our program and our programmatic goals moving forward.
Well, speaking as a daily GIS user, that new user-friendly interface sounds awesome, and I'm really glad that opportunity is going to be there. Lastly, are there any other winter weather products that y'all are working on besides this winter weather outlook? So
that's a great question. So the Winter Storm Outlook, that's experimental right now. I did mention the Winter Storm Severity Index that's operational. Okay, so that went through this experimental process and has been implemented operationally this year. So a few key initiatives that we're working on, I'll just run over real quick, and they're kind of in experimental space or in development space, just things to look for. But these are just kind of general things that we're interested in from a programmatic perspective. I mentioned moving these products through the medium range, and so extending the Winter Storm Severity Index and the Winter Storm Outlook through day 7 is an important priority. I touched on briefly the development of a probabilistic impact-based component. So a Winter Storm Severity Index that's in probability form. That's something that we're working toward. We're working with kind of the research arm of the Weather Service to help kind of move that along and get that into the operational pipeline eventually. And then lastly, one of the things that you might also be familiar with is there's the local probabilistic snow experiment. So at the local level, if you go to your weather.gov/3 digits like GSP, although I'm not certain that GSP is participating in the experiment, but supposing it is, if you do /winter, right, you get the main winter page, and one of them is the probabilistic snow forecast. So it shows the expected value and then the high end and low end amounts. And so those are the 10th and 90th percentiles respectively. And what we're working on there is that's been experimental for some time, and we're trying to get that on a path to operations and including probabilistic ice forecasts with that. That might be especially relevant in your part of the country where one of the parts of the country where you get a lot of interesting icing events. And so that's a complicated issue organizationally that we're working through. And, it's something that we're trying to make some progress on, but we're looking forward to there being some experimental changes and then getting that on a path to operations. And so as we kind of tying the kind of, what I kind of say like the synoptic scale evolution of the winter program is looking at a future in a few years where you have a probabilistic impacts-based guidance informing the winter storm outlook that's supporting consistent and collaborated winter storm watches around the country. And all of that is being undergirded by a consistent national to local suite of probabilistic snow and ice forecasts, and potentially extended all the way through day 7 across the board. And with that kind of, and that's kind of that, like I said, synoptic scale.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
One of the things that we know is important is being able to improve the storm scale side of winter weather forecasting. Heavy snow bands, snowfall rates, hourly snowfall rates, for instance. Those are things that are really important for impacts. We talk about impacts. Looking at a 6-hour accumulation, 3 inches of snow in 6 hours. That's nice. If that 3 inches occurs in 1 hour, that's very impactful. If it's a half inch an hour for 6 hours, that's less impactful in an acute sense, right? So those kinds of storm scale, micro mesos type scale storm impacts is something that we're also working on as well. And so that's a little farther out in our planning process, but something that we're really aware of as being an important issue that we need to tackle to keep making progress on all the kind of important aspects of winter weather.
And for our Carolina viewers, I was just checking as Stephen explained that, and there, NWS GSP, along with potentially other offices across the Carolinas, do offer that winter weather experimental product to see the 10% and 90th percentiles. That's weather.gov /GSP /winter.
Winter. It is there. Yeah. And you'll see it. It'll probabilistic snow. Yeah. Yeah. There's 70, I believe it's 76 offices around the country offer it. So it's not in every office. It's not even in every office that theoretically can have winter weather. As you might imagine, offices in parts of the Deep South or Southwest and the West Coast aren't participating in the experiment. But I'm glad to hear that those parts of the Carolinas are. So that's something to definitely check out at your local office as you go through this winter season. And another opportunity to provide feedback as well. As we're going through this season, because that's an experimental product, if you go to that website that Evan just mentioned, you can also click, there's a feedback link there that'll take you to another one of those surveys to provide that feedback to us.
Well, Stephen, we appreciate your time tonight. Since you're the program lead, this is your time to let everyone know again how they can find out about all this information. I know you guys are hoping for a lot of feedback. So where should our folks go to find the outlooks and the severity index? And again, remind us how we can provide that feedback for you all.
The easiest place to go to get started on this is to go to the Weather Prediction Center's website. That's wpc.nsep.noaa.gov. There might be some shortcut versions of that also. And under their winter weather tab, on the options panel on the left, you can select the experimental winter storm outlook or the winter storm severity index. I think the WSSI might actually be linked at the top of their homepage. And then for the winter storm outlook, that's the experimental product for which they can give a lot of input. For more information on the winter outlook itself, I would recommend going to the Climate Prediction Center homepage. And they'll have a link to the latest press release from NOAA that was put together, and that whole forecast put together by my former colleagues at the Climate Prediction Center. And you can read more about that there.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Stephen. And thank you guys for watching us tonight. If you're a big winter weather lover, hopefully you'll be able to use these products. I know last year was kind of a bust for much of the Carolinas winter weather-wise. So maybe this year we'll be able to use these products, and definitely recommend that you give some feedback.
Full disclosure, right? In La Nina winter, it doesn't look good.
It doesn't. You're right.
It only takes one. And these are all probabilistic forecasts, so you can get lucky, and you can pull a rabbit out of the hat here and get some winter. So I'll certainly be rooting for it. But La Nina winters are not typically our winters here in the eastern part of the U.S., especially the southeastern part of the U.S. Unfortunately,
that's it.
But
so,
you never know.
You never know. It's like we talk about the hurricane season. It only takes one. So hopefully, if we do get that one storm, you'll be able to use these products and definitely provide some feedback. I personally think it's a great product, and hopefully it'll get out of the experimental stage and into operational stage. So, Stephen, thank you again for watching. Thank you all for watching tonight. We'll see you real soon.
And good evening from Charlotte. We are live with you on this Wednesday night. What a very busy day in the science and weather community here on May the 27th, 2020. We have a great show for you. It wasn't exactly the celebration that we were hoping for, as you probably know by now. SpaceX Demo 2's launch from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida scrubbed today due to weather, so we were going to talk a lot about the weather. We also had a surprise appearance by a tropical storm named Bertha, who suddenly came together off the coast of South Carolina, came ashore, and then brought flooding rains here to Charlotte. So we'll have Chief Meteorologist from WCNC, Brad Panovich, on to talk about that, and also geek out with us about space. And we're also joined by Tony Rice, our go-to friend of the show and space expert, and we're so happy that you all are here. Let's get right on into it. If you're joining us live tonight on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube, or Periscope, you can comment along with our show. If you're listening to the audio podcast or you're happy to catch this replay on the new Looping Carolina WeatherNet, hello to you as well, too. Tony, let's just start with the elephant in the room. Not the day we were necessarily hoping for.
But not the day that came unexpectedly either. If you ever had the opportunity to go down and see a launch, if you haven't, do. Once all this current situation is over with and we're back to whatever normal looks like, you get the opportunity to go down to Florida and see a launch, do it. It's just an incredible situation. We were talking about that a little bit before we started here, and it doesn't capture what it's like if you're watching it on TV or on YouTube or whatever, what the experience is like down there. So that out of the way. If you have ever been down there, you know that Florida weather is Florida weather, and we kind of expect these things to happen. I think there's one or two other places on the planet where there is more lightning activity. So we scrubbed today because of weather, but we scrubbed today mostly because of the potential of lightning. And that's something that we learned back during Apollo 12, even when the Saturn V was hit by lightning on ascent and basically rebooted the rocket several hundred feet above the pad. We learned more about that through subsequent launches. So there's some very specific weather launch criteria. We can get into that, but basically what happened today is we violated one, maybe more, and definitely know of one of those launch weather criteria that has to be met before we're going to go fly.
I just did. I just pulled a Scotty. I forgot to unmute myself. We're certainly going to get into some of that weather criteria, and we're going to break it all down because we got some really interesting information. I don't want to get too far into the program for anyone who doesn't know, Tony. Let me have you explain it. What is the significance of this mission?
So this is the first time in basically 9 years that we attempted to launch astronauts from U.S. soil. So at the end of basically construction of the International Space Station, we retired the space shuttle. Space shuttle, the best way to compare it, and the reason that we didn't continue flying the space shuttle to take astronauts back and forth, astronauts stay about 6 months on board station before they come on back home. So we're continually rotating people through there. The best way to compare it is you wouldn't take a tractor trailer to go get groceries. And that's about the volume of space that was in the back of the shuttle's payload bay. If you're just taking supplies, well, we can send an uncrewed mission up there. SpaceX has been doing that for a while. We've got some other ways of getting cargo up there. But to take people back and forth, we've been buying seats on the Soyuz, launching them from Baikonur Cosmodrome out in Russia, actually in Kazakhstan. But we really wanted to get that capability back onto U.S. soil. So several years ago, NASA, as a part of the commercial program that includes cargo as well, we want to hand over basically low Earth orbit to commercial agencies. SpaceX is one of them. Boeing's also working on getting some capability there. So it was really important to get this capability back on U.S. soil. And Administrator Bredenstein talked about it today. One of the main reasons we want to do that is we have one American up there right now. We want to have more. The more Americans we have up there, the more they can focus on specifically U.S. science. So the Dragon capsule that we attempted to launch today, we're going to give it another shot on Saturday, weather willing, has the capability of taking 4 up at once. That's even a better option than using the Soyuz, because the Soyuz can only take up 3, and those are at most going to be 2 Americans, and it's generally only 1.
The Soyuz as well, and I don't know if others feel this way, but when I watch it, I feel like it's something straight out of a James Bond Soviet Union era technology. And that is like the complete opposite of what SpaceX has developed here, because they not only did hopefully a very efficient rocket based on what we've seen with the uncrewed missions, but also, and Brad, you were touching on this before the show, there's a little bit of style that they incorporated into not only the spacecraft, but also the suits we're seeing here.
Yeah, they're very interesting. I love the helmets. The rest of it, I don't know. It almost looks like some kind of weird like leisure suit, and then they got like shrimping boots on or something.
Those are actually designed by a Hollywood costume designer. Elon Musk went out and specifically got one of the costume designers that was working on Marvel films and said, you go sketch us up something. You tell us what these are supposed to look like. Then they handed it over to the geeks who actually made it work and made it functional so it can protect the astronauts when it needs to protect them. But yeah,
the helmets are cool. Those cool helmets, I love.
They do look pretty cool, don't they? I will say one thing about the Soyuz, though. If you've ever seen pictures of the outside of the space station, you can pick those Russian elements out really, really easy. They're bulbous. And the reason they're bulbous is because a sphere is a very strong thing and can hold pressure really well. But the thing about Soyuz and the thing about those older rockets and those older capsules is the thing that you really want to have underneath of you and around you when you're in space is something that is well tested. And those rockets have been around a long, long time and are very well worn and have had the bugs worked out of them. We had an incident a couple of years ago where one of the solid rocket motors that come off during ascent bumped into the capsule, and they ended up having to go into abort mode that they hadn't done in I don't know for how long. But previous to that, we really hadn't had any incidents with the Soyuz. The Soyuz is old-fashioned, and it doesn't look that great. It certainly isn't as sexy as what SpaceX is doing out there with their nice, clean cockpit and reverse lighting. Much like you have over your shoulder there, Brad. You've got some style there as well. But it's very functional and it's very reliable.
Can you talk to us? We know you've been following this SpaceX progress probably a lot closer than most. Can you talk to us about what SpaceX has had to overcome to get to be the first commercial operator to take astronauts back, and what are some of the challenges that they may still face as somebody who's not as well seasoned?
Yeah, well, they're still going to have to face some challenges there, simply because you got to have the first flight sometime. And it's kind of a first flight, and it kind of isn't. It's on a well-proven rocket. The Falcon 9 has a pretty good safety record. We've only lost a couple of them. But what they really have going for them is iterations. They've flown these things over and over and over, so they had an opportunity to perfect it. Does that mean that it's perfect? Certainly not. But it is sufficient to the point where not only SpaceX is comfortable with it, but if you listen to the NASA administrator and the folks that are involved in these kind of decisions, particularly during flight readiness reviews that have been going on for the last couple of weeks, they're confident. They have enough confidence to put those 2 astronauts on top of them. So what they have ahead of them is they'll learn something on this flight. Hopefully it'll go off without a hitch on Saturday. Hopefully the weather will cooperate. But they're going to learn some things. There's going to be something that didn't go quite right. There'll be something that can be improved upon. When you listen to the call during the launch, one of the last people you hear from is a flight test director. And that may seem a little odd that, we got 2 people on top of this rocket and we're about to send it off into orbit and we're still testing. But this is absolutely a test. The name of this mission is Demo 2. It's a follow-on Demo 1. Demo 1 was pretty much what you're going to see on Saturday, but without the astronauts. Every one of these things is a test, and it's a way to gather more data and to improve on things. The setback that SpaceX had, I don't even remember how long ago, it was sometime last year or maybe even the year before that, where they lost one of the Crew Dragon capsules on the pad because of some of the hypergolic fuels that that are used on orbit. They're fuels that basically, if you put part A and part B together, you create an explosion. You point that explosion in the right direction, you got thrust. There was, I believe it was a leak that they basically lost that capsule. That capsule was all but pulverized. So that was a bit of a setback to them because they didn't get as much data as they would have hoped from something like that. You learn more from your failures than you do from your successes. So this is some of the most instrumented spacecraft ever. They're gathering tons and tons of data from it. So once we do get this launch off, they're going to be gathering lots of information and improving things.
So, Tony, what's the relationship between NASA and SpaceX? Who's kind of responsible for what?
NASA is the customer. They put out the requirements, and SpaceX is the contractor fulfilling those requirements. It's kind of a similar relationship as the DoD would have with any of their contractors, if you're familiar with that world at all. That being said, though, there's a fair amount of oversight that NASA still has in this, particularly because of the human spaceflight aspect here. There are people on board this thing. There are former astronauts that are involved in all of those reviews. And somebody asked during one of the press conferences this week, who in NASA, if anybody, can raise their hand and say, no, something's not right, something's not safe. And the answer that was given by the administrator was anybody involved in the review panels. And SpaceX reiterated that they have a culture that they're trying to promote there, where anybody that's involved in building something can and should raise concerns as well. How much that actually happens, that remains to be seen. Don't know of any specific reports of it, but that's at least the story that they're telling.
Tony, in a moment, we're going to listen to some of that audio communication today as they came to the realization that the weather was going to be a no-go. Set this up for us. Who's doing the talking here? Is it NASA or is it SpaceX?
If it's the clip I think you're talking about, you're actually hearing an Air Force officer. So there is a wing of a part of the 45th Space Wing down at the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station that is responsible for forecasting weather all along the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, where there's additional launch pads. SpaceX is using one of the launch pads there in addition to the one that was in use today, the historic 39A launch pad. That's actually on the Kennedy Space Center side of things. They're responsible for forecasting weather involved in launches. They also provide weather forecast for the station itself whenever they're moving around equipment and want to know about things like winds and rain and that sort of thing. The person you were hearing there was called the launch weather officer, and they are on equal footing with anybody else that is giving the go, no go call during that final pull before they decide to actually light it or scrub and wait until the next opportunity. But they are someone who is speaking for a larger team of experts. And many of those experts are very focused on looking at things like lightning. And that's kind of how things shook out today. There was a lightning concern that we can get into.
Yeah, let's listen to the audio here, and then we'll talk about that exact lightning concern.
Unless you can give us another 10 minutes, I don't think we're going to get there with any of the rules today.
I'm going to give you 10 minutes.
I mean, another 10 minutes past T0.
Oh,
16:45 local. I think we'll probably be clear on all the rules, but not quite going to make it for this.
Okay. We're going to check back in with you in about 2 minutes, and then I'll call it up at about T-minus 17 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, there's some of them are starting to count down, but we still have one above 2,000. So if that gets below...
So Tony was talking there a little bit as we came back about some of the liquid oxygen. You can explain that to us as well, too. But, Tony, what we were hearing there was about 20 minutes left in countdown, and they were so close, we think, to getting the weather rules all in agreement, and it just didn't come together.
Yeah, it just didn't line up quite right. They were keeping an eye on some cells out towards Orlando, and very excitedly noticing that the cells were starting to break up. I was watching them, live there as well. There's a rule that says, several of the rules mention 10 nautical miles, which if you've ever been down in that area, runs out not quite to Titusville and I-95. So you watch any of that weather between the Space Coast and Orlando to see if those cells are going to continue moving forward, going to continue building intensity, or are going to break up. And the positives were that it looked like they were breaking up, and they certainly were, but that's not the only consideration that they're making there. What they were mentioning was field mill generators, and they dot all around not just Air Force property and NASA property. As you're driving out along the beeline heading back towards Orlando, you might notice some very tall towers out in what look like swamps or Farmers Field or something like that. These are more weather towers that exist further out towards Orlando because, as you can see, all the weather moves from the from the west to the east. So they're monitoring that as that goes along. These field mills, they're about the size of a large coffee can, and they have a spinning disc inside of them. And what they're doing is measuring the electric potential of the atmosphere, and they're measured in volts per meter. So there's everything has some level, some acceptable level, and it's about 1,000 to 1,500 volts per meter. There's that, and you can see all those circles with the plus sign through them. Those are all field mills. I don't know which ones particularly were violating, but there was enough of them violating where they were running up over 2,000 volts per meter. I heard on the weather loop that wasn't sufficient to clear in time. They did see that voltage potential going down, and they did say about, like they said, about 10 minutes after launch, conditions were right where they could have launched. So it's worth pointing out here too that this was an instantaneous launch. If that was a shuttle sitting on the pad and it had sufficient fuel, we might have been able to launch today because the shuttle had a wide enough window. It carried extra fuel. It had some additional steering capability that was not designed into the Falcon 9. The Falcon 9 was designed more for efficiency. We know that we can come back the next day and try to launch again. But the shuttle was designed in such a way that we could launch as far as up to 10 minutes after the planned launch time and still steer back into that plane. But the Falcon 9, you launch the second that you planned on launching, or you don't launch. It's not a matter of throttling up and catching back up to where you planned on being. Once you're in the wrong orbital plane, you'll never catch up with station. So that's why it was set up that way.
So we've read through your tweet from earlier today, and it was kind of interesting seeing the different types of criteria needed to launch or to stop a launch. Mm-hmm. Do you want to kind of speak to more of some of these different conditions that can get in the way of a launch occurring, or what it takes to actually?
If you don't mind, bring that graphic up, and you guys are the weather weenies here, so feel free to jump in on anything you see here that catches your eye. There's basically we'll call it three things that they're looking at. Precipitation is one of them. We don't want to launch through precipitation. That's just a no-go. The other thing is clouds, and the clouds kind of go two ways. There's a thick cloud rule that's in place. We have launched other missions through clouds, uncrewed missions, and you see a really brightening of the cloud as the plume goes through it. But for a crewed mission where we want to keep eyes on the vehicle, particularly during a test like this, where the high definition video, they're basically shooting through telescopes that are on these. They look like old World War II guns that can elevate and follow the track of the vehicle as it goes up. We want to keep eyes on that. So that thick cloud rule is another one. But the rest of the cloud rules, when you really look at them in depth, they are all about lightning. Anvil clouds. Once a cumulus cloud has matured and a storm has matured to the point where you start seeing those overshooting tops as it's touching the bottom of the stratosphere, that's the kind of thing that it really worries a launch weather officer because it's got the potential to generate a lot of lightning. Lightning's very bad for rockets. I mentioned that earlier, how Apollo 12 was struck by lightning. Smoke in the area can trigger lightning. The rockets themselves can trigger lightning. That plume that is coming off the the rocket can act as a bit of a grounding rod. And the lightning is drawn to the vehicle itself because it's trying to find that path to the ground. And the plume itself can create a path to the ground. So any potential for lightning in the area we want to avoid. A good percentage of those launch weather criteria that you see there is about avoiding lightning.
Yeah, Tony, I was going to say,
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
See 2 or 3 other ones, especially the convective debris one and the within 10 nautical miles of an anvil. Those were all met as well. So it wasn't, and I think it wasn't just one storm. They had storms exiting and also storms coming in. They were kind of surrounded. It was just a bad situation. As soon as I was looking at the radar and saw the lightning, I was like, this did not look good.
Yeah, the times when I'm down there, I definitely have radar on my phone out watching it, and you can watch the storms boil up. Little tiny cells boil up halfway between Orlando and the Space Coast. And it's that convective action as the sea breezes come on that really can create some of that. Didn't see a whole ton of that this afternoon. Really did this morning. Saw those boil up, move across, dissipate. We're mostly seeing more organized storms move across, or cells, I should say, move across Central Florida.
Hey, Tony, I have a question. What was the precise flight path? Was it to the northeast, southeast? What direction was it going to go?
All these flights are going to go to the northeast, and they're following the same inclination that the International Space Station has. So when you're looking at an orbit, everything's relative to the equator, and you measure that angle between the equator and wherever your flight path is, and it's I have the exact number. It's 50-some degrees. So it kind of runs up the East Coast, almost parallel to it. So anybody out in Eastern North Carolina, the next time we have a good launch, especially one at night, it's easier to see these at night because you got that plume to look for. But we should be able to see them definitely out from the easternmost part of North Carolina. But I think you've actually seen them a time or two in Charlotte.
Yeah, we got lucky with that sunrise launch because the sun was coming up and it illuminated the plume on the horizon, and it was spectacular. It freaked people out, but as soon as I saw it, I knew right away. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. It was just the perfect setup of lighting and angle and everything.
Brad, Venus freaks people out, so.
Well, Tony, I have a question. We're talking about the weather, and it kind of scrubbed this launch. So what happens now? I mean, what do you think the mindset of these astronauts are? I mean, now you get pumped up for this, and now it's kind of wait a few more days.
I think this is a bit of muscle memory for them. It is not built up in their mind, maybe to the point where we think it might be, because they've done this so many times. There's a comment made on the broadcast today. Well, we got another good dry run. In their minds, that's probably what this was. A more organized dry run with more cameras and more attention. They saw this as a positive thing. This was another chance to check out the suits. This was another chance to check out, make sure those Teslas would make it to the launch pad without any problems there. I didn't see any superchargers on the launch pad, so I guess those things were fully charged before they popped the astronauts in there. It was another chance to see their families. They've been in quarantine for a good amount of time. That's normal. We always quarantine our astronauts before they go, something we learned back in the Apollo days. So they've done this so many times in simulations and dry runs and things like that, that this is kind of business as usual. This is their office. I'm sure they wanted to fly today, and they would have rather gone today than have to wait a couple more days. But it's another chance to do a little more study. It's another chance to work through some of these things in their heads. So in the end, it's a positive thing.
Tony, actually playing on the screen right now is some emotional video of them saying goodbye to their family, and it's most notable in these coronavirus times that they are 6 feet apart and social distancing. But I think you just hit upon it too, in that space is a very sterile environment, and there typically are some separation and some quarantine. Can you talk at all about, did coronavirus amplify that?
Not really. The main thing that the main impact that it had on this launch was in the support personnel. The folks that are working directly with the astronauts, this is the operations checkout building. It's existed since I believe the Gemini days, or definitely during the Apollo days. This is where there's some small apartments the astronauts stay in. There's some dining facilities. There's, of course, a kitchen there. And there's folks that support that. So there's fewer people involved with that. And the people involved with that were in their own quarantine as well. But this, that distancing you saw there, there used to be when the astronauts would arrive from Houston into the Kennedy Space Center, near that landing strip where their aircraft would come in, there was this drainage ditch, that the families would be on one side and the astronauts would be on the other. And that was where they said their goodbyes. So it's very common for the families to be separated from the astronauts just for their safety. One thing that's worth noting in that great video where you saw the two boys, the similarities with these two astronauts are kind of fun. They both have two boys about the same age. Both the astronauts are about the same age. They joined NASA. They were accepted into the astronaut class of 2000. There's a similarity there. They're both test pilots. One was in the Air Force, one was in the Marine Corps. They both married astronauts as well. And both of their wives have PhDs. One's an oceanographer and the other is a mechanical engineer. But they're kind of similar in that regard. So it's really cool that they got to see their families here. And the one thing I really like about the Tesla is once those doors are shut and those guys are sealed in, the boys got to go up and wave goodbye to their fathers a little bit closer. You didn't get that in the Astro van. They just hopped on board and headed out there.
Kind of brings us right back around to that whole stylistic difference we're seeing now with SpaceX in 2020.
Did we think Elon Musk was going to put them on a motorhome and send them out there? No, he's going to send them out there like this. I did like the addition of the worm logo too, the old worm logo type.
I was going to ask you that. That was going to be my end question. But is that your preference over what I learned today is otherwise called the meatball?
The meatball, NASA has 3 logos. The meatball is what you see on the door there, and each one of those little items on there, the red swoosh represents aeronautics. You see some stars back there. Obviously, that's representing the space aspect of NASA. NASA's covering both aeronautics and space exploration. But the NASA logo, the stylized logo type, the worm logo we call it, I remember that from when I was growing up, so it's kind of nice to see it back. I don't have a preference personally. I think it's great to see them both.
Tony, is there anything maybe we didn't ask you about that was on your mind today that you think would be important to include in tonight's conversation?
Something to look for in the future. Well, obviously, we will keep an eye on the weather on Saturday and Sunday. The next launch opportunity, Saturday at 3:22 p.m. NASA's TV is going to start about 12:15 with coverage. So there'll be plenty of things to see there. There's a backup opportunity on Sunday at 3 o'clock. So hopefully we'll be able to get this thing off this weekend. But once that's finished, the next set of astronauts that go up on this Crew Dragon, I believe they're going to use all 4 seats. So we'll see this really starting to meet the demands that it was set out there for. And keep in mind that this isn't the only commercial human spaceflight effort that is out there that NASA is partnering with a commercial entity. Next, we're going to see Boeing. And we don't have dates on when that's going to be, but Boeing has a Starliner, is what they call their capsule. And it's going to be on top of an Atlas rocket, which is put out by United Launch Alliance. SpaceX builds both their capsule and their vehicle, and the launch vehicle, the Falcon 9. But there's an additional partnership with United Launch Alliance, which NASA has a long, long history with. Just about every uncrewed mission, all the robotic missions through the Jet Propulsion Laboratory that are out there studying the sun, studying Mars. We're going to have a launch of the Curiosity rover's twin, Perseverance, here in July. That's going to be on a United Launch Alliance rocket as well. That's a very well-proven rocket, too. It's actually the rocket I've seen launch the most. The times I've gone down there mostly to see uncrewed launches. So keep an eye out for that as well.
Is the plan here to get some commercialized versions of the International Space Station up there orbiting?
That's one of the things that's being discussed, and it's certainly not going to be the last station up there. It is the most expensive most complicated things humans have ever built. So I don't think SpaceX is going to be putting up their own version of this anytime soon. Are there commercial benefits to having an ability to do science and do manufacturing in low Earth orbit and taking advantage of the microgravity? Absolutely. We're doing things like we're even 3D printing human organs on station, something that you just can't do in the normal gravitational environment of Earth. You have to be up there in microgravity to do it. So there's applications. That's something that's going to happen. Is it going to happen in short order? Probably not. But there's definitely applications in space, and that's the direction things are going.
Tony, we appreciate your time. Our fingers are crossed that we can get this off the ground this weekend and return United States astronauts to the space station from U.S. soil. Hopefully the weather cooperates. And I think you've got some TV obligations coming up there in the Raleigh area. And so we'll let folks in that area know they can catch you here in a little bit on TV. And we appreciate you squeezing us into your very busy day.
Does anybody want to go on record and make weather predictions for Saturday? Or are we gonna launch on Saturday?
It's Florida, like you said, Tony. Someone asked me, "What's it look like?" Hey, if you, especially that time of day, mid-afternoon in Florida, basically at the end of May, early June, it's a 30-40% chance you can pretty much write it down. I think it'll be a lot like today. I think they just got to get lucky that they'll be in between storms right at that time.
And the weather's very different in Florida than it is here in the Carolinas, in that stuff will spin up and it'll move through. Florida's not a very wide state, so it can move through in just 2 hours time from coast to coast, and it'll be a bright sunny day.
Yeah, so it's the same reason I always cringe when people have trips to Florida and they look at their app and go, "Oh, it looks like it's going to rain every day," and I'm like, "That's every single day during the summer." And like you said, Tony, it'll pop up. Yeah, it'll pop up and be gone. You just got a 30-minute shower.
Our challenge again with these instantaneous launches is the weather's got to be right at that time. So what I tell folks, there's going to be another launch weather forecast that comes out here. The 45th Weather Squadron will put another one out probably on Friday. We'll definitely see one on Saturday. And when you see that go, no go percentage, follow me at RTP Hokie on Twitter. I always tweet these things out because they're a great source of information about what to look for. Don't get too wound up if the no-go percentage, is too high. I've seen things be canceled for weather, again, because of what you described with Florida weather, in the high 90s for go. And I've seen things be canceled for exactly have the ability to launch with absolutely horrid-looking conditions a day before or even the morning before. There is truly a 50-50 chance that we will launch on any given day, and it's either we go or we don't, and it's based on what the conditions are right then and there.
Tony mentioned during our broadcast tonight the Air Force 45th Weather Squadron, who was watching the weather very carefully down there and providing not only real-time conditions but forecasts for this and many other launches. We had the opportunity to have them on this show in January of 2018. There's a whole episode where we talked to them about all sorts of things, but we pulled the soundbite about lightning, and Tony showed it earlier, all those different lightning detectors. Let's just roll a little bit of that clip so we can hear straight from some members of the 45th, at least at the time here when this was recorded, about how they go about tracking some of those weather conditions.
And with the lightning, tell us about the threats that lightning would pose to a vehicle being struck on the pad, and then this may be something more for the active duty members, but tell us about the new lightning defense systems that are on the pads now.
So one of the major threats, again, for the range is lightning. And the reason why this is a threat is it poses a risk to the electrical system of the rocket. And it can actually cause a threat to the steering system. And so we want to make sure, and every time there's a lightning strike close to a pad where there's a rocket exposed, they have to kind of take it back into the hangar and run several tests to make sure that none of the circuits of the rocket got closed circuit or there was any damage to the steering system. Because again, And we have a sensor of 10 or a network of 10 sensors, very, very strategically positioned. And they are using the radio frequencies to be able to localize the different lining step leaders. And so each step leader is sending out a signal, and via triangulation, we are locating that step leader. So with those sensors, we can start pinpointing cloud to cloud or cloud to ground lightning strikes. Right now, the resolution that we have is 50 meters. So we can localize, or we can pinpoint a lightning strike within 50 meters of the actual location where it struck.
Some very interesting stuff. You can find that show in the Carolina Weather Group archive. We also have it looping this week if you're checking out our new nonstop Carolina Weather Net channel on YouTube and on Twitch. We want to switch gears now and talk a little bit about the surprise that was Tropical Storm Bertha today. We'll bring in Brad in a minute to talk about some of the lingering flooding concerns. It looks like we still have one of the 2 flash flood warnings right now at this 9 o'clock hour here in Charlotte, but I know Jared Smith in Charleston is on a tight time crunch as well, too. And Jared, you guys woke up in the, bullseye of this thing this morning.
Yeah, it started as we knew that something was going to happen. So I think that's the most important thing to note, is that the surprise was the naming. It wasn't necessarily the fact that we were going to have heavy rain, that we were going to have gusty winds, that we were going to have a marginal tornado threat. All of those things, we went into this knowing that was a possibility. And we went into this knowing that there was a 20 to 30% chance that this thing could turn tropical. The Gulf Stream, much like you two, moves in mysterious ways. And so it was again this time. It just absolutely took off like a rocket. It started as a very strong velocity cup with the Weather Service in Charleston. It actually put out a special marine warning that ended up acting like a cone of uncertainty. Because during the time of that special marine warning, the National Hurricane Center bumped the probability up to 70%, and then by 8:30 they had classified it as Tropical Storm Bertha, just 30 miles offshore. And so we're like, oh, okay. So this is happening, and yeah, it came ashore. It was had some pretty good wind gusts. The buoy at the Edisto buoy went to 59 miles an hour, which was pretty good. 30, 40 mile an hour wind gusts, some scattered power outages, especially as you got into Myrtle Beach. Wasn't that bad. We've had way worse. We had tornadoes last week, right? And we had even heavier rain. Of course, we had flooding downtown, as we often do, but we had that even worse last week. So, again, we kind of knew that there was going to be something here. The fact that it got named when it did, was kind of like, okay. But you could see it. I mean, you could see it coming together on the radar. And that guy, it started developing a little eyes like, wait a second. You start to see that as expanding out from being this water spout producing supercell to something a little bit more, a little bit broader. So, it was caught us by surprise a little bit as far as that development. But again, we knew that this was going to kind of be how it went. There was nothing really surprising about that part. No major problems here in Charleston aside from the flooding that we're used to. But now it's just going to go up the gut and send a bunch of rain up there. We did set a rainfall record at the airport today, 2.08 inches, new record. Breaks a record set in 1977 of 2 inches straight on the dot. So we got another pretty good deluge of rain after the bone dry start to May. So yeah, it was an interesting day. I'm still getting comments tonight on Twitter and Facebook saying, "Is like, oh wait, there was a tropical storm? What?" It's like I was too busy. My favorite one right here is I was too busy disinfecting everything to know that there was a tropical storm. So to give you a general idea of what kind of event Bertha was here, really wasn't that big. But
did you say that we're up the gut? Because that's what I took away from what you just said.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's running. You do a little football analogy here. We're just going right up. It's doing the old Hugo. God, the track parallels to Hugo were kind of fascinating, actually. And yeah, fortunately, there were no parallels as far as intensity, so that was good. So that got some locals, buzzing a little bit as far as like, ooh, that looks familiar. We've seen that before. But yeah, at landfall, the Hurricane Center said it had 50-mile-an-hour winds. Now, Shay Gibson, our panelist, he helps maintain a pretty dense mesonet of weather stations here, and really along the southeast and with weather flow, and they didn't see anything like that. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what the postmortem looks like on this. I'm going to be very interested to see how this goes. I know that, and I'll tell you what, it's like the local weather service had everything, nailed down and ready to go. And so to switch to tropical mode just on the fly like that, usually they have some time to prepare for that. Today, they had to just flip-flop into tropical operations, and kudos to the weather service in Charleston for making that just so seamless. They did such a wonderful job keeping everything flowing, keeping everybody informed. So not an easy day for anybody in weather, to put it mildly.
Well, Brad, your colleague to the south, Chief Meteorologist Efron Afante at WLTX, had a graphic. I was just looking to see if he tweeted it. I saw it on the air earlier that kind of just did a timeline, and I'm going to paraphrase because I don't have it in front of me, but it was essentially 5:30 advisory, 20% chance, 7:30 advisory, 70% chance, and then somewhere at like 9:30 it was like landfall. Jared mentioned the tornadoes.
I think when that 70% came out, it was probably already a tropical system.
Probably. They needed to get a little bit closer for all those sensors, I guess.
Yeah. It brings up a good point. I think Jared was exactly spot on. It's funny how this just getting a name makes a big deal of it, but literally the forecast and impact, nothing changed. It's like, I joked all day. It's like, hey, our rain now has a name. It's like pretty much, we were forecasting the flood threat. The timing was exact. I was calling it a tropical low for the last 3 days. I really wasn't referring to it as a tropical wave because it looked like it was going to have some spin to it. All the short range guidance had some rotation. But it is interesting that it gets a name, and it's, the B storm. It's weird. It's the third time in the last 10 years we've had the B storm before June 1st. So that is rare, but it's happened a lot more frequently in the last 10 years. And I looked it up today, and I'm pretty sure, I think it tied for the third or fourth earliest B storm on record, at least formation-wise. But it's probably going to set a record for the shortest duration tropical system, because I think it was last year we had the A storm. Was it Andrea? Only like 3/4 of a day did it maintain tropical characteristics. So this will be interesting to see what kind of longevity stats it's going to come up with. But the thing to remember about these is, I think as a communicator with the public, is the name really isn't important. It's the impacts. And I think if people focus on the impacts more, the name is not that big of a deal. For instance, everybody was freaking out about this today, but it honestly did less damage and issues to us than a cutoff no-name low last week, which plagued us with flooding for 4 days, tornadoes, straight line winds. So it's a really good wake-up call about how we communicate weather impacts. I know for insurance purposes, especially on the coast, that the naming is a big deal for deductibles and stuff. But in the grand scheme of things, the overall impacts did not change at all just because we gave it a name today.
Can you talk about how last week's weather, and I don't mean to make any assumptions in the question, set us up for the flooding risk today, how it all kind of came together?
Oh, I've been fascinated by watching the flooding. We had a lot of flooding in Charlotte, a lot of creeks, and I saw a couple creeks come up with only 1.25 inches of rain. That's almost, I never seen that happen. The problem was everything's saturated. That 1.25 inches rain went right into the creek. Nothing soaked in. So we had several creeks flood almost instantaneously because of the 4 to 6 inches of rain we had last week. There's just, it's like a wet sponge, trying to clean up a wet table with a wet sponge. You just spreading the water around. You're not really soaking anything up. And so today we actually set a rainfall record as well. I'm glad Jared brought that up because I had to check. In Charlotte, we did set a rainfall record for today as well. 1.55 broke, or 1.64 broke the old record of 1.55 in 1981. So I think that's the 9th or 10th 1 inch or more rainfall in a day this year. I think that's a record for this early in the year as well. So yeah, last week's rain really set the table for the flooding issues today. And we're going to see a lot of the creeks and streams continue to rise in the next 24 hours because this is all running off back into the Catawba, the Rocky River, It's flowing into the PD. I bet you're going to see some pretty substantial and surprising crest on some of these rivers because people don't expect the little bit of rain we got today to cause a quick jump in water levels. And just watch any of the storms that pop up the next 2 days. They'll be more scattered, but any one of those is probably going to produce flash flooding pretty quickly.
I've been doing a lot of talking this episode. I want to just pause for a moment and see if anyone else wants to hop in so I don't steal all the questions.
I'll just say, normally with these tropical systems,
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public, stay at least 6 feet apart from others, and get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
You know, we really wring out the moisture, but it's not been too bad up this way. It's more like Brad said, along the 77 corridor onto the east, where most of the flooding has been. Last week, it was a lot of rain as well, but we didn't see as much flooding because of the breaks and things that happened. We didn't see a lot of flash flooding. So we've got lucky, but like Brad said, I think it's time to dry out for a few days. It's been awful saturated.
The good news too is this thing was moving. If it was 6 miles per hour slower, I think we would have major issues in the Charlotte area, because we started seeing the water come up real quickly right at the tail end of that last rain band. If it stuck over us a little bit longer, I think we would have a lot of water rescues and a lot of issues in Charlotte. So I think we got pretty lucky with that forward speed, almost moving 25, 30 miles an hour by the time it got up our way. I think what's interesting is one of the comments I've been getting a lot today, and I think this is always one that's kind of the public sees these early storms and they go, uh-oh, looks like a bad season. And then honestly, it doesn't really mean a whole lot for the season. I mean, we might go 2 months now without seeing another tropical system, though. I don't know. Next week in the Gulf looks kind of interesting. But I think it's one of those things, you know, these homegrown systems early in the season, stalled fronts, MCVs that are over water. This is kind of par for the course. This isn't really all that crazy. The only thing that would have me concerned, and Jared brought this up, is how warm the water is in the Gulf Stream and in the Gulf of Mexico. I think the sea surface temperatures are something I'll be watching a lot this hurricane season. But, you know, if we have a busy season and they're all fish storms, nobody's going to say anything about these later on in the season.
And we'll remind folks that last week the Hurricane Center came out with their outlook for the season, and it was kind of at or above normal range.
Yeah, it looked a lot like last season. Honestly, when you look at the numbers, it's almost like a regurgitation of last season's exact numbers we got. So, those above the seasonal forecasts get a lot of publicity, and there is some skill in them. Some of the forecasters do an amazing job, but the thing I always caution the public is the number of storms does not mean anything to you. One storm hitting you is a bad season. So I always bring up 1992, Hurricane Andrew, first storm of the season, one of the worst storms in U.S. history, the A storm. I think we ended up with 7 total named storms the entire season. But everyone will remember that season for Andrew. They won't. No one's going to go, 1992 was a great hurricane season. We only had 7 storms, you know. So the number isn't always important. It's the 2 or 3 that end up affecting you that really defines the season, in my opinion.
Brad, let me ask you a non-hurricane question, a lifestyle question for Charlotte and I think beyond. It's been raining so much lately, I haven't been able to get out and cut my lawn, tend to the garden.
Oh,
when am I going to be able to do that?
I think this weekend, this cold front, you know, I think this, if we didn't have all this rain and all this other stuff going on, we'd be talking a lot about this cold front in early June. I mean, it's going to, Monday and Tuesday, we're going to be in the low to mid 70s in Charlotte, morning lows in the 50s. That's the first 2 days of June. And dew points in the 40s, that's like heaven. So it is interesting to see that after this rainy pattern, we're going to get this great treat of weather to kick off the meteorological summer. So people will get the chance to mow their lawn and let their yard dry out. I've been pretty happy because my lawn looks amazing this year.
If you do say so yourself.
Yeah, we got so warm so early. I was able to get the fescue like in shape, and then getting rain. I haven't turned my irrigation on once. It's been amazing. The problem is just getting out in the yard to work on it. It's just been so wet. And if you're trying to do a garden, it's been tough. Your plants are getting drowned out. So this weekend things dry out, and next week looks a lot better, and we get back to typical summer weather. It looks like by the end of next week. I think pools will start opening, and now that we're getting to phase 2 of the reopening as well, I think people kind of want it to warm up and dry out so they can enjoy some of those summer activities.
Scotty, we had a big NASCAR race kick off this past weekend in Charlotte. They got in the Coca-Cola 600. It went to overtime after a long weather delay, but there's still some more races they're trying to get in, right? Can you give us a weather sports update?
Can you see the bags under my eyes? I mean, it's been a long couple of days. We had rain for the Coca-Cola 600, made it the longest race, 607 miles. I think it was almost a 6-hour race with that hour and about 15-minute rain delay. Tuesday and Wednesday, we got off without a hitch. Tonight, tonight we had rain ending around the 8 o'clock start time, but the problem was it's going to take about 2.5, 3 hours to dry the track with all the humidity around. So that would be a start time of about 11:30, and that's just not the best for folks who are wanting to watch on TV. So we're going to try again tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. out at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Weather looks good unless we get one of those pop-up thunderstorms around the area. So I'll be watching for some storms in the vicinity. Hopefully they all stay away from the track and we can get this race in, because they turn around in their shops on Friday and they head to Bristol, Tennessee on Sunday and Monday for this very condensed every other day, it seems like, racing right now for NASCAR to get called back up from all the missed races.
It's like the baseball schedule, but for NASCAR.
It is. I mean, and I was on a chat with the team out at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and they were all just dragging because it's long days. Teams come in early in the morning. They have to go through all the COVID screenings, and just makes for a very long day out the track, and then you have to deal with the rain. So I know they are ready for it to clear out and get the racing back underway. So, yeah, we'll try again tomorrow night.
Scotty, I think I was cracking up. We do a lot with NASCAR, and it's just so funny. We're going to cram all these races in the Carolinas in a 2-week period, and the 2 weeks we have it's like the wettest 2 weeks of the entire spring.
It's funny. One of the folks we work with at the track, Brad, they said maybe this is God telling us we shouldn't have started this early.
I mean, it all made sense to have all these races regionally, but it's like, what a horrible time. It's like we've been just getting soaked and washed out. I did want to tell you one thing about Bertha, guys. I was just looking something up real quickly because I was thinking about it. The accumulated cyclone energy for Bertha. Look at this chart. The named storm day for Bertha was only half a day. I believe that is going to be a record for the shortest duration name. And 0.4 accumulated cyclone energy. So if you look at the chart here, it shows observed versus climatology. Even though we've had 2 early season storms, it's barely above climatology. So I've always liked looking at this metric because if you're not familiar with this metric, it basically shows intensity of storm and duration of storm. It comes up with a calculation called accumulated cyclone, or ACE. And I think it's a really good metric for trying to see how active a hurricane season is. So even though we've had 2 storms, you can see it's kind of accumulated cyclone energy of almost nothing.
I was just looking because I had lost track of it, and I was like, is it still a depression? It is still a depression right now, because I was like, I wonder how long it's going to actually hold on to this Bertha name. But I guess
one of the naming regimes for the Hurricane Center, once a storm is downgraded to a depression, it keeps the name even as a depression until it becomes a remnant low. So it will be Tropical Depression Bertha, and probably till at 2 a.m. I bet the 2 a.m. advisory tonight it'll get dumped, if not earlier, maybe 11.
It's still in there. Let's see. Yeah, 2 a.m. Thursday, it's still a tropical cyclone as a depression. And then 2 p.m. Thursday, if we're just looking at the cone mile markers, it's post-tropical depression Bertha somewhere over Pennsylvania, just to keep us on our toes. So we'll see. Brad, thank you for your time. I know your day's been very busy. Your week's been very busy. One last plug for Weather School. You got a couple more days of that left, right?
Yeah, 2 more days of Weather School. We will have, I believe if my numbers are correct, without our glitches, I think exactly 60 episodes of Weather School
DVD
since
box
the beginning of March. That's pretty impressive that we've been able to do that every single day at 1 o'clock. We've done a weather segment online live and on YouTube. So 2 more days of the school year. I will be happy. I love doing them, but I'll be honest with you, it's made for some long days. Especially when you have to get up and start at 11 o'clock producing this thing and get your day rolling, and then try to teach 2 kids in your house their homeschooling as well. So it's been an interesting process. I love it, but I love the fact that it's all online, James. That's the great thing about it, is that archive is there now, and people can go back and use these. They're evergreen. They're going to be able to go back, and that playlist is on the WCNC's YouTube channel. and you can go watch them and use them for lessons in the fall, next spring, whenever. They're always going to be there. So that's the cool thing about it.
Absolutely. Do want to acknowledge you guys have been working real hard on those. You've been doing some long days because you've still got television due until 11:35 at night. But yeah, WCNC.com/weather school will take you over to that playlist, and they'll live there forever. And so a lot of hard work, and now you've got this great archive that folks can utilize at any point. We'll let folks know that, as always, you can check out the Carolina Weather Group podcast, the audio version of the podcast on Spotify or on Apple Podcasts. If you're on Apple Podcasts, we'd love for you to leave us a rating and a review. It certainly does help. You can always watch the show live when we do these roundtable discussions by joining into the conversation on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, Twitch. And as I mentioned earlier, we're experimenting with a new nonstop channel called the Carolina Weather Net on YouTube. So you may see episodes just like this one repeating at a future time in a wheel. We will be back on all of our streaming platforms this weekend for the launch of SpaceX Demo 2. And we leave you tonight with some sound from astronaut Christina Cook. She spent almost a year aboard that International Space Station starting in 2019, and she is a graduate of NC State, and she had this to say about the mission, and she spoke earlier today with NASA TV.
Thank you, Marina. I now have the distinct pleasure of being joined by one of NASA's record-setting astronauts and a recent resident aboard the International Space Station, Christina Cook. Christina, thanks for joining us.
Great to be with you, Dan.
Christina, we're coming up on 20 years of continuous human presence on the space station, and you were one of those humans. What's it like to see a new milestone like this launch unfold after so much history already?
So much history indeed. It is really just such a testament to NASA. Not only are we pushing the boundaries of knowledge and discovery and exploration, but we're pushing the boundaries on how we accomplish that mission. We're bringing in commercial partners. We're fostering a space economy. So we're making sure that we're always pushing forward, always taking that next step. I think it's such a privilege to be part of an organization that recognizes if we're not actually making steps and innovating every single time we do this, then we're not truly answering humanity's call to explore and to push those boundaries.
Christina, I know Bob and Doug are veterans themselves, but what advice do you have for Bob and Doug, given your experience as a long-duration station crew member?
Well, being able to live on board the International Space Station and work there is just such a privilege. You know, you're a steward of this amazing laboratory that's bringing so many benefits down to Earth and also learning how we can push farther into the universe. So it is quite an honor, and I think that's the main thing about how it feels to be up there for a long duration. You know, in terms of advice, Bob and Doug have been great mentors for me. They've given me advice for so many years. It's strange to be the one who could be in a position to offer them anything. But I would say that as, you know, shuttle flyers, they used to participate in missions that were really, really intense, go, go, go all the time. Long duration space flight is more of a marathon than a sprint. So I would tell them to take that moment, enjoy it, and, you know, really welcome the opportunity to have part of your mission be taking it all in and sharing that with the people that got you there.
Thanks again, Christina. Always a pleasure to hear from you and fantastic words. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Welcome, everyone, to the Carolina Weather Group. We continue part 2 with the Weather Channel's Jim Cantore.
So I think to talk to you, Jim, and not bring up the famous commercial of you going to the beach and playing beach volleyball and going to different places, and the crowds run away from you, and you're like, "What? I'm just here to go to the beach," which, you know, is an amazing commercial. I think it's a fun kind of
that was pretty brilliant.
pastime for all of us. So kind of in the sense of that commercial and kind of how we know you, how are the actual kind of emotions and reactions of communities when you do show up and they do see you? Is there sometimes some mixed emotions, or is it usually kind of just people are excited to be meeting you and in an area that is going to be on TV, or is it more of a thing where people are kind of sometimes a little bummed?
No, it's both. To be honest with you, Dan, and it's really both because, I mean, obviously during hurricane season when I show up, it's not going to be good. I mean, the good news with Sally, I'm like, don't worry, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be moving after my shots. We've been moving every day, so this is no different. Till we finally wound up in Pensacola, but some people are still excited to come out. Their town's getting some attention. I've been doing this a while now, so people have kind of grown up, just kind of getting used to, if there's going to be a big weather story, Jim's more than likely going to come to town. So if it like I've always said, if it creates the awareness and it has people react in a way that they protect themselves and their family, then great, mission accomplished. So I still kind of get both ends of the spectrum. I mean, I told you one time, I can't remember which storm it was, but I think I was going to North Carolina. I mean, this lady literally, she saw me on the plane. She hollered at me. She told me it was my fault in front of everybody on the plane. I was just like, okay. But yeah, so you run the gamut. That was probably the most extreme right there.
And there's whole, I'm sure you've probably seen them or ran across them, but there's Facebook groups devoted to Where's Jim Cantore? I don't know if you've seen that, but there's a
Facebook page, right?
That's right. And they post pictures of what they think is you, what certain like storm chaser cars or weather channel cars. And they'll say, he's now been spotted at Sunset Beach. And then, it's got hundreds and thousands of members.
So for the record, guys, do you know how many bald, short Italian men exist in this world? A lot. And I'm just one of them. Okay, so yeah, I get spotted a lot in places. I'm like, and I sometimes I read those in my Twitter, and I'm just like, I'm sitting right here at my house looking at this, and who is playing me, or who do they think is me? So it's cool. I mean, in a way, it's kind of cool because I never in my wildest dreams thought that a guy that just wanted to get the forecast right would be, somebody who developed a Facebook page for. So, I mean, it's kind of fun when I can play along, I will. But, like I said, at the end of the day, if it helps people get ready and creates an awareness, then mission accomplished. Mission accomplished.
All the memes that come out of that. I'll read you one. I sent
the memes. Oh, my God.
Oh, man. The one that I thought was kind of funny, I sent this directly to you because it was right in the middle, right when the COVID was just, the fear was so high at one point. And I said, if Southerners don't seem too worried about this coronavirus still, it's because we have been conditioned to believe that we likely don't need to be concerned unless or until this man shows up. And it has a picture of you. So.
I mean, yeah, they seem to get better every year. So it's like I said, it's very humbling. It's nice to be a meme.
I like your attitude. I like your attitude on it a lot. I mean, the idea is if you can bring attention in a positive light to the storm, then you're doing a good thing no matter what, and that's great.
It's really weird. Bobby Labonte is a friend of mine, and I remember when he was telling me a story about the ESPYs, where he was in the back room with Tiger Woods, and he was, they were both just kind of like, "Are you here for this?" "Yeah, we're here for this." I mean, when you don't really want to be in the limelight. Sometimes when you're in the limelight, you don't really want to be in the limelight. It's not what you strive for. It's not. You don't wake up in the morning and say, "Oh gosh, what can I do to make myself more in the limelight today?" I mean, that's just really not. I mean, Bobby is a fantastic race car driver. He won a championship. That's all he wanted to do. Tiger is a phenomenal golfer. All he wants to do is play excellent golf. And now, as you saw from this weekend, his son can play pretty good as well. It's just I think that the true professionals, the notoriety that comes along with them is just kind of an after effect. But I do think you also have to embrace it. You can't ignore it. You have to embrace it, because I'll never forget the time as a kid I got a chance to meet Reggie Jackson. As you guys know, I'm a huge Yankees fan. And I got a chance to get an autograph from him. I stood in line just like everybody else. They used to have this big thing in Atlanta called the Super Show, which was everything and anything to do with sports. And I was like, oh my gosh, Reggie's signing for Upper Deck. I got to go get Reggie. So I had my baseball and I stood in line just like everybody else. So when I finally got up there, which was, probably 45 minutes, I was like, oh my gosh, I handed my baseball. I said, Mr. Jackson, what a pleasure to meet you. I mean, you've been you've just been my hero. You took the Yankees to a world championship. And he turns around and looks at his publicist or whatever. He goes, hey, how much time we got left here? 15 minutes. All right, here you go. And he handed the ball to me. It was just kind of, I don't know. It just kind of left a sour taste in my mouth. I just never forgot it. And I'm not Reggie Jackson, but the people that want to meet you and want to come out and talk to you, I think you owe them a little bit of your time because you've been given this gift and it's there to share. And that's really how I feel about it. But I'll never forget that experience, and I always go back to it. And look I can't say that Reggie didn't have another thing to do. I can't blame him for that, but I just never forgot that reaction, how disappointed I was. Now, if I'm out to dinner with my girlfriend or if I'm with my kids and we're talking and having a good time, and if you want to come up and talk about climate change or what we should do about NextRad, I'm like, hey, can we save this for another time? Pick your times when you approach people. That would be my best advice to other folks out there. But I'm happy to talk to you. I am a true weather geek. I love talking about it. I'll give you my opinion. Sometimes it's going to be good. Sometimes it's going to be bad. Sometimes it's going to be right. Sometimes it's going to be wrong. But that's me in a nutshell.
Speaking of NextRad, could you talk to those folks in Washington and get us a radar in Charlotte?
Yeah, I mean, I look if we wait around for phased array, we're gonna have more tornadoes missed. We're gonna have more gaps. They told us not to really talk about this, but now that I'm on with you guys, let's fill the holes. Let's fill the gaps. Long overdue. I mean, we got a nice system down now, and I know this data needs a lot of maintenance, and it's very, very expensive. And if that's the case, then come up with a great new phased array, and let's roll that out. Let's just roll out phased array. But until we get there, let's fix the stuff that we got. Maybe add a few mobile radars here and there to fill in the gaps, especially when you're talking about large metropolitan areas and cities. I mean, at this point, the NWS radar, the guys that are operating the radar and monitoring the radar, they know where the gaps are. They've been doing it for years. I mean, it's not like they're just coming out with this out of nowhere. So, yeah, I'm pro filling the gaps all the way. Do it. It's long overdue, guys. It's long overdue.
So I have just one follow-up question here about how you deliver your message and the best way you can kind of connect with your viewers and stuff. So really in a perfect world of your day-to-day, big storm comes around or whatnot, would you rather spend more time actually kind of doing on-camera storm action coverage where you're in the heart of the storm, or would you rather spend more time kind of, in some instances, being from a safe location where you can spend better time broadcasting, have clearer messages, and work more on the communication side?
So studio versus non-studio, I think that's what you're asking me, right? I like a mix. I've got to have a blend because I still need, like when I was told I was going to go out to the snow the other day, I was like elated because A, it wasn't a hurricane, and B, it was just, I just love getting out in it because here you are, you spend all this time looking at model data and this, that, and the other thing and reading this and reading that, but you to go out and experience it and then to kind of bring it home to the viewers, that's the win. That's the home run. I don't want to live in the field and I don't want to live in the studio. I got to have a blend of both, and hopefully I'll be able to carry that to the end of the career. But it is getting exhausting out there. I won't lie. When you go through an eye wall, guys, and then you got to get up the next morning and do it, kind of tell everybody what happened. It's tiring. And the adrenaline takes you through the event. And then after that, the tiredness and the lack of adrenaline, I mean, you got to find it from somewhere else, but you still got to put together two words in a sentence. So that's how that's going. What's going on, Pete?
Hey, what's going on, Jim? How you doing?
Good, man.
So, to kind of piggyback off of that question, take us through your workday at the Weather Channel, from when you wake up to when you leave the Weather Channel for the day.
So AMHQ is the show I'm on, 7 to 10 in the morning. Get up about 4:15, come down to this very computer that I'm on, jump on it, see what's going on. Like I said, Twitter's nice not only for us to communicate with each other in the enterprise, but also it kind of helps me centrally get my thoughts together. What do I really want to say about this? What do I think about it? And I can put it down right there and go from there, because more than likely I'm going to be talking about one or more of those things when I get to the Weather Channel. So, I'll get in about an hour before my show.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Put my mic on, go meet with my weather producer, talk about any interviews that are coming up with my show producer, and boom, here we go for 3 hours. Strap in and enjoy the ride. And be ready for whatever Stephanie has to throw at you, because it's usually something you didn't expect. But it's great. She makes it fun. She really does. She makes the whole 3 hours go by. I mean, when her, Jen, and I aren't there together, it's definitely different. And that's not to say other people aren't talented, because I mean, Felicia and Tevin and Jordan and Chris, those guys are all incredibly talented. But it's just we've been working together so long now. We kind of got this little routine. We kind of know each other's quirks and things like that. So it's very fun. After the show, we have a meeting at 10:30. A call in, kind of talk about the evening show, Mike's show, Bettis' show, and then what's going to happen the next morning, who we may have as guests and things like that. And that is my day.
And tell us, like, behind the scenes, who's in the studio during the show, and how many people are working on the show every day.
So in the studio, it's either 2 or 3 talent. Sometimes they'll have somebody from home, like if Steph or Jen are on the road and they just get back, they will have them home for a couple of days. Again, this is all about a part of the COVID thing. It's been weird. I've actually been lucky, because when I've come back from the field, it's been a Friday. So I just go into my weekend and I just come back into the studio. I think I'm the only guy who doesn't have a home studio. I said, look, I will come in. I have no problem in coming in. They have me in this area where nobody's around. I have my own desk. It's literally yards and yards away from anybody else. So I'm nowhere near anybody. And it's literally as soon as you walk in the door. There's a couple floor directors, 2 weather producers in the studio, but we're all spread apart. I mean, that studio that we have downstairs that we're doing the immersive reality on is huge. It's kind of like a half a gym, if that gives you an idea of the size. So ceiling wise and width wise. So we just have everybody spaced out perfectly. And, a lot of the cameras are run from inside the production booth, so they can run those from upstairs with the joystick. So we don't need people down there moving cameras, even though sometimes you have to move some of the cameras. It's really the jib operator who's got to move this big jib and this big teleprompter so that we're out on the new augmented reality set. That's got to be there for you. But let me tell you something, guys. As you get older, that prompter doesn't change size. It's still the same old TV, 15-inch TV. So you're kind of like, why is that thing way far away? Why can't I see that? It doesn't get any easier to read, is my point. So that's really been the biggest change. A lot more reading versus just ad lib, especially with video and stuff like that. And you're kind of bridging different things together. That's what it looks like in the studio. It's cool. It's really cool. I enjoy it. I really do. Guys, it's still a thrill to get up in the morning and go to work every day. It is. And I don't even consider it a job. It's still fun. It's still fun to look at the weather and get it right. It really is.
That immersive reality technology that you were talking about, I know we discussed it last year, but 12 months later, I'm still fascinated by it, as many others are. Tell us about some of the challenges of working with a piece of technology that's maybe new.
Well, so remember I just said this is like the size of a small basketball court, or half a basketball court. So with prompters way over here and monitors way over there that can't get close to you. some of the data on the graphics is really hard to read. So when we walk along and we see those little candlesticks there with the high and the low and the precip, one of them looks like a little crystal ball. So I can't see those numbers unless I'm looking at a monitor. And sometimes that monitor is just far enough away where I can't quite read that number. So if I don't preview those graphics first, it's definitely an beep moment out there and sometimes I'll turn the wrong way because you're so far away, you forget which side it's actually on in the real world. So it still takes some getting used to, and I'm absolutely not as comfortable as I am with a telestrator and a monitor in front of me or right next to me where I can touch it. So I'm out in no man's land, really.
Well, another one of the neat things you've been a part of at the Weather Channel is the local on the 8s. Your voice is on there. Tell us a little bit about that process and how cool it is to be that person.
So local on the 8s. Oh my gosh, when did I do that now? Maybe 10 years ago. But it took about 18 hours to record all. I mean, you have to record each number. There's different phrases that are coded. And so they put those codes together based on the forecast, right? And so partly cloudy will come up with winds increasing to 25 miles per hour. Those are two different things that I would record. I don't record all that in one thing. But so I thought, oh my gosh, so I get a chance to do this now. I'm going to be fancy with it. I'm going to like, if it's 108 degrees, I'm going to like really, it's 108 degrees. Heat index, 108. Wind chill, minus 55. So I went through and I did all that. And, that was about 3 hours worth of recording. And so then they got back to me and said, Jim, you can't really do that. You need to be kind of monotone here because we're going to marry all these different phrases and words and numbers together based on code. And you can't like be way up here and then but winds will be calm. Winds are 0 to 10 miles an hour. So it just won't sound right. So you need to be so I had to go and record all that again. But so much for trying to be different, right? So that's the story behind your local forecast. Well, and it's crazy, dude, because when I here I am with my mask going through an airport, and somebody will look at me, and they'll be like, "I know who you are. I know I recognize that voice, and I know it's from the local forecast." So not even being able to see my face, just from the local forecast, I get recognized now. It's crazy.
Well, it sure sounds a lot better than it used to before that.
Yeah, well, it's HD. It's got a little bit more resonance to it, reverb to it. Yeah, it's not the National Weather Service radio, that's for sure.
Well, Jim, I had a question about what it's like to do your road trips. You've already talked about this a good bit, and we know that no two road trips are alike for sure, especially when some go to severe weather events, some go to hurricanes, some go to winter storms. Right. But what is a typical road trip like for you? What's the advanced planning like? What's it
Frank,
like to actually cover it?
Yeah, the hardest thing for me is that I want the ball when the game's on the line. Okay, so what that means is in the morning before I travel, I don't talk about it, but that becomes a very long day. Okay, because you're up early, you're in doing your thing, and then you've got to go home. You either have to pack if you hadn't the night before, and then travel to the airport and go through that whole rigmarole, and then get to your location. And like I told you guys earlier about the logistics, you got to make sure all those logistics line up. I mean, if that's going to be your spot that you're going to broadcast from, is your cameraman going to be dry? Are you going to be able to be out in the worst of it without drowning yourself and your vehicles and things like that? All those things come into play. And so now here we are at 6 o'clock at night after starting at 4:15 in the morning without stopping. And it just becomes an incredibly long day. So when it's just a travel day, which is rare, it's like getting ready for the game. You got to pack, you got to have the equipment, you got to execute when you get out there. So you just kind of gradually ramp up and get to your location. And there is kind of between all of our teams out there, like, okay, who's going to get the best location? Who's going to be able to get the best shot? And so there's a little bit of that sportsmanship going on out there between us meteorologists. And I mean, we all want the best shot. We all want, the best TV for people. We don't want to have something happen to anybody or happen to us. That's not what I'm saying. But we want to have the best looking shot out there. But you just don't show up and that happens. There's a lot of logistics that go involved in that. You got to talk to the hotel managers. You got to make sure that you can actually broadcast here. Can we open this door during the storm? Can we get this AC power plugged in? Those kind of things. Can we get this room on this side of the hotel? Blah, blah. All those kind of things come into play. And if you've worked the morning and it's like, let's say it's a Thursday and you've been doing this all week, you're pretty tired by the time you roll into Friday, and you're going to work the weekend because that's when, the storm's coming in. So let's see what, I think I pulled 14 days was the longest stretch, 14 or 15 days this year. It was a long stretch.
And how much downtime do you need to rest after something like that?
Well, that depends on who's out and who's not. I mean, we're pretty much running a lean, mean fighting machine right now. And if somebody's they do a great job of honoring PTO and vacation time here. And if somebody's off, sometimes I got to come back the next day, and it's tough. That sometimes winds up being the toughest day of all, is the day you got to come back in studio. The adrenaline's gone. You still have memories of what just happened and the hardship out there that was produced by a hurricane or a tornado. And you gotta find a way, man. You got to find a way to ramp it up, because as Al Roker always tells everybody, he goes, the worst thing in TV you could ever do is be boring. That's the worst thing you can ever do on TV is be boring.
Absolutely. Your passion has to come out no matter what.
Yep.
So, Jim, you started at the Weather Channel right out of school. So tell us how you got the job and talk about the demo tape you sent in.
Well, I never even sent it in.
Oh.
So that's I never applied to the Weather Channel. The guy who was in charge at the time, his name's Ray Bann. A friend of his apparently was doing a research project. They were researching where broadcast meteorologists were coming from. So there was a whole bunch of schools with this big reel of all these different broadcast meteorologists. So Linden and Penn State and Florida State and Mississippi State. And I was on that reel for whatever reason. And so Ray was I guess he was watching that tape, or he got a hold of that tape. And he said, oh, this guy looks interesting, and they contacted me. They got a hold of me that way. And I was up, like I said, it was July. I was painting a building. I was up on a scaffolding, and my brother hollers up. He goes, hey, the Weather Channel wants to interview you. You got to go home and call them. I'm like, oh, wow. That's cool, because we had just gotten them on cable in White River Junction, Vermont, back in '86. So I remember seeing Gay Dawson and Bill Schubert and Bill Keneally and Mark Mancuso and John Hope and Will Annan and all those guys, and Bruce Edwards. So it was interesting because I went down there for an interview, and a couple of them were there. I got to meet a couple of them, and I was a little bit starstruck, frankly, because I have been watching these guys on TV, and they're doing what I want to do. So I had a great interview with Ray, and I had no idea what was going to happen. Got back, and a couple of days later he called and he says, you got the job. When can you start? Can you be down here in a week? And I said, yeah. I drive into Vermont to Atlanta. No air conditioning. It was a little Mercury Capri with a T-top. And like an idiot, I go down there during the worst heat wave in North Carolina that year. It's 106 degrees. I'm just like ready to faint. I couldn't drink enough Gatorade. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous. Instead of driving at night, like I should have done, right? Hello. Anyway, so I got my first experience with Southern heat, and I couldn't, really, for the first 4 years down there, I was like, I got to get out of here. I can't stand this heat and humidity. I was sweating when I got out of the shower. I mean, it was awful. It was awful. So finally, I got acclimated. About 7 years in, playing softball, just the honeysuckle of the southern nights, the humidity. So I really started falling in love with it. Now at 56, I'm too cold. It's too cold outside for me in Georgia right now. So I'm ready for Florida, South Florida.
Speaking of that, what's left? Well, I mean, was what's left for you to do or you want to do before you retire? I mean, it's been a great weather career at the Weather Channel, but anything left on the bucket list that you've not been able to get to yet?
Yes, there is. I've never done a blizzard in North Dakota. I've got to do one. That's the only state I haven't been in for something for the Weather Channel. So I've got to do a blizzard in North Dakota. I would love to do a Westpac typhoon. Okay, I really would. I would love to do one. Maybe do what was a hurricane in the Atlantic ramming into the UK or Ireland or something like that. I mean, that would be just to kind of experience weather in different parts of the world. Antarctica, this iceberg that's supposed to crash into the island down there. How cool would that be to broadcast live on that iceberg? Right? It's the size of Puerto Rico and it's shaped like Jamaica or something. I mean, it's crazy. Just those kind of things. I mean, I like voicing over storm stories, but I liked doing Cantore stories better. I mean, this is really I've been blessed, man. I got to see a lot of the world. I got to work with NBC Sports during the Olympics. I mean, I got to work out with Al Michaels, who also always called me Dr. Doom. I mean, it was just really cool. I've just had some really cool experiences. But honestly, I'd like my goal, God willing, is I can get 40 years in broadcasting, and that's okay. Maybe I'll be done after that. So that date would be July 15th, 2026.
So approaching that, we're almost 5 years. We had a colleague of yours on, Tom Nizzle. He has a mountain. Yeah, he has a cabin up here on Rome Mountain. So we talked to Tom a lot. So what does retirement look like for you? You going to move into the mountains? You said South Florida just a little bit ago. What's it look like after TV life?
Yeah, I mean, I love the lake. I love the mountains. It's really an extension of the area I grew up. Think about, right? It's Southern Appalachia versus Northern Appalachia. So I certainly see myself, and I'm a small town kid, guys. I'm not a big city kid by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe split where I live between Florida and North Georgia. I don't know. Maybe open a nursery. Maybe open some kind of small business. I love doing landscaping. I really do. I enjoy yard work. Maybe I won't in 5, 6, 10 years from now, but who knows? Honestly, I really don't know where it's going to take me. But I'm going to be getting up at the hours I get up and doing that 5 days a week, and sometimes, going through the weekends and working 13, 14 straight. It takes its toll on you. It really does. I'm blessed with a lot of days off as a broadcaster, more than I would think a local market has. So I'm blessed with that, but it still takes its toll on you, man. It really does. So we'll see. Nothing's in pen right now.
Well, as we near the end of this podcast episode, we always kind of want to ask a few little silly questions to finish things up and to keep it light before we call it a night. So first and foremost, we'll try some information out of you. I know that you guys probably have some fancy weather models and weather model providers at the Weather Channel, but do you have a favorite mainstream weather model site to use?
Oh, gosh. I mean, first of all, Maui's a genius, sometimes to his own detriment. I mean, but I love the two websites he's designed. Levi does a fantastic job with Tropical Tidbits. I don't know the guys that are in charge of Pivotal Weather, but I think they've done a great job. Weather Nerds, there's just so many. I mean, Weather Tap, I still go back to Weather Tap, look at the radar, especially now that they've changed the radar site. But anyway, I mean, it's still, WSI Energy Cast is still one that we can access too. So dude, it's endless. I have literally 60 tabs open. 60 tabs. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I totally get that. I think, I think probably somewhere around there, 60 to 80 bookmarks. Just
So I'm not alone here. Good. Oh, thank God.
No, and you're not alone by any means. And especially when you have hurricane updates, when we all know the madness of how often those models update. So which site you're going to is really important. So yeah, they're lined up across the top. They're just lined up, endless. I guess I'll take the second one here. And favorite weather apps. Do you have any favorites? I mean, I know all of us use Radar Scope religiously, but is that your favorite one?
That's my go-to. I mean, when everything's on the line, or if you want to see a storm that's gone tornado warned for yourself and make your own opinion on it, it's definitely Radar Scope. I actually wish I bought that company back when it was for sale, because oh my gosh, they're just doing great things. It's just consistent. It's always there for you. They're always upgrading it, always doing tweaks to it. There's different levels that you can obviously purchase, different subscriptions and things like that. So that is my absolute go-to. I love Storm. That's a good one. Anything that puts down the center point of the cone with the cities on it, I'm in favor of. Because then I get to see, where, if I'm out in the field and I'm not sitting by a computer, I can get a quick look at, okay, well, where they move, how do they move the cone with with the 11 o'clock or the 5 o'clock advisory, whatever, and I can get an idea of where I may need to position myself down the road in the eye wall.
What about weather movies? The good, the bad, the ugly in the weather movie industry. And there's probably more bad and ugly than good, but what are your favorites and least favorites?
For weather movie, my favorite tornado is still The Wizard of Oz. I won't lie. To be able to create that, as hokey as it was back in the 1930s, and have it look, like a roping out tornado in the plains, it was just amazing to me.
I feel the same way about that. I mean, it seemed like you look back and you're talking 1930s, film industry, and you're like, man, they actually did a pretty good job on that.
Right.
I mean, if they did one thing really that kind of, gave you some goosebumps, right? When you were a kid watching that. I mean, that was pretty intense.
I remember I met Bill Paxton when he did the first Twister, because they premiered it in Atlanta. And I remember seeing him again at a Kentucky Derby that I was doing for NBC Sports. And he was telling me that they were talking about a Twister 2. Now, granted, he's not around to do it, which is incredibly sad. And he was the movie, in my opinion, but that's just me. Would I like to see another Twister out there? Sure. Because when you think of how many young people it influenced to get into our enterprise and maybe have a better understanding for what we do or look into what we do, I don't think you can lose from that. So I'd love to see another Twister.
I agree. I don't think Sharknado cuts that.
No, I didn't bring that up. I'm always a glass half full kind of guy. I didn't want to bash anybody, but that was a little ridiculous.
Well, this last question, and promise it's not loaded. Do you listen to podcasts?
I'm not gonna put my career in jeopody on this answer. Right.
Exactly. Good. Do you listen to podcasts? And if you do you have a weather podcast that you enjoy listening to?
Marshall does some good stuff with our Weather Geeks podcast, and occasionally I'll listen to his stuff. Of course, you guys, come on, you're killing it right now. Jennifer Watson, and occasionally she'll jump into a weather podcast as well. Weather Brains has always been great, and I know it's nice when you know the people that you're talking to a little bit, so you kind of know what to expect. Guys, honestly, anytime that we can educate people that are either interested in meteorology or even our own people that people probably didn't know the Reggie Jackson story before I brought it up tonight, and whether that furthers your weather education or not, no, but it's just something, if you've been watching me for a good chunk of my years, you know what is behind me when people come up to me in the field, kind of how I react now. So yeah, I mean, and I think it's good for the enterprise. It's just all good. It's good to talk about things. You know what? Sometimes subjects aren't great. The radar things is a touchy subject, right? I mean, but we got to talk about it because radar save lives. Early warning save lives. We know that. So
yeah. It is. It's definitely another fun topic, just because I think I can only speak to Evan and Peter, at least on our panel right here. We are avid TikTok followers, and I've seen you appear in a few TikToks with Stephanie.
That's all Stephanie. That's all Stephanie. Trust me. That's it's funny. She goes, Cantore, just do this with me. Come on, just do it. And Steph just has a way to kind of beg you to do what she asks you to do, what she wants you to do. So you did, and I'm like, you know what? Why not? I mean, it's just like, what the hell? Yeah, I don't want to be a total bore. So I'll jump in and usually make a fool out of myself. But you know what? I'm okay with that. Yeah. I'm okay. I can still sleep at night, and it's all good. So.
All right. Well, my last question for you, and let's take weather out of it because I know you've made many trips to North and South Carolina. Yeah. Top 5 destinations to visit in the Carolinas. I mean, I know you've been in the Carolinas covering winter weather, tropical weather, but if you're just coming on vacation to North and South Carolina, what'd be your top 5 spots to visit?
Oh, man. Well, I love, first of all, Greenville. Greenville is my number one. I mean,
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the Best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
If I had to retire in Greenville, I would do it.
Yes.
Okay, Greenville, South Carolina, love it. Absolutely love everything about that city. I got a lot of good friends up there too. So they're Euphoria Festival they do every year is second to none. But behind that is Charleston. I love Charleston. It's the charm of that city, just being down in there, being in the thick of it, the history, the weather history. I mean, everything. It's just absolutely beautiful. Wilmington, I've seen them get the crap kicked out of them and come back and be this wonderful, wonderful town. I love Asheville. The Grove Park Inn. I've been there for the gingerbread contest. I mean, that is just unbelievable. It's just a beautiful historic place. The Biltmore, obviously, up there. I mean, holy cow. Gosh, where else have I been in the Carolina? I think it was Winston-Salem. Maybe, or was it Hickory? I can't remember. I got a friend that I went. They had just like refurbished the downtown. I can't remember which one it was in, which one I was in, but I thought that was a pretty cool place.
I live close to Hickory, and it's recently been redone. So
there was Hickory.
Yeah,
I was about to say,
you're kind of like, what? Where did this come from? Where did this come from? All right, who did I offend on this answer?
No,
you didn't offend anybody. You get your martial arts training here in Charleston. We all know that.
Yeah, you did great. I'm in agreement with you on Charleston. It's my favorite place to go.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And
Jay loves it too, right?
Greenville's number one. Charleston's number two. It really is that, just like that.
I tell people, I say downtown Greenville is the most underrated place to visit. It's a beautiful spot. Not a lot of people go. I mean, you can go out on a nice Friday or Saturday night and go eat dinner, welcome the river. It's a beautiful spot.
Like I said, if somebody said, all right, Jim, you have to leave Atlanta, you have to go somewhere else, where would it be? It would be Greenville, South Carolina.
I know our buddy Wes Grimes, who actually submitted a question earlier. He loved when you visited Boone a couple of years ago during the big snowstorm. And
oh my God, that was awesome.
I know Boone loves you, so if you ever make it back up there, I know you'll have a lot of folks and friends up in the Boone area. So.
By the way, the Boone stick is still around. Apparently, it's in my producer's Steve Pederak's office. I'm like, dude, you got to bring the Boone stick back out. I've never pushed so many cars out of the snow in my entire life than in Boone, North Carolina.
Well, I will tell you this, from a guy, Evan and myself, living in Western North Carolina, we definitely hope we can copy that sometime soon, because we're in our snow drought. That was the last time we had measurable snow here outside of the mountains, was that storm a couple of years ago.
It's going to be tough with La Nina, but we'll see. Especially strong, if we get a strong La Nina. But it's an active pattern, dude, and we got the negative NAO, so you may get a little bonus out of that. We'll see.
I'm afraid more ice than anything. That's my concern this year.
Yeah, that's
the models keep head faking, though. They keep wanting to bring the AO back positive again, but it keeps not happening. And
well, we all know how those forecasts go sometimes.
Right.
we've all been disappointed a few times. Look at that NAO. It's going to go so negative. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, Jim, we certainly appreciate your time. We want to wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And for those who are listening to the podcast, I'm sure they're probably following you on Twitter or on social media, but if they can't, or if they're not, how can they do that?
So at Jim Cantore is my Twitter. I don't do Facebook, but my tweets go to Facebook. At Instagram, at Jim Cantore on Instagram. That's more of my personal life than. Sometimes I'll throw some weather on there. I have been lately, but that's personal's Instagram, and weather is mostly Twitter. And that's me, man.
We appreciate your time, and thank you guys for watching tonight. Yeah. We hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you back soon here on the Carolina Weather Group.
Merry Christmas, guys. Thanks for having me.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we have joining us tonight Jim Cantore, our good friend Jim Cantore from the Weather Channel, Mr. Storm Tracker, who has been busier than ever, I believe, this year, Jim. It's been a busy year for you. Tonight, we're going to be talking about reviewing 2020 and just all the crazy things that's happened in the weather community with storms and hurricanes and how we battled it with COVID as well. So a really interesting conversation tonight that we're looking forward to. So Jim, we were just talking a little bit before we started tonight. How are you doing? It's been a busy year. Are you getting any rest here recently?
Yeah, I mean it's been good. Obviously it was quite a run in September, and then November, where we're usually just not doing much at all, was cranking up. And obviously it wasn't so much being in the field, but being in the studio, talking about the threats to Central America. But then there was Ada, where I went, and the system was far enough offshore where it didn't really affect us in Marco. And I said, guys, you sure you don't want me to stay? Because there's a chance this could be coming back toward Florida. No, I'll just come home. So Thursday morning, here we go with the hurricane watches out for Tampa, and it's like they had to fill in that one spot, right? Because it's the only spot that didn't get filled in for the whole Gulf and the whole East Coast. So yeah, with advisories this year, and so I went back out and got into Tampa, and that was the last landfall I did.
There's certainly no rest for the weary in 2020. Jim, we've started a new Patreon since we last talked to you last December, and we've allowed some of our Patreon supporters to send in questions. So tonight, we would love to go ahead and start with a few, I think 3 odds and ends questions that won't fit in anywhere, so we figured it's best to throw them here at the beginning where they don't match at all. So first and foremost, from an anonymous Patreon supporter, if you could point to a single piece of technology that has changed our field over the past 20 years, what would it be?
I mean, it's got to be numerical weather prediction. I mean, as much as they're not perfect, and trust me, I just did a snowstorm in Pennsylvania that I wish I was in Binghamton, New York for. Okay. Anyway, as much as they're not perfect, I do think that they've helped us, and they've gotten us a much better idea of what we can do with. But the list is close. I mean, you look at the upgrade to NexRad and having radars available to us, and unless they get blown out like Lake Charles did during Laura, they're obviously very, very valuable. I mean, we can see tornado signatures, and we can see the winds. I came in for the Mississippi tornadoes, the twin EF4s there. And I mean, just to see the width, here's the width of this thing. You're like scratching your head. It's like, is that right? Is that really like 1.5 miles wide or whatever? So the radar is certainly a close second. The new GOES and what we can do with GOES. There's just so many things that are available to us. And honestly, guys, social media wise, I think a lot of us are communicating with each other. A lot of us are getting to know each other better on Twitter and Facebook, especially Twitter. I really like Twitter for us because it's quick, it's to the point, and you kind of know now, if you follow certain people, where they stand and where they're going to go with what they're thinking. And I will say, for me, certainly being a veteran, to learn from you guys, from the younger generation, of stuff that I didn't go to school for, but yet I'm going to school through you. I mean, I never even heard of PV streamers before Philip Pepin talked about them many, many moons ago. So it's like, wow, that's pretty cool, and it makes sense to me. So those would be my top 4 without question.
All right, 2 more. Both of these coming from Wes Grimes, and the first one's kind of an interesting one. So, is it possible? And he said he's heard this before as maybe a wives' tale. Is it possible to forecast low temperatures overnight using the dew point in the evening if it's relatively tranquil weather?
Yeah, that's what I did in college. That's what I did at Linden, because I would get look at the dew point and what it was going to be like the night before, and I'd be like, okay, well we're going to kind of settle back down toward that, all things being equal, and it was usually within about 10 degrees of what that dew point was. So it's part of the equation. It's not all of it, but I thought it was part of the equation.
It's a neat little forecasting tip.
Yeah.
And last but not least, on a favorite topic of yours, when you go out and you go storm chasing, how do you end up in the right place at the right time?
Well, dude, sometimes it takes a lot of work. Like Sally. Oh God. So I'm like, you want me in New Orleans, but the models are trending east. I'm like, we're flying into Gulfport. We could really stay right there. So we went all the way to New Orleans because that's where they wanted me. I'm like, all right, whatever. I just do what I'm told, you know? And then we made our way back to Gulfport the next day. And I'm like, okay, well, you realize though, we'll go back to Gulfport, but it's probably going to go even farther east than that. That's what the models are trying to do. So the next day after Gulfport, we went over to Pensacola and finally kind of found a home there on the eastern side of that thing with the storm surge. But it's not easy because there's a lot of people making up their minds of where we should go and where we shouldn't go. And, you know, I appreciate the fact that they let me chime in with my opinion. It doesn't always get me far, but the most exhausting part about travel is not necessarily broadcasting for the hurricane. It's doing the morning show and then having to pack everything up and move to another location. Because once you get to that location, it's not just, okay, we're here, let's do our live shots. It's, okay, where are we logistically going to be? What's going to make the best shot? Is there going to be storm surge here? Are we safe here? Is my cameraman going to be protected throughout the live shot? So there's all these logistical things that come into play. So by this point now, it's 6 o'clock at night, and you're exhausted because you've been up since 3, and now you got to get ready to do the whole thing again the next morning. So every time we move on a day we do live shots, it just exponentially wears you out. But you know, I appreciate the fact that they do give me a say in my locations, but it is up to me to get my team in a good spot. Like where we at the Golden Nugget for, oh God, what was it? Beta? I don't even remember the damn name of the storm. What was the Mississippi one that crushed them? You guys jump in.
Delta.
Okay, Delta. I knew it was a Greek name. I just can't remember which one. So Delta. I'm like, this is going to be a great shot, because the water's going to come right in here, and this is just going to be a great shot. So that allows us to get there and really set that up and make sure we had higher ground and get our cars up there and things like that. So it takes a lot of work. What you don't see behind the scenes, I think, is just as important, if not more, than what you see on camera.
And Jim, this one's coming from me, man. I'll tell you what. This year has been interesting with the tropics. I mean, we've cleared over a third of the Greek alphabet, you know, and it's just been an unreal season. I mean, when we talk about, will we ever see something like this again? Is this going to be the norm going forward? What ingredients come into it? You know, tell us what your take is on, do you think a strong signal in La Nina was a triggering factor? Do you think our warm pool in the Atlantic has a lot to do with it? I mean, kind of give us some ideas of why you think we had such a hyperactive season. I mean, it was off the charts.
You know, if somebody would have told me we were going to have 30 storms this year, I would have been like, no, I mean, we're going to have an above average season, but that's a pretty bold forecast. I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, La Nina, you know, certainly coming in, and when it did, getting into the mid to strong range. So what that tends to do is just, you know, cut the shear, and the whole basin was warm. It was plenty of warm water. But the weirdest thing was all these rapid developers. I mean, we had all these storms that had developed either late before landfall or developed at some point over the, like Paulette and whatnot, kind of a rapid developer over the ocean and things like that. So we just had so many rapid developers this year, and that's kind of the oddity to me, because you can get certainly strong number of storms if you get a warm basin and light shear, but all of a sudden, you know, what's kicking these things into overdrive? And in some cases, at the last minute, when normally the continental shelf will weaken them, we already had a bona fide cold front come through the Gulf of Mexico and South Florida, and here's Ada. You know, now granted, I think that did weaken it as it made its approach toward the west coast of Florida, but still, to even get something. I mean, that John Hope was our tropical expert, you know, way back when, and one of his rules was, once you get that cold front through, that's it. That shuts down the Gulf. And we had a couple of storm threats after that. So, you know, I guess in 2020, the 2020 factor kind of applies here.
Yeah,
but I think it's really interesting how many rapid developers we had, and so many of them close to land. I mean, even look at Iota and Zeta down in Nicaragua. I mean, we had to wait till the last storm of the season to get the Cat 5. I mean, goodness gracious, that's crazy.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of RI this year, and what I felt was interesting is that you didn't see a lot of rapid dissipation over land. I mean, these things stayed strong over land for some time, whether it could be attributed to brown ocean effect or whatnot. But you brought up a good point. When it got wrapped up along cold front, usually when hurricanes enter into a baroclinic environment, they fall apart pretty quickly, or they get pulled up along it and stretched out. And these storms defied odds this year. Some of these just
they did. They never got like dry air intrusion. It was like they were like protected from this cocoon. And that's the other thing too. If you get a rapid developing system that comes ashore and is accelerating onshore or moving onshore, it's going to take a lot longer to wind down. I mean, you should see the mess that Zeta did in northern Georgia. I mean, there's a lot of trees down up here. A lot of trees down up here. And it reminded me of Opal back, I think was it 95? Was that Opal?
That's right.
But it kind of did, it was like one of these storms that actually was a 5, went down to a 3, but it was holding its own, and then it accelerated up in North Georgia. So it takes a while for these things to wind down, but they just cause a whole bunch of tree damage, man. It's a mess.
I think I remember seeing the power outages. It was more in Georgia than Florida, than Louisiana per se. It was like over 1 million without power in northern Georgia. So
and it kept going too. I mean, we had a lot of trees down in western North Carolina and up into Virginia too.
That's true. That's true. Once we get off hurricane duty, it's kind of hard to lose track sometimes, or it's actually easy to lose track of what actually happens after that. But it's just been amazing to me, these things as they come ashore, especially this year. Like you said, their damage path has been incredible. And even if it's a TS or a depression, I mean, something, it's like they just don't want to die. They don't want to go away. And that's the year it's been.
One more for me. I'm going to pass the baton off to Dan. And the question is, you've been to a lot of places this year. I mean, I probably wouldn't be able to remember off your memory, but give us some of the more significant places you went to experience storm chasing, whether it be hurricane or winter storm, even earlier in the year.
Well, yeah, actually, Milwaukee was the only winter storm that I did last year, which was kind of mind-boggling because they're so fixated on the Northeast coast. It's like, well, guys, what if Kansas City gets 2 inches at rush hour on a Tuesday morning? That's a big deal. Plus, they were concerned about the COVID thing and everything toward the latter part of the season. I thought that was awesome being in Milwaukee. Great city, seeing the Lake Michigan just go crazy in Milwaukee was pretty awesome. That's kind of started the year. Then we went through all the hurricanes. I went to New Orleans 4 times, and interestingly enough, New Orleans really never got a big threat. Okay, they had the one storm toward the end there that hit them pretty good, but they never really got a big threat that flooded them, and that's really the biggest issue for New Orleans. But flying there 4 times, I thought I never done that before. I think they were in the cone like 8 times or something, 7 or 8 times this year. It's just crazy. And then the snowstorm, I just went Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I knew Philly would change over. I knew they would mix. I knew we'd actually mix with sleet in Bethlehem. I just didn't know we'd get dry. The dry slotted thing is what really killed us. And then to see 4 states with 40 inches plus, I'm like, this is just absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. From a low pressure system that I don't even think broke under the 990s when it was doing its work. I mean, really? That's crazy.
I know, non-lake effect too. I mean, that was all just the low.
All-time snow in Binghamton. All-time single day. So they broke their all-time single day by almost twice as much snow. So 18 to like 31 or something. I mean, that's crazy stats, man. Crazy stats.
Speaking of some of the hurricanes this year, we want to, of course, mention Hurricane Isaias is the Carolinas' kind of biggest hurricane of the year. I was there in Wilmington myself for the storm, and you were over in Wrightsville Beach there, Jim.
Yep.
So we have a video that we want to play, and kind of the best way to describe what happened there with you. Video, says 1,000 words. So we're going to play the video and kind of just, if you could kind of tell us what happened over there in Wrightsville and kind of what you experienced.
Well, I should remind everybody of kind of the new norm in broadcasting as we're doing this. So we used to come out at the tops and bottoms of the hour, even in a hurricane, and give everybody an update on what's changed. But the new norm is like, okay, well, look, since we've got a great signal, we've got HD audio and video now, why don't you just stay out during the entire storm and take us through the whole thing? And that's kind of a recent change, in the past 3, 4, 5 years, that's kind of what's evolved. But that's a lot harder because you're literally standing in the eye wall. And granted, you're talking about something that was on the high end of Cat 1 and borderline Cat 2 strength here. It's just hard to stand out in winds that strong. And you see me struggling there. And the only other time I had to take a knee was Isaac in New Orleans, because I know we had a weather group out there. They were measuring winds like 90, 94 miles an hour through those two buildings. And this was very similar to that. And it's just hard to stand there. You're literally, guys, you go to the gym, you do squats or you do leg presses and things like that. It's hard to hold a press for that length of time. And so I just had to drop down for a second. The audio wasn't that great. You've got raindrops splatting on the hood of your jacket, so that's making it difficult to hear back at the Weather Channel. So you're just trying to put a couple of words together, a sentence together or two, to kind of get you to the next thing. And I'm just trying to remember all the facts that I know, about the storm itself. And of course, you're trying to say the name. Isa, yes. Goodness gracious. It took me about 3 days into that just to learn how to say it right. So that was a tough storm. It was, those winds were up there, 80, 90 miles per hour, coming around the side of that building. And it was just tough to stand through it. But again, it's like, take us through the eye wall. That's my job. That's what they're asking me to do. I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. The good news that, I didn't get hit by anything. The good news, the wind was essentially coming off the water, and whatever was being blown off the top of the building was being blown inland and not down at me at ground level. I probably should have had a helmet on, frankly. I definitely should have had a helmet on for that storm.
Well, Jim, we've all faced the coronavirus pandemic. Yeah, I know, 2020. So how has this pandemic affect your job?
Well, first of all, you got to wear a mask everywhere you go. And, people still come out and want to meet you and take pictures with you and things like that. And, my producers Steve Pederak has had to police that the entire summer. It's where people get so excited about taking a picture for whatever reason. I don't know why, but they do. And then they're like, well, you got to stay 6 feet apart. We got to stay 6 feet apart. And I got to put my mask up and things like that. Sometimes somebody will come around the corner. You don't have your mask on. You're just taking a breath, looking at weather data, and they'll just grab a picture without saying anything to you. And then management gets upset with you. So that a lot of that to tell people to kind of like, well, take a picture with me, but you got to move away. You got to stay 6 feet away. But I get it. I totally get it. And we played by the rules as best as we could the entire summer and even into this first winter storm that we've dealt with. But that certainly made it more difficult. You got to get more rations because restaurants and things aren't opening. They're closing down a lot earlier. Some of them never even are open. So we got to make sure we can eat for 3, 4, 5, 6 days. We know we're going to lose power, so it's going to be hot in the rooms and things like that. You just got to the pre-planning was a lot different. We had to make sure everything was buttoned up in terms of being able to eat, being able to follow the COVID guidelines. Remind people that, look, at the shelter that you went to last time may not be the one that you go to this time because they're only taking half the people. All right. You may have to go and be bused farther north. And people that were in the surge zone, it was like, how do you convince people?
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
You evacuate. I know this shelter. I've been there before. It's okay. But now I really don't really feel like going on a bus and being shipped to northern Mississippi or northern Louisiana to get out of harm's way. So that took some convincing for folks. But I think the fact that if there was one good thing, if you can call this good, the fact that Louisiana and Mississippi were kind of in the bullseye and were dealing with this so many times, they kind of had the system down. So they just put it back in motion every time we got a new storm. So we didn't have to test so many different areas. That area dealt with some of the worst storms, but they really had it down.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Wow, nice.
That's the one silver line.
Well, Jim, we're talking about COVID, and I think pre-COVID, this has lost, in my opinion, a lot of attention. And I guess, with as crazy the years has been, but we had a pretty active early spring severe weather season. March 3rd, 4th, as COVID was starting to happen, we had an EF4 tornado that just went right through downtown Nashville.
Yep.
I mean, it was one of the eeriest video. I mean, it was, I think, one of the most captured videos on Twitter. With that, we also had severe weather here in the Carolinas, where downtown Charlotte, EF2, I believe, that went through just south of town. So, copied with a month later, the Easter outbreak, where we had an EF4, and of all places, South Carolina. I mean, it was a pretty crazy severe weather season, and then I guess you kind of capped that off with the derecho in Iowa. I mean, what was your thoughts on any of those events that kind of stood out to you?
I mean, the record for billion-dollar disasters stands at 16, but that's going to be broken this year. Okay, we are going to have more than 20 billion-dollar disasters. I don't know if it's going to be 21, 22, 23. I'm not sure, but that's just. I mean, this was just an off-the-charts year for big weather. And you're right, it was everything. It was the severe, with the tornado outbreaks, especially in metropolitan areas. It was the number of hurricanes that we had. It just the fires. We haven't even touched on the fires out west. I mean, goodness gracious, just again, and there was no stopping it. It literally started at the beginning of the year and just kept on going. And La Nina, as you guys know, especially in the Southwest, does not favor big rainfall. So, you wonder what next year brings once we get into spring and spring bloom, and that starts to dry out, right? So yeah, it's crazy. And I mean, look at the drought growing right now. If you take a look at the drought monitor, it's almost kind of scary seeing it kind of creep out of the Southwest into the central United States and the northern, Omaha. You're not really thinking about Omaha being dry, but they're starting to dry out a little bit. So drought's going to come into play big time as we get into 2021. That's going to be a big player, I think, for a lot of people. But yeah, it was just nonstop, man. I mean, and it would be easy to just say, okay, well, because of COVID, everything was exacerbated. No, no, we had 30 hurricanes. Okay, we had tornadoes hitting big cities, and I mean, it just literally lined up right with each other. And we just had an epic nor'easter, like I said, that dumped 40 plus inches of snow over 4 states, which wasn't one of these things. We saw it early. We knew there was going to be something, but in terms of nailing it down as to just how big this was going to be over the interior of New York and Pennsylvania and New Hampshire and Vermont, we didn't know that until it was really day of.
And I guess it's a sore topic for some, but it's something that really needs to be addressed. I think we can contribute the climate change, global warming, to some of these bigger events that's taken place. I mean, they're only getting worse, and the climate the climate continues to warm. So I mean, it seems like they're going hand in hand. I mean, what's your?
Yeah, I mean, it's time to accept it. It's time to accept we have a warmer planet. We have warmer water as a result of that, which helped us obviously crank out 30 hurricanes, 30 named storms this year. And honestly, I just like we like to operate at 98.6, the planet likes to operate at a comfy temperature. And when you thrust something that's uncomfortable to it into it, then it's going to react. extremes breed extremes, and I think we're seeing that. So, I mean, here it is. I mean, now that saying that we're not going to have 30 hurricanes every year, we're not going to burn 5 million acres in California every year, but I think these are the kind of things that we can expect, and you kind of wonder what's next, right? I mean, when we come out of this drought that we may get into here, do we flood everywhere? I mean, you wonder if you're just going to flood everywhere to get out of it, because it's always like yin and yang. But it's happening like one right after the other. It's almost like you go from drought to deluge, or deluge to drought. It's just crazy.
Another thing to tie on to that, as of this taping, December 22nd, the Carolinas, Greensboro, North Carolina, is 1.2 inches, I believe, from being the wettest season on record. So the opposite of the dryness, the drought. And quite frankly, we've not really had a major tropical system that's moved through the area that's dumped 6, 8, 10 inches of rain that we can see from landfalling tropical systems.
So think about that. As dry as it is over a huge chunk of the West, and now building into the central U.S., the Southeast and the Florida has been absolutely soaked. And, the Northeast is probably going to come out of drought before we end 2020. When you count the snow and the rain they're about to have with this next system on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, I mean, they're probably going to come out of drought. And that was getting to exceptional. You start depleting reservoirs in the Northeast with that population concentration, and that's a really big deal. Okay, they've always kind of come out of it recently, but there's a lot of people up there that depend on reservoirs and water. So you dry it out up there in an extreme level, and it's bad. So they got lucky. But they just literally, once we got into fall, boom, all of a sudden we just started erasing these droughts and starting getting some nice, tropical moisture into some of these systems that came north. So they lucked out, in my opinion.
It is actually good to see that there's been some rain and snow up there through the fall. I can tell you firsthand, it was a long,
it was also
dry
beautiful
summer
fall.
at State College.
Right, and actually it was a beautiful fall, too. So they got the best of all worlds.
Right.
Jim, we're going to transition over, speaking of wildfires, to the West. So, again, another crazy year with the 2020 wildfire season. What are your thoughts on the wildfires going along the northwest Pacific coast, like Oregon and Northern California?
Yeah, I'm glad you actually asked that question, because a lot of times it's easy to just focus on California because they had so many acres burned, right? But it was Oregon. Was it Oregon, Washington, and Colorado had like their biggest fires in each of their states?
Yeah, I think you're right.
This year, in addition to what happened in California. So yeah, really, really, really severe season. Really dry, really hot. There was, again, monsoon didn't seem to show up in the Southwest at all. So that was certainly a player in that. But yeah, man, it's crazy. I mean, not only do you get dry and hot, but these normal seasonal rains like that, like the monsoon flow that comes in, just didn't even show up again this year. And that's just crazy. A lot of us haven't experienced that. Has it happened before? I don't know. They say that California used to have, really, really long droughts. And you can see that in the tree rings and things like that. But, the fact is a lot of people have moved into the wildland interface. And there's a lot of structures in there, people's livelihoods and things like that. But but here's the deal. Knowing that we know that, we have to build to our natural disaster. We have to do a much better job of building to our natural disaster. And frankly, in some places like Barrier Islands and maybe the deep woods of the West, we don't need to move there. Let's just leave that alone. Let's leave that to nature's preserve. There's plenty of other spots to live in.
And we've also seen just phenomenal weather with dealing with fires. Like I think there was a fire NATO out in California this season, and it's just
another
crazy.
One.
Yeah,
another
right.
one. Wasn't it the campfire that they had the EF3? Do you remember that? I can't remember which fire it was, but they literally had an EF3 tornado. It's the strongest tornado in California history. And it had what would have rated probably EF2, right?
Yeah.
With this one. Yeah. So the strongest, isn't that amazing? The strongest tornadoes in California history had actually come from fire needles.
Wow.
Yeah. Using the term pyro tornado at a conference I attended.
Right.
Alex Hoon, one of the incident meteorologists out there, coined that.
Are they acknowledging that as the strongest tornado, or are they kind of putting an asterisk by that and just saying?
I'm not sure if they're calling that the strongest tornado, or whether they're had the asterisk like you said, but it certainly has been recognized as a fire generated tornado.
Right. I mean, well, there's video of it. You can see it on the radar signature. I mean, the damage.
Right.
Signified EF3 damage. I mean, I don't know what else you need, really.
I think that was the Loyalton one, right? Is that the Loyalton NATO? Fire NATO?
It
was the one with the campfire, I'm pretty sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
the camp one was the big one. That was the big one.
Right.
That was really wild. I'll say one other thing about the fires was seeing the difference in smoke. When you have your Diablo winds, your Santa Anas in California, the sagebrush, right? You have the white smoke that goes up. But further north you went, it was more peaty. So there, just the fact that fires could burn in these wet environments was a feat of itself. But you could see the different, like the greenish colored smoke and the real dark gray. It was really gnarly on satellite. It was wrapping out over the Pacific Ocean, and boy, that was intense to see.
Yeah, you're right. Some of those satellite pictures and the type of pollution that they had in San Francisco for days and days.
Right.
I got a nephew out there. He's just like, you can't even breathe. You don't even want to go outside. It was really bad. Even inside your home, you could smell the smoke. That's how bad it was. So, yeah, man, we need a break.
Yeah, that's how I'll remember it. Is just day after day of smoke covering almost the entire western half of the country.
Yeah, you remember those pictures?
There. Yeah,
remember those pictures of San Francisco, like orange?
Right.
I literally orange. That's all you can see is
an orange glow. You didn't really see sunlight. It was just an orange glow.
No, exactly. It's felt like you're on another planet.
Everyone, thank you for watching this episode of the Carolina Weather Group. Stay tuned for part 2 with Jim Cantore coming soon.
I'm James Brierton in Matthews, North Carolina. This tree, one of many that has fallen here in Matthews and across the two-state region of North Carolina and South Carolina following last Thursday's tornado outbreak. 10 tornadoes in all confirmed by the National Weather Service, who then spent Friday going out and surveying damage like this here at the playground of Matthews Elementary School. The school closed on Friday with power still out and trees like this still down. School was closed in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Now, the National Weather Service happened to be celebrating its 150th anniversary this week. We're going to be talking about that coming up. The important life-saving mission they played today was all created over a century and a half ago. But first, let's talk more about the recovery efforts here in Matthews and across the region. This tree, the EF1 tornado coming through here on Thursday, caused damage across the region. 95-mile-per-hour winds knocking down trees like this, and also, unfortunately, taking down some homes where the roofs were damaged when big trees like this fell. All in all, we had about 2 storm deaths across the region, and that's too many. But it could have been a lot worse, and that's why we're going to spend some time in this episode talking about the very important life-saving role the National Weather Service played, because none of those deaths came inside of tornado polygons, and I think that has a lot to do with the role that the National Weather Service plays, getting those warnings out on TV, on radio, to NOAA weather radios, and now to our cell phones, wireless emergency alerts, alerting people like myself that they were in the path of danger. On Thursday, I was trying to make my way to the day job at the TV station when I received one of those wireless emergency alerts on my phone. I happened to be streaming on Periscope at the time. I'm driving here on Interstate 45. As that message comes in, take a look what happens.
Just now receiving an emergency wireless alert on my phone for a new tornado warning issued until 12:45.
Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles northwest of Indian Land or over Carolyn. Impact. Flying debris will be dangerous to those.
All right, so this actually might be a problem for me. All right, ladies and gents, we might be seeking shelter here in the next little bit because I'm going to be coming right into this, and that is not my intention. As soon as this lets up a little bit, I'm going to go and look for some damage in that area. Right now, I am not moving. I am just to the south of that warning. That is where I want to stay. I do not want to be in the thick of it, but I want to be able to move quickly afterwards to take a look at what might be going on around there.
Because of that alert sent by the National Weather Service and relayed to my phone, I was able to safely pull off the road, get out of the way, let that storm pass, and then I turned north directly into where the storm had just been, continuing towards Park Road, where the storm had crossed through a neighborhood called Park Crossing. Here's a look at what I saw moments after that tornado came through and as that tornado was continuing east into Matthews. You can see we've got numerous trees down. This one, as it fell, took down a fence. We see several instances of this as we make our way through this Park Crossing neighborhood. Now, all of this damage occurred during the midday hour when a tornado-warned cell came through the neighborhood and it brought down several large pines, just like the one you're seeing right here behind me. To give you a sense of what the aftermath of storm damage smells like, it smells very heavily of pine and also sounds like chainsaws. We have another tree down here. This one just barely missing this brick home as it did kind of fall here and then continue to land, if you take another look, right across their front yard. So a very close call here for the family that lives right at the entrance of Chatham Oaks. This is inside, again, that Park Crossing Drive neighborhood. Now we are just to the west of Park Road. I was onto the east side of Park Road where the Cameron Woods neighborhood was not too long ago. Whatever came through here then immediately went through there, brought down several trees as well too. Neighbors out there trying to clear the way with chainsaws.
About 10 minutes before the trees started falling, so I was able to be here to help out.
How many trees are down besides what's behind us?
I'm not one for hyperbole, but it's countless at this point. There's trees on houses, there's a lot of roads that are blocked. We're just trying to get cleaned up so people can get through.
And also clear those storm drains, because as you can see, the rain is continuing to fall here at this hour, and so all of this water is going to need a place to run off. So you can see neighbors trying to also clear those drains as well. Back out here in the Park Crossing neighborhood, you can see this fence was no match for whatever came rolling through here a little bit earlier on, knocking down not only the wood sections of the fence, but also tearing it right from the brick pillar. The National Weather Service will be looking at damage like this and like the tree laying across the road to determine what exactly rolled through here during the height of the severe weather. The EF1 tornado that came through Mecklenburg County, not even the strongest of the storms we saw. This EF2 tornado caused damage in Gaston County near Kings Mountain, where it toppled 4 of those huge metal transmission towers that Duke Energy runs to bring power into the region. It took 150 workers this past weekend to get all of that cleaned up and back up and running.
And when they twisted and laid on the ground, I mean, it just, the structures were twisted. If you're going to look at the footing of that, you'll see where it was a twist. It wasn't a break, or it wasn't a bend, it just twisted the structures and they came down together. So it was a very severe wind that caused these structures.
From Gaston County to back here in Mecklenburg County, those were just 2 of the tornado warnings that were issued here for the greater Charlotte area. Numerous storms across the region, a lot of them in that greater Charlotte area. Joining us now from his home in Morganton, North Carolina, is Scotty Powell with a look at some of the other storms. Scotty.
One of the first tornado warnings to be issued was for Cleveland and Lincoln County. The National Weather Service was able to confirm an EF1 tornado touchdown 1 mile west of Lawndale in northern Cleveland County. The end location was 3 miles northeast of Fallston, right near the Cleveland and Lincoln County line. One of the stronger tornadoes that we saw occur on Thursday was an EF2 tornado that occurred just outside of the city of Kannapolis, North Carolina, in Cabarrus County. The tornado began just west of Interstate 85 near Lane Street. The awning of a service station was damaged. The strongest damage was found just east along Pless Road, where several homes were damaged from this tornado. This damage suggests wind speeds of 125 miles per hour. The tornado weakened as it moved east, snapping and uprooting trees as it went, and it ended in Rowan County. Again, no fatalities or injuries from this tornado. I'm Carolina Weather Group panelist Scotty Powell.
Thank you so much, Scotty. Continuing our coverage now with even more of those storm survey results from the National Weather Service. Here's Evan Fisher.
One of the first tornadoes to occur last Thursday happened in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Now, this one touched down pretty early in the day, before noon. It had a path length of 10.26 miles, so the second longest of the day, and a rating of EF1. This tornado did the most damage near the mall, just to the west, Westgate Mall in Spartanburg. As you can see here, there's a bunch of EF1 damage indicators near the mall area. However, as it tracked closer to Spartanburg, it did weaken a bit, and as it passed through downtown, there was minimal tree damage with just EF0. We had a pair of tornadoes in Stanley County, North Carolina, the first of which was pretty short-lived, only 0.4 miles long, the maximum width of 100 yards. Peak winds around 100 miles an hour, only did some minimal tree damage. However, the other one was a little bit longer with a path length of 7.3 miles, albeit discontinuous damage. But you can see here that there was damage indicators on the eastern side. And then again over here where there was a little bit more civilization. This tornado occurred just to the west of Albemarle, out in kind of a rural area. But nonetheless, this one did damage a child care center, ripping off some roofing, as well as damaging some manufactured homes with trees that fell onto these homes. This one actually had a maximum width of 1/4 mile, 400 yards, which is one of the more impressive widths of any of the tornadoes on Thursday. Moving a little bit further east, or I guess all the way to the east, we actually had one tornado up in northeastern North Carolina in Gates County. As you can see, compared to all the others, if we zoom out, the rest of the tornadoes were down here near Greenville and Charlotte and Greensboro and Raleigh. However, there was one up here in Gates County, rated an EF0. Kind of flip over to the damage survey here. Tracked about 3 miles with peak winds of 85 miles an hour. Touched down near Taylor Mill Road and Askew Road, and crossed Turner before doing some tree damage, as well as a few homes suffered damage, mainly from falling branches.
From Evan Fisher now to Tim Pounds, who joins us with a look outside a storm that crossed from Georgia into South Carolina.
Well, thanks, James. The storm team out of the Columbia, South Carolina office of the National Weather Service confirmed that an EF1 tornado touched down in southwestern Aiken County. This occurred near Vaucluse in the Springfield Church Road area near Stableview Farm. Luckily, there were no injuries or fatalities indicated with this storm, and it was a pretty short-lived storm with maximum wind speeds of 105 mile an hour. The tornado only had a path length of about 1.15 miles and a maximum width of 75 yards. Another area of concern in the Augusta area was the Savannah River. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers indicated that there was going to be a lot of extra flow from all the rain that occurred in the area, and they had opened the floodgates on the Strom-Thurmond Dam, releasing almost 30,000 cubic feet of water per second. So it was going to be a lot of water going down below the dam in the next few days. But other than that, that's about the extent of the storm report here in Augusta. James?
So had a lot of water that fell. A lot of water that fell from the sky, making it possible for big trees like this to fall in very spongy soil, but also challenging the water systems, the watersheds, the rivers, the creeks that now have to take all of that water that fell and eventually funnel it out to the Atlantic Ocean. We're watching rising waters along rivers and creeks and waterways that are now having to try to cope with all of that water. When you take a look at the debris that remains days after the tornado outbreak of last week, you have to pause and think for a moment and realize that it could have been a lot worse. But if it wasn't for the folks who tirelessly put in long hours at the National Weather Service, not only forecasting and warning about storms like this, but then spending hours and days afterwards going out into the field and looking at debris and conducting their storm surveys, well, frankly, if we didn't have the National Weather Service, we'd be in a lot of trouble. Now, the National Weather Service celebrated 150 years on Sunday. We, of course, wish them a very happy birthday. Now, we had Tom Nizzle on our program a couple weeks back. Now, Tom spent years at the National Weather Service in Buffalo, New York, before coming south to work at the Weather Channel. He now resides just across the border in Tennessee, and he's a bit of a National Weather Service buff, you could say. And he was very happy to spend some time with us to enlighten us on the history and the important role that the National Weather Service has played in its first 150 years and counting.
Tom, you got to know the National Weather Service from the inside. What does this 150th anniversary mean?
Well, I'm old. I'm not quite that old, but
Man, I look back. I had 32 years in the National Weather Service. They're celebrating their 150th anniversary.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I've been there for 1/5 of their entire history. I am old, but I'll tell you, I love going back and look at the history of a national weather service for the United States. And a lot of it has its roots back to my hometown, Buffalo, New York, which was one of the original 24 forecast offices in the U.S. when the National Weather Service, under a different name, began back in 1870. It's amazing when you think about the United States and think about the roots of weather and weather observations. My gosh, when our forefathers came here to the U.S., think about the fact that everything they did in their lives had some connection to the weather. I mean, they spent most of their time outside. It was an agrarian society. So two of our most famous weather observers and our most famous original weather people in the United States were two of my favorites, a guy by the name of Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson, right? Franklin was amazing. He was one of these Renaissance men that was interested in everything, and he was a great scientist. Franklin, by the way, was the first person to really study and chart something that's right offshore of the Carolinas, known as the Gulf Stream. That really was actually discovered in a way in a scientific basis by Ben Franklin. Franklin also took weather observations every day. How about Tom Jefferson, another Renaissance man? This guy took weather observations on a regular basis, and he shared those observations and developed a network with people that were around him. In fact, the cooperative weather observers in the United States today, their top honor that they can get is the Jeffersonian Award for them taking weather observations. So those are two of the guys that really started things off. You know, we get into the 1800s, and as the country began to expand out to the west, all right, now the beginning of the 1800s, Weather Service actually went into a national operation in 1870. So 70 years before that, the U.S. was moving out and expanding to the west, and based on Thomas Jefferson's suggestions, the Lewis and Clark expeditions, they wanted to take science observations. Most of the Army surgeons who were trained as scientists would take weather observations on a daily basis, and they would mail them back in. They would, arrive months later into places like the Smithsonian, where they would gather this information and bring all this information together, begin to plot it onto maps and try to understand this array of data that we were gathering across the country. But my gosh, none of it was timely. It took months to get that information. So you come across to about the mid-1840s, and we had this amazing invention that takes the science of meteorology and rockets it forward. And it was called the telegraph. Because once you got the telegraph, you could get this data from around the country that these surgeons were taking, and in almost real time, you could get it to one central area where that data could be compiled. You'd have the data quickly, you could analyze it, and then understand what was going on a more real-time basis. And this was all done at a place called the Smithsonian Institution. And Joseph Priestley was the guy that was there that was gathering all this information and beginning to plot weather maps. Well, we get into the Civil War, and that kind of detoured in some way the expansion of science as far as weather was concerned. But boy, the Civil War brought a lot of technical expertise and other inventions that would then help propel all of this technology and science forward. So let's get into the late 1860s now. And we're a couple of years beyond the Civil War. And the railroad transportation really wasn't coming into its own at that point. So a lot of the transportation that occurred between the inland parts of the country and getting out to the coast in the northern half of the United States occurred on the Great Lakes. There was a tremendous amount of shipping that occurred on the Great Lakes and moving not only goods and materials, but moving people and passengers around. And in 1868 and 1869, in 2 consecutive years, there were over 1,100 shipwrecks on the Great Lakes. Think about that, 1,100 shipwrecks and hundreds of fatalities on the lakes. Well, now I go into 4 cogs in the wheel that I think were most important people that were responsible for the development of a national weather service. Because of all the fatalities that were occurring on the Great Lakes, due to weather, by the way, due to severe weather, there was an amazing guy by the name of Increase Lapham, Lapham. This guy was, again, another Renaissance man. He was a geologist, and he was, at that point in Wisconsin, very interested in the weather. Again, a scientist by many, many means. He plotted weather maps, and he sent a lot of news clippings to his congressional representative about all these fatalities that were occurring on the Great Lakes. And there has to be something done to develop some type of weather warning system for these bad storms that were coming across the Great Lakes. So in 1869, I believe it was, Increase Lapham sent this letter out to his congressional representative, another second cog in the wheel by the name of Halbert Payne. And Payne took this information and introduced a resolution under Ulysses S. Grant to the United States Congress. And on February 9th of 1870, the resolution was passed to then bring into service a national weather service for the United States. And it was under the direction of the U.S. Army Signal Corps at that point. Why the Signal Corps? Well, it now brings in our third character. Our third guy that was in big responsibility and a big part of developing a national weather service was a guy who was in charge at one point for the Signal Corps in the U.S. His name was General Albert Meyer. And Meyer has a connection to my hometown of Buffalo, New York. But Meyer actually developed a signaling system during the Civil War of using flags to send signals between military installations. And this signaling system, or wigwag system, was in play, and it was in place during all of the Civil War. Meyer was an amazing character because he had a great military background. He had the ability to organize, and he also was in charge of this signaling system that they were using at that time. And so when Ulysses S. Grant signed the orders to bring into law a national weather service across the United States, Albert Meyer was brought in as the first head of the National Weather Service. And Meyer then brings in the fourth cog in the wheel, the guy that really made this happen from a scientific point of view. His name was Cleveland Abbey, and this guy was a scientist by every stretch of the word. He is the person who first began to issue forecasts, actual weather forecasts across the eastern part of the United States, and he had a tremendous, tremendous science background. And when he came into that first beginnings of the National Weather Service, it was Cleveland Abbey who introduced science, who introduced coursework, who introduced the theory of meteorology and the science of meteorology to those employees who were hired to man the 24 original offices across the United States. It was really, really a fascinating time. And from there, the ability to bring in weather data and weather observations led very, very quickly to production of weather forecasts. Within a couple of years of the formation of the Weather Service, these daily forecasts were something that everybody asked for. People understanding that they might not be all that accurate all of the time, they weren't able to do the kind of detailed forecasting that we can do these days, but they had an understanding of the basic concept, in most cases, of weather moving from the west to the east across the United States. With the ability to plot these maps, the early forecasters were able to trace storms. And as storms were moving from Chicago to Detroit to Cleveland to Buffalo and out to New York City, these forecasters could time to some degree the occurrence of this bad weather that was coming in that direction. And as they would do that, they would put these signal flags outside of places like post offices and other places where the public would frequent within these towns and cities. And so a quick walk down the street, someone would look at the flag and they would understand that the red flag with the black on it, okay, again, if you were in a coastal area, could mean a hurricane warning that was out. There were other types of flags that they used to get this information out. But it was amazing how quickly the science grew and how quickly the Weather Service expanded as we went through that time frame right after the Civil War.
Tom, if you think back to what they started with and what we have today, if you could imagine, what do you think they would make of all the tools we have today?
But it'd be like being on a different planet. I mean, you think about the fact that, yeah, they were getting weather observations, but there was no such thing as a satellite to monitor the weather from space, a radar to look at precipitation, even heaven forbid, a computer model, something that would actually foretell by using basic laws of mathematics what the weather would be like several days or maybe even into weeks in advance. It would be like a different world. And by the way, because I'm such a senior person at this point with a history of being in the National Weather Service, I came into the Weather Service at a time before computers were even introduced into weather forecast offices, at a time where there was something called a teletype machine, a machine where it actually typed out the weather observations onto this giant typewriter. And as weather forecasters, we would rip that information off of this machine and sit down and hand plot and draw weather maps. I got to do that when I was an intern in my first couple of years within the National Weather Service. And to go from that to what we have today is amazing. So I can't imagine what someone like Cleveland Abbey would be thinking if we were able to place him into a science office like we have within the National Weather Service today.
This is a very specific reference, and I'm not sure how many of our listeners will know it, but if you've ever been in the New York metropolitan area, and Tom, you're obviously from the state, and you listen to 1010 Winds AM, they have that tick, 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 tick. That's what I'm imagining when you say teletype, just all of that constant automatic typing.
So the RFK bridge getting up to the Bronx is also very slow, and because of that, leaving Manhattan.
That brings back memories for me, because that was the background noise in the Weather Service. It was like the old newsroom where you heard that, and that was the teletypes rattling away. I'm going back to my history only 35, 40 years ago in the National Weather Service. When I first came online, that's when we were first beginning to get satellite pictures, we'll call them, into the National Weather Service office. Now, we get satellite data today at minute intervals. It comes in on the computer. We run these huge loops at any resolution in any part of the globe on a regular basis. Everybody can do that online these days. In the weather office back then, we would get one image that would come in every hour. And if you wanted to do an animation of what was going on, all those images were placed on a clipboard. And you literally would take your fingers and take the pictures and let them go. And you could see the clouds moving across the eastern part of the United States. That was our animation back then. And that was after a tremendous increase in science and technology. It's fascinating because, as we all know, wars are terrible. War is hell. But wars also bring out tremendous advances in technology. And, World War II pilots, they were responsible for discovering the jet stream. As we got into World War II and immediately after, we developed the first large-scale upper air network across the United States with the launching of radiosonde balloons twice a day to get that information from the upper atmosphere, because weather occurs on 3 dimensions, right, throughout that depth of the atmosphere. The advance of weather radar. My gosh, you took military radar, again, developed in World War II, and then after that war, they not only saw airplanes when they were looking at the radar, but they saw these features that kept getting in the way of them looking at airplanes. It was precipitation from storms. And, we turned that into the ability to monitor weather systems and then get into the tremendous science of severe weather and understanding tornado genesis and tropical storm formation from all of that technology. So it's just been amazing to watch the history. And it all began back there in 1870 when there was concern for the loss of life on the Great Lakes and of course, along the coastal areas from shipping as well.
Tom, you're talking about the advances in technology. One thing that kind of comes to mind is the advances in the warning process.
Trying to explain to the younger generations that we didn't have things like cell phones, right? Just a generation or two ago, with these text messages and alerts that came across at any time of the day or night, the ability to communicate that information has saved countless lives and will continue to do so. And the ability now to be able to put out 911 messages to a huge area, an entire community, to get that information out has been married with the technology that allows us to be more confident to get those warnings out by being able to use something like a Doppler radar to understand what we should be warning on and what we should not be warning on. Because in the early years of issuing severe weather warnings in particular, but certainly all types of warnings, much of the public was very frustrated with the fact that the weather forecaster may, for lack of a better term, cry wolf a lot of times and send these warnings and watches out and not be able to verify them because we just didn't have the technology to do that. We've got that technology now. And to be able to then marry that to the ability for people to get warnings anywhere at any time, day or night, it has just gone a tremendous way to save lives across this nation.
Talking about communication, and then I'll toss it off to someone else. One of the biggest tools that I think we all in this chat utilize is NWS chat, and the ability for the forecasters and the weather office to communicate with TV, radio, storm spotters out in the field. I mean, just the instant communication that we have, I think, is pretty cool, and it's cool to see the advances in the National Weather Service with that.
That's a really important point, and what it's done also is it's changed the responsibilities and the type of work that goes on within the National Weather Service offices. A decade, now I should say more than that, a generation ago, the main job of the National Weather Service forecaster, the meteorologist, was to issue the forecast. And now we have many, many tools that allow that process to be very, very fast, very efficient, and very smooth. But what the forecasters do now, where they really, really make a difference, is what we refer to as decision support or decision support services. That ability to get that information and get it out and let our special customers know exactly what is happening, when it is happening, contacting emergency managers and working with the emergency management community to have their resources ready to go, to be ready to respond when the weather is coming through. And also, you mentioned this tool that is used on computers called NWS Chat. It's the ability for the forecast office to chat or to talk or message to many of its users, its media, its emergency management system, those types of individuals, to get the most reliable and timely information back and forth from those communities and sending out their thoughts from the National Weather Service offices. I found it fascinating when I worked at the Weather Channel that we, within a matter, and I mean this, within a matter of less than a minute in many instances, a damage report, say somebody had a half-inch hail that came down in their neighborhood outside of Charleston, South Carolina, and they sent a report in on their phone to the National Weather Service saying, we got hail here. Within a matter of a minute or so, the Weather Service gets the report, pops it into a computer that goes into this system, and at the Weather Channel, our graphics meteorologists were watching that data coming in, and when they picked that data up with the click of two buttons, it ended up on air. I was amazed to see how quickly that process took, and it's the ability to get that information and communicate it out to the public, because time is of the essence, especially with severe weather. So it's another huge increase in technology that, once again, is helping to save lives.
Tom, I don't know if there's any telling what this world would be like without the National Weather Service. So let me try to phrase this closing question to you this way. What would day-to-day life here in the United States be if tomorrow morning we woke up and there was no National Weather Service?
I think it would be chaos. If you think about how much of our economy and daily life is tied directly to the weather, and the way you see that most succinctly is being in the checkout line at the grocery store, because everybody's talking about it. You have to know what's going on with the weather if you're going to react with the real world. Everything from our transportation to our agriculture to daily life in general revolves around the ability to understand how nature, how the atmosphere is going to impact us over the next several days. Without the National Weather Service, I think we would be way, way behind in where we are right now.
We again thank Tom for his time, and to all of the folks at the National Weather Service who continue to keep us safe each and every day. We can't thank you enough. And to you at home, thanks for joining us for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. For all of us, I'm James Brierton in Matthews, North Carolina. We'll see you again real soon.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight we have a very special guest with us. Former FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate is joining us. And Craig, we welcome you to the show. We're happy to have you this evening. Appreciate you wanting to spend some time with us to talk all things weather. You've experienced a lot from your journey in Florida to all the way up into Washington, D.C., being the FEMA Administrator. So we look forward to hearing your conversations tonight. For those who are watching, feel free to follow along with us on social media. Tell us what you think about the show. Let us know if you have any comments. So, Craig, welcome to the show. Our first question to our guests who've never been on is, what is your weather journey? Do you have a weather story? But I'm just going to ask you, what is your journey? I know you started off in Florida where a lot of weather affects you, but did you have a little bit of a weather bug growing up, or was it all in emergency management?
No, I can remember as a kid, you used to get the hurricane tracking maps at the grocery store, and there'd be storms out there, and you'd turn on the NOAA weather radio and wait for the tropical forecast to come through, and you'd listen and get the coordinates and chart the map where the storm was, well before the internet and a lot of other tools that we just take for granted. With that, a young age, living in Florida, always keeping your eyes on the tropics. Tell us about your journey through emergency management. I know we were talking a little bit off air. You started in a county and then kind of worked your way up. So tell us a little bit about that journey. Well, my first experience with a hurricane, I was actually a paramedic here in my home county, Alachua County, Gainesville, Florida, where the University of Florida's at, with Hurricane Elena come buzzing through the Gulf of Mexico, and I was on duty for that shift. And we dealt with a storm that couldn't make up its mind and set off the coast for several days before it left. But I started out in 1987, moving from fire rescue to emergency management. Did that. Gainesville, sitting in the north part of the state, we get everything from severe thunderstorms is when we tend to see our most damaging storms. And so we would get every couple of springs tornadoes moving through, straight line winds, stuff like that. Went to the state of Florida, dealt with a lot of weather-related events, but most notably the 04 hurricane seasons. And then I went to FEMA. And again, a lot of what FEMA responds to is weather-related disasters. A lot of flooding, tornadoes, Tuscaloosa, Joplin, hurricanes, most notably was Superstorm Sandy. So pretty much throughout my career in emergency management, probably more than anything else, has been weather-related hazards.
Tell us a little bit about emergency management and FEMA and how they work together to mitigate after serious storms and other types of disasters.
Well, the first thing I think people need to understand that the reason we have emergency management in the first place is the org chart of government is not built for disasters. And that's true at the local, state, and federal level. So what's happened in the late 70s was the National Government Association began to realize that every one of these big events was almost reinventing wheels. It was never clear who the federal agencies were, what the roles were. It constantly changed. And that really drove the formation of FEMA under a reorganization order that President Carter issued. But the relationship is the way states are set up is they're the primary response to all disasters. Depending upon how that state's organized, generally our first line is local governments, mutual aid, state mutual aid with the federal government in case of FEMA, supporting governors. So every time I hear somebody saying, well, FEMA ought to be in charge, I remind folks our government's actually a federal government where states have the primary role in domestic emergencies with the federal government supporting them. And I like to point out that if FEMA was in charge of everything, it would have been hard to imagine an agency that could have responded to all the disasters that we saw during my term there without the leadership role of the governors, because FEMA just couldn't have handled all that. It really is this idea that all disasters are local. It doesn't mean we're abandoning everybody, but there are key roles and responsibilities. But like I like to tell people, when the disaster hits, we all work as one team. And so, Craig, how hands-on were you with some of these departments, like the Storm Prediction Center, the National Hurricane Center? Well, I'll give you an example. Both at the state of Florida and at FEMA, our practice was when we had storm threats, we would have the National Hurricane Center Storm Prediction Center. Sometimes, once we saw the rainfall forecast, Weather Prediction Center, relevant river forecast, and the affected National Weather Service offices all on those briefings. And I think, one of the things that I found when I got to FEMA was they were only talking to the Hurricane Center. And I'm like, you guys do realize there are other hazards, that there are forecast centers that deal with that. And the Weather Service in general, I think, really appreciated the fact that they finally had somebody that understood that the Hurricane Center isn't the only products that are being issued during these storm threats, and that, if we were seeing a significant flood risk from heavy rainfall, having the Weather Prediction Center now talking about that and amplifying that message.
What do you envision a response might look like to a hurricane in the age of coronavirus?
If you listen to what Mike said, and you go back several years ago and listen to him talking about hurricanes, he said the same thing. We've always recommended that people evacuate their friends and families, hotels and motels, and shelters as a last resort. So I think I'm less concerned about that messaging as the messaging we've been hearing, that people have been told to stay home, socially isolate, the risk of COVID, and not understand that if you're in an evacuation zone, you still need to evacuate. I think it gives more emphasis to the fact that we've always said friends and families are a much better option than shelters, that you don't have to go hundreds of miles. You just need to get inland, away from the storm surge areas. And the other message, which is kind of a tricky one, is particularly in Florida, we've seen a lot of evacuations that aren't in evacuation zones. Essentially, people are trying to run away from the storm itself versus the storm surge. And Florida is trying to do some messaging around that, of know your zone, know your home. That if you're not in an evacuation zone and your home's relatively in good shape, built to current codes, to consider staying home and putting up your shelters and riding the storm out. Again, reducing the number of people evacuate. But the biggest thing I'm telling people about this hurricane season is, if you're in an evacuation zone, your plan is to evacuate, COVID or no COVID. And about the only real additions you need to make is add masks, hand sanitizer, disinfectants, and wipes to your go kits.
If you could find the disinfecting wipes. If anybody finds them, let me know. I will trade you toilet paper. I've got that, plenty of it.
What is your idea of what the plan is going to be for the rollout from emergency management perspective on shelters?
Well, the Red Cross and FEMA and the national organizations, voluntary organizations acting in disasters, have a website. It's the National Mass Care Strategy website, where they've been updating information on mass feeding, congregate and non-congregate care shelter. Well, I'm an emergency manager. Congregate, non-congregate, what does that mean? Congregate care is your traditional mass care shelters, where they're looking at how to screen, maintain social distancing, and minimize the spread of COVID in those shelters. But the other thing is looking at more utilization of hotels and motels, dorms, other spaces that usually weren't going to be picked for shelters. And I think there's an opportunity here. Everybody keeps telling me how hard it's going to be. And I'm like going, well, last time I checked, most hotels and motels are not really doing well. And FEMA will reimburse if you put people in hotels and motels. And I hear how hard it is to plan, but the reality is we have a lot of capacity, particularly in my home state of Florida, to put people up in hotels and motels. And FEMA will reimburse for that under protective measures. So we're still going to need mass care shelters. There's good information out there. It's updated fairly frequently as we learn more about COVID, and now that we're seeing cases increase. But the alternatives are, do you really want people not to evacuate because they're so fearful they have nowhere to go? Or do you prepare the shelters and understand that you're going to have to manage that with COVID and take the steps to minimize the spread?
Craig, the current administrator to FEMA, testified earlier today before Congress. We're taping this, but today, earlier on the 22nd of July, you had an opportunity as well to provide some feedback to members of Congress. What did you tell them about what you're seeing in the state of the ongoing coronavirus response?
Well, I think, again, my emphasis was on evacuations. We need to be clear about that and not mix messages with talking about how dangerous and confusing and everything else it's going to be and really focusing on when you're in the storm surge area, that's the primary threat we need to evacuate. And we need to acknowledge COVID, but we shouldn't use COVID as a reason not to evacuate. So we need to clear that communication up. But secondly, we know that moving people is a vector. And everybody talks about evacuations. I said, well, the other problem is going to be on the response. We're still going to need to move utility crews. We're still going to need to move search and rescue crews. But if you think about a lot of these disasters, we see a lot of volunteers moving. And that may not be our best tool. And everybody says, well, what are you going to do? I says, well, I don't know about you, but we got pretty high unemployment rates right now in Florida. So my question is, and having done this for a long time, there's not that much that requires people to have extensive training to be able to help in a disaster. And again, it's reimbursable. Why don't we hire people and put them to work locally? We've already seen this with COVID in states where local governments had actually hired restaurants to cook and prepare meals under contracts to feed people that were shut in or isolated or couldn't get to stuff. And again, I don't ever want to say we don't use volunteers, but I also think with the unemployment rates we have, particularly in the hospitality industry, I think there's opportunities to employ those folks during disasters to minimize the amount of people we have to bring in from outside of a community, but more importantly, start putting money back into the economy.
So let me ask you this one, Craig, because in your experience in not only preparing or helping communities prepare for disasters, but helping them afterwards too, I'm curious where your expertise and your opinion lies on the whole question of schools. Do you have an opinion or thought on whether kids should be going back to the classroom at this point?
This is going to be a hard one because I always like to talk about big numbers. Everybody saying, well, there's little risk, kids don't generally get that sick. We need to get the economy going. We need to get kids back in school. It's important for development. And I'm like, nobody's really answering this question. If the rate at which kids get sick and potentially the rate at which kids have serious complications or deaths are even like small percentages, like less than 0.1%, you're talking about thousands of children going back to school. Those are real people, and those are real numbers. And I don't think we have a good answer for that. I also think that there is opportunities to look at how we go back to the classroom setting. Everything from a lot of schools don't have enough room to do social distancing. So what if we split the day in half and we split the school up where half the school goes in the morning, half the classes go in the afternoon? What if we started doing more classrooms, weather permitting, outside? And again, because we're learning more about this is airborne and why masks are so critical in minimizing spread. How is that going to all happen? And I'm not sure we have enough answers because in Florida, some of the schools will open up, in the middle of August. So I think it would be prudent to think this through, get some consensus on ways to do this. And again, I just don't think saying you're going to open schools is the answer. But I also don't think that keeping schools closed indefinitely is going to work either.
Shifting gears a little bit, you're passionate about the resilience divide. I see this here in Charleston a lot where we have, sunny day flooding, and it often affects places that are less affluent than places that are more affluent. A lot of the more affluent places are getting, they're getting some of the things like check valves, they're getting a seawall at the battery. But meanwhile, at the corner of Haggard and Fishburne, where there's low-income housing, you see at 6.8 feet tides, you start to see the creek overflow and start flowing across the road there. Several, we had 80-something coastal flood events last year. So let's talk a little bit about that resilience divide and how we can maybe bridge that.
Well, the resilience divide is really how I'm trying to talk about the current process of using cost-benefit analysis to make decisions about investing in mitigation and building projects, particularly for future climate impacts, as well as the existing impacts we're already seeing. And so much emphasis is on how many tax dollars we save. You probably heard this, that for every dollar we invest, we save anywhere from $4 to $9. And so if you're looking at dollars, you'll actually save more money the more valuable the homes are that you're trying to protect. And lower income homes, working class communities don't score as well. So the bias, I don't think, was intended to short the most vulnerable communities, but by only looking at the cost benefit analysis of dollars saved versus dollars invested, we're going to see that divide go towards the more affluent communities, particularly those that can afford the cost share match of, in many cases, a minimum of 25% against the federal dollars. And I think we need to broaden the definition of cost benefit analysis to actually talk about the functional impacts to families and communities, not just to dollars saved on property.
Jared, I want to take what you just said and talk about Charleston and the resilience divide and just roll that into talking about climate change and climate change adaptation. Craig, what does that look like from a FEMA standpoint?
Climate's already changed. I think one of the problems we have is we keep talking about climate change as something that's going to occur in the future. And quite honestly, that's the way we talked about it in the majority of the Obama administration, was something that we're going to deal with in the future. But when Sandy hit, President Obama, and we'd already seen a lot of tornado and flooding activity and a pace that we'd not seen before. And we kept getting these record-setting events, which I remind people, if it's record-setting, we've never measured it before. And these weren't just isolated incidents. It was like a drumbeat. And the president said something that really, I think, shaped where we were going to go at FEMA. He says, the discussion about climate change is over. We need to start talking about climate adaptation. And the problem is our infrastructure was built for the past century of weather-related events. And climate is changing faster than our ability to keep up with infrastructure, to keep up with the improvements needed. And this is why I think it's so important as we talk about federal investments, big infrastructure, federal highway bill, HUD dollars, the alphabet soup of funding, including the FEMA disaster dollars. We have got to move away from building to our last 100 years worth of weather data and start building the future risk. And I think there are more and more people that get that we can't keep building the way we've been building if we're going to survive. But I think there's some urgency that as much as people talk about reducing greenhouse gases, on our end of the spectrum, I think the change has already happened and we're not going back anytime soon. So adapting to what's happened, particularly our coastal communities, areas subject to flooding. We know that the extreme rainfall events is one of the clearest signals we've seen in the last decade from climate impacts. And we are way behind on both identifying, mapping, and explaining that risk, and then making the investments to start bending that curve.
And I want to kind of back up a step in keeping that same direction. We talked about Horry County. We talked about some of these areas that have been hit very hard by the watershed events from the hurricanes that have hit. Over time, things have built up, Matthew, and so on and so forth. Things have just gotten worse and worse over time. So these property values are down, and we get back to the resiliency divide and demographics. And so what is being done to help those that are less fortunate in the lower income or the lower value homes, per se, that can't get back the dollars that they put into their home, ones that that's their total investment. And then others are getting funded for their properties, whereas these folks over here are not. Where's this going to be bridged at some point in the future? What's the plan for that?
It hasn't, and that's one of the reasons I think we need to draw attention to it. The Miami Herald ran an article a couple of months ago that looked at the National Flood Insurance Program, their buyout program, where they go in and buy homes out that are repetitive loss. And they found that there was a definite bias that a lot of that money went to the wealthier counties, not necessarily the most vulnerable communities. And I think that's why we need to talk about the resiliency divide. We need to get Congress to get behind this and really look at funding an adequate buyout program and focusing on the vulnerable populations, not just the property values or the cost savings that we may see in more affluent properties.
How in tune is Washington to how weather affects people? We live here in the Carolinas, the Charlotte metropolitan area, Winston-Salem, Greensboro. Over 2 million people live in that general area, and there's no adequate radar coverage to detect tornadoes, flash flooding. We hear these stories of folks who are continuing to have homes flooded, and they're not really getting the attention we need. Is this something that the Washington culture, the senators, the House representatives, they kind of push the weather and what it does off to the side? I know everything should be focused on, but do you think sometimes weather and their issues kind of get pushed to the side a little bit?
A little bit. The only time they get serious about weather is when there's a catastrophic failure in their district. I mean, think about it. The Weather Service couldn't even get a supercomputer to run better models until after Hurricane Sandy or Superstorm Sandy showed how inadequate their computational powers were. So unfortunately, everything from getting WSR 88s, which was the result of several airplane crashes due to microshear, to the latest funding for the Weather Service in this Superstorm Sandy stimulus package, Washington tends to be reactive, and so until a member gets hit in their district, then it becomes a big issue. But overall, most people treat the weather, and again, it was always amazing to me, members of Congress that thought you could defund the Weather Service because you had other private meteorologists issuing forecasts, and the Weather Service shouldn't be competing with them. And they actually were promoting defunding the Weather Service and letting other organizations do it.
Craig, do you think we have a radar crisis on the horizon?
I think if we're serious about being able to rapidly detect fast-moving tornadoes, particularly now the warning systems have caught up with the forecasting. Just having better resolution on forecast, but we can't tell people more precisely, I don't think would have been a good match. But if you think about it now, we're moving away from county-wide warnings to polygons. We now have, with the weather, the wireless emergency alerts, the better ability to geocode cell phones, and now moving past the original 120 characters to start including links in that, we can actually now issue across cell phones more detailed warnings from the Weather Service than their current technology can really do, and they've been migrating that way. So now they can do polygon warnings, yet they're still basing it upon radar technology that will miss part of that. There's still gaps in that coverage, and everybody forgets, unless you're in severe storm mode, those things are scanning. Everything you're seeing is delayed. It's not what's actually happening. So, we've seen this before where the tornadoes will actually drop, hit, and pop back up before the radar completes its circle, and it gets the updated forecast information. So by the time you see a hook echo, it's already done its business and dropped back in the sky.
Well, Craig, I want to transition us away from this last topic, and as we're kind of running short on time here, talk about something that is near and dear to all of our hearts here at the Carolina Weather Group, the Waffle House Index. That's something that we've talked about before. We had the PR director, Pat Warner, from Waffle House on last year in 2019 to discuss what exactly it is from the Waffle House perspective, but I'd like to hear about it from the FEMA perspective and how the Waffle House Index works its way all the way up to the president.
Well, FEMA will tell you that the Waffle House Index really isn't their index, and that was just me trying to be folksy. But it actually started in Hurricane Charlie. I'd been out on several disasters, and the thing I could just it was just accepted was if there was anything open, it was going to be a Waffle House. But in Charlie, we had gone down to Charlotte County, and I ended up staying down there for about 2 weeks. So we'd get up around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, try to find something to eat, and we'd spend the rest of the day working. And, we're doing 18-hour days, so if you didn't get breakfast, you may not eat. The first morning we get up, we were down near Fort Myers. We had to get on the interstate and head south because there was nothing open where we were at. And the first thing we get to is Waffle House. We go in and sit down, and this lady comes out with a mimeograph menu. You're so used to the big plastic menus. I already knew what I was going to order. But she says, the only thing we have is on this. And that was like, well, okay. And so we ordered, but, we got coffee, we got our eggs, we got a good breakfast. But it wasn't everything you would normally expect there. Next morning, we get up, and the actual interchange we're at, now Waffle House was now open. Went in there, same deal, mimeograph menu. So the folks I was with, Ben Nelson, who was our state meteorologist in 2004, he's now with the Jacksonville Weather Service office as a forecaster there. And at that time, Major Tad Warfel, now Colonel Warfel of the Florida National Guard with me. And they basically, we were color coding the counties after Charles.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Using a stoplight to show indicators, EOC activation, search and rescue, schools, stuff like that. And they put into the slide deck the Waffle House Index. And that's where it came from. Green was open with a full menu, yellow was open with a limited menu, and red was closed. And I guess it would have stopped there, except we had changed how we operated in Florida. We weren't waiting for the counties to do assessments to say they needed help after these hurricanes. Because I kept asking, well, why don't we just respond like it's bad? We'll get there faster, and if they don't need us, we'll go home quicker. Well, the question was, if you're responding out on the panhandle, like with Hurricane Ivan, and you're driving out I-10, and literally we were going right as soon as the hurricane force winds passed, I told guys, we're going to be safe, but we ain't going to stay dry. We're not waiting for blue skies. So we were going right as the storm was moving out. And the question was, where do you stop? And that was kind of how the Waffle House Index got used. If you got there and the Waffle House was open, it ain't bad. Keep going. If you get there and the Waffle House is open, but they got a mimeograph menu, well, we're dealing with power outages. We probably got a lot of mass care issues. But for the search and rescue teams, don't stop. Keep going. If you get there and the Waffle House is closed, that's going to be pretty bad. Go to work. And it just kind of became the shorthand. In Florida, it seemed like all these hurricanes going across the interstate, the Waffle House was a pretty good indicator of what was happening. And the other thing, because we never really talked to the Waffle House, about them getting open and all the stuff they do to stay open. It was just our shorthand for where do we stop and go to work when we're driving in the areas, because you'll start seeing damages 100 miles out with a hurricane, but that's not where the impacts are worse. And so it just became a shorthand for us of where do you go to work in a hurricane.
So I got to ask, Craig, what's your go-to meal at Waffle House? I mean,
New York strip steaks. I like the steak and eggs, scrambled eggs, hash browns, scattered and smothered, black coffee.
And if you're on the limited menu, what do you go with?
Scrambled eggs, omelets, whatever they got. I'm not picky if they got a limited menu. But generally they'd have eggs and bacon, stuff like that. The funniest thing was when I was in Joplin. We got out there. I was actually on the West Coast, had to fly back into Joplin, got there late at night. We did a whole bunch of interviews the next day. I've been running on about 3 hours sleep in about 48 hours. It's now about 6 p.m. We're heading back to our hotel for the first time. And there's a Starbucks. And all these cars are parked around the Starbucks. I'm like, hey, guys, just pull in. I need a coffee. And we pull into the Starbucks. It's closed. We couldn't figure out why the cars were there. Then we realized they didn't turn their Wi-Fi off. So folks in Joplin they were just trying to get connections were circled around there. So we went back to our hotel. There's a Waffle House right there. I'm like, we're going in there. I know they got coffee. And sure enough, you go into the Waffle House, they got coffee because they're pouring bottled water into the coffee makers. Because all of Joplin was under boiled water orders. But Starbucks was closed, Wi-Fi was on. Waffle House, they're just pouring bottled water in those coffee makers making coffee. So I got my coffee.
So switching gears, Craig, I wanted to ask you, are there any memorable moments that stick out in your mind while you worked at FEMA? For example, the 2011 tornado outbreak in Alabama or Superstorm Sandy, anything like that?
Yeah, it was the Tuscaloosa tornado outbreaks was pretty impressive. And again, we came into Birmingham, picked up a Black Hawk, and I was flying up to the northern part of the state. And I don't think people realize how bad the northern tier of the Alabama counties got hammered. TVA had major transmission lines ripped out. We went to one town. They were basically lost everything. They had brought a command post from the southern counties. They used to go the other way during hurricanes. They'd all go south. But that thing, everybody from the south was going north. And they literally had 911 in this mobile command post, and they were dispatching. And everything, all their equipment was lined up on the side of the road because the station was just gone. And I remember, the president was coming in. He gets on, how bad it is. I'm trying to describe it, but it really was. It was hard to describe. He got there, he saw it, and that kind of came to shorthand. So Joplin happens, and I'm on the ground in Joplin. I get the same call. He's going to come in a couple of days. He was always very respectful that he didn't want to get there when it would interfere with the response because he knew what happens when he comes in as far as security and stuff like that. but he didn't want to wait too late. So it was always, the governor, working with the governor, working with local officials, and essentially, my recommendation. So he's calling me about Joplin, and he's going, how is it? And I says, it's worse than Tuscaloosa. And he's like, worse? And I have to say, Joplin, as far as total devastation, is the first time I've seen total devastation. When you were down where that hospital was, I mean, think about a tornado that's powerful enough to rotate a steel frame building and actually turn it. Literally the area a mile wide, close to 10 miles long, varying in width. Anything in there was totally destroyed. Anything outside of it pretty quickly got to the point where you didn't even know a tornado hit. And I just remember that, describing it to him, and he's going, how bad is it? I said, worse than Tuscaloosa. And he was just taken aback because the impacts in Tuscaloosa were pretty dramatic. And I'm like, yeah, it's worse here in Joplin.
Well, Craig, one last question, kind of a fun question. You kind of, a little bit discussed it just a few seconds ago. You and President Obama, Vice President Cheney, you're sitting around. Did y'all ever talk about weather? Weather's a thing that a lot of people talk about. Did you guys just ever, talk about the weather, what's going on?
No, but, between I went out on a couple of disasters with Vice President Biden, and I remember going up into Scranton, Pennsylvania. And it was really funny because he's like, Craig, these are my people. And I knew he was from the area, but I didn't realize that, people on the street knew Joe and called him that. I'm like, Mr. Vice President. They go, hey, Joe, how's your, I haven't seen you. And Joe would be going, how's your grandfather, your dad, cousin, uncle? He knew people. So that was the thing that really struck me about Vice President Biden was in a lot of these communities we go into, he had a very personal connection, and particularly in that part of the country, they knew he was from there. They knew the families. They knew each other. President Obama, I remember two things. One, I was meeting him down in New Orleans. It was the anniversary of Katrina, and he's asked me how it's going. I said, well, we got hurricanes in the Pacific, hurricanes in the Atlantic, and fires in between. And he just looks at me and says, you're a smart ass. I'm like, hey, I'm just reporting what's happening. But the other cool thing about the president was I was told early on that they wanted me to wear my logo wear when I was at the White House during disasters. So during Matthew, I'm giving a briefing to the president in the Oval Office, wearing khakis and my FEMA logo shirt and my FEMA windbreaker, and everybody else is in suits. And there's this great picture of the president. I'm sitting next to the president wearing my blazer and my logo wear. Everybody else in suits for the briefing. And people said, how do you get away from that? Everybody else dressed up to go in there says, they basically told me to look like I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. So I wore what I wore when I was at FEMA headquarters when I went to the White House to brief. In fact, if I was wearing a suit, they'd always, look at me kind of excused. I said, hey, this is camouflage. When I'm wearing a suit, I just blend in with everybody else running around with a White House badge.
We certainly enjoyed having you. If you have a website, social media that account or anything like that, that our listeners and people who are viewing this can follow, how can they do that?
Well, I tweet a little bit. I guess that's, you should be aware of that. So
that's how we met. Yes.
No, I'll tweet it, Facebook it, and LinkedIn it. Again, I've seen you guys out there. I've just, thrilled to be invited.
Hey,
now I feel like I've made it. I've been on the weather group,
Well, we appreciate your time, and again,
I have to send Marshall Shepard an email that says, I've been on your podcast, but it wasn't half as much fun as
Craig, thank you for being with us tonight. Interesting conversation, and folks, again, it's very important to know the risk as we enter the COVID season or the hurricane season mixed in with the COVID, and hopefully you'll take Craig's advice as you prepare. So until next time, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you back here on the Carolina Weather. everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you, and we're going to continue our fun interview segment that we do with local meteorologists throughout the Carolinas. And today we have on Jason Boyer and Ryan Coulter from WLOS in Asheville, North Carolina. They are the ABC affiliate. So if you live in Western North Carolina, I'm sure you've tuned to Channel 13, and we're happy to have Jason and Ryan with us today. One of the main questions that we always ask everybody is how did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? Everybody has that story. So, Jason, I'll let you start. What's your story?
Well, my story goes back to, like most, to when I was very young. Always was inquisitive about the earth sciences and always wanted to understand how things worked around me. And I spent a lot of time outdoors as a child back in the 80s when I was growing up. And that was kind of the way to go growing up in the 80s. Most people just let their kids kind of run around in their backyards. I grew up in a small town, so that was where I grew up and explored. But I think it was around third grade, and this is the most stunning and life-changing moment that I remember. I was walking home from school. It was November, and I lived in Illinois then, so we weren't in Tornado Alley per se, but I remember coming home from school, and I could walk home. That's how close I lived. And it was an unusually warm day. In fact, it was record warm that day. I think it got into the 80s. And the sun was out, the wind was blowing. And I was just thinking like a kid, like a third grader, I can't wait to get outside and play ball, ride my bike. I got home, the sky went pitch black in about a matter of 30 minutes. The wind started picking up. My older sisters, thankfully, wiser and certainly more proactive, they knew something bad was going to happen, and we all rushed downstairs, and in a matter of moments, the tornado sirens in the neighborhood went off, and we had a weak tornado go through my backyard and hit my neighbor's house, and it happened in a matter of a couple of minutes, and that was it. And it was a life-changing moment. When I walked outside, the birds were no longer chirping, and you could see the destruction of my neighbor's house and in the backyard across the street. His entire roof was peeled off. You could see into the house, and the insulation was gutted out. And that was amazing. I mean, frightening, but also to me, an amazing display of what Mother Nature could do. And I think from there, I was really hooked. I knew I always liked science. And then from there on, I kind of just built on that, and had a great teacher in 5th grade, Mr. Morris, that set me on the right path too, and inspired me to continue to study science. So that's how it started for me, and I just pursued it.
What about you, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys for having me, first of all. Yeah, I mean, my story is really not unique from anyone else who does this either. I mean, grew up, my grandparents lived with us growing up, and, they were avid news watchers, as a lot of older people are. And so anytime the weather came on, I was always, super interested in watching that. They always let me watch that with them. I grew up in Colorado, so as growing up, we had a little bit of everything, wintertime snow, severe weather in the springtime, and the summertime heat, wildfires. So kind of a mixed bag of everything. You get it all there. And so I grew up around that. And I was in about 5th grade. We had a science fair project, and I actually wanted to make a homemade barometer. And so I figured out how to do that. And I actually wrote into one of the chiefs in Denver. She's still there. And she actually responded to my email. So, as a 5th grader, that was pretty exciting. But I knew, kind of like a lot of other people who do this, I knew that from the time that I was a little kid that, this is what I want to do. It's a fun job, and you get to study science, the weather, all of the above. And it's a great, it's ended up being exactly what I wanted it.
Those are great and very classic weather stories, I feel like. Super interesting. So keeping on kind of the same track of weather before we deviate off to some more unique conversations. Did you guys ever have a meteorologist that you looked up to as a kid or as you were coming up through school? Ryan, I guess we can start with you.
Yeah, interestingly enough, there was a meteorologist in Denver, and he was really cool. He ended up being on both the stations. I grew up watching him on TV. And when I got to school, he ended up actually being my advisor at school when I got into the university. So I learned so much from him, and it was really cool. Of course, he always I always told him, I grew up watching you, and that doesn't go over very well when you say that to him. But no, it's true. He truly helped me along the way a lot, and then I got to learn from him, so even better.
I did have a role model as well, and growing up, I would watch Channel 4, the CBS affiliate in my market, St. Louis, and yeah, I grew up watching a particular meteorologist there, and he was the chief, and kind of wanted to mirror him and grow up to be like him as well. So it was a unique situation, but I got to meet him actually in person. We had a old-time power show in my rural town, and he flew in a helicopter, and I mean, it was the biggest thing that ever happened in my small town, seemingly, at that point in my life, and got to get an autograph, talk to him briefly, and so that was a moving situation for me too.
So Jason, I'll pose this question to you first, and then Ryan, I'll let you to finish up. So, Jason, you've been in Western North Carolina a while. We have all types of weather. So this question is, would you rather forecast for severe weather or the dreaded winter weather that we face here?
Yeah, they have their unique qualities, obviously, and they're very different when you're trying to forecast those two situations. And the most challenging, I think, would be winter weather because it usually is much more of a large-scale system. So it affects many more people than just, say, localized severe thunderstorms. So you're dealing with everybody's topography, too, and it's very topographically driven by elevation and location in relation to the mountains. So that is the challenging forecast. I look forward to that. It's the most stressful one, but it's part of the job. You come into this situation here in Western North Carolina, and you quickly realize how big of a deal winter weather is. Most would categorize our severe weather as flash flooding, a big risk. I think flash flooding is certainly one of the bigger risks here, living in the mountains. But when it comes to winter weather, that is usually the memorable severe weather for most when they think back to when they were younger, or maybe even the older folks. They'll say, look, I remember the big snow of certain years, certain month, and it sticks in their mind. So that would be the bigger challenge and also the more exciting, I guess, forecasting that.
Ryan, I think your career was in Texas for a while, so you had to deal with forecasting winter weather and severe weather there. So tell us, which one do you prefer?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of a similar answer. I mean, there's definitely a lot more challenges with winter weather than there is severe weather. Where I was at in Texas, we would get severe weather. We would be, wall-to-wall coverage for, sometimes 6 hours at a time, or even longer than that. I don't even remember what our longest stretch was on air. I would say, though, there is more challenges in winter weather, and I would say there's more that can go wrong when we're forecasting for winter weather as well. So, we can say we think we might get 2 to 4 inches for Asheville, for example. The temperature comes in a degree or two warmer. We're not getting that. And people get a lot more upset when you miss winter weather forecasts versus severe weather forecasts. So I would say, I would rather, I guess from that standpoint, I would rather be forecasting for severe weather. It's usually, I want to say easier, but usually you can have a better idea of exactly the elements that could be coming at you. There's, people are, again, they're more mad when you tell them 2 to 4 inches of snow and we only get an inch of snow, or you get, on the other end, you get 3 to 6 inches of snow, and then they don't like that either. So, yeah, definitely severe weather would, I guess, be my preferred.
Well, Jason, you mentioned topography a minute ago, and with this conversation of severe and snow, I feel like this kind of rolls into a question that we had on social media about lower precipitation totals in kind of the French Broad Valley. I know you have a map and some resources to talk about, so I'll kind of let you take over from there.
Yeah, I think when people talk about Western North Carolina weather, the first thing that comes to mind is snow, but then rain is actually a very diverse topographical feature here as well. So I brought this 3D relief map just to give you an idea. It's kind of one of my more favorite maps to look at. I could study this. I've looked at this 100 times already, and I could still just look at it almost every given day. So here's the French Broad River Valley right here. This is I-26 running through, and it's a valley. So it's the Broad River Valley. So it's pretty wide considering the other features here. the French Broad starts down in Transylvania County near Rosman and goes north through Asheville and all the way up into the Holston River into eastern Tennessee. But what you have around the valley are higher elevations. So Asheville sits kind of in the middle here, Hendersonville down here, Brevard right there. And the prevailing winds during the spring and summer months are south and southeasterly winds. That will draw moisture from the Atlantic and the Gulf, bring it into the mountains. And because of the features we have from lower elevations in the upstate and Piedmont to highest elevations here, the air has to rise. And so the air will rise and cool and condense into clouds and form a significant rain event down here into the southern mountains, whereas Asheville is in that rain shadow. And the rain will fall mostly to the west and south or to the north and east because we have the Black Mountains and the Craggies up here. So that prevailing wind will certainly help rain form more over this area of the county, Buncombe County, eastern side, and into Yancey. So there's a rain shadow here. There are other rain shadows like in Waynesville. They're surrounded with the Balsam Mountains to the south and west. They don't see nearly as much rain in the valley as they do just west and south of Waynesville as well. So that's kind of how it works in the summer months. In the winter months, the prevailing wind is much, much different. It's from the northwest. So the wind is blowing into the Smoky Mountains and the higher elevations along the Tennessee border. And that's where most of the precipitation is going to fall, near and along the border, whereas there's another shadow effect down here in the valley. So this is why Asheville usually averages a foot of snow a year, and places up in Madison and Yancey County can get up to 50 inches of snow, like Mount Mitchell averages in a particular year. So big difference with the prevailing winds during the different seasons. But that's pretty much how the shadow affects us here in the French Broad River Valley. In fact, south of Virginia, east of the Mississippi River, I believe Marshall is the driest point in that eastern U.S. So pretty neat.
Cool. Do you guys have any? What was your most embarrassing moment while on TV?
I'll take this one. It happened pretty early in my career. I was working in Tennessee. I started out in the Tri-Cities, Johnson City at WJHL, and I filled in for the morning guy who went on vacation. And I was working one morning, and the newsroom was downstairs. The studio was upstairs, so there was always this climbing the flights of stairs. And one morning I was filling in, and I remember being down in the newsroom, and I looked up, and I saw the national weather cut-in, and I knew that there was going to be a local cut-in shortly after. And I remember it was Tony Perkins. He was the meteorologist at the time. I believe he's in D.C. right now, but he was on CBS This Morning at the time. And then I had to run upstairs, end a quick conversation I was having with my news director. I ran upstairs, 2 flights, ran into the studio, ran over to the computer to make sure it was set up, ran over to the chroma key, the green wall, and I had about 10 seconds to situate myself. I was out of breath. I was trying to calm myself down, and I remember I just started talking, and almost instantly I was exhausted. So I started talking about the 7-day forecast, and I got about 5 words out. And you could just tell that I was losing steam, and I started getting real hot. I felt like my temperature went up, and I was getting flushed, and I was kind of panicking in my head, like, how am I going to get through this? You know, you're talking to yourself in your head while you're doing the delivery of the forecast. And I tried to push through it, and I should have just kind of ended early and said, all right, just take a look. Here you go. Enjoy. But I thought I was still, I'm going to make it through, and it was brutal. I could see the studio guy on the headset kind of laughing, chuckling behind the camera. And I just thought, this is I'm bombing here. And I went off, and we had a good laugh after that. But that was really embarrassing, especially when you're trying to make a good impression. I was maybe 6 or 7 months into starting a job. So that was mine.
Yeah, I got to think back here on this. So far, luckily, since I've been here, I don't think I've had anything crazy happen here. I will say, though, in my last job, my first job, first day on the air, we have a system. It's called Max. I don't know if you guys are probably familiar with it, WSI. And the way we have it formatted, you have your first weather hits, you have your main weather hits, you have your final weather hits. And I unknowingly, I had the wrong weather hit loaded for my first full weather ever on ever on, and I didn't know what to do in the moment. I had my final weather loaded.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
And kind of like kind of like what in TV you always have a time limit that you're set for, and you have to fill that time. And so here I am. I have my current temperature graphic, and I think I had a camera graphic, and then it went right to the 7-day. And so I'm standing there for 2:30 is what we were allotted for. This was the weekend evening show, and I looked back towards the anchor, who's also the producer at that station, and she's just cueing me to keep going. So I think I talked for a solid 2:15, 2 minutes 15 seconds on the 7-day forecast. And I may have even gone back. I don't remember. I may have even gone back and talked more about the current temps. I don't know. It was bad though. Luckily, I haven't made that mistake since. Or if I have, I just will run over and correct it. Pretty easy now.
You learn quickly how to get around things.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Both of you guys have experienced this, and tell us what it's like, and then we'll maybe go into some more non-weather questions. A lot of folks may tune in when the weather's at its worst, and you guys are doing wall-to-wall coverage. Tell us a little bit about that. I mean, that's pretty intense for you guys. Jason, you were talking about, you were out of breath, with that little run, but, being on the wall for 2, 3, 4 hours straight, that's got to be mentally, exhausting as well as physically exhausting. Talk to us about that.
It certainly is. Most recently, I think this year we had so many of those early season tornadoes, especially for the upstate, and we had wall-to-wall coverage almost every time, obviously, when those were occurring, because our protocol is to stay on when the warning comes out until it ends. And what do you do when you have a tornado warning that goes for 30 minutes and then another one comes out in between and another one comes out in that? So we were going on and on and on. And a couple of times during this early spring season, I was there waiting for, backup to come in and help out as well. Like Ingrid would come in or Ryan, and you have to go. And if you're solo, you are just essentially repeating a lot, but you're trying to get new information at the same time you're giving the current information. So that's a challenge. You're literally on a computer talking, looking at data that's now happening and trying to analyze that data on the fly, as we say, and also looking at other pages of weather information on the internet, trying to get information from the National Weather Service sites and observers, and then you're on social media pages looking for information from people that are sending you pictures or updated information from what they're experiencing. So yeah, it's a lot of information. And nowadays we're able to get social media information, and years ago when I started out, there was none of that. You had to wait for somebody to call or email you a weather observation, and that would have made it even more challenging, I think, looking back, because what other information are you going to get? The more information you get, the better it is to kind of have things to talk about. And that is, it's unique, and it doesn't happen that often here in this market. We don't get widespread severe outbreaks like they do in the West or the central U.S. And a snow event, a winter weather event, you see for days coming, typically, and you can just, lead up to it and get into it and talk about it. You don't really have to be breaking news and breaking into programming for a weather event like, say, snow. But the severe weather events are certainly challenging, and you just you learn from each one. Even somebody like me in the business for 22 years, you still learn from these experiences.
Ryan, you dealt with that in Texas. I mean, that's these are what we face, or could be more rain-wrapped tornadoes. But you guys out there see these massive tornadoes, or you saw could see these massive tornadoes. So is there a little any different perspective of that, where you guys have storm chasers out in the field and you can kind of relate to those folks out in the field?
Yeah. So when I was in Texas, that's a station that really drove the market for severe weather coverage, and so it was more built for that kind of thing. So yeah, we had storm chasers out in the field, but you still need to have 2 people at the station during these kinds of events, because you have one person off camera that can help to look at and analyze that data, look at radar, see what's going on. We also had in that market we had a crazy amount of cameras. I think there was like 50 or something like that. We could move those around during severe weather events. That's what we used them for. And so, you have the other person off camera that can see that. But yeah, I mean, you're going for hours at a time. And I think, Jason already mentioned it, but the biggest challenge is trying not to be repetitive. In some cases, you have to be repetitive when there's, potentially life-threatening storms out there. I mean, we're talking about tornadoes that could be affecting communities. There could be communities in the path. And I think one of the hardest things with these kinds of storms is people don't like it when we cut in, and they don't like it when we interrupt their show. And especially being an ABC affiliate, that's what I was at in Texas too. We have a lot of basketball. We have, big shows. I mean, the Bachelor. I mean, heaven forbid we ever have to interrupt any of those kinds of shows. But we don't want to interrupt them. But at the same time, we have a job to do, and we have to. It's important that we get that information out because you never know when that information could be helping someone who is in the path of that storm. And so I think when you're in the midst of all of that coverage, you don't realize all the time that's actually going by, especially when you get into that rhythm. I think that, especially in some of those more long duration events, you get off the air and you're like, oh, we were just on for 2 hours or whatever the case may be. So yeah, definitely one of those things though that it can be stressful for sure.
Well, we promised that we would stop talking about the weather at some point, so we can go ahead and do that now. You guys can take a little breath and a break from your everyday work. So do you guys have a favorite genre, a favorite type of music that you like to listen to in your everyday life? Ryan, I'll go to you first.
I'm not too picky. I'll listen to anything. I will say I grew up listening to country, so I mean, that's still my go-to. 2000s country, Garth, anything like that, I'll go for.
I'm with you on that. What about you, Jason?
I went through that country phase many years ago, and I got to get out of that. But I listen to a lot of different genres as well. I grew up in my high school days were in the 90s, so alternative music was big then. So people probably remember Stone Temple Pilots and all that, Pearl Jam. But I don't really listen to that music as much anymore. I've gotten older and a little more subdued with my music choices. But I'll listen to a lot of modern music, pop or rock, and I just don't spend as much time listening to the radio or actually picking out songs anymore. So more of my time is spent just maybe even popping in some classical music just to chill out and get my mind cleared of certain things during the day. So that's what I do. I play music too, so I have a guitar and I love playing music. So that's my escape. Anytime I want to, I can just pick up the guitar and play some songs or whatever.
That's something we've found with a lot of these that we're doing is a lot of meteorologists play music on the side. I don't have that ability. Evan, I know you play guitar as well, so you
I play a few instruments. Brian, do you play anything?
No, I can't play anything. I can't sing either. I mean, no for that. So yeah, no music ability here.
I'm glad we're there on the save link there.
Yeah.
Right. All right, assuming pizza's got cheese on it, so it can't be that. But if you only had one topping to put on pizza, what would it be, Jason?
One topping. I think pepperoni would be mine. It's an easy choice. I know. I mean, I love Hawaiian pizza, but if I get one choice, then I'm going to just do pepperoni.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the choice would be pepperoni, but not to steal Jason's answer. So I'll go with a more controversial pick. I like Hawaiian pizza. I'm gonna go the pineapple on the pizza. I know I'm probably gonna get some flack for it.
You are good.
That was actually one of our other questions. Does pineapple deserve to be on pizza? So both of you guys like Hawaiian. I guess that's a yes.
Yes, it does.
Well, since we're on the topic of food, what's your favorite kind of food?
All right, I'll go first. Any food, really. My son and wife are usually finding me in the pantry digging through snacks, and I wish, sometimes I need to quell my cravings, but favorite type of food, if I had to pick one type, I would probably go, tacos. I love Mexican food. I love Italian food, but I love Mexican food. So.
Man, this one's hard. I like all kinds of food also. Really not too picky. The things I don't like, the one thing I am picky on, I don't like a lot of seafood, but I have a major sweet tooth, and it doesn't matter the time of day. I can go for, you put candy in front of me, I will eat it. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm not picky.
Amen to that.
Either. So in order to try to keep myself out of trouble on that stuff, I do like, I like Mexican food too. I hate to go with the same answer again, but I
we see why Jason hired you now.
Just similarities here. I would say though, I do like Mexican food as well. Enchiladas, definitely probably one of my top choices. If, ice cream would be number one, but besides that, we'll go for a healthier option there.
Here's a controversial question: is a hot dog a sandwich?
I've never thought of hot dogs as being sandwiches. I mean, I wouldn't. But again, it's bread, it's meat. I mean, that's what a sandwich is. I don't know, but I don't know why we have to categorize it as a sandwich. I think they're kind of by themselves hot dogs. I don't know.
By the way, there's I guess I lied a second ago. I said I'm not that picky. There's one more food.
You don't.
I will pass on. I will pass on the hot dogs. I don't know. I mean, I've never considered it to be a sandwich. It's kind of in its own category. I feel like it's a hot dog. Bread. I mean, yeah, it is tricky though, because I mean, again, yeah, you have your bread, you have your meat, mustard on a hot dog, I guess, whatever people like. Have the top. I mean, I don't know. That's a good one. I'm gonna go with no though. It's not a sandwich.
I agree.
We're gonna have to start keeping track of these answers. We have gotten yeses on this.
Yeah.
So we have to keep track and see what the Carolina meteorologists actually think of hot dogs. So coming back to the Asheville area and away from food, you guys have a favorite location to go visit or hike, something like that in Western North Carolina?
Gosh, so many. Convenience-wise, we love the Arboretum. It's close to our house, and we could just jump on there with the bikes and ride. It's pretty easy trails for Hudson, my son, and that's a good go-to. Just hopping on the Blue Ridge Parkway, that's also very convenient. We love going to Grandfather Mountain. It's a little more out of the way, but we love going up there. I love the uniqueness of the rockscapes and the swinging bridge, and seeing off to the east, you have this completely drop off in the elevation, and then you have your mountains around. So those are my two big places. But I could go almost anywhere, and really be happy as long as there's a trail or hiking or biking trail and some vistas. I'm good to go.
Yeah, and I'm still new to the area here. I haven't had a lot of time to explore a whole lot, but I will say the close place for me that I could go to any afternoon would be DuPont State Forest. It's kind of crowded this time of year, I've found, but a little bit of everything there. You can get some elevation. You got the waterfalls, so a lot to do there. I've actually spent a little bit of time in South Carolina here more recently. I found some cool places, cool pockets down there. So there's a short drive down there as well.
Ryan, you're from Denver. Evan and I, we went storm chasing. We was based out of Denver. We flew in and kind of went from there. So we took our last day. We took our trip into the Rockies, and it was June the 3rd, and it started snowing on us, Evan, I believe. Yeah. So what's your favorite place to go in the Rockies?
Oh man, it depends on the time of the year. Rocky Mountain National Park is such a stereotypical answer. That's a great place to go in the summertime. In the wintertime, I mean, I'll take any of the ski resorts. Love skiing, so I'll take any of them any day in the wintertime. Probably not Loveland. I would say more of the Copper Mountains, maybe Keystones of the state. Steamboat Springs is another great place, but even Denver. Man, I know I'm not narrowing this down very well, but Denver's great. Love Denver as well. So I don't know.
Amen.
Well, guys, I know we're nearing our kind of end time, so I'm going to ask one more quick question, and Scotty will close this. So the last one for me is going to be, do you have a favorite weather disaster movie? It can be super cheesy.
Well, Twister immediately comes to mind. My wife loves Twister. My son loves Twister. I love Twister. That would be the number one, but The Day After Tomorrow's good. My son loves weather disaster movies, of all things. Can you imagine? I mean, he's the perfect child. So he loves any kind of disaster movie related to weather. So I've seen all of them. But yeah, I still think Twister ranks at the top.
Oh, that's a tough one. I don't watch a lot of movies. Immediately, A Day After Tomorrow came to mind for me. Great movie. That's one that, I mean, you can stay involved in the entire movie.
Yeah.
No chance of of losing focus on that one. But yeah, I'm a short attention span, so not a lot of movies. Twister, of course, is great. It's the all-time classic answer, but yeah, I'll go with Day After Tomorrow for sure.
I think those have been our most popular answers when we've asked this question. Well, gentlemen, final question here. For those folks maybe who are getting ready to leave high school or are in college and thinking about maybe changing their degree and they're interested in weather, what would be your advice to these folks? Why should they choose meteorology if it really interests them? And Jason, I'll let you go first.
Well, that's a diverse question, but here it is in a nutshell. Meteorology offers so many opportunities. Besides what Ryan and I do every day, broadcast meteorology is a small sample of overall the meteorological profession and the meteorology field. You could go into research. You could work for NOAA. You could work for the private sector. You could start your own company. There are many climate-driven sectors to go into as well. That's becoming more and more important, and certainly more and more are leaning towards the environmental/climate side of things too. It's just such a diverse area of study. It's great for somebody that loves science, and you got to stick with it. It's challenging. I mean, many people don't understand how much math and physics goes into meteorology unless you've taken those courses. It is a very challenging profession and study, but I think it's wonderful. So yeah, just stick with it. If you love science, meteorology is one of the best fields to get into.
I mean, I obviously haven't been at it for very long. I'm still, pretty young myself, but I would say the biggest thing is, there is a lot more work involved than I think that people realize. It's something that is fascinating. It's interesting. There's a lot to look at. And again, TV is not the only thing. In fact, I would say if someone wants to go into meteorology just to be on TV, that's maybe a bad idea because, there's so much more to it than that. A lot of math, a lot of science, but it is fun. And, every day for us looks different. And I'm going to, I'll disagree and agree with the statement to a certain degree. Everyone always says you can be wrong and you still get paid. We're right most of the time. But you know what? Even if we miss a forecast, it is true. We still get paid. So that part's kind of cool too.
It would be challenging if they did pay by the accuracy of the forecast. Some people, you never know, right?
Goodness, great. I can imagine now dealing with the Carolina wedge and at least the temperature forecast. That would be horrible if that was true.
It's challenging.
minus $100 every degree you're out.
Oh my goodness, that would be brutal some days. Well, guys, we're going to let you do your social info so folks can follow you if they're not already. Ryan, how can our followers follow you on social media?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook and then Twitter. I should know what my handle is, but I don't. But you can find me on there as well. And I'm on Instagram, and same thing. I gotta figure this out. But I don't know what my handle is on there either. Not much help.
Well, I'm
Ryan,
sure if you just
your handle on Twitter, it's Ryan_WLOS. So if y'all want to follow him, you can find it there.
I think it's the same on Instagram. So there we go.
All right, Ryan, thank you. Jason, how can our folks follow you if they're not already?
I believe, I'm on all three too, Insta, Twitter, and Facebook. I won't get into the uniqueness of each demographic and socioeconomic thing, but the idea is that I'm pretty simple. I think it's just at Jason Boyer WLOS.
We appreciate you guys joining us, and for you guys who are watching, thank you for watching. Until next time, we hope you have a great evening. Thanks, James, and welcome everyone to the Carolina Weather Group, Quarantining with Mets. We're happy to be joined by the WMBF weather team out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina this afternoon. We have on with us Jessica Dobson, Robert Whitehurst, Andrew Dockery, and hopefully Jamie Arnold will be joining us here in just a little bit. So over the next 40 minutes or so, we're going to be getting to know your local forecast team there in Myrtle Beach, and hopefully we'll reveal some fun things that you may have not known about those. So welcome to the show. We appreciate y'all joining us, and we always like to start off with some fun questions. So Jessica, I'm going to start with you because you kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. Iced coffee or hot coffee? Which do you prefer?
Usually iced coffee all the way. I've been on this whole whipped coffee kick. Andrew hasn't heard me shut up about it for a long time now. But iced coffee on most days, unless it's like winter outside. And then sometimes I'll go for a warm cup.
Andrew and Robert, you guys have a choice?
I would say I'm an iced coffee guy. I wasn't until I moved here into Myrtle Beach. And once you get into the humidity here, you're almost kind of forced to be an iced coffee guy. So I do hot coffee in the mornings, but if I have it in the afternoon, it's usually iced. And yeah, that whipped coffee, Jessica talks about it nonstop, and it is very good.
I wouldn't steer you wrong.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. It depends on the season. And it depends on where you're getting the coffee from.
Ooh,
Dunkin', I love Dunkin's hot coffee. I'm not a big fan of Starbucks hot coffee, but I like Starbucks iced coffee and cold brew better than the iced coffee at Dunkin'.
That is a well thought out answer.
Yeah, I discovered this thing too. It's called a hyper chiller. And so what you can do is brew hot coffee at home. You pour it into the hyper chiller that's frozen, and you spin it around for 30 seconds, and you have iced coffee that's not watered down.
Wow.
I don't own any stock in this hyper chiller either, so I don't get any commission if I sell any product.
How many sugars and creams, though?
You know what? You're really, that's a hurtful comment right there.
That's what gets me at Dunkin'. I'm like, load it up. Just keep squirting it.
My coffee is like white, okay?
What are y'all's favorite weather or disaster-themed movies? I guess we can go in the same order again. Start with Jessica.
Twister is for sure. I mean, that's very typical, but that came out when I was younger. And, you know, Jessica, she had blonde hair. I have blonde hair. So it just kind of really, it stuck with me. Love that movie. And also one that I grew up watching, I feel like it was on ABC Family a lot, was Night of the Twisters. It's very corny, like 90s one, but that's another.
I think for me, Twister was a big one. I'm not a big movie guy, though, if I'm being honest. Especially when it comes to weather movies, I just critique them really bad. But another one that stands out that I did watch a lot, which is even worse, is The Day After Tomorrow. That's one that immediately pops in there with Twister, but as far as if I could quote a movie, the one I've watched the most, it's definitely Twister for me.
Yeah, I think Twister is kind of the go-to answer, I think, for this one. I loved it growing up. I used to watch it all the time. I get a little more frustrated watching it now. Like, maybe that's not where we want to be during a tornado. I don't know. Maybe not in a shed tied to a water pipe coming out.
I think it's funny that I love Jo so much, but I didn't really understand the whole backstory that she was like kind of crazy and was refusing to divorce her ex. Like that didn't really register with me until honestly I watched it like a couple of years ago and I was like, man, this is kind of messy.
So next question on our list here, and to kind of stick with the same kind of weather-related stuff, do you have like a favorite type of music just in general, or maybe it's something that helps you kind of get in the mood for doing live broadcasts or weather-related stuff when weather's happening?
I'll let Andrew go first for this one because Andrew's our music buff, I feel like.
I'll have opened a can of worms. We could be here. We could be here for 40 minutes on this topic, no doubt about it. Music is my passion. I'm probably behind weather, so I'm a big music junkie. With that being said, I love every type of music. Anything kind of gets me in the mood. I usually do something that's not super upbeat in the morning since we're on the morning show, but something that'll just like, all right, this is a good feel, kind of like a acoustic indie vibe maybe. But I can listen to anything from Fleetwood Mac to George Strait to Tom Petty, Bruce Springsteen, you name it. I love it. I am a big component, though, of playlists. And I think I told Jessica this yesterday. I made a hurricane playlist. I might have to make it public one day. and it's all these songs about hurricanes. And I'm a big runner too, so like right before Dorian arrived, I was just like rocking out to all these songs that had hurricane references in there, from Jimmy Buffett to Luke Combs to all kinds of music, and it was fun. But yeah, music is a big passion of mine. So
we might have to get your hurricane playlist there to put out when we...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Oh, for sure. Heck yeah. I can gladly do that.
I don't really, I listen to a little bit of everything, but I don't really listen to music much when I'm forecasting. I think it distracts me a little bit.
Honestly, so on the weekends, I'll do mornings and evenings. And honestly, it really depends on the morning show or the evening show, which one I'm doing on my mood. Because if it's the evenings, like I'm already like mostly awake and I've probably had a lot of caffeine in my system. So I'm like ready to go. And I'll listen to, honestly, like I love throwback playlists. Like, whether that's like throwback R&B and hip hop from like the early 2000s or like the early 2000s hits or like late 90s hits, like those always put me like in a really good mood. But when it comes to mornings, I kind of like, what is it? I have like a couple of different ones on Spotify. Like my Spotify is so disorganized, it's not even funny. I'll like think of a band and I'm like, oh, I want to listen to that kind of music today. But mostly like things kind of more chill. Probably like Mumford & Sons or Neon Trees or Kings of Leon too. I listen to them a lot in the mornings. It really depends. Like my mood changes also throughout the morning. Sometimes I'm like, no, I need something a little more somber. Like so it really depends too for me. But I like all the music too. Like I'm the worst when I'm driving in a car with someone else and a song comes on and I start singing it and it goes down.
Like the Spotify playlist used to work great for me until I had a daughter, and now it'll go from Luke Combs to the Frozen 2 soundtrack.
Moana.
Then back to Aladdin and Moana, and then back to some sort of rock song. It really brings you all over the place.
Thing. Yeah, that sounds honestly kind of great though. Like
kind of throw in a Disney song every once in a while, just to kind of bring things back down.
Yeah, I gotta humble you.
All right, weather question, kind of a two-part question. When did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? And was there someone that you looked up to when you were younger, going through high school, college, that kind of also pushed you into that direction?
So for me, I don't think there was ever really a moment in time where I just knew. I honestly just kind of always knew. Like even when I was looking at colleges, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do meteorology. But I didn't know I wanted to do broadcasting because I used to be really shy. I don't really know what happened. Something happened, so now I can't shut up. But that kind of evolved throughout college. But in terms, I watched a lot of the local meteorologists. I think someone who pushed me a lot, though, who I met in high school, didn't realize how important it was to meet him, though, was John Gordon. He really pushed me to just kind of like take on my own personality when it came to weather. He works with, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. He used to actually be a hurricane hunter. Now he's the MIC at the National Weather Service in Louisville. And I volunteered with him one summer and like it totally changed everything for me. But I always grew up watching the meteorologists on air. There weren't always a lot of females though, so it was kind of hard for me to I never really had one specific person I looked up to. Because I kind of watched them all. So, yeah, long story short.
I think for me, I was in 5th grade. I grew up terrified of thunderstorms. Couldn't stand them. And I turned to the people on TV to kind of guide me through the storm, as corny as that sounds. My mom was in TV her whole life. She's behind the scenes. So she is a research director. She's been doing that for years. And I kind of had a firsthand like experience into what broadcast meteorologists do. So I would go to work any chance I got with mom and shadow all these meteorologists and be like, hey, listen, I don't like storms. And that actually grew a passion more out of fear back when I was in like 5th grade to, oh my goodness, this is crazy. Like the power of the atmosphere is so amazing. So I think the big mentor for me was Kevin Harnick growing up. I met him in elementary school. I kind of went with him. He's in Louisville. Jessica and I are from the same town, same city, went to the same college. But I got to shadow him all the way from elementary school through middle school, through high school, through college. And it really paved a way for me to understand how this business works, but also to really just be amazed at, there's people that are out there that are afraid of this type of thing, but just to be amazed at the power and how the technology these days is almost like there shouldn't be a fear just because we've come so far for how we are in this industry. And I think that's a big focal point for me right now is to try to teach people, hey, if there's a warning issued, take precaution, but at the same time, there's no need to be afraid of these things.
Yeah, I think my passion for weather started pretty young, and I think it was kind of a fear thing too. But my grandparents, my parents always told me that 5 or 6, I'd always watch the Weather Channel instead of the Cartoon Network or something, especially when a storm would come in. And then I would go into a closet and watch the Weather Channel because the storm scared me, but I was so interested in it. And especially my mom has kind of pushed me into weather because I was so passionate about it growing up. But we would go storm chasing in Florida. Whenever a hurricane would go by, we'd go down to the beach. I remember Flo going up the coast, and we were down at the beach looking at the wind gusts. And whenever a storm would come by, we would do that kind of stuff. So it's something I always wanted to do. And I don't know if I really had a favorite meteorologist growing up. I watched a lot of the Weather Channel and local. We had Tim Deegan in Jacksonville. I think he's still there. He's been there a long time. John Gahn there as well. So I think growing up in Florida, hurricanes was kind of my passion, and that's always been still my passion. That's why I'm still in the Southeast.
So this is maybe a question that's been a little bit controversial in the past. We've had some interesting answers. But model websites, you see model output all over Twitter and Facebook and anywhere that social media exists. Do you have a favorite website?
So in college, we always used Pivotal and COD, or College Up to Page. And so in college, I got so used to those that those kind of, I'll use other ones. I can never remember the one we use now. I think, Robert, you have it on our computer, or it's your account. But that one's good too. But I always end up, I think, going back to COD and then, or Pivotal, because I don't know, I just always like Pivotal, the colors. And then when it comes to COD, I like their satellite data a lot. I always go to their satellite or their surface analysis.
I am a weird one when it comes to models. Twister data, does anyone remember that site back in the day? Yeah. How the color table was so great, but the features were a little eh. I'm a big fan of ensemble forecast and having a ton of variety on a website. So simple is great. Otherwise I get distracted. So I try to do COD throughout a 48-hour window. And then I transfer over to weather models, which Robert and the team use, and then WeatherBell. I love WeatherBell. I love weather models. And those two are I would say my 1 and 2. But if it's coming to a quick 48-hour look of a forecast, it's usually Pivotal Weather or College of DuPage if I need to get something out quick. Otherwise, I'll spend way too much time on the other two.
Yeah, I think a lot of them, each have their strengths.
Yeah.
Pivotal Weather with the clickable soundings for the Euro and the UK Met and all the extra data now. That's great. You can't really find, I don't know where else you can find that kind of stuff right now. Obviously, you could break down the levels yourself on the WeatherBell or weather models, but to have those clickable soundings for the Euro and the UK Met, great. We were big into WeatherBell, and then when Ryan went over to weather models, we kind of gave that a try, and I think they're both great. The navigation certainly gotten a lot better on both of them. I think when they first started, it was there's all this stuff, but I don't know how to get to it. You'll find it once. You're I really want to save that. You come back and you couldn't find it. But I think they've kind of improved with those. So we use all three. We're kind of lucky that we have an account for all three.
Yeah.
I don't know if many people know about this one, but the FSU cyclone phase, that's good. That's good stuff there. You can see kind of gives you an idea if it's going to be a shallow warm core, or if it's more cold core.
What would be your most embarrassing on-air moment that you can recall?
I feel like I embarrass myself on a regular basis. So I don't know. I mean, I have made it before on one of those viral YouTube blooper things over something so stupid. I just stumbled over my words and then I couldn't stop laughing afterwards, and it was just 20 seconds of me doing the whole where you don't breathe or say sounds, you just sitting there laughing without making any noises. I did that. That was probably up there with one of the most embarrassing.
I don't really, and this, I mean, you can ask Jessica and Robert, they know. I don't get embarrassed often.
That's true, yeah.
So, like, I think back to, like, my job in Eastern Kentucky when I was the chief at WIMT. I would go out and do face paintings right before main weather and dance with people to learn, like, a jig or whatever it was. So I've done probably a lot of embarrassing stuff, but to me, I was just doing it just because it was interactive. But something I did not plan that happened was I did a whole main weather and Twitter blew up. This was back at Bowling Green, and it was obvious that my flag was down the entire time. So that was the only thing I can think of. I will never remember or forget that day. But other than that, everything else it takes a lot to embarrass me, but that day certainly did.
This isn't a bad one, but we have a Hurricane Expo we do every year. And I went to a little girl who was with her dad in a live interview. And I asked her, hey, are you having a great time here? And she looked at me and said, no. And I had no idea what to say. I was like, oh, well, there's some fun stuff over there. Back to you.
You didn't respond with, I like turtles, right?
And this is the thing with kids. They'll tell you the truth. They're not going to sugarcoat it.
Storm chasing. I know Western Kentucky goes out in the storm chasing every year. Have you guys been storm chasing? Any memorable events from that?
Oh, my gosh. Storm chasing. I went twice. And best 2 weeks of my life, both times. Like, hands down. Like, second time, they were both great for different reasons. The first time I was in 2016, in May of 2016, which I don't know if you guys remember or not, but that was the whole Dodge City event that unfolded, which was the craziest day of my whole life. Just like a tornado on the ground for I think over an hour, and it had, sister tornadoes at one point, and it was just like complete madness. Like I'd never seen chasers like that before either. And really that whole season I got to see pretty much every type of storm structure you would want to see, whether there was tornadoes or not. So that was really big for me. It was like literally, like everyone says it, but it was literally like everything you learned in your meteorology class, in your textbooks, everything you see, but it was like in front of your face. And so that was really cool for me. The second time, we didn't see quite as much, but WKU goes over a 2 week span, which I think a lot of schools probably do that too. And we did a lot more sightseeing. We went out to New Mexico, and we got to do a lot of cool things outside the whole storm chasing thing too. But I got to be with like my best friends when they saw their first tornado. So like lots of bonding, and like, it was just the best of both worlds, like being with your friends, but also at the same time learning so much, like being able to share all those like experiences and your same passion with other people. I could go on for days about storm chasing. Very near and dear to my heart. I wish I could go back and relive those days.
For me, I did go on the storm chase trip. I worked 2 years in college while doing school, so I did 19 hours of classes in a 40-hour work week in Bowling Green, which was crazy. The first year I couldn't because of a job. We just lost someone, so I couldn't take off. The second year I just accepted a job in Hazard, so I was already moving out when it was going up. I've storm chased on my own. I've never seen a tornado with my eyes. I've been around storms that produced a tornado at night and knew that, hey, this had a good chance of a tornado. I've seen damage firsthand from a tornado. I think the most powerful experience, though, would have been when we signed up for something that's not even storm chasing. We remember March 2nd, 2012 was a big time event in Kentucky. It was the one time I left Kentucky to go to and paid like for this big conference in Oklahoma. I never attended the conference. Like I just sat there and because everyone back home was so freaked out. So that was probably one of the more memorable events, is coming back and seeing the damage of what that produced up in Henryville and all that, because it's still crazy to look back at. But
yeah, it's kind of a bucket list thing for me. I've never really done storm chasing much, other than with my mom going to the beach when hurricanes went by. And of course, in Jacksonville, it's always when they went by for the most part. So we could go down to the beach and have wind gusts 40, 50 miles per hour. It was kind of crazy to watch. And they would always shut down the bridges going over the waterway. So we get stuck at the beach for an hour or two until the storm went by. But I've never really done any big storm chasing. I worked in Hattiesburg, Mississippi for a couple of years, and we certainly had quite a bit of severe weather there. A lot of tornadoes, and certainly saw a lot of pretty bad damage around there, but never actually seen one in person.
I foresee a WMBF storm chasing trip here in the near future.
I am down 100%.
So our next question is about favorite non-weather related hobbies. Robert, I don't think we've started with you yet, so I'll let you lead off if you want.
I love to get outdoors. So I love to mountain bike. We love to camp, go fishing. Growing up, my dad and I would always go up into North Georgia and go camping for a week and do some trout fishing in the Chattahoochee, going up into the little rivers up and the streams up in North Georgia and to the upstate of South Carolina. So, of course, I'm outdoors for this shot, too. So I guess that
I'm a big outdoors guy, too. Hiking, kayaking, boating, running lately has been a big passion of mine just because I love food, too. So food's a hobby. I love to eat. And then I also, like I said, I love music. So I play guitar, play the mandolin, play a little bit of piano. Any instrument I could play, I try to get my hands on. But yeah, I think those are the big things. I just love being outdoors. I hate sitting on the couch all day. I always have to be doing something.
My hobbies have kind of changed over the years. I used to dance growing up. I was on the dance team in college. But obviously now don't really do that as much. But I kind of, now that I live near the beach, I don't ever like to be sitting in my apartment. So I go to the beach literally as much as possible. Like when I get off here, I'm probably going to try to go to the beach because it's so nice outside. I love to read. I love reading books, especially recently, like autobiographies about either meteorologists or people in broadcasting, like books that I can take a lot away from. I love to cook. I don't like to clean. But I like to cook pretty much any chance I get. And I like to experiment and try to, like, if I can't, like, recreate, like, really good dishes from places I like, so I'm not as tempted to eat out as much. But it's really hard in Myrtle Beach. I plan on eating my way through this place. So, yeah, and then hanging out with my cats.
Since all three of y'all like doing stuff kind of around the city and stuff, is there a shout out to some of the places or things that you like the most? What makes your city so great? Can you name a couple favorite spots?
Beach.
Any particular part of the beach?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple spots here. I mean, everybody kind of, when they come to visit, they go to downtown Myrtle Beach, and it gets a little busy, a little crazy. I think the locals go a little farther north or a little farther south, and it gets a little quieter, and you can actually relax a bit. So maybe that's if you're going to come to visit Myrtle Beach, try to branch out from just downtown Myrtle Beach. There's a lot to offer up and down the coast, and that's the thing with Myrtle Beach. They want to stay as close to the beach as possible, the buildings and the homes. So instead of going inland, everything here is built up and down the coast. You have to kind of go quite a bit to see everything, but it's worth a visit from North Myrtle Beach all the way down to Merle's Inlet. Pawleys Island's beautiful, a little farther to the south of Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, I will agree with that. And the food is great, too. You can go all the way up into North Myrtle Beach and hit up Flourishes up near downtown North Myrtle, down to Barefoot Landing. I think a Flying Fish is a great seafood place there. Highly recommend that. It's a 48 catch to plate rule, so everything is super fresh, 48 hours. And then I'm a big South Strand guy. So what we say by South Strand, south of downtown Myrtle Beach, Surfside, Garden City, Merle's Inlet, the marsh walk is beautiful. And then you go even further south, Huntington Beach State Park, Brook Green Gardens, Pawleys Island. It's just a beautiful area down there that I would highly recommend anyone to come check out. Come to Myrtle Beach, check out downtown, and then go south would be my recommendation. And then if you have another day, go north, because you could eat your way through this city in the Grand Strand, no doubt about it.
I have not had the chance to really explore that much. I'm just now starting to be able to with all the Corona stuff going on. But I will say I have not been to a single place that I have not loved so far. All the beaches I've been to as far south as You know, I recently went to Surfside the other day, and that was really nice. Like, and there, every little spot I feel like has a different feel to it. It has like different character to it. And so I really like that so far. Honestly, have not really even had the chance to eat at any local restaurants except like the Boathouse. That was really good. Andrew and I ate there after work or during work one day. And then I went to a local Mexican restaurant the other day, Soli Luna, which was freaking amazing.
Where do you see the future of meteorology being? We're seeing a lot more non-traditional wise media with social media, websites, blogs. You still have your TV, your National Weather Service stuff. Where do you think the future of meteorology takes us in the next 10, 15 years?
I think that's kind of the magic question that everybody's looking to the answer for. I mean, you think back 15 years ago, how different it was, and then you look 15 years or 10 years in advance and just how different it's going to be again. Obviously, a lot of focus is on digital now. Everybody's on their phones. Most stations have a weather app at this point, but I think we invest a lot of time into our weather app, and we've seen quite a bit of growth of that here in the last few years. And even on social media, I think when I started in 2013, we had 3,000 or 4,000 likes on our weather page. I think we're up to almost 40,000 now. And you can see that kind of growth on our digital team as well. I did a presentation a couple of years ago about digital growth, website growth, and it was something like 200% growth since we launched the station. We're a relatively new station. We've only been around for a little over 10 years. But you start to see the TV side go down a bit, but the digital side is kind of taking over from there. And we started to put some work into OTT, things like Roku, so you can get your news kind of on demand. We're setting up a new system now at the station where basically an anchor or weather anchor can go on air or onto digital by themselves, has his own mixer board, audio board, cameras built in. They can punch up any sort of audio source, video source. And so we don't have to wait for that traditional 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m. People don't want to wait until 4 p.m. to get the forecast or 4 p.m. to get some information. So it's tougher now to tease things. Like, hey, we got this really big story. Tune in at 4 p.m. for the details. And people don't, everybody wants the information now. So instead of doing that typical thing, if it's breaking news, we can get on air, we can get on the digital, get on the Facebook with it, onto the website, and people can go there and get the information right away. Otherwise, they're going to go somewhere else to find it.
What's your favorite social media platform? Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat? Where's your go-to?
Well, I still have my MySpace active, I think, somewhere. So make sure you give me I'll put you in my top 6. But really, I think Facebook is still probably the king when it comes to weather information with the general public. I think it's probably starting to skew a little bit older with the population. I don't think the younger you go, I think you get the less people on Facebook now. And where we go from there, I'm not sure. We've kind of dabbled in Instagram a bit, and we have decent luck with it, but I don't think we've got a huge amount of traction on there yet. But it seems like most TV stations still use Facebook as the kind of big digital social metric, and then you just kind of have Twitter and Instagram and some other things on the side.
All right, we're gonna end with a couple of fun questions. So I'll end with this one. You're ordered a pizza. You're only allowed one topping. What is that topping?
Pepperoni?
Sausage, but this puts out a Barstool Sports one bite, everybody knows the rules is what I thought of as soon as you said that.
It's hard for me to pick one. My original thought was pepperoni, but I love banana pepper pizza.
Interesting. Nobody said pineapple, so that's good.
I was waiting for the pineapple.
Yeah, I don't think pineapple's on a pizza.
All right, then I will close this out tonight. This is a question that we briefly talked about before the show and had you all stow away your answer. So this could be controversial. There's only one right answer. Toilet paper, over or under?
I had to think. It's over. No. It's over.
Okay, one for over.
I saw a terrifying image once, and I'll explain it after Jessica answers. It's over.
Okay.
And it's because of the image.
Okay, yeah, I would say over, and I think of a meme, and I hope it's not what Andrew's thinking. It's like, I don't know, I can't even remember the meme. Something about a mullet, like, it had to do with a mullet.
I've seen that. One.
You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about.
The one I saw had a spider underneath, and like you reached underneath the toilet paper, to get it on the underside, and when you do that, you're like touching the spot. Ever since then, it's over.
No. All right. We have definitely enjoyed having you for this. We appreciate it. I would hate to give up this opportunity, or would love to give you this opportunity to promote your social media accounts. So if anyone who's watching or listening, head down to Myrtle Beach. They know where to get the weather information at, and maybe some of the best places to hang out. So I'll let you guys give out some social media information before we close off. Robert, I'll start with you.
No, you could. I'm big on Facebook, so if you just search for.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay stay at least 6 feet apart from others, and get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
It should pop up on there. And of course, our main Facebook page is kind of the one where we put a lot of our time into more forecasting, and that's going to be the WMBF First Alert Weather Facebook page.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty generic in our handles. I'm meteorologist Andrew Dockery on Facebook, and then you can find me on Twitter at Andrew WMBF. We have a great team that loves social media. We would love to just even chat with you all about weather sometime.
Yeah, mine's the same pretty much. It's meteorologist Jessica Dobson on Facebook, and then at Jessica Dobson WX on Twitter. You can also follow me on Instagram. I can't even think of my handle right now, so whatever. You can also follow me on Pinterest.
You can also find Jamie Arnold at Jamie Arnold WMBF on Twitter. So look up Jamie. We hate that he wasn't able to join today, but certainly appreciate having you all around. And if you're in Myrtle Beach, be sure to check out the WMBF First Alert Weather Team. For everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we're going to be talking about winter weather. It's getting cold outside, and eventually we're going to be talking about some of those wintry precipitation events that likes to kind of rear its head here in the southeast, here, especially in the Carolinas in the wintertime. So with us tonight is Trish Palmer. She is the coordinating meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, and if you've watched our show you probably remember Trish, but if you haven't, Trish, welcome back. I know recently you got a promotion there in the office to the WCM. So before we kind of get into winter weather, tell us about that position. It's I know it's kind of different from going from the forecast desk to doing a lot of more things, kind of juggling in the air with the new job promotion.
Sure, and thank you guys for having me on again. As the warning coordination meteorologist, my job is that I'm now the primary liaison with our external partners, and that means the TV meteorologists, emergency managers, you guys out there in the other parts of media world. I'm also in charge of all of our outreach and preparedness programs. So when you hear about Severe Weather Awareness Week or Winter Weather Preparedness Week or whatever it might be, I'm the one that has to coordinate all of those different issues. And I work very closely with our surrounding offices. As part of the transition, I'm no longer actually in the shift rotation, but I still cover shifts because I'm still a meteorologist, and I have not lost my love for the geeky part of meteorology. I absolutely love it. That's why I got into this. But now with the promotion and my title as the warning coordination meteorologist, getting to work with the partners and establish those relationships and working with the media and helping to bridge the gap between what we do in the Weather Service and what you guys and the TV meteorologists do in taking the message to the public. It's the whole weather enterprise needs to work together really well in order to effect the proper response from the public. And I really enjoy being that liaison and working with all these different facets of the weather enterprise.
Forecasting is a big deal, but communicating is another big deal. And you about put half and half now these days with the various ways that we can communicate. And one of those ways that we really want to communicate is winter weather. And it's one that we don't get a lot of storms here in the Carolinas, but when we do, they're pretty impactful. So, Trish, talking about the winter weather products, we kind of start with a winter storm watch, and then it kind of builds from there. Talk to us about these different products and what each product, the criteria is for each of those.
Okay, so for a watch, just like any other watch that we might issue, a severe thunderstorm watch, a tornado watch, tropical storm watch is what we had this year as well. A watch means that conditions are favorable for these hazardous weather types to occur, and you need to have a plan in place. You need to be thinking about what you would do or where you would go if that weather event were to impact you. So a watch is basically, we're keeping an eye out of the sky, we're watching the weather. Again, have a plan, make sure you're prepared for whatever happens. So in the case of winter weather, we like to issue a watch anywhere from 36 to 48 hours in advance of the onset of wintry precipitation. And the watch timing with that, we're really looking at about a 50% confidence level, that we're 50% confident that this hazardous weather will occur. As we get closer to the event, we can transition the watch to a warning or an advisory. And the difference there is that with the warning, we're looking at 80% confidence that hazardous winter weather will occur. And with an advisory, it's still 80% confidence, but it's more like nuisance winter weather. So the difference would be if you consider snow. Right now, for the Piedmont of the Carolinas, our criterion for winter storm warnings for snow is 3 inches. So if it's below that, that would be more of a nuisance event, which would warrant an advisory. And if it's 3 inches or above, you'd get a warning. Now, we do have flexibility with our forecasters because we all know that, say, 2 inches of snow in Charlotte at 2 o'clock Sunday morning is very different from 2 inches of snow in Charlotte at 7 o'clock Monday morning, right? So we are able to take the societal impacts into account when we're issuing those warnings. So for 2 inches of snow at 2 o'clock Sunday morning, probably an advisory. 2 inches of snow at 7 o'clock Monday morning, you talk about rush hour, school buses, that's where we would have that flexibility to go ahead and issue a warning, even though the objective, the number criterion isn't quite met. So we have that flexibility there. We have different criteria for sleet and freezing rain too. For a warning for sleet, we're looking at 1/2 inch. For freezing rain, for a warning, we're looking at 1/4 inch. But again, there's a little bit of flexibility there depending on the impacts that we might be experiencing.
And so, Trish, one thing is an advisory really isn't a step down. It's still impactful. It just, the accumulations are different than what a warning is. And, some folks may see advisory as, it'll be okay, when in fact it's still going to be impactful to people.
Right, especially when you're talking bridges and overpasses. You could still have dangerous areas on the roads, dangerous travel conditions, even with an advisory. Again, going from a watch to either a warning or an advisory, we're going from 50% confidence to 80% confidence. So we're confident that something is going to happen. It's just the scale of whatever that is. So we don't want people to just take advisories lightly. You still have to be prepared, and you still have to take precautions. It's just that we're talking the chances of, say, like widespread power outages and stuff like that would be much less with an advisory type situation than with a warning situation.
Right, and Tricia, one of the things that sticks out that I wanted to reinforce is that the criteria for this is it's tailored to each area in your forecast area. Like, for example, the impacts and the impacts are what matters most. So, what would be most impactful for Asheville is different than what would be impactful for Charlotte and Greer. So obviously you're going to have different criteria for those areas, that's what matters, and that's the thing you need to be thinking about, is whether you get this lower level advisory but still important, or the higher level warning, which is even more important, that would be issued for your area.
Right, exactly. And we all know that the mountains get more snow than the Piedmont does, right? So our criteria for the mountains for snow is 4 inches, whereas the Piedmont gets 3 inches. And the further north you go, the higher that gets. You go for places like New York, you're looking at 6 or 7 inches, maybe even 8 inches before they get to a warning, because they know how to handle it. They have the resources. the impact isn't as great up there as it is down here. Again, just partially based on climatology.
And something else to think about if you're traveling outside this area is that criteria will be different elsewhere. If you go into Raleigh, if you go to Philadelphia, if you go to Chicago, those criteria are going to be different still. Think about the level of impact when you hear about these advisories or warnings being issued. It indicates how serious the event's going to be.
Right, and we have the exact opposite in the summer. You know, down here we can handle the heat a little bit better than people can up north. So somebody down here may go up north in the summer and it's a heat advisory, whereas down here we're expecting heat indices of 105 for a heat advisories, but up north it might be more like 95 or 100. And, you know, we Southerners are like, what, I can't handle 100 degrees? But it's different. It's based on climatology and what your body is acclimated to.
Trish, the National Weather Service also issues wind products year-round, but during the wintertime, it gets especially breezy across the western half of the Carolinas, and specifically in NWS GSP's forecasting area. That's maybe not a winter weather type that most people think about, but it can definitely drive wind chills down and cause widespread power outages. So can you talk a little bit about the criteria for wind products in general?
Sure. Well, we've got the wind aspect, and we've got the wind chill aspect. And then, of course, we have the winter weather aspect. So when we have a winter event, lots of times we roll them all into one product rather than issuing a whole bunch of different products, because as you guys are probably aware, a wind product is handled by one set of products. It's called a non-precipitation warning, whereas the winter storm and wind chill products are handled by the winter storm products. So it can get very confusing. So we often wrap these in together. And so we can sometimes tweak our criteria to make it match what the weather is looking like. And again, just to make more sense to the residents across the Western Carolinas and Northeast Georgia. So for example, when we issue a high wind warning, that's when we're expecting frequent gusts over 50 knots or 58 miles per hour. That's not uncommon in the northern mountains in the middle of the winter, because we have the jet stream coming down. We've got some really tight pressure gradients that set up often. And anybody who's watched the weather at Grandfather Mountain knows it can get very, very, very windy up there. So you'll see those products a lot. The step down from there is a wind advisory. And that's really when we're expecting winds, 30 to 39 miles per hour with frequent gusts over 40 to 45 miles per hour. Again, we have the flexibility to adjust that. It's been kind of a wet season, so maybe we might issue a wind advisory at wind speeds just a little bit lower. We also know that once we get to wind speeds that are over 35 miles per hour, school buses have a real hard time driving in that. So we're trying to line up our products a little bit more with what the schools are needing from us. And that's part of the communication between us and those decision makers. So they let us know what they need, and we tell them what the weather is going to be. And sometimes it's just easier for us to issue a product based on those more widespread impacts. So when we take the wind and the temperatures into account, then we get the wind chills on top of that too, right? So once we're looking at wind chills below 0 Fahrenheit, that's when we're going to start looking at wind chill advisories, wind chill warnings. Again, it's going to be a little bit lower in the mountains than it would be in the Piedmont. But again, we're not going to, during a winter weather event, we're not going to issue a winter storm warning for 4 inches of snow and then a separate product for -5 wind chills and then a separate product for 40 mile per hour winds. We're going to all roll them into one product and then just outline it there in the text.
And so, Trish, one more thing, and we'll kind of transition out of the warnings. There is a few more that we've not talked about. And that's the ice storm warning. We've had those occasionally here in the Carolinas. Can you tell us a little bit about that product?
Okay, well, again, it gets kind of complicated with all these different types of products. But we have a winter storm warning and we have an ice storm warning. The difference is that a winter storm warning is considered either a mix or a mostly sleet or snow event, whereas an ice storm warning is mostly freezing rain. The difference is, again, in the impacts. When we have snow, we don't have quite as many widespread power outages as we might with a freezing rain event, because the freezing rain is accumulating on the power lines, whereas snow doesn't always accumulate on the power lines. The difference is, like if we could look back to December of 2018, that was pretty kind of an earlier snow event. So there were still some leaves on the trees that hadn't fallen off. And so we had more widespread and prolonged power outages just because, I mean, the leaves were brown, but they hadn't all fallen off. So there are some, again, impact-based issues that we're dealing with there. But freezing rain can often be a bigger hazard for travel than snow can, because if we can get the roads treated for snow, lots of times the road crews can keep up with it. But ice is a totally different beast, because you've got the power lines, you've got the tree issues, you've got bridges and overpasses. Sometimes you can't even walk. Whereas with snow, you get a little bit of traction just based on the snow itself. So ice storms are a slightly different beast, and we're happy we haven't had a big one in a while.
NOAA released their winter weather outlook not too long ago, and it all kind of it takes everything into consideration, the La Nina state that we're in currently, as well as other factors throughout the year. Can you tell us a little bit about that outlook and how it might impact the Carolinas?
Well, the outlook, like you said, it takes a lot of big picture seasonal things into effect. And the outlook is developed by another branch of the National Weather Service called the Climate Prediction Center. And these are folks who are climatologists by training. They have a lot of experience in seasonal forecasting, and they look at all of this stuff and they produce this outlook. Now, for us, partially because we're looking at a La Nina year, we're looking at more likely we're going to have above average temperatures through the winter season and below average precipitation. Now, I want to be clear that that doesn't mean we're not going to get any big events. If anybody remembers back in 2011, January of 2011, I mean, here at GSP, we had 6.5 inches that year, and that was a strong La Nina year. So it doesn't mean we're not going to get any big events. We actually had somebody call the office and said, well, we're going into a La Nina winter. Does that mean we're not going to have any flooding? No, that doesn't mean that at all. It just means on a seasonal basis, the average temperatures will likely be above normal and the average precipitation will likely be below normal. But here on the local level, we look out 7 days and we're forecasting for these high impact weather events. And we're going to issue watches and warnings no matter what the seasonal outlook is, because you could still have an extreme event any time of year.
Very important to consider when we live in the South here that one snowstorm can bring you double your normal snowfall in a year. So even though on average we're likely to see a warm and dry winter, it only takes a 1 week long cold pattern to give you above normal snowfall. So keep that in mind, because what's normal is actually not much. So you can actually get a lot well above normal snowfall for a year just because you got one big snowstorm.
Yep. And it's really important for your viewers, your listeners, to understand that they need to be prepared for all types of high impact weather. Don't take a seasonal outlook of, above normal temperatures, below normal precipitation, and say, I can let my guard down. No. You always need to have an emergency kit ready. You always need to be prepared.
And so, Trish, talking about that, the forecast, it seems like, with tropics, we get a little sector of that. But with winter weather, we get a bigger sector, seeing these fantasy weathercasts that go out 10, 15 days in advance and kind of show these big monster winter storms developing. But honestly, tell us how hard it is to forecast winter weather here, and how those fantasy land storms that some people like to post, hardly ever verify.
You can find a model run that'll say basically anything you want it to say. And what's the saying that even a broken clock is right twice a day, or even a blind squirrel catches a nut every now and then. So there may be some extreme forecasts out there, and maybe somebody gets lucky and it gets right. But the important thing is for people to rely on trusted sources of weather information. So don't just look at one social media post from Joe Blow out there. Talk to your, you guys have a huge Twitter following, and you guys have reliable sources that you tweet and retweet, whether it's your local favorite TV meteorologist or us here at the National Weather Service. It's really important that people rely on trusted sources of information. And in the end, when it comes to watches and warnings, we in the National Weather Service are congressionally mandated to issue those products. And then we rely on you guys on the media side of things, whether it's TV media or internet media or whatever, to get the word out there to the public. I mean, some people will get it through our website. But our interface is more working with the media and emergency managers. So we really rely on you guys to be the go-between between us and the public. So again, we're the ones that are issuing the watches and warnings, but often it's you guys in the media that are communicating that to the public. So that back and forth interaction is really important. And when it comes down to some random social media post with some random forecast, anybody can be right every once in a while, and a lot of that is just clickbait. They want people to click on them to get likes or followers or whatever. And there's really no point in scaring people with crazy forecasts all the time. Again, go to your reliable, trusted sources of weather information.
Absolutely. Know your meteorologist. If you're finding weather information from someone you don't know who is actually posting it, it's some anonymous type of weather site, you may want to take that with a grain of salt. Exactly. If it's the National Weather Service, a company like the Weather Channel or AccuWeather, or a local meteorologist, those are ones you can trust, especially if you're hearing the same or similar message from all of them.
Trish, we were talking about that. Obviously, winter weather gets everyone excited. But there's also some aspects here in the Southeast where we could see severe weather in the wintertime. We have seen, severe weather aspects. And even when you mention La Nina, you in the back of your mind, late winter, early spring, you think of potential of an active fire season. So there's other things that we're looking at in the wintertime besides snow, sleet, freezing rain, and high winds.
Yes. We live in a very active portion of the country. We don't really get a break here. There's not really much of a down season. Sometimes October, early November can be kind of quiet. It's actually kind of quiet out there this week. But certainly recently it hasn't been. We've had a lot of rain and some big flooding events. So there's always something that could be happening. So like you said, winter, we're going into winter weather. That doesn't mean that there's not going to be tornadoes at some point. February 6th of last year, we had a pretty big event back then, this past year. We had tornadoes back in January of 2020. So tornadoes can happen any time of year. And again, that's why people need to be watching the forecast, be prepared for anything. And you mentioned fire weather. We've been lucky in the fire weather aspect, in that we haven't had much of a fire weather season in the past few years. It's been 2016 since we've had a really big one, and that was a bad one. To avoid fire weather, we've got to have a lot of water, right? So you get 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But that is certainly an issue before the leaves start greening up, the big spring green up. As we get into late winter, we still got leaves on the ground. It's not quite as wet anymore. We still got some big wind systems that are coming in that'll continue to dry us out. So yeah, fire weather in the early part of the spring is a big issue. This time of year also, in the late fall, it's also a big issue because all the leaves are falling down. So it's also always important to be monitoring fire weather conditions as well, especially if you need to do some outdoor burning. Check with your local officials to find out if there's a burn ban. Please do not burn a brush pile without checking the forecast. I have personal experience with this. A few years ago, our neighbors did not check the forecast and went to burn a brush pile. And they left, there was one guy there with a tractor to watch it, and it got out of control. And we noticed more and more smoke. We all happened to be home that day. There was more and more smoke coming by our windows. Our baby girl was up taking a nap. And so my husband goes and he looks, and there's a fire in our yard. So we actually had to call 911, and there were 2 different units that had to come out. We had a 2-alarm brush fire around our house. And then they're first concentrating on our propane tank. And, in the heat of the moment, you don't think about it. But looking back, if I had realized that if I had put the 2 and 2 together, fire, propane tank, I would have completely panicked. In that case, they got the fire out, but it could have been a devastating situation because our mulch was on fire. It was very scary. Our little boy was terrified. The little baby slept through it all. But you've just got to be careful. You've got to watch what you're doing and pay attention to the forecast.
So, Trish, what are some of the sensible safety precautions that the public can take? We talk about putting together a kit so that you can be prepared, but what would go into that and really tailored towards winter weather?
Well, it'll depend on what you're doing and what you need to be doing and your life situation. So if you're at home and we have a winter storm warning and you don't need to be anywhere, and hopefully not, you're going to want to have your standard A gallon of water per person per day in case you lose power and can't get water, especially if you're on a well. You're going to want to have any medications. You're going to want to have non-perishable foods, and make sure you have a manual can opener for any cans that you have. You're going to want to have extra blankets and stuff nearby. If you're using something like a kerosene heater or something, or propane gas fireplace or something like that, you need to be aware of carbon monoxide issues and always have a way to vent the carbon monoxide out. And if you've got the best thing is to have a carbon monoxide detector in your house, because that is truly a silent killer. Because people go to sleep and they never wake up. They have no idea, they don't know what happened. So again, have a way to stay warm, have a way to stay fed, and have plenty of water. If you have babies, make sure you have plenty of baby supply.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, Wait 6 feet apart. Wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
If you need oxygen or something like that, maybe you need to have some extra supplies with you there. If you have pets, that's another thing. You need to have a way for your pets to have water and food and maybe bring them inside. Or if you have like farm pets, make sure that they're taken care of. If you need to be out on the road for any reason, if you must be out on the road, we've got a lot of first responders that have to be out on the road. Make sure you have a bag of kitty litter or ice melt or something like that in your vehicle. Make sure you have an ice scraper. Make sure you have a blanket in case you get stuck. Make sure you have some food and some water. Make sure you have a snow shovel maybe even. So there's a lot of different things that you can have with you to help you should the worst case situation arise.
And it's important to do that in advance.
Yes.
When, like, for example, current times when the weather's relatively quiet, advanced planning is the key to being ready when things happen, be them a weather disaster or something else. Get ready in advance. That way, for one thing, you can actually secure the supplies. They might be in short supply when we're close to an event and something bad's going to happen, a big snowstorm or whatever. Be ready in advance. And ready.gov is a good place to go and look for other tips for not just weather emergencies, but also other kinds of disasters too, earthquakes and so forth.
Exactly. And always have your phones charged up. Always have these charged. Even if the cell phone networks get clogged up, often text will still work. So if something were to happen and you get stranded, maybe you don't have a cell phone signal, you might be able to still send a text to a family member or something like that and ask them to ask for help for you. But always have your phones charged up. That's a big one too. Especially going into a big event, just keep it plugged in overnight and just have it there. There are lots of like manual battery chargers that you can get. You can get crank chargers, crank radios, and stuff like that. So there's lots of different options out there.
Well, Trish, speaking of winter weather, we'll kind of close with this. For those folks who live in Western North Carolina, upstate South Carolina, and far northeast Georgia, how can they follow you guys? What's the best way for our followers and listeners to get information from the Weather Service there with winter weather coming up? I know your website, you've got social media. What's the different outlets they can check out?
Well, like you said, our website, weather.gov/GSP for Greenville, Spartanburg, weather.gov/GSP. That's going to have all of our latest information, the most official information. We do have Facebook and Twitter at NWSGSP. Facebook and Twitter, social media is not an official source of warning information, okay? Because sometimes that can go down. Sometimes our meteorologists get overwhelmed, and we can't always keep some of that updated. A lot of that auto posts. The other thing is that Facebook algorithms sometimes don't always show you the most recent posts. So we have stopped posting warning information on Facebook because we've had a lot of complaints from people getting old warning information instead of new warning information. So we'll use Facebook more to post precautionary and preparedness activities and actions. And we might use Twitter more for the actual warnings and advisories, those kinds of real-time, what's going on right now situations. We love to get reports from people. We don't know what's happening basically anywhere except outside our office. And we have these little bitty windows. We can't see very far. So it's really important for people to tell us what's going on out there. And that's not just winter. That's all year round. If you see a tree that comes down, let us know. If there's a thunderstorm out there and it's causing, there's flooding on your road, let us know, because we don't always know what's going on at the ground. So get out there with a ruler, take a picture of the ruler. Those are the best. If you can take a picture of the ruler in the snow and then tweet it to us at NWSGSP, Or if you go to our website, there are places that you can report your weather there. We really, really, really appreciate that information because that helps us to understand what's going on out there so that we can then adjust our thresholds.
That's all good information. Trish, we certainly appreciate you joining us, and fingers crossed. I know I like winter weather. I believe you like winter weather. I know Evan loves winter weather. Frank, I know you've had your winter weather in Pennsylvania, so you might want a little bit of a break. But
yeah, I'll take this La Nina winter. Hopefully it's at least 60 degrees every day for now through March. I'll be fine with that.
But for the rest of us who are wanting winter weather, we hope that we'll get some. And Trish, we thank you and your crew down at GSP for all you do. I know it's been a very busy year, and maybe we can get one or two winter weather events and then let you guys get a little bit of a break.
Maybe we can. And we really appreciate you guys because, like I said earlier, we really rely on you guys in the media, whatever type of media it is, whether it's television or social media or podcasts and videocasts and all of this stuff. Again, we rely on you guys to be the go-between between us and the public. And we appreciate the efforts that you guys make to help in that regard.
We're honored to do it and honored to help you all out any way we can. And we thank you guys, our followers. Give us a like on this podcast. Let us know if you found this information valuable to you. And be sure to follow GSP on Facebook and Twitter and let them know what you are seeing this winter season. So for everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, hope you have a great evening, and we will talk to you soon. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group, show number 304. We all hope you've had a great start to the new year. Tonight we have on with us Aubrey Urbanowitz. She is the chief meteorologist at WHSV in Harrisonburg, Virginia. And so you may know Aubrey if you listen to a lot of weather podcasts. Aubrey is a panelist on the Weather Brains, and we're going to definitely dig into that. But tonight we're just going to get to know Aubrey and what got her hooked. She's got an interesting story about joining the meteorology field. So we appreciate you watching tonight. If you have any comments, just send them to us on our Twitter page at Carolina WX Group, or you can comment on the stream that's going on right now. So Aubrey, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. I appreciate it. It's nice to, kind of cross podcast.
That's right. Normally we do that National Weather Podcast month, but we're doing it a couple months early. So Aubrey, we was kind of a little bit talking about your foray into meteorology. You didn't start off your college path didn't really take you into broadcast meteorology. You actually started with a restaurant chain. So tell us about that little interesting story that kind of got you into weather.
So I had zero aspiration to be on television. I was, when I kind of went through high school and started college, I really wasn't sure what I wanted to do. So I had a great job at Chili's restaurant. I kind of worked my way up and I started to become a corporate trainer. So as a corporate trainer, if you're not familiar, you would basically become part of a team. You would travel around and do new store openings as a corporate trainer, train new employees, and you kind of got to see a lot of the country. In fact, I got to do several international openings, and I just kind of got to meet a lot of people. And it was on a lot of these new openings where I kind of discovered my passion for weather. So I started doing openings in 2003. In 2004 and 2005, Chili's had this goal of opening 100 plus restaurants. And if you think back meteorologically, in 2004, 2005, what happened? Hurricane season. 2004, that's when Florida was almost wiped off the map by all four hurricanes. I was in two of the four. Hurricane Katrina was kind of a turning point for me, really. I was sent back to Louisiana to help rebuild some stores after I had been there and evacuated. For Katrina, I was there during Rita, and ended up being there for 3 months. I was in Louisiana so long, they ended up starting to take state taxes out of my checks. So after that, I went back I was living in Johnson City, Tennessee at the time, And I went and saw Mark Reynolds at WJHL, who responded to an email that I had sent and brought me into the TV studio, and I asked him questions, and I wanted to be behind the scenes. I thought maybe, you know, producing, I can make graphics, I was good with computers, and he said, there's no jobs in that, you need to be in front of the camera. And I said, oh, that's not me, that's not what I want to do. And he said, you can do it, I think you can do this. And he said, I want you to take a look at this program, and he pointed me in the direction of Mississippi State. And somehow, blindly, I agreed to it and kind of followed his advice. And within maybe a couple weeks, I was enrolled or accepted into the Mississippi State distance program. And I was able to not only take classes and finish my degree, but also I was still able to travel with Chili's for at least 2 years and still able to do corporate openings. And so I got an internship and yada, yada, yada. I got my first job at WHSV in Harrisonburg, Virginia, and fell in love with this place. Absolutely never intended to be here past my 2-year contract, and re-signed, got promoted. Here's the thing, I got promoted to a Monday through Friday position from weekends after I think 7 or 8 months. After working in a restaurant for 12 years, meaning weekends and nights for 12 years, I thought, wow, I have weekends off. The rest is history. And I could not have asked for a more amazing place, a beautiful area. And now my brother moved here 4 years ago. My parents just moved here in May. So now I've got family here, which a lot of meteorologists, you know, unless you move to your home market, you can't say that. So I just feel very blessed and kind of lucky.
Now, Aubrey, you mentioned that you had no interest in going on TV. So
none.
One industry into a completely different industry. Where did you gain your experience on how to get yourself ready to go on camera and do live weather forecasting? Is that something you learned along the way? I know there's probably some folks out there that will be watching that might be interested in seeing how you transitioned into that to get your confidence level up to be able to forecast on camera.
So it was all the leadership in Chili's. It was the training role that I had. Working for Chili's for so long, I knew every item. I was quality control. I knew exactly what little details went on every single menu item. I could recite that menu backwards and forwards. I could teach. And so when I started training and teaching these menu items the Chili's way and how to serve and how to bartend, I was confident in that because I knew that material. So when I learned how to present and train, I was confident in that material. So when I finally was able to teach that, that's what gave me the confidence as I became a leader in that material. And so it was actually kind of that transition that I learned to be able to present myself on camera. Once I was comfortable and kind of was able to, I guess, get used to the fact that I was on camera, learn some breathing exercises and not think about the fact that I was on camera, it just kind of transitioned because I just envisioned myself talking to people like I'm talking to a group, like I'm training people, giving them the information that I know, like I'm teaching them the menu items, I'm teaching them the forecast. And so it was kind of that. You think it's two completely different worlds, but it's actually kind of very similar. So that's how I transitioned because I had absolutely no desire to be on camera. I was never a theater major. I was never a singer. I was never a performer. I was a dancer, but that was when I was a kid. So, I never, ever would have imagined I would have been on television, and now I can't see myself doing anything else.
I love that history. I love how you put yourself on the fast track through that whole process. I can see. So going through the program, getting your meteorology degree, getting a job, it's something you became passionate about very quickly. So I'm assuming you probably have some favorite areas of study, maybe some research or favorite topics of meteorology. Would you like to share some of those with us?
Yeah, so I've really developed a love for weather history. And I think a lot of that has stemmed from me learning this area and really kind of diving into Shenandoah Valley weather history. I'm not in a severe weather market. We get kind of a mix of every kind of weather. We do get 4 seasons. We We don't get super big storms often. When we do, we can get big storms. It's just not maybe as frequent as some other markets, but we do have a good storm history. And so I think when I was diving into that is when I kind of developed my passion for weather history and really showcasing. And I did kind of a keynote address at the Mississippi State Severe Storm Symposium last year on learning the weather history in your market. When you go to a new TV station, you'll make that bond with your viewers when you do learn that weather history. And it'll also make you become a better forecaster when you learn a lot of that weather history in your market. And I think it was kind of during that process that I really developed that. And now, you know, hurricanes are how I got into meteorology. So that I always have a soft spot for that, but I haven't really had much of an opportunity to forecast them. So I think I'm turning more into a severe weather nerd. And I'm really loving the structure of thunderstorms more and more. So I'm hoping to storm chase this spring. That's my goal. You know, as I become chief, you know, you're stuck in the studio more and more. So you don't get an opportunity to see the sky as much, even though we all love to watch the sky. So I think I'm going to try and do that, but also try to, you know, watch the sky more and more. So yeah, thunderstorms are definitely the sweet spot.
You sure get your fair share in the Shenandoah Valley area. The Mid-Atlantic's a pretty volatile area of the country where fronts sweep through and crisscross and meander and cause all kinds of interesting weather up that way. What is cold air damming and how does it occur and how long does it last?
So the cold air damming is kind of a special feature that happens in between the mountains. You can get kind of a stronger event, which can go all the way down from the mid-Atlantic, all the way down the mountains into Georgia and the Carolinas. You can get kind of a weaker event that maybe will affect part of Virginia, part of northern Virginia, and then you kind of end up with a really big temperature gradient in between a couple of areas. And a lot of that comes from high pressure. Some of that comes from coastal storms. So you have high pressure that moves over New England. Sometimes it moves over Pennsylvania. And due to that position of the high, when you have that clockwise flow, that brings in not only the cooler air from the north, but also the cooler maritime air, that cooler moist air from the Atlantic. And that cooler air is more dense, so it sinks in between the mountains. It can be intensified when you have an area of low pressure that moves along the coast. When you have that counterclockwise circulation, especially moving up the Carolinas, sometimes you can get some of your big icing events that way. You can also get some of your big snow events that way, depending on how deep that cold air is. So sometimes when you have maybe a weaker event, you can get a pretty decent temperature gradient. In fact, the February tornado event a couple years ago in Virginia, that was a cold air damming situation, or what we call a wedge event, where the Roanoke Valley was in the 70s. That wedge started to lift northward. Stanton, Virginia, which is in my viewing area, it's the southern part of my viewing area, started to erode out of that wedge. And temperatures started to get into the upper 60s, where Harrisonburg, just 30 miles away, was stuck at 46 degrees. You can have, let's see, even just last week, we had a wedging event where temperatures were, I think, a 30-degree spread within about an hour drive. So, you know, you can have a partly cloudy wedge. You can have a sunny wedge. Most times you have low clouds, stratiform clouds, a lot of drizzle. And then, of course, in the wintertime, you have to watch for your precipitation because you can get a lot of icing events. But temperatures are very interesting when you're forecasting the wedge. You know, I've learned that whatever you forecast, you know, drop it another 10, 15 degrees.
Hey, Aubrey,
Yeah.
I was wondering, Ben, your newest meteorologist back there, have you prepared him for the wedge? I mean, does he know what he's getting himself into?
I have not prepared Ben for the wedge fully yet, although the good news is they're asking if I've prepared you for the wedge yet. The good news is Ben is from Richmond, and Ben also went to Virginia Tech. So Ben is also familiar with the wedge. So.
He's good then. He's good.
Yeah, so he definitely knows. But kind of the key to the wedge is to follow the dew point. You'll do a lot better if you can follow the dew point at least. And whatever the models think and you doubt, just drop it another 5 degrees.
That's always a safe bet. So Aubrey, I want to reverse one of Shay's questions from earlier and ask, so the Shenandoah Valley has unique, interesting weather, but also some difficult systems that are just hard to forecast. What are some of the hardest systems to forecast in the Shenandoah Valley?
Well, even something like today, we had a shortwave trough kind of rotating through behind yesterday's storm. And a lot of times when we have that happen, or we have a trough coming through after a cold front, we get this wonderful blast of upslope snow showers or the orographic lift across the Allegheny Mountains. So where I am in the Shenandoah Valley, we average about 20 to 25 inches of snow a year. Within a 2-hour drive, the Alleghenies average 100 to 110 inches of snow a year. So you have quite the difference with they get lake effect snow all the time. So when you have these shortwave troughs moving through, or you have the orographic lift, especially when you have strong wind and just enough of that maybe vorticity or upper level energy rotating through, you can get these snow squalls, these snow bands. So you have to watch out for those. And what happened this morning was I expected some of those snow bands. One, it was more intense. And two, they dropped a lot farther south, about 45 miles further south than I expected. So I'm always cautious of those. And so it's kind of just more about communication, because a lot of times the models don't fully pick up on those. You have to kind of watch for the hints. And so it's kind of one of those things where, okay, I'm looking for some snow squalls. Maybe I'll kind of generalize it instead of specifically saying, okay, I'm expecting some of these mainly in the Northern Valley. Maybe I'll say, this is what's possible tomorrow. This is what snow squalls are capable of. And, if you get in a snow squall, it can drop a dusting to an inch in some areas. But if you don't get one, you're going to have sunshine. So I think the snow squalls are definitely a little bit challenging. The other thing is precipitation, because a lot of surface fronts don't give us anything. If there's not that upper level oomph, if we don't get, shortwave energy, if we don't get a jet streak, if we don't get any sort of vorticity or any sort of upper level support, the front just fizzles and we just don't get any precipitation. So because of downsloping can really kill a lot of our precipitation. So that's always challenging unless you have a derecho coming through like in 2012. So that's always a challenge, is precipitation. The one great thing here is that we're usually we are not as humid as east of the Blue Ridge. The Blue Ridge Mountains are not that tall, but what they do is they block a lot of that Atlantic moisture. So we don't get as severe storms. If you ever watch the radar in the summertime, we'll get some storms, but watch them light up like a Christmas tree as they move east of the Blue Ridge. If you watch the heat advisories come out in the summertime, 99% of the time, they're all east of the Blue Ridge because of that humidity. We get a dew point of 66. That is a bad day here. So that's always kind of interesting.
Well, that's interesting because I'm from Asheville originally, so a lot of the things that you're mentioning right now are exactly what we deal with. The downsloping, making Asheville the driest place in North Carolina, as well as we call it our northwest flow snow showers and the snow squalls. So that's interesting how it connects to Virginia weather and North Carolina weather. They're so similar characteristics.
Aubrey, we were talking earlier about you being on the panelist of Weather Brains. How did you get incorporated with James Spann and the crew down there?
So what's really funny is apparently one of my viewers is a listener of Weather Brains, and several years ago he wrote in, somehow heard my story and said, hey, this girl has an interesting story of how she got into weather. You guys might want to talk to her. So Bill emailed me, and I was so intimidated. I was like, oh my God, I don't have anything to offer. You guys are amazing. Like, what? I don't have anything. So he had to kind of convince me to go on. And so I went on, and James was a little bit impressed of how I actually, I guess, spoke. And I guess a few weeks after that, Kevin had a little bit of a tizzy and kind of quit the show temporarily, which he's done in the past.
Imagine that.
The accelerant. And Bill kind of had me on again, and then he asked me if I would be interested in being a panelist. And I was like, wow, okay. And it kind of fit into my schedule. I was doing the 5 and 10 o'clock show. I was doing the 5. Was I doing the 5 and 10? I think I was doing the 5 and 10. It ended up working with my schedule, and I agreed to it. And I'm so thankful I did, because the amount of people that I've met is just, it's just great, and it's just the weather community. And of course, you guys know Weather Twitter is amazing. And the amount of things that I've learned, and with my schedule now, I don't always get the opportunity to complete the show. So I have to kind of go back later, but it's just the coolest. And
that's pretty cool. That's a cool story. That's something. I have a Kevin Seeley story for you. You'll enjoy this. This was back in the Google Hangout days. Google Hangout has since went away, but we always copy and paste in an email, send it to our guests, say, hey, here's the link to join in. Well, evidently, Kevin...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now, your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
It out. Hey, here's the link to watch me tonight. So we had all these people bombarding our Google Hangout, and we actually had to shut it down and redo a new link and everything. And so that's our Kevin Silly stories. We were talking, and all of a sudden these people just started popping in. We're like, who's that? And it was hilarious. But I think we can all echo it's pretty cool doing a weather podcast, and you get to meet so many people in the weather industry that you follow on Twitter, and you may have a brief conversation on Twitter, but you actually get to sit down and have a conversation with them.
And we get to geek out over these people too, and normal people don't get it. And it's just the weather enterprise is just so amazing, and you're geeking out over these rock stars, and we get to geek out too. So
yeah, you mentioned earlier that you get to meet a lot of people, and even here in the Carolina Weather Group, everyone has their own sort of opinions about, hey, my favorite guests. What are some of your most memorable guests that you've been a part of the panel for?
Oh man, the Greg Carbon shows are always a treat. Those are always good. Mike Bettis came on and talked to us about his chase situation that happened in was that 2013?
I think it was either 13 or 14. Yeah.
Yeah. When they rolled over. Yeah, it was El Reno. And that was a pretty powerful show. That was, hearing his story. That was always a powerful one. Let's see.
You don't have to go into details. You don't say anything. Were you on show 404?
Yes.
That was interesting.
That was an interesting. And you know what? I don't know that I even spoke during that show. But I do have the shirt from Helicity Weather that's plus minus F3. And I think I'm the only one that actually has that because I just think it's hilarious.
We internally will just joke around. We'll just show F404, and we automatically know. That's just that was an interesting show for sure. We have a couple more minutes with Aubrey. I know she has to get ready for the news tonight. Talking about weather brains and shows and guests you had. A lot of us have mentors in the weather world. Do you have any weather mentors? I would assume maybe James Spann might be one. I mean, any others that?
My biggest mentor is Mark Reynolds. I would not be where I am without him. And asking to come in and view a studio to see if this was even a field that I might even want to pursue. And he brought me in as someone who is curious, told me after only meeting me for 20 minutes, told me he thought I had the voice for this and I could do this, and talked me into the Mississippi State program. I mean, that's the kind of person he is, and then fought to get me an internship and worked with me and then still let me come in the studio when I needed to practice on the green wall, on the chroma key. I would not be where I am without Mark Reynolds, and I still keep in touch with him. And he's given me advice over the years, and I absolutely would not be where I am without him. I wish I had a lot of other weather mentors. I've had to do a lot of learning on my own, which is not ideal. But someone who's determined, who really wants to succeed at this industry, sometimes you do what you have to do. So, but I would not be where I am without Mark Reynolds from WJHL, and he's amazing. And I know a lot of other people at NWA this year. Tom Watts, who used to work with Mark and who was on air when I was living in Johnson City before I got into meteorology. I actually got to meet him. And then Ken Weathers, who also used to work with Mark, I think was one of his interns also. We were all there at NWA. And so we were kind of Mark's little proteges. And it was just cool to kind of be a part of that group. So Mark is it.
That's very, very cool. I love that stories and all those people too. I do want to change topics a little bit, but feed off of your comment about, learning things as you go. The last 10 years, we've really had to learn how social media works and how it plays into our field. Yes, I know it's kind of a necessary evil, but it also turns out, very helpful for, our online shows and things like that. So talk a little bit about how important social media is to you as a meteorologist and with Weather Brains as well.
Yeah, so it is very important. As much as sometimes we do hate it, it is very important. I utilize it to the best that I can. And there's a lot of, so the bad thing with being a female is you get a lot of comments. You get a lot of nasty comments. You get a lot of rude comments. You get a lot of crazy comments. And I know a lot of females that will turn off a lot of their messages and private messages, which is really sad that you have to do that. I do not do that. And I'm thankful that I don't have to, but I have actually met so many amazing people and have become friends with a lot of great people because of that. And I've become friends with some great viewers because of private messaging and things like that. And I'm very thankful for that. So it's really sad that some other female counterparts don't have that opportunity. Maybe just because I'm in a smaller market, I kind of have a little bit of that opportunity, and I've maybe been a little trusting with some people, but I have been lucky enough to make some of those really great relationships with people. So building those relationships with your viewers are obviously very, very important, especially with, when you're getting that information with storm reports, snow reports, rainfall reports, storm chasers, those photos, or just relying on, even just everyday photos when it's quiet outside, just to sometimes fill your time, relying on a photographer. So those are always great, relying on information and having that communication back and forth. But social media, it's the future. It's where we are. But you can do a lot with social media. You can get changing. I mean, we all know weather changes sometimes very quickly. So you can get important information out really quickly with social media.
Yeah, I know that. That's the internet is where I live. Just doing what I do, and I'll tell you what. I mean, it's just completely changed the game as far as getting storm reports, as far as getting, situational awareness on the ground. You suddenly have so many more cameras to tap into, and it really just I don't know how y'all did it before that, but I know that it's completely changed the game here, for sure. And, here in Charleston, we have a really good and engaged community. So I'm curious, before we get into something even more fun, what is your weather community like up in your neck of the woods?
They're amazing. I would not be here still on TV where I am without this community. And I constantly say that this community is why I stay here. This is why not only I stay here, but why I've brought my family here, because this community is still amazing. Some of the things that I see and hear in the female group on Facebook is sometimes horrifying. And I don't know if I could do this job if I heard stuff like that on a daily or weekly basis. We all get criticism. We all get stuff like that. We all get pushback, but I don't get a lot of it. And I'm very grateful that the community responds well to me. So I'm very grateful for the community and how wonderful people are here. So they're amazing, and they've welcomed my family. I mean, Urbanowitz, you can't slide into a community in Virginia with a name like Urbanowitz and hide under the radar. I mean, they know exactly who my brother is. They know exactly who my parents are. And everyone, I mean, my parents all the time, you know, people talk, once they hear their last name, people talk to them and they get such, you know, they get feedback, but people are just so nice to them. So the community here is incredible, and it's one of the reasons I've stayed.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Well, Aubrey, we've certainly enjoyed getting to know you tonight, and we appreciate you donating some time to us. If our folks want to watch you, social media we were just talking about, if they want to follow you on social media, how can they do that?
So on Twitter, I'm very active on Twitter. So it's at WHSV OBS, AUBS. OBS is kind of my little nickname. And then on Facebook, just search for meteorologist Aubrey. I tell people you don't have to spell the last name if you just search for meteorologist Aubrey. And then on Instagram, I am, let me get my Instagram out because I think, yes, WXAUBS, WXAUBS on Instagram, or as I call it, the gram.
The gram. Yeah, Evan runs our gram. That's his title. So yeah,
I should be better at it.
It's a lot of pictures of my dog.
Well, Aubrey, thank you so much, and we hope that, I know you guys haven't had a lot of winter either, so we hope you get some winter up your way sometimes in the coming weeks. But we appreciate you spending some time with us, and tell everybody at the Weather Brains, that we said hello, and we look forward to hopefully working with you guys during the National Weather Podcast Month later on this year.
Of course. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it. Always good to see you.
Thanks, Aubrey. And thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. As always, you can follow us at Carolina WX on Twitter or Carolina Weather Group on Facebook. If you have any suggestions or guests that you'd like for us, just reach out to us. We'd love to see those suggestions and work our best to get those guests or topics on the show. Until next week, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you later here on the Carolina Weather Group.
Good evening and welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. We have a great panel for you tonight. We are going to be talking about the flood threat against your house, whether you live in a flood zone or not. We have some great material for you tonight that may have you rethink the next time you're looking at your policies. Joining us from Charlotte, Bill McGinty, consumer reporter at WCNC Charlotte. And in full disclosure, I work with him during the day, so I feel like I need to throw that out there as I will be interviewing him in a moment. From WPDE, we have Annette Montgomery, who's a reporter there, who's been doing some local reporting on this topic in their neck of the woods. And we're also joined by April O'Leary of Horry County Rising, and they are involved with this exact topic there along the South Carolina General Coast area. But we'll start more inland with Bill McGinty, who, Bill, just last week, you did a story that kind of tipped this whole thing off to us here at the Carolina Weather Group. So why don't I just have you, the reporter, tell us, in your words, a little bit about what you uncovered here in the Charlotte area.
Yeah. So one of my jobs here in Charlotte is the consumer investigative reporter, and so people email me. I run a franchise called Get McGinty, and if you have a problem, you email me. And so I got this email from this couple, and I actually got the email in the middle of the 4:00 news, and he said we're being flooded. Every time it rains, we get flooded. And it never used to happen. We can't figure out why. The city was working on the storm drain system. We're wondering if that maybe had something to do with it or not. So I replied back and said, just send me a couple of photos if you wouldn't mind. I'd like to see what you're talking about. He sent me back some photos. And when I looked at the photo, I said, I'll be out there first thing tomorrow morning. He showed me, he's got a townhouse, a 3-story townhouse, and the bottom floor of his finished townhouse was completely underwater, above the fireplace. I said, this is from a rainstorm? I mean, this looks like a river came up. He said, it comes up and then it goes away. And as long as the rainstorm lasts, his point was that if we get 3 inches of rain over 3 days, not a problem. But if we get 3 inches of rain in an hour, huge problem. So it's basically a flash flooding issue. And so one of the things we were able to do was get a hold of the city of Charlotte, which told him they'd look into this sometime about 2021. before they actually
2021.
would drill down on this and figure out what the exact problem was. And they gave him, I don't want to say the runaround, but for lack of a better word, the answer wasn't good enough for him, which is why he reached out to me. I reached out to the city. I sent them some of his home video that he took, on his iPhone. I sent some of the pictures, and I said, this is unacceptable. He can't live like this. This is his home. And so within a week, they had some digging equipment out there, and what they found was a couple of blockages in those pipes. And so just before we came on, and I mean literally just before we came on, within the last half hour, I got a text from him. They got some rain here in Mecklenburg County tonight, and he said, so far so good, fingers crossed, we haven't flooded. So maybe the blockage was the issue, maybe not. It's going to take a couple of more rainfalls before we know for sure. So I'm crossing my fingers that maybe we have solved this issue. But the bigger issue is his homeowner's insurance isn't going to cover this because this was considered rising water. And I don't care whether you live next to a creek, you live near a drainage ditch, you live alongside a river. If you have water come up from anywhere and it comes into your home, that is considered a flood, and that is not covered by your typical homeowner's insurance policy. If in a hurricane, which I used to live in Florida, so if in a hurricane, the roof blows off the home and you get a ton of water in, okay, that's water damage, and that is not flood damage. Rising water is water that comes in through the doors, through the garage, things like that. And that is a federal policy that you have to have. That is a completely separate policy other than your homeowner's insurance policy. I don't think, a lot of people know that, and I don't think a lot of people understand the risk they have to their home through rising water. Most people say, I'm not in a floodplain, I don't have to worry about it. I've seen plenty of those people, and I've covered plenty of those stories where they stand there scratching their heads wondering, what am I going to do now? Because their homeowner's insurance says, sorry, this isn't covered.
Well, that's some good update, though. A little breaking news there, that at least today it didn't flood. And as we're recording this on Monday night, I'm looking over here at the Mecklenburg FIN system, the Flood Information and Notification System, and they had just shy of about an inch of rain there in Mecklenburg.
Yeah. So let me set it up, James, if you wouldn't mind. Let me, I talked about the rising water coming into his home, and you'll see it if we show some pictures and video here. But the bottom line is his townhome, if you can imagine this, runs this way, but the back of his town, the driveway runs down. And so you've got 4 townhomes, and the first one up at the street level is street level. But his is higher because the driveway slopes down in the back. And of course, because the driveway slopes down, you need a couple of grates down there that lead to rain runoff. And that's what was backing up. And it, of course, backs up to the lowest point, and the water came into his house. So I don't want to lead people to believe it came in from the street. It actually came in from the 2 grates that were in his driveway. But because he was down at the lowest point, water came up there.
And the grates are on private property, but are connected to city-owned drainage?
Yep. It's a stormwater drain. But think of what's out in your street. If you go out and you look at your street and you see those grates in the corners of the streets, that's a storm drain. And that's basically what he had, but flat in his driveway.
And people will probably know from looking at those, you'll sometimes see the little placard on them that says, do not drain liquid oil and such down into those, because they're connected to the streams and the creeks and the waterway.
100%.
Which in Mecklenburg County, as I think a lot of other places, but especially here in Mecklenburg County where we have the urban development, all of that infrastructure is needed for anyone who doesn't live here to drain off into our nearby creeks in order to keep that water flowing, ideally away from your house.
Ideally.
The gentleman you talked with, in terms of repayment, is the city offering anything in terms of mitigating this flood damage to his home?
Well, that's the next part of the story. Step number 1 was to get the flooding stopped and to get them out there and to dig into the ground and find out what was the problem. Was it a blockage? Was it pipes that were too big flowing into a pipe that was too small and it just couldn't handle it, backed it up? So step number 1 was getting the flooding stopped. But to answer your question, that's where the lawyers get involved, and that's where the city's legal department gets involved. And they're having conversations with him that right now I'm not privy to. But, in my experience, and I'm just cutting him out of it, but in my experience over 31 years, watching people wait for repayment from some kind of a government entity, I'd say it's about 50-50 as to whether you're made whole or not. Can the city be held liable for the first flood because they didn't know there was a blockage? Should they have known? It's what did you know and when did you know it? And so as soon as they were alerted to the fact that there was a problem, okay, now maybe they didn't act swift enough, and maybe there's a lawyer, his lawyer, that will make a compelling argument enough to say, hey, wait a minute, we alerted you that there's a problem. So that's where it gets sort of tricky, James, is that what are they really responsible for? The first flood or the following 7? And that's a good question. And, I'm looking forward to following it. I'm curious to see where it's going to go. But all of it could have been avoided in terms of waiting for the city to reimburse and whatnot if there'd been a flood policy.
It really struck me. When I first heard this story pitched, I thought, oh, he must live along a river or a creek or a stream, and he doesn't.
Nope. Yeah. Right in the middle of the city.
Bill, I want to come back to you in a few minutes because I know there's some more that you have to share, tips and tricks for folks wherever they live, things for them to consider on their homes. I want to bring in Scotty Powell, who's going to expand the scope and continue our conversation.
Yeah, thank you, James. Much like the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area, another metropolitan area that's really growing a lot of urban development is the Horry County area. That's Myrtle Beach, Conway, South Carolina. Tonight we have Annette Montgomery and April O'Leary with us. Annette, you cover this story a lot for WPDE. I came across some of your reports there. You guys see flooding maybe a little bit different than what Bill was talking about. Obviously, flash flooding, a big concern. But a big concern for you all in Horry County is when we see these heavy rain events occur. And this doesn't necessarily have to be tropical rains or tropical storm activity. This could just be heavy rain that's developed over North Carolina, anywhere between 3, 4, 5 inches of rain, and it kind of travels down the river system. Annette, you unfortunately have been covering these stories of folks who've been affected by also this water runoff and affecting many homes and many communities that are being flooded.
Yes, I actually know a lot of homeowners that are selling their homes just simply because of the flooding. I actually did a story last week with a woman who she moved into the house less than a year ago and wasn't told by the owners that it floods just from small rain events. And she said it's flooded so many times since she's been there that she wants to move closer to the beach, which is insane because where she lives is a lot further, but it seems like this community keeps seeing flood events. And the unfortunate thing, like Bill was saying, is that she doesn't have flood insurance. And she bought this home with inheritance money. So she says she really feels like she's at her wit's end. And the county's telling her that, to wait for this buyout program, but she knows she's not going to get 100% of the value of her home. So she says, she feels like she's going to lose a lot of money, but she doesn't have another option at this point. And I've covered so many stories with similar families. Just another man, he's selling his home. But the concern that people have is when their homes flood, it's sewage water, it's things like that that's also in the water. So they're just very concerned for their overall health and their safety. So that's another huge portion that people might not realize, that these people are very concerned for their health as well.
And Annette, correct me if I'm wrong, but this isn't just one community. There's several communities throughout Horry County that's experiencing this. Seeing a lot of videos out of the Socastee area, places like that are really experiencing this. We just went through a primary. I know that was a big topic of discussion among the city council and county commissioners. What did they have to say about this as a lot of their constituents are facing this flooding threat, it seems, almost every month?
Yes. Just last week, I spoke with County Councilman Cam Crawford, and he tells me right now city leaders are looking into, and county leaders are looking into this relocation program, but they're waiting on money from HUD. So currently right now, it's a federal government concern that they're waiting on in terms of money to get to the county. But he said the only solution they're looking at right now is the relocation program, which buys out these homeowners. And a lot of them that I spoke with say that that's a huge concern for them because they don't want to be bought out, not at the market value of their homes. But that's the most immediate solution they're looking at right now.
I want to get to April in just a second, but as Bill was talking about, Charlotte, a big metropolitan area, a lot of construction, a lot of concrete, asphalt, things like that. Not a lot of drainage. Horry County also experiencing kind of a big boom. A lot of folks, businesses, housing developments moving into that area. So does that play a factor into this flooding as well?
Definitely development, and I know April's probably going to speak to this too, but definitely a huge, huge, huge concern for a lot of the people living here is that a lot of these homes and developments are being built on wetlands. And a lot of these people that are moving from these other areas to Horry County, just like the woman I spoke with, I think she was from like New Jersey, they don't know about the flooding here, and they don't know about the wetlands and how bad flooding happens just from rainfall. So a huge, huge, huge portion here, and a huge thing that people focus on when they're speaking to these county councilmen is that, you know, development cannot happen on wetlands, and that's something that happens quite frequently. I know I probably talked about what April's going to speak about, but yeah, that's a huge, huge, huge concern, development.
Well, April, I want to bring you in. You run Horry County Rising, and this is a nonprofit group. I want to say you're out in the field. I've been following your Facebook page.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Actually, out there with the folks who are being affected by this day in and day out with your rain boots on, high water, kayaking. I've seen a lot of things going on. Tell us about Horry County Rising and just kind of tell us some of the stories that you hear day to day.
Well, thank you so much, and thanks for not forgetting about families affected by flooding, especially to Bill helping to work with that family. That's a great model that I like to see in the media moving forward. But yeah, I flooded in Hurricane Florence, and prior to that was working in clean water protections, and I decided that I really thought that I could make a difference around flood mitigation and making sure our communities are more sustainable. Kind of seeing the trends and seeing the historical trends, both leading to loss of life, but also an increase in damages. And so I quit my position and created Horry County Rising. We are a social welfare organization trying to work with this vulnerable population around flood mitigation, but also trying to propel the government to have a plan. We really believe that there's some good components of a good flood plan, and we're really frustrated and concerned at this point, given that this is such a significant hazard mitigation issue, but also a public health concern, that we really need to have a plan that kind of defines what our priority projects are, a timeline for how to fulfill those, a funding source, a responsible entity, and really trying to explore all of the options that we have available to help reduce that exposure and reduce the catastrophic damages caused by flooding. And so, yes, we actually flooded twice this year. We flooded in February, and we also flooded in the first week of June. The last flood event is a community that actually was just built within the last 15 years. So, we're essentially very concerned about future land use because we're seeing more and more homes flood. And we were really hoping that we purchase a product that can sustain a 30-year mortgage, and maybe even possibly sustain families and generations of families. And what we're seeing is we're not even getting halfway there to that 30-year mortgage, that these homes that were just constructed 15 years ago on the ICW continue to flood, continue to be rebuilt, resold to another unsuspecting homeowner. So we see these homeowners, particularly around the Atlantic Intercoastal Waterway, repeatedly flood in the 4 or 5 times in the last 5 years. But we also are impacted by these significant riverine floods as well. So that's, events like Hurricane Matthew, Hurricane Florence, where we saw historical river crests. Hurricane Matthew broke Hurricane Florence's record level by 3.21 feet. It was the largest, most historical flooding event to hit this area. We've been fortunate. We haven't had too many storm surge impacts as of late, but we certainly do see concerns with flash flooding, much like you talked about earlier, Bill, where our infrastructure is aging. It was based on this assumption that we would have consistent historical rainfall trends, and naturally these really significant events, these high peak rainfall events, contribute to those flash flooding impacts, and we see damages as a result of that as well.
April, obviously not mention any of the families that you work with, but just some of their stories. Can you tell us a few of those? I mean, uh, we live. I don't live near the coast, and I know coastal areas always hurricane threats there. We experience flooding up here in Western North Carolina, but we don't experience it like you guys do. I mean, it's just a constant. Like you said, already 2 times this year, not counting all the previous years. What's their stories like? What are they telling you? I mean, I know you're the advocate for them, that you're going out and trying to spread the word. So what do you hear from these families?
The first initial response, I think, to any kind of catastrophic flood event is, how do I control this water? But, we're really trying to focus and shift that perspective and really kind of explain that this isn't a water issue, so to speak. Yes, we're seeing high peak rainfall events, more flooding, obviously as a result of rainfall events being more frequent and more intense. But, this is a people problem. It's just a flood if there's no capital investment in that area. We won't see catastrophic damages. So it's really about understanding what your exposure is and understanding what your risk is and doing all you can to mitigate that risk and reduce that risk. Annette touched on it. A lot of families, we have about 80 families that are interested in that flood mitigation buyout project that should be available, but we're competing with 10 other counties, and there's only 35 million. So we're going to have a serious unmet housing crisis in the middle of a huge growth and population boom. So a lot of this is just really smart future land use. I also think we're a particularly vulnerable county, so we're among the top 5 hazardous counties. We should probably exceed those federal standards and those regulations, given that we're particularly vulnerable to flooding. We have a 100% probability of flooding if we get a hurricane, as indicated just with a tropical storm that we recently had. So, these families are particularly very vulnerable. We see a lot of financial stress. They lose their financial viability. So families that are typically getting ready to retire or maybe just bought their last forever home and in retirement that are on fixed incomes or flooding. They just bought their homes again, within 15 years, and, they're being impacted every year at this point. So there's a lot of real concern about that vulnerability and, how that really decreases a family's financial viability, and there's very few options. Obviously, protecting yourself and buying flood insurance is critical. You can flood from a tree or a beaver or a stormwater issue, or Eastern Carolina getting 8 inches of rain. So at this point, it's really crucial that we do all we can to educate the community about these issues, but also work with our elected leaders and our government to really take this very seriously and do real common sense approach, like have a plan.
Annette, one more question for you. You had an article or a news story out last week, June the 15th. Some flooded homeowners in the Socastee area actually plan a protest to make their voices being heard to officials. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So I spoke with one of the women who helped organize the protest, and what she basically told me is these homeowners, like April knows, they're just tired of flooding and tired of, elected officials telling them that they're doing studies, and nothing is being done. So they said, they're doing this to make their voices heard. And I know April could probably speak to that as well. A lot of them they just said this is their last resort. They feel like they've spoken to county council members, they've spoken to elected officials, and they just feel like enough is enough. So they said they're going to bring out some of their flooded items and have them laid out for people to see. And this is just to have officials really see how these people are being affected and what it's doing to them emotionally and physically, their stuff. So it's July 6th at 8 a.m. in front of the Horry County Courthouse, in case anyone wants to go. But yeah, I'm glad that, they're doing this. I think it's important.
Well, Scotty, I think that we would be remiss if Jared and I didn't also hop into this conversation and talk about Charleston. I can see it I can see Jared cracking a smile every time you guys mention street flooding, because living in downtown Charleston, this is also an issue that we face regularly, at least once every couple of months. And it just like I said, it's a combination of water table issues, salt water getting into the pipes, as well as just freshwater flooding. So it's kind of a combination of everything, and blockages and sewers, and just it's a mess. But there's a real social problem where if you drive around downtown, you'll notice a distinct difference between higher and lower income portions of the area. A lot of the higher income areas in these homes, they're well off the ground. They're at least 5 feet above street level. Versus if you go to the lower income areas, a lot of these homes are literally sitting on at street level. And both areas typically flood in heavy rain events. But unfortunately, one area sees significantly more damage than the other, just because of the way that the infrastructure is in that portion of downtown. So everyone has a plan. When the heavy rain starts, people start coming out and laying out sandbags. And that shouldn't have to be where we go to every time we have a thunderstorm, but unfortunately it is. It's a very serious problem. And Jared, you've had a little bit more experience in Charleston, and you certainly run the weather page that deals with all of the reports. So I'll let you jump in here as well.
Yeah, I mean, for historical reference, I used to live on Evans Street a lifetime ago, and I know that sewage water well. I know wading through that. I know losing a car to it almost, and so I mean, there's real property damage that happens, and much as what y'all are seeing in Horry County, we're seeing the same thing in Charleston. We have people building on wetlands. We have people building in places where they shouldn't be, and now we have new flood hotspots coming up. Meeting in Hugie Street used to never flood. Used to be that was a clean getaway. That was an escape route from downtown when many other arteries were closed. And now it's got the same problems. You're building right at the base of the Ravenel Bridge there, and now it floods. And that's just within the last year kind of thing. And then it gets up 6.7, 6.8 feet, and it floods all around the low income housing right around the Citadel. And it's just like, and this happens. There's no advisories, nothing like that, and you'll get a coastal flood statement at 6.8 feet because it doesn't affect a large enough area, but it affects those people. And so, we've got, Evan is dead on when he said we have an inequality issue when it comes to this. And suffice to say, these problems that you're seeing there are endemic up and down the coast. You have, and you can't help but wonder, there's been scuttlebutt in Charleston about them just not insuring these places anymore. Mm-hmm. and that is when you're going to finally start to see some change, because when they won't insure them anymore, then you'll start, then people will be rethinking their views. We've got, we've got a major issue. It's just a tide, just a thunderstorm. We had a thunderstorm about a month or so ago. We had a thunderstorm set up just off the coast. Sold out a little bit, had a water spout with it, but the problem is on the north side of that storm, the rainfall rates have become so enhanced, it rained 5 inches in an hour. Wow. We're seeing more and more of those kinds of events. The Army Corps of Engineers is studying a seawall. They're gonna build a wall in the Battery, make the floodwaters pay for it, I guess. I don't know. But and it's like, okay, well, that's all well and good, but that's not going to solve the problem, as Evan said, of the water coming up through the drains. And then you have the water coming up through the drains, so we have these things called check valves. And when the tide hits a certain height, check valve kind of clutches and fills the drain, and then no water comes in. But what if it rains on top of it? Then that has nowhere to go. So when you're trying to fight the laws of physics, generally speaking, it's not going to go well for you. And we're learning some very expensive lessons in Charleston right now. I mean, they're pumping millions and millions and millions of dollars into this, but sea level keeps going up. We keep getting these heavy rain events. I mean, us, Charleston, Beaufort, those areas, Horry County, Myrtle Beach area, all the way up, Wilmington, we've got problems. I mean, we've got big, big problems.
I don't know if people who listen to this show on a regular basis are thinking, I haven't heard Jared that much in like a year. Jared is really passionate about this, and some great points there, Jared. And That's what I was. I don't know, Jared, if in the years we've been doing this show, I've ever seen you that fired up.
I love it.
It's a big problem, and it's a big problem. It's just one of those things. It's just so self-inflicted, and it just keeps happening. It's like, that's not cool, man. That's not cool. I'll shut up now.
April, in this cycle of proposing, planning, and building, and we loop around again, in your experience, where do we start the problem solving? At what point in this cyclical wheel?
Your backyard, right? So you want to have a backyard perspective. You want to pay attention to your county planning commission. You want to review future land use projects. You want to educate yourself about the special flood hazard areas. You want to make sure you speak up, whatever district you live in, and work with your elected official and let them know your concerns about whether that project will increase flood risk or exposure. And I think, making sure you take advantage of public input opportunities at a council level. And then I also think, there's so much value in coming together. Like Horry County Rising really takes care of our own. And we provide a forum, but also a support network. So we're all learning from each other. And I think there's just something so powerful about that, because every day we're growing and growing, and we're learning more and more. And we took it from, just 80 people to 25,000 in 1 year. So I'm really optimistic. I have a lot of hope. And I think it's really important that when you're in this line of work, that you can remain hopeful and be optimistic. But I think it's really important to look at this from a vulnerability perspective, and really make sure that we critically look at some of those socioeconomic vulnerabilities, and make sure that whatever decisions that we make, that they are benefiting our socioeconomic factors and communities. So that piece is really crucial. And obviously trying to overcome those deficits. There's not enough money. We're always going to have more need than we do funding and resources. So partnerships and engaging with other stakeholders like all of you is really critical, and being engaged is critical.
Bill, I want to bring you back into the conversation, because at the start of our program tonight, you were telling us about a gentleman here in Mecklenburg County who fell victim to urban flash flooding. You know that I recently bought a house, and when we bought our house, I looked at it, it's atop a hill, and water should flow away. But tell me, Bill, what other things as a homeowner do I and all of the other homeowners out there need to be considering to put ourselves in the best position we possibly can?
All right. First of all, let me apologize for my lighting, because it got dark on me. I'm outside.
I'm just glad you're enjoying the beautiful Carolina weather.
Yeah, I'm not telling those stories, although it may look like it. But okay, so I don't care where you are. You should entertain the idea of a flood policy. They are not that expensive, and I will tell you, it's the first thing people tend to cut out of their budget. Now, I'm going to circle back around to something I think what Scotty said before about when are they just not going to insure? Well, you know what? People need mortgages to buy some of these places. And so if insurance won't insure it, then you can't buy it. And so I think he raised a very good point there, that when insurance gets tired of paying for these bailouts and gets tired of, we used to say the same thing. When are these people along the beach going to quit building homes along the beach? When we know this area gets hit by hurricanes all the time. Well, they're going to keep rebuilding as long as insurance pays for them to rebuild. And so it's sort of the same problem here. I lived in Tampa. I lived in flood zone 3, so I lived at the very top of Tampa Bay, literally the bay. And so I was in flood zone 3, which meant A, B, C, so C. I was not going to flood. It had to get like 2 miles inland. But a Category 4 hurricane would push that water inland, no problem. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to be proactive. I was young. I had flood insurance. But as soon as our firstborn came along, I thought, all right, I got to slash the budget. What's going to go? And it was my $200 a year flood policy that went. And I thought, you know what? I'm not going to need it. And it, as it turns out, I didn't need it, but I rolled the dice. And now that I'm older and wiser, I would tell people that even if someone, your real estate agent who's trying to sell you something, or the buyer who is trying to sell you something tells you you don't need a flood policy, don't listen to them. You make that decision as to whether or not you need a flood policy. I've got a creek nearby here where I just bought this house a few months ago. I don't think it's anywhere near anything I need to worry about, but I'm going to get a flood policy. It's just good protection. I think as long as people want to live near the water, and Charleston is a beautiful area, you know what? People are going to continue to build near the water because it's tax revenue. It's a lot of money for the county and for the city. And so to put up those opulent properties and then sell them for mega bucks, you bet. They're not going to be around when the floods come up, but they're going to be have their hand out when they want the tax revenue. So I think as long as people are willing to buy those properties and live in those areas, even with the risk, they're going to continue to do it. It's not anything that's going to go away anytime soon. The only thing you can do to mitigate this for yourself is to buy a federal flood insurance policy, and it's under $200 a year. It's now, if you live right on the coast, it might be more, but I'm talking for myself here in Mecklenburg County. It's somewhere between $100 and $200. The other thing that April and I think both of you mentioned is that these homeowners that are selling these properties to people, knowing that they flood, not disclosing that, I mean, that's a legal issue right there. Now, you know, if your home's flooded, what am I going to do? Fix my house, or am I going to file a lawsuit against the former owner? It comes down to how much resources do you have? How much money do you have in the bank, and where do you want to put those resources? A lot of people would just choose to fix the home and then get out of it again. But, you know, you just really can't rely on, you should be able to, the seller and the real estate agents involved, but you have to protect yourself. And the only way, again, going back to, is a flood insurance policy.
Are there different tiers or different versions of this flood insurance that different people should be considering?
Yeah, I'm not in the insurance business, so I won't pretend like I am. But having looked at a lot of insurance policies over the years, just through the eyes of a consumer reporter, yes, there are. You know, if you live along the coast, you're going to pay a higher premium to live there. And a lot of people are willing to do that. But if you live inland, if you live just anywhere near a creek or a river, and I'm not saying so that you have riverfront property, but if you live anywhere near it, and I think it's reasonable to ask, you know, what's the 500-year flood plan? Most people don't think, 500 years, that'll never happen. Well, look what's happened just in the last few years.
Yeah. And I know here in Mecklenburg, and I can't speak for Horry County or any other municipality in the Carolinas because I think it varies. There are maps out there that hopefully you can get your hands on. You can here in Mecklenburg. You can go on to, I want to say county, could have been city.
Yeah, yep.
And
your
you
county
can see,
and city government. Yep. They'll make it all available to you, and you have to then take the ball and put it in your court and decide whether or not you want to spend a couple $100 a year for a flood policy. And it is worth it. It is worth it. And I'm going to be getting one here. We just moved in here a few months ago, and we're coming into the rainy season now. It is definitely something that is worthwhile.
I know when we bought our house, I looked at that map, and we were clear of the 500-year flood plain for the nearby creek. But I think after tonight's conversation, I'm going to take another look at that because it's not out of the question. And you know, the thing that is striking to me that is timely to this conversation, just in the past few days during their regular coronavirus briefing, you had North Carolina state officials coming out and reminding folks that they can still sign up for hurricane relief programs. Hurricane Matthew, Hurricane Florence. These storms are over 2 years ago, and folks are still needing help to clean up. I don't have to tell you that if you're watching or listening to the show and you're in that position, but I will say it's easy for me here in Charlotte to forget that there are still communities trying to clean up from those storms, those floods, more than 2 years ago.
Yeah, Jane, let me throw one more point and a lot of people think that, oh, you know what, I'll just wait till I see a storm coming and then I'll get the policy. But a lot of these policies have exclusions and sometimes they won't write 30 days before a storm. Now, nobody knows 30 days out when there's going to be a storm, but it isn't something that you should sit on your hands. If you're even thinking about it, you shouldn't wait, because a lot of insurance companies will not write policies the minute your area goes into a hurricane watch or a hurricane warning, or even a flood watch or a flood warning, or if rain's expected heavy and the meteorologist is saying, hey, I think there might, look for a flood watch. The insurance companies are going to use whatever they can to not pay you, down the road if they could. That's how they make money. That's their business model. They don't really want to pay out. And so you can't sit on your hands and wait for the radar to start spinning counterclockwise before you decide you want to do something. At that point, it's too late. You just got to hope for the best.
It reminds me of life insurance. We got life insurance after my son was born, and I think it had at least a 14-day, if not a 30-day kind of waiting period.
Yep.
I want to give each one of you a chance to tell us where we can find you or your organization on social so we can stay informed. But I also want to ask if there's anything else that maybe we forgot to ask or we didn't ask that you wanted to get out there. And I'll start with Bill on both of those points. Bill, how can we follow you on social and get updates on this and others?
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at COVID-19 www.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
The best way to follow me on social is I have a Facebook page that is station branded WCNC Bill McGinty. I put consumer stories on there and consumer advice from time to time. I'm not super active on social. But I should be, James. I see you grinning there.
He will be. Don't worry.
Yeah, right. But you can also find, my consumer reports on WCNC.com. I just made up for it right there, James. WCNC.com and our WCNC Facebook page. They take a lot of the content as well. I just think that it's better to tell your friends and family members if they live anywhere near a body of water. That they at least investigate a flood policy. You might be surprised how cheap it is, and it's one of those things. It's like life insurance. You don't. And I had a family member that needed the life insurance after signing up for it, and you know what? It made all the difference in the world in terms of childcare and things like that going forward. So, I know we hate paying those premiums, but boy, I'll tell you, when you see rising water coming up, you're going to be darn glad you did.
And I think those are some good takeaways, Bill, because I hadn't thought about that waiting period for the flood insurance. And we are just into the start of hurricane season with 4 tropical cyclones thus far here in the Atlantic Basin. Annette, how can we follow you?
You can follow me on Twitter at AnnetteMTV and then Facebook at Annette Montgomery WPDE. And like Bill said, I'm going to brand my station, WPDE.com. You can find my stories there as well.
Hey, you got to plug them, right? You got
making a lot of bosses happy.
That's right.
April?
We have a Facebook group called Horry County Rising. Our website is horrycountyrising.com. And the only thing I just wanted to add was I just wanted to thank you all for doing this today because, these families, your home is supposed to be your sanctuary and where you feel safe. And these families lose that after you flood. And so I think the more we can keep having this conversation, the better. So thank you so much.
And we appreciate you all and your time tonight and your expertise in joining us here on the Carolina Weather Group. And we'll remind folks at home that if you're dealing with an issue or have something on your mind that's weather related, you can always hit us up here at the Carolina Weather Group. Or if you're in any one of these areas and you need to get McGinty or Annette, we need to come up with, do you have a franchisee name yet? We need to come up with one. If you need to get Annette, you can do that as well too, to have them help you out in some of these situations. So on behalf of the Carolina Weather Group with Jared in Charleston and Evan physically sitting in Asheville, but with Charleston in his heart, and Scotty Powell in the mountains, I'm James Brierton. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you back here next week for another edition of the Carolina Weather Group.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight, we are joined by the WLTX weather team out of Columbia, South Carolina. That is the CBS affiliate there. So if you watch Channel 19 at Columbia, you probably see some familiar faces. And if you don't, hopefully after tonight, you'll get to learn about these meteorologists and tune over and check out the weathercast. So Efren, Daniel, Alex, and Danielle, thank you for joining us, and happy to have you all, and thank you for a little bit of your time. So we're going to start off this question, probably one you've been asked several times, but we're going to ask it again. How did you guys, how did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? What persuaded you to do that? And Everett, I'll start with you, and I'll just let the team continue after that.
The interesting thing is that when I went to school, I actually wanted to be an aeronautical engineer. Then I had an interest in weather, but I never had an interest in meteorology as far as a study. And I took one class, and it was an orientation to professional meteorology. There was a one credit class, and I got hooked. It came down to really the same thing. I'm always talking to kids, high schoolers, college students, and come down to the one word I always say when I talk to people about meteorology. It's why. Why is it sunny? Why is it hot? Why does that cloud look like it's cut in half from the bottom? Why is it raining at my house, but my neighbors who are just a quarter mile down the road, they're not getting a lick of rain? Why? And that's where my interest really came in. Why is the weather the way it is? And every time I ask the question, and still today, it's that passion of wanting to know why it is. And even finding out why it is, I just still wanted to know more. It's like those little kids who, when I was 8 years old and sitting on my lawn and looking straight up and going, that cloud looks like a dog, and that cloud looks like a tree. Those are the things that, really got my interest peaked when I was a kid, but it wasn't as an adult that I realized that there's a very big interest and I just want to know more.
So I always knew I loved the weather. For me, it was, flying to Florida for the summer and seeing all those big puffy clouds and just wondering, how do clouds that produce so much rain stay afloat, as a kid. I was just so amazed by the idea that it was just totally sunny along the approach when you're flying into, let's say, like Orlando, for example, and then by the time you're at the airport and you're getting the taxi, it's pouring, So just the power of the weather in the Southeast was actually what started it. But I'm from New York originally, so it wasn't the snowstorms and things like that that initially did it for me. So that was kind of a surprising thing. Because a lot of my, fellow colleagues and friends that I went to school with, it was snow for them because I went to school at Rutgers in New Jersey. So, yeah, I originally wanted to be kind of more of the operational forecasting side of things. But then I realized when I was in school after Hurricane Sandy that I wanted to do more television and communication because a lot of people were impacted by storm surge because they had no idea what it was. It wasn't well communicated. As far as the city evacuating people from for Sandy. Hurricane Sandy wasn't a hurricane when it made landfall. So there were just so many communication things. I mean, we see it now with the derecho in the Midwest. People don't know what a derecho is. And so there's all of these different things that kind of go into the communication aspect that I was like, that is absolutely where I feel comfort. I need to, kind of explain what's happening because I love learning about the weather and why it's happening. So that was sort of what did it for me.
I'm kind of like Alex. I grew up outside of Philly, but it wasn't snowstorms that did it for me. I have a lot of good memories of snowstorms, but kind of like the two big things I remember growing up was sitting on the back porch, dangerously close, just listening to thunderstorms and this is the coolest thing ever. And then just kind of growing up, the news was always on in my house. And for my 15th birthday, I think my mom took me to the Today Show so I could meet Al Roker and do that whole experience. So I knew I kind of wanted to do news, but I hated writing. And I naively thought weather's cool. I love science. I'm never going to have to write as a meteorologist. Wrong. But I kind of just combined a lot of different interests and it really worked out. And it's been great. And it's fun, like Alex said, communicating while also being a scientist and kind of digging deep with the math and science was always kind of what I leaned towards growing up.
Well, I'll go ahead and tell you back in 1984, a tornado destroyed the school I was in. And so that kind of sparked a little bit of interest for me. And then Hugo back in 1989, that was a big deal as well in South Carolina. And all y'all know it as well. That's still the litmus test for hurricanes is Hurricane Hugo. But I think those are the two things that kind of sparked my interest. I do apologize. I'm sitting in the car. They don't like for us to stay in the station. So I'm sitting in the car kind of holding the phone.
You look good, Daniel, and you sound good. Appreciate that. Hugo, definitely one of those benchmark storms for the Carolinas. Speaking of that, Daniel, I heard you mention Al Roker. So our next question, was there a meteorologist that you looked up to growing up or maybe even in college with internships, someone that you looked up to as you went through your career?
I can start. So yeah, Al Roker, like when I was growing up for sure. And then, so I got to go to school at UNC Charlotte. And so being in Charlotte, Panovich is who you kind of watch and who you're kind of like following along. So on the more local scale, Panovich was definitely a really good mentor and then ended up being a teacher at school. So he was one of the people that definitely helped solidify that for me.
When I was a kid, I watched a lot of Weather Channel. Anytime I was sick at home, I was so excited that I could just watch that all day long and, just hear the forecast around the country. So honestly, growing up seeing a lot of those meteorologists, all of them, I was just totally attached to and interested in because I felt that they were very knowledgeable and that they dug in deep to the weather. So I appreciated that always. I have to say, probably in high school, Stephanie Abrams her career was really starting to rev up. And I probably looked up to her the most because she was just so, her personality was just what it was. She wasn't really afraid to hide it on air. And I was always, in high school, the kind of person who just said whatever came to mind. So I felt like I could kind of relate to her. And she also, was big on the science and on the math. She was from Florida. I loved Florida weather, so there was like that connection I always felt with her whenever I would watch her on TV because she was really into the science, but she also had like this personality where she was like unapologetically herself, And so I think Stephanie Abrams was definitely a person during my formidable years that I looked up to.
Well, I'll jump in. Crazy enough, since I live where I work where I grew up watching Jim Gandy. So that was kind of a guy that I always enjoyed watching. And crazy enough, he came to my school when I was in third grade. That was like seeing a rock star. And then luckily I was able to work with him for, almost 14 years. So that was kind of cool. Kind of dating myself because the Weather Channel was not necessarily huge when I was coming along. So I do remember watching Cantore, and I met him a few years ago, and he seemed to be a pretty nice guy as well.
Something that you guys have dealt with already this year, severe weather in the Columbia area. So our question is, which one do you find more challenging forecasting, severe weather or winter weather, which we get a little bit of in the Carolinas? Alex, I'll let you start.
That is a great question. So for me, obviously the tornado outbreak the day after Easter was something that I hadn't anticipated, prior to seeing that, synoptic setup could even happen in South Carolina, just because it's so rare to have tornado outbreaks like that. A lot of times, our tornado outbreaks come from our tropical weather, where we're on the dirty side of the storm. And so those are a little bit easier to sort of convey, whereas, a morning tornado outbreak where we had, I believe, like 3 or 4 EF3, big tornadoes in the Midlands in the, 5, 6 o'clock hour of the morning, that was definitely, I think, a big challenge. But, winter weather here, we're going on now, our 7th year without any significant snow. So I think as the years go on, there's a whole generation of people that aren't used to snow, either because they didn't live here at the time or because, they weren't grown up yet at the time. So I really think now, and as the years continue to go on, that we go without snow, I really feel that winter weather is perhaps one of the trickiest because severe weather, a lot of times it's isolated, the impacts, but if it snows, everybody's feeling that.
I'll jump in. Winter weather. I've been around I've been doing weather in Columbia since 2007 at this point, and winter weather is always the big thing. And I remember in 2013 we forecasted 1 to 3 inches of snow in Columbia, and we missed by 50 miles. the city was shut down and it was blue skies outside. And even now, it's become even a bigger deal because of social media and all the bad information out there. So, in my opinion, for a snow or ice event in South Carolina, that's the bigger challenge. Maybe not from a forecasting standpoint, but from the standpoint of social media and people getting the wrong information out there and calling us names because we're not buying into the hype sometimes.
Good point. Danielle, I want to bring you in. You're graduated from UNCC Charlotte or UNC Charlotte. You didn't prepare for doing weather from home, I'm assuming, and class there. So what are your thoughts?
No, I barely made it 9 months into my career for say that I had to like transfer to my 500 square foot apartment. So I definitely was not equipped like other meteorologists have their green screens, blah, blah, blah. I didn't even have this map here. The station was like, we're going to throw something on your wall for you. So I was not prepared whatsoever, but I think I really do like what it has offered. Now that we're going back to the station, it showed like how much flexibility we could potentially have in our job. Like we can work and build our graphics and do everything at home on a quiet weather day. And I live across the street from the station. I can pop over, do my show, and come on back. So that's kind of been nice. And with like Alex's setup, it has been so cool to see him like, just like, that'll be great if he could stay home on a nice weather day and say, check out my plants, check out the beautiful sunshine. It's fantastic. So I didn't really prepare. Thankfully, it had been kind of smooth. There hasn't been a ton of hiccups with it. My dog has only barked on air once. So like that has all been positives. But I don't think we're going to stay like this. But I think it does show that we could have more flexibility in our jobs that we didn't really think we had beforehand when it comes from like working from home.
Yeah, just beyond this window is my porch, and I have hundreds of plants out there. So it's been really fun to show off, the different plants and how they're growing. Like my banana tree is growing a new leaf every single week because of how hot and humid it's been. And so there is this opportunity to tell the forecast in a different way. Sometimes during the morning show, the wind will actually shift from behind me, which is my south, to in front of me, which is my north. So I can talk about the reason why there is maybe some fog because, the temperature has now reached the dew point because of this northerly breeze that's coming in. It really has been a good opportunity. And a lot of people have come up to me and said that they really like that I'm out on my porch because I'm wearing a jacket when it's cold out and, I'm wearing my windbreaker when it's misting. Luckily, I have a roof over my porch, so I don't have to worry. And since it's the morning show, I don't have to worry about storms very frequently getting in the way either, because if there was lightning, then I would not be outside. And that's only happened once during the morning show. So yeah, it's been a good opportunity to sort of change things up a bit. I still have my forecast graphics. I'm still doing, still showing the same things, but now I get to like bring the weather outside where it's happening. And I feel that it's kind of made me a little bit more intuitive, like to see the sunrise earlier in the morning. I see hummingbirds flying at 7 a.m. It's just made me so much more in tune with nature, which is really needed when you're not around people. You need something to hold on to.
Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's get some fun questions here. These are just some questions to get to know you guys a little bit better. So, beach or mountains? Which one do you guys prefer, beach or mountains?
Beach.
Beach, all right.
Easy.
I'm beach. I'm with Danielle.
That's good. We're all beach. I love the beach too. Favorite food?
Anything pasta for me with cheese. That's my anything Italian food is great.
Pizza and everything pizza.
I really like just a good like baguette and some nice cheeses, a little charcuterie spread. That's what I'm gonna say.
Everyone's talking about pizza, so we had a few questions about pizza here. A, does pineapple deserve to be on pizza? And B, if you only had one topping besides cheese, what would it be on pizza?
Pineapple does not belong on pizza.
I actually, surprisingly, do like pineapple on pizza. I didn't first have it until after I left New York because that's just not something you tend to see up there. But I love the sweet, salty. So, and I'm like not afraid of, some odd and unusual kind of toppings. So on the topic of toppings, I think the one that I would really like to keep is basil. I know it's simple, but I just love that little herby kind of feel that it gives.
I think pineapple can stay on pizza. I'm okay with that. We can leave it there. My topping would be black olives. Like growing up, my sisters and I would have like extra double black olive pizzas, and that was it. So I'll keep the black olives with the pineapple.
Favorite type of music? What do you listen to while you're preparing your forecast, or just kind of out every day? What's your favorite type of music?
Oh, I go through all the decades personally. And I do listen to music in the morning. A lot of times I'll listen to our other sister stations to see what they were talking about, because we have sister stations across the country. But when I'm not doing that, I'll listen. I think this morning I was listening to Fleetwood Mac. I was listening to the Supremes last week. It's just like all over the place. I love it. But generally my favorite music is kind of like that alternative rock kind of thing. Like I still listen to like the Foo Fighters and the Killers, like all those bands that were popular in the 90s and 2000s. They're still releasing pretty good music, so I like them.
I'm country all the way. And then whatever Spotify will like say is popular, I'll like shuffle, because I don't think I'm a good playlist maker. But if I have to pick, it's going to be country.
Favorite disaster or weather-themed movie?
I agree with Twister. We actually did a senior project about all of the things that were wrong with Twister. That was our final assignment in mesoscale meteorology, and that was a lot of fun because, I mean, you got to watch Twister and, you know, kind of pick it apart with the things you learned. It was really fun.
I'm going to go Twister, too, just because I know I've seen it. I don't like disaster movies. They stress me out.
I feel like I heard a couple of weeks ago there may be a Twister 2 coming out soon, so we may all have to get together and kind of do what you did, Alex, and kind of point out the inaccuracies of the movie.
I'm down. That sounds so fun.
All right, we have one more controversial fun question, and then we'll kind of start to wrap up. This is one that we've done with all of our specials here, and it goes back to food. Is a hot dog a sandwich or not?
Oh.
A hot dog, is it a sandwich or is it just a hot dog? Some people say it's a sandwich, some people no.
What's the definition of a sandwich?
Well, they say it's 2 pieces of bread and a meat, but a lot of people say that doesn't qualify. A hot dog doesn't qualify.
Bread. It's one bread. That's
one bread.
True. That's a good point. I'm with Efren. That is a really good argument.
Final question. This is one to promote your city, Columbia, or your forecast area there in the Midlands. Tell us why we should visit your area. Give us maybe your favorite spot to hang out at, something that anybody should go out and see if they're in the Columbia area.
We have so many river walks. Those are like my favorite places to like take my dog and exercise or like go tubing down the river, and you're still like right next to downtown. So I feel like there's a really good mix of like you can do your downtown thing, but you could also like kind of get out in nature. I really like that aspect of the city.
I was going to say the same thing, the rivers. And we have some great parks too. And so you have like awesome geography. Like I'm up towards the Sandhills, which is totally different than Riverwalk, and they're all like a 15, 20-minute drive. And sometimes I'll go to both of them in the same day. And in one of them, you know, my feet are all sandy, and then in the other, you're, you know, at the bottom. So it's a great place to sort of learn the fault line because we're right on it, and sort of what the difference is. Plus, it's, you know, literally the dead center of South Carolina. So you want to go to mountains or to the beach, you're kind of like in a good territory to go to either.
Truly say this to a lot of people. I live in North Carolina, but South Carolina is like a second home. It's a beautiful state. And it's definitely a place that you need to check out. So, y'all, we appreciate your time today. I'll let you be able to promote your social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, if you guys want to do that. So if our followers aren't already following you, they can there on social media. Alex, I'll let you go first.
Sure. It's Alex Calamia WX. That's my Twitter, and my Facebook is Alex Calamia as well. My Instagram is very plant focused. We have Gandy's Garden here at WLTX, which is all about climate and the garden, and it's applicable to everyone in the Southeast. So Instagram is a big place for you to see all my plants. So that's Alex Tropical Pics. You'll also see it on my Twitter and Facebook. We're always talking weather and plants. It's fun.
I am at WX_Danielle on Twitter and Instagram. Lots of forecasting on there. And on Facebook, I am meteorologist Danielle Miller. So come on over.
Nice and simple for both my Twitter and my Facebook. It's Efren WLTX. EFREN WLTX. You can find it on both of them. It's easy. As long as you spell my first name correctly, you'll be able to find me.
Daniel just emailed me, said his phone was overheating, so he wasn't able to stick around. But if you want to follow Daniel It's Daniel_Bonds on Twitter, and then on Facebook, I think it's the same thing. You can follow his weather page, Daniel Bonds. Just search it up, WLTX. So we want to appreciate you guys watching us here at the Carolina Weather Group. Guys, thank you for spending some time with us, and we will see you all next time here on the Carolina Weather Group. So we just finished up with James Spann and his count of April 27, 2011. And if you did, maybe you didn't know, but our own panelist, Dan Whitaker, was out in the field. I think this is before any of us knew you, Dan, but he was actually out chasing this big event. So I guess, first of all, let's kind of talk about what you were doing. How did you know to target this area? What was the game plan? Maybe a couple of days leading into this high impact event.
Right. So we had been looking at this storm system quite a ways out. It was showing up on long range data.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Weeks prior, and then it just kept on slowly, seemingly everything was coming together the closer we got to that April 27th date. So I was prepared pretty far in advance to get out there to Alabama was where I was loosely targeting. And a couple days ahead of time, I packed up the car and I left town the night before and stayed in the Eastern Tennessee mountains. It's Western for us if we're heading that way, but Eastern Tennessee mountains over in Chattanooga, and was prepared for whatever could happen. I've been out to Alabama a bunch of times to go follow and photograph storms, and nothing's come of it. So I didn't know what was going to happen this day.
So during the day, walk us through what it was like from the time you woke up to the time that you finally found yourself on a storm.
So I had some kind of omens, if you want to believe in that, at least. At the very least, the atmosphere was showing off for me right away. I woke up at my friend's house. He had to go to work, and it was I forget what day of the week it was, but it was a work day. And so he went to work, and I woke up at his house. He said, when you're heading out, just lock the door and behind you and be on your way. And so it was around 8 a.m. or so. I'm getting ready to leave. And there's some early morning storms happening out near Chattanooga. And one of them really started building up. I was watching on radar, and I was like, it's 8 something in the morning. I can't really look too much into this. I'm trying to head to Alabama. And I shut the door behind me. I lock the door. I get in my car and I pull up at that time I had a full RAM mount, like a computer system in my car. I power on the laptop. It's actually this laptop that I have right here, which is now an outdated laptop system, but it still has some of my data on it. And power on my laptop, and I open it up, and right when I get my laptop open, tornado warning, storms heading directly over my location in a matter of minutes. And there was a strong kind of velocity couplet there when I looked at the velocity data. So I was like, there's some real reason to believe that this could be a threatening storm with a tornado. And so I actually went to try and get back in my friend's house I've 5 minutes, right? So let's get back in the house. No, the door's locked. Of course, I can't get back in. And I look around, I'm in a crowded neighborhood with lots of trees everywhere. I can't even see the sky. So I think to myself, okay, well, what do I do now? Right. I don't want a tree to follow me. Right. And so I get in my car and I just start driving away from the storm through these residential roads in Chattanooga. It's hilly. I'm trying to just get out of there. I make it to a 4-road intersection, and I kind of park my car there. I'm like, this is as good as I'm going to do. At least I'm not under the trees. And I park my car there. as some really intense winds started whipping across, horizontal rain, horizontal, windblown rain, I would just guess at like 60, 70 miles an hour. And I was right there in the velocity couplet. And, it turns out there was wind damage and a tornado, but I just must have been very close. But I don't believe I was in the tornado. It was mostly, the winds changed directions eventually, but I believe it was all rear flank downdraft base kind of wind. So I drive back to my friend's house at that point after I'm like kind of in that wind and rain and it passes by me. So I know I'm safe. I just kind of drive back there because I don't know what to do with myself at this point. And the road that I came down just a minute prior, there had been someone driving down that road and a tree fell and actually crushed their car within a minute. I got there before the emergency response did. And, or just at about the same time. So I pull up and so do they, and I kind of get out of my car and I'm like, what's going on? The emergency response person, fortunately, they started trying to, do what they needed to do. And I was like, they've got it figured out. They told me to, leave them alone. So I just kept on heading on my way. I was like, I guess I'll go to Alabama now. And that's how I started my morning. So, pretty intense.
Dan, wow. I have a question for you. Sorry, Evan, I didn't mean to step on you. Recollection, this was 10 years ago. So I don't think radar scope was a thing.
That's right.
How did you get this weather data while you're out in the field? It's 2011. Technology has surely come a long ways in the last 10 years, but what was it like back in 2011
You mean, what was it like using a flip phone when I was storm chasing? Yeah. So that's what I was doing. I had a GZ1 waterproof flip phone, and for data, fortunately, things were fairly advanced for the laptop systems, as long as you had a laptop system and internet and a few other things. So I had a GPS puck that logged my GPS data into the system I was using. At that time, it was I can't even remember the name of the system actually, but it was like definitely an older PC radar system that integrated with Delorme Maps was what I used to log my GPS data, and it integrated the data in. It was the only thing. At that time, it was the only program comparable to GR Level 2, which is still, a top program for PCs. And, but yeah, no radar scope, no quick data via phone. Like I said in the story, I had to power up the laptop to even see what was really going on. So had that hooked up to a internet puck at that time. There was no hotspots via cell phone, so you had to have a dedicated internet puck. Also, to power the computer at that time, there weren't cars built in with power inverters for things like computers, like there are now. Like the 4Runner that I own now, it just comes with power outlets, right? But at that time, there wasn't anything like that. So I actually had to have custom fuses and custom switches and custom wiring for power inverters to run my laptop system. And so it was a lot of electric based stuff and the best technology at that time just to even get online and see what was going on.
Later in the day, Dan, with all of this equipment that you had, you managed to get yourself on the Coleman, Alabama storm. The storm was severe. It produced an EF4 tornado. Can you tell us a little bit about the experience you had chasing that in the afternoon?
Right. So I made it to Alabama after my intense morning, and I'm kind of trying to figure out where to target for storms. They start kind of popping off immediately early in the afternoon. I think around 1 or 2 was the first supercell that I got on, and these storms were classic supercells popping up in every square foot of Alabama that you can put your eyes on radar. So it's just these storms are popping up all over the place, and a lot of little kind of storms, but among the mix, a lot of major strong supercells were developing that were immediately severe warned, putting down things like hail, and a lot of them were starting to go tornado warned even early on in the day. So I chased 4 different supercells, which I believe all 4 of them or 3 of them were tornado warned. before I even made it to Coleman. So I had this long, like, for those of you who aren't as familiar with how a storm chase would work, you see a storm kind of growing either visually or on radar. The ingredients are there for that storm. Then once it grows to become a significant storm. And so you start targeting, you want to target the storm early and get to it before it basically becomes maybe, outdated, so to speak, where it's just overtaken by rain, the visuals are gone, maybe the tornado's gone too. So you want to, if you can be there at the birth of a storm and follow it through, that's ideal. Granted, these storms this day in Alabama were averaging speeds of 40 to 60 miles an hour. So it's kind of hard to stay with them, but that's why you hop around a little bit. So you would start at a storm. Here's the birth of a storm. Great. Let's see what it's going to do. It either outruns you or starts dissipating, and then you pop to the next one. So like I said, I was on, about 4 or 5 of these before I made it to Coleman. And that was a couple hours worth of chasing and driving. I'm starting to kind of almost wear down a little bit, because after you've seen 1 storm, 2 storm, 3 storm, you're like, are any of these going to produce visible tornadoes, or am I just driving under, low hanging clouds and rain and hail? And, so I'm driving towards, I guess this is where the story really starts, right? So I'm driving towards Coleman and into town because I saw a really nice hooked supercell that was heading towards Coleman, and it looked great on radar. It was starting to form a really nice hook, really nice velocity couplet. By nice, I mean strong and visually, from a radar standpoint, a strong and kind of pronounced feature that tends to mean that the storm's going to at least go tornado warned, if not produce a tornado. And like I said, the ingredients were there. This was a day that had been forecasted for a while. We knew that this was a significant day. It was a high risk by the Storm Prediction Center. They were predicting a tornado outbreak, and so we knew it was going to happen, or at least that's what we thought was going to happen. And anyways, the storm, as it's heading towards Coleman, I drive closer, and it's the weirdest thing, because typically when I'm chasing storms, I kind of get in a position where I'm looking at the rotation part of the storm and the part of the wall cloud that is rotating and maybe going to put down a tornado. So I'm trying to be in that area, stay with that area. In this particular storm, I kind of just, as I'm driving into Coleman, I knew what storm I was going for, but I kind of look off to the side, and there in the far distance over a field is a tornado, and it's pretty far out. But I noticed it right away, and I'm like, all right, well, there you go. After 4 storms or so, and here it is. And it's there. I did it, I'm seeing a tornado right now. And this is what all my effort's been funneled to get here. And it wasn't just seeing a tornado. I need to kind of preface this. I'm a trained storm spotter at this time. I've got a couple years, 3 years of experience under my belt. I was very involved in wanting to try and collect data for historic reasons. I had 2 anemometers on my car. I was connected in to try and relay data back to the National Weather Service. And I was tracking all my movements. I was documenting everything with multiple cameras. So the idea was put myself into close proximity to these storms, get as much data as possible, and then see how I can use that and funnel that in for any sort of storm damage or research purposes. And as well as relay storm reports to help with the public, which is it's a cutesy thing to say. A lot of storm chasers say it, whatever. But in reality, for a day like April 27, 2011, it turns out that was absolutely necessary. Not only was that something that sounds good on paper, but the people like me who are out there relaying this information and broadcasting it live actually did save lives. It was that significant footage of these storms coming and hitting towns is what actually made people get into their storm shelters and go to safe places. So anyways, I'm driving into town. I see the tornado out above a field. I had been live streaming for a little bit at that point, but I had a live stream setup going on with a HD webcam, streaming to the site at that time called Chaser TV, which was in the 2010 to 2014 period, it was the hottest thing out there. The public knew to tune to Chaser TV, and, the Storm Chaser show was hot, and people were thinking about storms and thinking about storm chasing. And so it had thousands and thousands of viewers that you could get access to if you streamed. And the cool thing about Chaser TV at the time too, is they would pay per viewer, pay for pronounced amount of time and stuff like that. So you could actually, come out with a little bit of a paycheck at the end of it too. I start streaming this storm, and immediately I start getting over 1,000 viewers on Chaser TV. My location is in reference to the radar that everyone's looking at. Everyone sees, wow, he's right in this hook of the Coleman storm. And they start clicking on my stream, and sure enough, they're seeing a tornado. And so they start sharing it. It starts getting shared across social media, screenshotted, and immediately that tornado in live in real time is getting shared around, the fingers of the internet in 2011. And getting rebroadcasted and put in places where people could actually see this storm. So I was live streaming it. I was filming it with another camera. We'll play kind of the video of what that ended up looking like with my other camera. And then I was taking DSLR pictures, as well as running 2 anemometers and trying to stay in good proximity and location to this storm. So I was by myself, and so I was trying to do all this stuff, and as well as listen to the scanner radio. Anyways, I see this tornado come through, and it's coming closer and closer. It's coming towards me. I'm trying to figure out, is this storm going to do something where it actually, hits my location? Or so at one point, and you may see this in the video, where the tornado seems to get close enough to me where all of a sudden you can't really see the gray funnel anymore. Instead, you see just like a mass of dirt. And that's when I think I'm starting to get a little close there. And so I actually back up across the road that was behind me into a gas station. And in my head at that moment, I think to myself, if I drive 30 feet backwards, I can maybe avoid getting hit by this thing and still film it. So that was my thinking. And I don't think I was that close, but I was in stone's throw. I mean, I was very close. And then it kind of continues going at an angle in front and away from me. And that's when it touches down fully. You can see it, the funnel reach the ground, and the tornado becomes very pronounced, very kind of like a very defined elephant trunk. And it's kind of, not this big, wide, massive, weird wedge that we would think about when we think about EF4s and very strong, violent tornadoes. But however, and I know this from the comments on my YouTube channel, where some people are saying this isn't a true EF4. Look how skinny it is. But in reality, it's that tight, strong wind whipping around at the bottom that's causing all the damage. And it was, you can tell in the video that it's a very strong tornado, and it was a very strong and destructive tornado. It went through downtown Coleman, destroyed a number of the commercial buildings there, destroyed some houses, and ended up with multiple fatalities, including a newborn or a young child. And, it devastated the city. So as this is happening, here I am, Mr. North Carolina, out of my city in town by myself, in my storm chasing vehicle. Fortunately, I'm prepared for living multiple days out of my car if I needed to, right? That was part of my preparation. So, but I'm thinking to myself, like, what's next? What do we do now? So I tried to follow the storm. And as I keep following it, the tornado gets wider and wider, eventually wedges out into this big kind of gray wedge tornado as it goes off in the distance. The road that I try and travel down is completely covered in trees, and there's there's hundreds of, I will share a picture of it. There's just hundreds of trees down, and you could have had a whole team of people with chainsaws and you would never have gotten through that road. So at that point, I know that my access to continue following this tornado is gone. The tornado is going 60 miles an hour anyways. So it's a lost cause at that point. So I drive back towards town. And here's where it really gets interesting, because this is where things started to really take a turn as far as the reality of the storm. All I could smell was trees and fresh wood. And as I look around through the woods as I'm driving back towards Coleman, the trees are stripped of their bark. They're just bare. It's just bare wood. forests of bare wood, and twisted trees and just devastation. And I'm driving back towards Coleman to try and figure out what's my next move. And I look at the radar on my computer, and there's another storm that's tornado warned and heading right towards Coleman. That is going to be there in 20 minutes, right? But what has just happened is a tornado just devastated Coleman, and at the same time, tornadoes were devastating Tuscaloosa and other. That's a well-known one, but there are, I think, 5 or 6 tornadoes on the ground at this very moment, and Alabama was in a mess. So Coleman was in a mess, and everybody got in their cars and drove out to the middle of the roads to try and get to their family members. Cell service was completely down at this point. I don't know if it's because cell towers were hit or if everyone was trying to use their cell phones at the same time, but there was zero cell service. You could not use it for anything. The only thing left was internet through my internet puck. So I was able to access radar data and message through some sort of messenger app I was using at that time. And I think email is what it is called. I was emailing people. So I drive back into town. The roads are crowded with people. People are kind of walking around confused. Everyone has their cell phone in their hand. Like, what is this? It's not doing anything. And they see that I'm a storm chaser. I have stormsquad.net on the side of my vehicle and stuff. They start coming up to my car and they're saying, what happened? We're trying to get in touch with our family members. We can't do it. We heard the town was hit. And I was able to actually give as many people as I could the information that I had, which was, there was a tornado. It hit part of town. There's another storm coming. You're going to want to find a place to take refuge. I had a CB radio in my car at that time with a speaker. I got on my CB radio and started driving around and saying there's another tornado warning coming, because nobody knew. And I drove around the town and yelled at people to find safe shelter. And that was really harrowing. Like, I don't know if that's the right word. There's no words to describe. I mean, it was very sobering. I mean, just like, I was focused. I was trying to, at that point, just go into like storm recovery mode. I'm now part of this Coleman community, right? So how do I help them? And that was not my last storm of the day. So I actually left Coleman and went and got on another supercell at that point, because there's nothing else I could do in Coleman that, short of, I warned everyone I could. The storm didn't hit there, so I left. I went out to go get to another storm and chased 2 more tornado warned supercells. Nothing really produced from those. And then the sun started going down, and still no cell service. But I have my radio police scanner and fire EMS scanner, and I'm hearing that reports that there are no gas stations and no gas available to the first responders. And I look at my gas tank at that moment. The sun was just starting to set. I look at my gas tank and I'm on less than a quarter of a tank. Hadn't anticipated on there not being any gas in the state of Alabama, right? And so with very little gas and a lot more storms, all tornado warned, heading my direction, and now it's dark out, I had to do what I now refer to as a kind of a intense game of avoid the tornado for the next few hours. I did it on zero gas. So what I had to do is I would drive out to somewhere where I thought was in between 2 supercells heading my way, because it was just groups of supercells just over and over and over again, all tornado warned. So I'd drive where I thought I was going to be in between the 2. No cell phone service and limited radar at this point because internet was dicey out where I was. And then I'd turn off my car and I'd just sit there in the pitch black and just watch the lightning, both the storms pass on either side of me. I'd turn back on the car, get the laptop back up, see the next radar run, and figure out my next spot to go to try and be safe. And I did that for a few hours until eventually it seemed clear enough for me to actually get to a city on my zero gas. So I found a city. I don't even remember what the name of the city was, but it's probably 100 miles, 50 to 100 miles from Coleman at that point in Alabama, central Alabama. And I get to the hotel, and they say, we don't have power, but you're going to have to pay full price. Sorry. And nobody has power. Nobody has gas. And I said, do you know where the nearest gas station is that has gas? And they said, we're hearing reports that there isn't any gas except for far eastern Alabama on the eastern Georgia, Alabama line. Other than that, nowhere else, even west of here, north of here, south of here, no one has gas. And I said, okay, well, I guess I'm staying here for the night. And so I had just filmed all this video. So I went ahead and I had no power, no gas, but I did have an external battery that I brought with me to power an emergency battery pack to power things like laptops and stuff. So I went ahead and plugged in my laptop, fired it up, got my video uploaded to YouTube. It was my second video I'd ever uploaded to YouTube. The first one was a tornado 2 weeks prior in Alabama, coincidentally, and close by. And this was my second video. And I get it up there. I shut down everything because the battery's going to die. Done for the night. I go to sleep. I wake up the next morning, and the video's got like 80,000 views on it. And my inbox is just full of people saying, can we use a video? Can we use a video? Can we use a video? Just my email's blown up. And I'm like, wow, I guess that's, this was in 2011 before viral videos was really a thing. YouTube's kind of new at this point. And I created, like, at that time, a newsy viral video, and I didn't even know what to think of it. I'd never really seen viral videos at that time. So I was like, well, that's interesting, and whatever. I mean,
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I knew that, my footage was, I'm glad people are seeing it, please share it, and ended up driving to a gas station that was about an hour and a half away from my hotel. And I didn't think I was going to make it. But that was the closest gas station. I, called around. I did everything I could to source a gas station. That was it. It was like on the border. So I just drove that direction on no gas. I was on fumes the whole time. And I got to the gas station and I'm literally like, you can hear the gas running out and the car sputtering and stuff. So I cut the car off in the line. There was a humongous line going out around the road, circling all around. Fire trucks are coming in, skirting in front of the public to get all the gas. EMS, they're coming in. It's the only gas station that had gas. And so I sit in the back of the line. There's maybe 50 cars in front of me. And I turn off my car and I literally kept it in neutral and pushed the car most of the way to get to the gas tank, / rolled it part of the direction and rolled it just down the hill with gravity. And I made it to a gas tank after about, I think it was about 2 hours of sitting there in line, and made it to a gas station and made it to the pump and was able to get enough gas in the car and drove back to North Carolina that morning. So I kind of just went through the story there. I mean, I don't know. There's of course more to be said, but that's kind of my experience being there right in central Alabama. I mean, the in and the out, at least the basic summary. So
Dan, I'm curious. I've been storm chasing once, and the adrenaline rush you get as you see a tornado obviously peaks up, and then you kind of go into recovery mode, hoping that everyone's okay. Did you experience that adrenaline rush when you were witnessing this?
Yeah. Definitely. During the Coleman tornado, it was when I first saw it. And for those first few minutes, especially, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And that adrenaline really kicked in. Here I am. It's real. I'm on a tornado. This is a high risk day. These storms are explosive. And I knew that something bad could really happen. And so yeah, the adrenaline popped in at that moment. But it's the weirdest thing. One of the comments on my YouTube video is, why is there no screaming? Where's all the screaming? Where's all the yelling? This is like the calmest tornado video I've ever seen, besides Pico's Hank. And it was just my adrenaline turned into straight focus. So after I kind of had an initial I was just 100% zoned in. on my task. I mean, you could call it focused. You could also call it busy. I mean, navigating the anemometers, the laptop, the cameras, the live stream, and driving and parking and whatever, running, in my raw video of the tornado, there's me like zooming back and forth in front of the dash cam because I'm like, who knows what I'm doing? I'm probably setting a GoPro here and turning this thing that way. And I was very busy and very focused. So it just all turned into that. And then eventually, right near the end of the day, a lot of adrenaline and focus kind of wears down to just like, now I'm playing dodge the tornadoes at night. And that part was a little, I wish I could have been back in North Carolina at that point.
Dan, real quick before we wrap, can you talk a little bit about the gravitas of watching the storm, the tornado as it came through Coleman, and afterwards understanding that while you were watching it, it killed 6 people?
So, I've been at some devastating tornadoes before, but I think the thing that made this more real, and I've been at some killer tornadoes before. I think the thing that made this so real in this particular one is because a lot of people died this day in Alabama, and it was the total destruction of the state. Seeing the Coleman tornado, unless I had actually seen it hit the specific buildings and stuff, it was hard to make a direct connection to who died or how they died or where they died. I did end up seeing the commercial destruction downtown, and that was intense. Seeing that, because you're seeing people wandering around picking up bricks and trying to figure out what to do. It's like walking into a house that was just completely destroyed by like a group of toddlers, and I say that as a owner of a toddler. I have a 3-year-old, and sometimes you just walk into a room and you say, what happened? And you just pull your hair and you scratch your head and you say, I can't even figure out where to start. Everything's destroyed. And it was the same way watching these people trying to figure out what to do in downtown Coleman, just walking around devastated. And that was really sobering. But the thing that really affected me the most, honestly, was seeing people looking for their loved ones and not having a way to find out where their loved ones were. No cell phone reception, no communication, and being stuck in traffic, and another tornado warning that's coming. So these people are in a bad predicament, and only I knew what was going on. So I was in this really weird place of, nobody knows, and they're all unsafe, and they're all just trying to help their loved ones out. So that was probably the hardest part to be a part of, but the part that I'm most grateful that I was a part of, because I could help, but also because that's the reality of these big storm events is that's what's happening in these communities. And sometimes you don't see that on the news, or you don't know about that, but there's moments there where we're all just trying to look out for each other. And those are the hardest moments.
Well, Dan, we certainly appreciate your time and reflecting back on this very somber event that took place on April 27, 2011. So we thank you and James Spann for sharing their stories of this tragic day, and our thoughts and prayers are still with those folks who are reliving this 10 years later in the state of Alabama. For everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, we hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you back here real soon.
James Brierton in Charlotte. A state of emergency has been declared in Allegheny County, North Carolina, after a historic 5.1 magnitude earthquake earlier this morning here on Sunday, August the 9th. It was the 5th strongest earthquake in Carolina history and the strongest in the Carolinas since 1916. Luckily, no one was injured, but minor damage has been reported at over 100 buildings across the area and near the epicenter in Sparta. That's where our Scotty Powell was earlier today.
I'm Scotty Powell here reporting just outside of Sparta, North Carolina, where you've seen a lot of the earthquake damage. Again, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked Sparta, North Carolina earlier this morning, just after 8 a.m. A lot of damage to some roads, to some structures. In fact, some folks have been displaced from their home. I've never witnessed earthquake damage, but it definitely was something that I wasn't surprised to see. These big, deep craters crossing the road. Thankfully, not a lot of those craters, but some of them on the roadways that will definitely have to be filled up. Also, some structural damage to homes, a lot of rocks and things like that have fallen off. So that's what it looks like here from Sparta. Again, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake. Again, the USGS already in town doing some surveys. Emergency officials say that homes have been affected, but thankfully no injuries related to these earthquakes. From Sparta, North Carolina, I'm Scotty Powell for the Carolina Weather Group.
The mayor of Sparta has declared a state of emergency, and Allegheny County Sheriff Brian Mills says he's spoken to White House officials about what has happened in their community. Sheriff Maines also spoke with our Scotty Powell earlier today.
I actually woke up with the crashing of picture frames hitting the floor at my house. I live just over the hill here. And so it was pretty chaotic at my house. All the neighbors experienced a lot of chaos. And we've been going around today looking for injured folks. We've not found any major injuries. And so we're just so thankful that we've not had any reported major injuries right now on folks. And we're so thankful that there's no one been reported stuck in their home, things of that nature. There's been some folks that have had to leave their homes now because it's not safe to stay there. So
there were smaller earthquakes ahead of the 5.1 magnitude earthquake, and USGS geologist Dr. Arthur Machat says the cause of Sunday morning's earthquake is still under investigation.
First bit I got out of here, this officer took me here to see the just the cracks in the road. Just looking for any to document any of the surface rupture or any of the other breaking of the structures or damage from the earthquake.
So Western North Carolina, known for smaller earthquakes, 5.1 right now. Pretty big event for North Carolina standards, correct?
Yes.
We normally see smaller earthquakes. Kind of tell us, is this a fault area? What may have triggered this?
It's simply, we don't know. Most of the eastern earthquakes are interplate seismicity, so they're not tied with the direct fault. There are lots of zones, as you mentioned, there are zones that are known for more seismicity in the east. East Tennessee seismic zone, Charleston, South Carolina, Giles County have all known, and Central Virginia are known for seismicity in the area. Nothing here, so we don't know any recent faults or anything to tie it with.
Reports of shaking and tremors could be felt upwards of 150 miles away from Allegheny County, North Carolina on Sunday morning. We have 3 reports for you coming up, one from Greensboro, one from Charlotte, and one from Bristol. And we start in Greensboro, where WFMY Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley spoke with our own Evan Fisher to recount his early morning wake-up call.
So bizarre. You don't expect anything like that in North Carolina. We get earthquakes from time to time. Sometimes they happen, and most of the times we don't even know about it because they're so weak. Usually on the order of a 1 magnitude or a 2, or maybe closer to a 3 if you're rounding. But a 5.1 earthquake is pretty unprecedented. I mean, it's happened before, but by our records, it looks like this is the strongest one to have an epicenter in the state since back in 1916. That was actually near Asheville in Skyland, North Carolina. So anyway, it happened this morning about 8:07. Everyone probably has a little bit of a different story. For me, I was sleeping soundly, and then it happened, and I really woke up. And bizarre, I've never felt an earthquake before, so for me, that was a first. I've missed the other ones. This one definitely was strong enough to wake me up. And checked my phone right away. Tons of messages on Facebook, on Twitter, emails. Everyone immediately, this was within like 5 minutes, wanted to know what was going on. And it took a little bit for that report to come in from the USGS, where we get our earthquake info. But once it did, it was pretty clear, yeah, that was a strong earthquake, and it wasn't that far away. Starting to see some trickles in of damage reports here and there, mainly in that Sparta, Blue Ridge area. But even a little removed from that, I have a weather spotter up in Stokes County, which is just 2 counties away from Allegheny, where the earthquake was, and he has a cracked, a little crack in his roof, the ceiling, I guess, on the inside of his garage. So more than I've ever seen since I've lived in North Carolina over the last 10 years. And, even if you lived here 100 years, I think it counts for that too.
Chris Mulcahy is a meteorologist with WCNC Charlotte. He was working Sunday morning when the earthquake first occurred and recounts some of the reports of those tremors that his newsroom received.
And I didn't feel anything here. So I live in Northwest Charlotte. But one thing that was really miraculous when I was out here, that time in the morning, early part of 8 o'clock, a bunch of messages were coming in saying, hey, did you feel that earthquake from Denver, North Carolina? Did you feel that earthquake from TKK? Did you feel that earthquake in the southern parts of Lancaster County? This was a big deal. No matter what, even though I didn't feel anything, I gotta admit I'm a little bit disappointed, but seeing this unfold live time as we were doing our cut-ins for the Today Show, this is a historic event. Over 100 years ago is the last time that we had anything close to this, and even though there was one back in 1926 that was just a little bit stronger or similar strength, that's still a long, long time. So this is a big historic event, and one thing that I love that I learned today is that every year worldwide there are 500,000 roughly earthquakes that are detected. Of those, only 100,000 earthquakes are actually felt. The big fact, only 100 of those 500,000 produce damage. So that means the chances of this happening worldwide is a 0.0002% chance of happening.
Our own Ricky Matthews works in Bristol, Tennessee, and here's what they saw in their community.
Here in the Tri-Cities, where we felt the quake over the mountain chain, even though we're about 80 miles or so from where the epicenter was. If you kind of go from Kingsport, Tennessee, or kind of Johnson City, Tennessee, a lot of people in our area still reported feeling the shaking this morning. Right after 8 o'clock, started to get reports of people saying they felt something, and my Twitter feed lit up of all the reports from people saying that we felt an earthquake, or we think we felt an earthquake, and suddenly we were in a we were kind of trying to gather information, but a lot of reports of people experiencing shaking for a few seconds in our area. No reports of any type of damage in our area, but certainly something that kind of caught a lot of people by surprise early Sunday morning when they were just trying to sit down and enjoy their coffee.
And there you have it. It seems 2020 had another trick up its sleeve, but we're happy to report once again no injuries following that 5.1 magnitude earthquake near Sparta, North Carolina on Sunday morning. Before we go, a quick tropical update for you. There is a tropical wave located a few hundred miles off the African coast. It continues to show signs of organization. A tropical depression could form in the next few days as the wave moves west at about 15 miles an hour. The next storm, if it were to be named, would be Josephine. On behalf of everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, including Evan Fisher and Scotty Powell, I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. Thanks for joining us for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group, and we'll see you back here again real soon. When we found ourselves doing severe weather coverage for Brunswick, Columbus counties, along the coastal areas of North Carolina, just outside the Wilmington area, what we didn't know until after the fact was that we were tracking a EF3 tornado. This is a absolute monster of a tornado that impacted that area and unfortunately did result in some deaths. 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken, as well as 10 injuries. We got some new video today when North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper visited the communities hardest hit, and I want to allow the panel some time to talk about this, because this in and of itself would be a very big news story for us here in the Carolinas and on this show. And it's just yet, unfortunately, another piece of a very busy weather week that has been playing out. But you can see here the communities still trying to clean up after this storm rolled on through. Let me pop up again for you if I can, and I'm going to ask our group to kind of weigh in on it well too. Is, we look at radar scope imagery from that night. You can see it there on the right-hand side of your screen, the velocity, the measuring of the winds in the atmosphere, circling here where the tornado crosses Highway 17, where some of this video was captured just outside Ocean Isle, and then continues for about 25 miles, going 45, 50 miles an hour at times, almost trying to outrun the polygon. The Weather Service working very hard to keep this very fast-moving supercell inside that tornado-warned polygon to try to give people as much lead time as possible. Brad, let me bring you back in. I know you had just finished the 11 o'clock news, but I saw you tweeting about this. What were you thinking at 11:45 at night when you were looking at this on radar?
So I had seen that storm offshore in the special marine warning because I was impressed with the signature, but wasn't thinking much about it. Went on to finishing up some emails, and I have all alerts turned on for North and South Carolina. So I heard the tornado warning pop up on my computer, and I looked down, and I was like, "Holy cow!" Right away, I was like, I could see the debris signature, and I knew it was bad. And then immediately, with some of my emergency manager contacts, started getting messages about some serious damage and, requests for search and rescue crews. So I knew it was pretty bad. And when I looked quickly at the map, I knew that area quite well. I actually played that golf course several times. Tiger's Eyes right there, Ocean Isle. It's a beautiful area. So I'm very familiar with that. And I knew, hearing the damage reports, those weren't small homes. Those were well-built, I wouldn't say mansions. Those are nice houses. So for those to be leveled and destroyed, I knew it was a significant hurricane tornado. I'm thinking of hurricane because that area was hurt by Isaias as well, almost the exact same location. But what was interesting is, it was EF3. That's the only second EF3 I could find in the database in the month of February in North Carolina's history. The other one was in 1971. So EF3 tornado in the month of February is incredibly rare for North Carolina, and in that area, period, any time of the year.
Brad,
I have to echo. I was going to say I was asleep when this happened. When I woke up in the morning, I saw your text in our internal chat. But along with Brad, I've played golf at this golf course that actually got hit, and vacation, there a lot. And like Brad said, it's a well-built community. I mean, these homes are well-built, and to see the video of just some of these just being completely demolished just shows you the sheer size and strength of this tornado. And, it was a nocturnal tornado again, at 11:45 on a February evening, something you just don't really anticipate. So the loss of life is never good, and just our thoughts and prayers go out to those folks. But just seeing some of the damage out there, you could tell it was a pretty massive tornado.
Yeah, I'm like you, Scotty. I slept through this too, and the very next morning I woke up and saw that there had been a big tornado from browsing through Twitter. And so I went and downloaded the radar scans from the archive and went to look at what the radar looked like. And when I saw that debris signature, I thought, oh my God, that had to have been a really bad tornado. Debris was lofted up to something like 22,000 feet. Is that right?
22, 25. It was up there. It got sucked right up into the updraft. It was pretty impressive.
Right. Yeah. When you see debris lofted that high, you're dealing with a pretty substantial tornado, and in this case, at EF3, and that's what it looked like. It could have been just looking at the radar.
Yeah, that's a tough warning scenario. The Weather Service, did the best job they could, but nocturnal February, I think that these coastal communities have it tough because I was talking to another group about this today. The special marine warnings, we're talking about water spouts and rotation. But who on the coast is looking at special marine warnings off the coast? If that was a polygon for a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning to a county to your south and east, you're probably a little bit more aware. But when they're special marine warnings, you're probably not even thinking twice about it.
Right. And even if there is a water spout, you think, oh, well, it's going to last 100 yards inland at most. But this is a little different. This was, I think this was supercellular in nature. And when you get that kind of situation, you get a water spout from that. It's going to keep going inland and a long way sometimes.
I remember when we were streaming this, just looking at it going, this is textbook. You could see the hook echo. You could see it on velocity, 160 mile per hour winds. Christian Morgan, WFMY in Greensboro. I want to ask you for your advice for folks who hopefully never find themselves in this situation. But if you find yourself in any tornado polygon, what do you do, especially if it's midnight?
Yeah, guys, I was kind of watching this all unfold, kind of like Frank said. I just happened to log on to Twitter to just kind of see what folks were saying and kind of check out some different things about our upcoming storm this week. And I noticed all of these radar scans and started to notice and realize that we were dealing with something pretty serious down in the coastal region of North Carolina there. And what I was saying on Twitter, I wasn't an active meteorologist following along in those areas, but I was saying, if you have family and you have friends that in this area, who cares if you got to wake them up? Call them until they wake up and let them know what is going on, that they have to find somewhere safe to get. And really, in this situation, we say it all the time and it kind of gets drowned out and people kind of put it in the back of their minds. But really, you got to find that most inner room in your home. If you have a basement, that's the safest thing to do, away from doors and windows. And people say, I'm in the next room over. Is that okay? And I'm in the closet in the bedroom that, has windows in it. No, it's not okay. Because especially in a situation like this with such a dangerous tornado, I mean, we see picture after picture after picture of whether it's branches or whether it's beams from houses flying around, they can pierce right through walls and right through doors, and they can come into those rooms and into those areas. So the most inner room in your home, away from doors and windows. If you have a basement, that's the best. And one thing that we always try to say on the air in a tornado warning situation is take shoes with you, take a helmet with you. And people think that sounds crazy at first, but if something comes through the door or something comes through the wall, if you've got a helmet on, just like riding a bike, if you fall off and you have a helmet on, you're going to be that much more protected. And shoes, people say, well, I'm in the home. Well, if you have debris in the next room over and you come out to survey that once things are over, there's no telling what you could step on. So a helmet, glasses, safety goggles, shoes, if you have those things and take them with you, you're that much more prepared and that much more ready in a situation like that.
Hey, Christian, I think you guys did the story today. Wasn't there someone whose home was damaged by the ice storm and went down to their beach house because of the damage and then was impacted by the tornado?
Yeah, that is a series of really bad luck. They left here, their home was damaged on Saturday with the ice. And so they went to their beach house. I think they left earlier this week.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
While crews were cleaning up their yard and then found themselves in that situation the other night. And it's like, what do you do at that point? And I think, if I remember right, I didn't watch the story in full detail yet, but if I remember right, I still think some of the family was either en route or was going to be traveling down to the beach house later. And so they had a really hard time getting in contact with those folks. And that, of course, is scary in itself when you're in one place going somewhere to be safe and your other family and your other party there knows what's happening and they can't get a hold of you. It's really, really sad.
That is absolutely incredible. That story had
another thing worth mentioning.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, another thing worth mentioning with all the Christian said earlier, do these things that you can do in advance. Decide where to go when the sky's blue. Make the plans on that day. Share them with your family. Make sure everyone knows where to go, so that when the tornado warning is issued, you can just do that and not have to think about what to do. You just do what you've decided to do, and it saves you time. That way, if you don't get a lot of lead time, and sometimes you don't, then you know what to do and you can do it and get there faster, and having less lead time matters less.
Yeah, that lead time is so critical, and the Weather Service does as best of a job as they can, and it's frankly a really good job, and it's improving each and every year to give people more and more lead time. But, an excellent amount of lead time is, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, and in this case, it might have been even less because of how fast this cell was moving.
Yeah. And another thing, I'm just reviewing the radar again right now, and I just noticed why this was kind of sneaky. I understand why it is. The radar near Charlotte, it looks like it has some obstructions to the radar beam to the southwest. And that was clouding what was going on with this storm. And it made it that much more difficult for the Weather Service to warn, because it was kind of in a dead spot for radar. And it just approached from the southwest, and the thing was over Sunset Beach before they realized what was going on, I think.
Yeah, I'll just do a shameless plug here. If you're interested in this, we're going to do a show with this with Gannon Medwick. He had a really good write-up today about the situation. So Yeah, a lot of weird things going on at that time. So sorry about that. Shameless plug, James. Back to you.
No, I'm glad you actually. That's more late breaking news because I know you had reached out to him there at WECT to find out if he would come on and talk to us. So I think those are all valid points. And Frank brought something up that I think in hindsight more people are learning about. I think the folks in that area may have already known about it. So I think there is some hindsight review analysis going on. I will say one of the things that I think was a silver lining saving grace is that this supercell, this tornado, passed just to the side of the radar. If it had gone over the radar, we could have lost eyes on the whole cell for the rest of the night, which I think would have introduced a whole other level of an issue. Certainly.
Yeah, just under 3 miles. If it had been just under 3 miles farther east.
So we mentioned that Governor Roy Cooper went down to survey the damage today and to meet with folks who were impacted by this tornado firsthand. And amongst some of the video that was fed back, we have about 2 or 3 minutes here where the governor is talking to 2 homeowners who were inside of their home when this tornado approached. You're going to hear them talk about the amount of lead time they had, or what frankly was a very small amount of awareness and lead time for them by the time they realized something was wrong, and what position that left them in, and how they ultimately rode this storm out inside of their home. It's a miracle. It's miraculous. It's heartbreaking. It's inspirational. It's a whole palette of emotions. Now, because of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, the microphones are a little bit further away than they would be ideally. And I'm letting you know that because the first rule of broadcast is always good audio. And you can hear them here, but especially if you're listening on our podcast, I want you to just stick this out with us and take a listen to the conversation the governor is having here with these homeowners. It's an incredible story.
They won't invade your space here, but I thought I'd just come over and just see things.
Hello, Governor, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you guys doing?
We're alive.
The fact that we're alive is a big positive. I know that's something to be thankful for these days.
Yep.
So we're thinking about you and hope that everything can be put back together. So sorry about the loss of life here.
Yeah.
Tragic.
That's our greatest fortune. That was not us.
Correct.
This is sticks and bricks. They can be replaced.
So is this your house?
Yes.
And so were you guys home?
Oh yeah. We were in this under the curtain.
So what happened? How did you guys? Where were you?
I was in bed and I heard the hail, and at that point I said it's time to get up. And by the time I turned my back, the doors came in and hit me in the back and knocked me down to the sofa, to the bed. And that's probably the only thing that helped me survive, being knocked down. So, oh yeah, well you heard the hail. The amount of time between the hail hitting and the noise of the wind was instantaneous. There was no gap.
I was on the living room sofa, and as soon as the hail cracked the first piece of glass, I ducked, and the whole back of the house flew in. And I went for a ride. Fortunately.
So how far were you carried? Where were you?
I was in the great room. The entire back of the house flew in. This wall here, I'm on the other side of it. Buried under everything else. And I'm sure the only thing that saved my life is our porch furniture is teak. And the one chair blew in on me like a teepee tent. So everything falling and throwing landed on that and not directly on me. And I swear that's the only reason I'm here.
That is amazing. Were either of you injured?
Minor
scratches.
I had to get
a couple of stitches.
But considering, no was the answer. Bumps and bruises by comparison.
Well, you have an amazing attitude about all of this. It's got to be devastating to lose your home like this.
It's devastating, but you got to maintain a positive attitude. So
we're here. We have something to deal with. There are others across the street and across the golf course that don't have that good fortune.
Do you have a place to stay?
We do.
Yes. The neighbors here are families. The generous, phenomenal offers have been endless. So.
Yeah, we have a place to stay. But there are several people that had empty homes because they're not full-time residents. They offered the homes to us. I've had offers from New Jersey to Florida to help. So
Absolutely an incredible story. Those folks, as they expressed, lucky to be alive. Again, 2 fatalities, 10 injuries, and as you can see, multiple homes damaged by this EF3 tornado there in Brunswick County, North Carolina. We will have more, as Scotty mentioned, on future shows here on the Carolina Weather Group, talking more about an event that is clearly going to be now marked on our calendars and our history books. 160-mile-per-hour winds. That is practically unheard of in this part of the country.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. And man, I am excited about this show. We have featured Frying Pan Shoals out off the coast of North Carolina several times during our hurricane coverage that you most likely have tuned into from one time or another. And I've been wanting to get Richard on the show, and Shay worked his magic and was able to get Richard Neal on the show. Richard is an engineer and the director of Frying Pan Shoals Tower out in the Atlantic Ocean, where he currently is right now. And it's just hard to believe that technology's come so far along that we can actually talk to Richard, who's out in the middle of the ocean right now. So, Richard, welcome to the show. We are happy to have you. And, I just want to talk a little bit. Our first question for you is more of a just kind of getting to know you question. And normally it's how did you get hooked into the weather world? And I know weather plays a little bit into what you do, but how did you get involved in this project? I mean, this is just such a fascinating story about you guys.
Well, like a lot of guys, after work, I still have my hands on the keyboard and I'm working on things and I'm surfing the web. And this is back in 08, 09. And I was like, well, there's got to be great things that are giving away because we're in a recession and everything. So discounted, and let's search for government surplus in North Carolina. And the first thing that popped up on screen was this big old warehouse. And no, that's crazy. Swipe right or left, whichever it is. Next one was a whole bank building, and then some FEMA trailers, then some strange big metal box out on legs in the ocean. And that was kind of the fish hook that caught me. So ended up getting it. Won the auction.
A little bit about you. Assuming you was looking up stuff in North Carolina. Are you originally from North Carolina, or how did you get here?
Well, I was born and raised in Oklahoma, which is not exactly a land of oceans or mountains. And so I had a chance to come do a job interview over here back in the previous couple decades. And I was like, the trees are tall, the ocean's beautiful, so it hooked me. I moved into the Charlotte area where I've been since 99.
I've got to ask you, I personally love Oklahoma. I go out as much as I can to storm chase. So did you have any close encounters with tornadoes in your time out there?
In Oklahoma, it was pretty normal to there's the tornado and it's only yay big. And so you drive a little slower so it can stay ahead of you, or you drive a little faster because it's behind you. The one time riding in my dad's pickup truck, banged on the rooftop because back then we could ride in the back. And we were following one about 2 miles ahead of us. And I asked him to hurry up because there was another one behind us, about 3 miles behind us. So we just stayed right between the two as we went home that day. Just a normal day. Did not understand the magnitude of the difference between a tornado and hurricanes. Hurricanes are a whole different ball of wax, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They are. We'll talk a little bit about that. So engineering, I know you got some engineering out there. Tell us a little bit about that and what all engineering-wise you do out there right now at the tower.
Well, when I got the tower, when we first came out here, we opened the doors and all the windows were sealed up and there was thick junk all over the floor. It was incredibly filthy. And of course, nothing worked. There was no electricity. There was no running water, you name it. Obviously, no internet. And so the name of the game was basically, how do we reestablish? And so if you can think of walking into a garage that people had walked out of 2 decades before, leaving most of the tools in there, almost like a put it together puzzle, figure it out, and you can make it work, that sort of thing. That was what it was. So found that there were holding tanks of water, found that the wiring was redundant because in the classic military Coast Guard sense, you never modified a circuit. You just added another one, So, oh my gosh. So it's really stretched my brain, everything from the structural to the mechanical to the electronics to you name it. Again, you don't just hire a plumber out here. You are the plumber. So.
Very interesting. And, you know, the first question that pops into my mind here, Richard, is how do you get out there?
Good question. After I bought it, it took me 4 months to get here because I couldn't get a captain willing to bring me out in a boat. He said, there's no ladder on it and you can't get up on it. And I said, well, I was actually a really good climber, so just get me close. But I think what really made him laugh was when I showed up at the dock carrying an extension ladder with hooks on the top. So climbed on it that way, and we do come out by boat when we're carrying things, but more commonly we just fly out by Robinson R44 and land on the helipad, which is our entire rooftop. So it was here a couple times today dropping off researchers.
Very interesting. So no Jacob's ladder. I mean, you're just strictly helicopter at this point?
Helicopter and boat, because one of the legs does have a reestablishment of handholds. You do have to be a little bit of a monkey to jump from a boat to a leg and then climb up freehand 65 feet of handholds.
So you're telling me if you're not a fan of heights, that might not be the best way to.
Not a good idea. But, you know, that's actually how we get to the first person on, usually one of the crew, and then we snatch everybody. If you don't like heights, we snatch everybody out of the front of a boat with a hoist and just pull them straight up. And that's actually really, really safe because a person's sitting there with a harness or whatever, and until they get hooked in, they're perfectly safe. They're just sitting in a boat, right? Then we grab them, pull them right up, roll them inside, just tell them to stand up. That's all there is to it. And haven't dropped anybody yet. It's probably a good record, 10 years. So
why was the tower built in the first place?
I'm the old one out of probably all of us. And I remember when we didn't have cell phones and we rolled this little circle on the phone to make it work. So back in the 1960s, there was still the frying pan shoals, and the shoals were shallow and then deep, and then who knows. Boats were going aground and wrecking. So because we didn't have GPS and we didn't have LORAN, and you could use a sextant or whatever to look at the stars, but it was out here to be the lighthouse. So it's still got the light up in the corner that we don't use anymore because GPS, obviously, but it was purely to keep people from running aground. There's literally hundreds of shipwrecks from here to shore. We're about 32 miles from the closest point. Technically, we're outside of America by about 6 miles.
And speaking of that closest point, for those who may not know, what is that closest point of reference of North Carolina?
A lot of people would be aware of Wilmington, and Wilmington has a bunch of smaller cities flanking it, Southport and Carolina Beach, and coming out to the tip of it of Bald Head Island. And that's from where the shoals actually continue on outward. So Bald Head Island, which is right over that way. We can see the light of a lighthouse on shore occasionally, just a little faint glimmer, but we don't see light of anything else because we're just too far away.
Sometimes people just like to go out in the ocean, fishing and stuff. Do people ever come by and just yell up and say hey to you and whatever?
Yeah, it is interesting. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I've got, I guess people are like, hey, Richard, and my phone number's out there, so I'll get text messages, emails. I think I'm down to, 5,000 or more emails in the last couple of weeks again. So it's a little tough. I'm amazed you guys could track me down. I'm glad you did. But they'll holler up, Richard, hey, this is so-and-so. And I was out there 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Sometimes I remember who they are and sometimes I don't. But on a good, flat, calm weekend, we can have 30 boats around here all getting bait fish or catching fish or just hanging out. It's really quite the party.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've done spearfishing at the Chesapeake Light Tower to the north up there. That's a popular spot. And there's, there's a lot of fish. There's a lot of great, fish that hang around these things. It's an object in the water. It goes in depth. There's teeming life around it. It's kind of neat.
Yep. We've got a lot of bugs underneath us. And bugs, in layman's terms, are lobsters, spiny lobsters. They average about 8 pounds here.
So you kind of took up my next question was going to be about the B&B and how long that ran for.
Yeah, we were doing that from 2012 when we had our first family stay out here, which was quite interesting. They were like, yeah, we know it's sort of a B&B, right? And then we shifted over in 2018 purely to the nonprofit. And we still have a lot of people come out, but it's not in the sense of coming out and hanging out. It's come out and participate. The walls in here are nice and blue because we had 3 or 4 volunteers a couple of weeks back, cleaning, scraping, put it all back in order.
How many people do you normally average in a year, Richard, that come out and volunteer? I mean, I know it can vary, but it's
it's a really great question. We've had thousands out, and that's because many people will come by in their boat and then they'll come on up and maybe they'll carry something out. I occasionally get a call on the Marine Band radio. Hey, Richard, we're here and we brought you that extra water, or we brought you some food, or we have too much beer and we can't get rid of it. We need your help. So, or we have fish that we've caught, and like, yeah, come on up, let's share it and have a meal, and then head out the next morning. But with 8 bedrooms and a crew room in addition, and about 6,000 square feet, and a rec room and a stainless steel kitchen and a big generator room where we can cut and torch and do all the types of mechanical things you would want to. It's actually got a place for all different kinds of people. We've got people that came out and did nothing but work on our garden in the back corner. So we've got a garden that grows. Go figure.
And for those who are maybe wanting to know, you do a fantastic job on social media, the Facebook page, of just sharing your experiences from day in and day out. And it's a really cool thing. If you go to Facebook and type in Frying Pan Tower, Richard, you do a great job on social media, just kind of showing the behind the scenes look there.
Yeah, it's funny. People ask what the tower is really like and how it survived these hurricanes. And some of the things that I've learned is that the engineers that put it together had a fair amount of experience with what they call Texas tower or Texas oil rigs, the genre in the 40s and the 50s. So they made this thing stupidly overbuilt. I mean, massively structurally strong. With the legs, I just got a blueprint that I hadn't seen in 10 years. And it actually indicates that when they set the base pilings down, they actually took pipes and then hydraulically rammed them through the legs down into the bedrock to the depth of, if you can imagine this, 296 feet. Wow. That's incredible. It's a football field of steel down into the bedrock and then filled up with cement. So, and the casing on the pipe that actually is water level down is multiple layers, so it's approximately 3.5 inches thick. We just, we have to worry more about anything above water and just keep welding on parts there. So, yeah, I've gotten a chance to become a more proficient welder. And, since I don't have OSHA looking over my shoulder, it's like, yep, I'll do it. I'll do it right, but I don't have to get it inspected. So, again, being outside the country does have some perks, right?
Next question is, it's kind of like just everyday life that we have here, the luxuries of plumbing and power, internet.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen you were watching the football game a couple of nights ago. You cook up these really nice looking dinners. So how do you get all of that 32 miles out in the Atlantic Ocean?
That's it. This is truly a working environment along the lines of, we don't just say, hey, stick a solar panel up there, it'll be great, you'll love it for 25 years. No, we actually know that they will hold on during a hurricane. We've had solar panels up for 3 or 4 hurricanes now. We know the flags don't last quite as well, but that's another story. And with those solar panels, we still are on conventional solar batteries. So we don't have lithium yet because we work off of a very tight donated budget, obviously. And then if we need to augment it, like tonight when everyone's using all kinds of things, I will run a small little 3K generator by Honda or something like that. But the good news is that we did also resurrect life back into the 40 kilowatt Detroit diesel that has been sitting here ever since the 1960s. And when we took it apart and looked inside at the pistons, everything was put back in almost perfect order. And then they closed the doors and walked away. So all we had to do was get it up and running again. Now we need to get the electrical part out of it, which is the diodes and the rectifiers. And guess what? I'm getting to learn something else. But once I do that, then we'll reach out to our audience and say, be nice to have some resistance heaters bolted back on the wall, and then we'll run that and be warm while we're out here working. So 99% of the time, we're just solar and wind. So we have a couple turbines, and we've got a couple dozen panels and a battery room full of batteries that we watch very closely and monitor. And everything that we do out here, we can also look at and monitor from shore. So, and that was a 5.2 gigahertz microwave dish that we set up. shot to shore, 56 miles, talked a TV station into letting us put a dish up on their tower at 1,300 feet. And, it's one of those, I can't believe they let us do this sort of stuff. But, we get really smart people, and then they're excited about it, and then they tell other people, and then we get a phone call. And a gentleman just got on a helicopter today that left that made a donation, and he spent a day or two out here. I didn't make him work, but he worked anyway. Couldn't stop him.
Jordan, I know you've got the big fun question for us meteorological nerds.
Yeah, so as the Carolina Weather Group, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk a little bit of meteorology while we're here. So what are some of the more memorable storms that have come by in recent times? I mean, I know I'm thinking about Florence and Matthew are probably the obvious ones, but maybe you have one that's maybe not quite so obvious.
Well, Arthur was an amazing thing. I actually was out here with 3 of my kids and 1 volunteer, and we planned on flying back by helicopter on a Tuesday with an upper limit of the wind speed of being around 45 miles an hour or so for the helicopter. I think it was a Bell Jet Ranger. And we woke up that next morning to 55 miles an hour constant. So we weren't going anywhere. Surprise, surprise. Had not been out here for a hurricane, and my kids are like, are we going to be all right? Of course we are. It's going to be great. So everything was great. The winds were averaging around 75. They got up to 100 and something during that. And we were all in here, and it's very noisy. My daughter points out the window because there's a huge mooring light that's about 2/3 of a mile that way. And it has a 12,000-pound dumbbell weight at the end of a huge chain. And it's the marker for the very end of the shoals. Well, the waves were so big. They were about 30 feet tall. They don't even look like waves. They just look like hills, that it was picking it up and slogging it along. And she says, Dad, is the buoy supposed to be traveling? So it marched off towards Wilmington. And then as the hurricane spun around, we got to the backside of it, and the winds were blowing from the other side. We just finished dinner, and it blew in one of the back windows, just shattered it. And wind is going everywhere. And the rain's pouring in, and we're back there trying to hold a piece of metal against.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
And my daughter's a little upset about this. And I said, it's okay, we were fine. She goes, I'm not worried about the tower, Dad. It made my cake in the oven fall. Unbelievable. So, you know, we've been out, and I've since found that hurricanes can be really pleasant to watch when there's nothing in the air to hit you but rain. When you're on shore, you have to worry about all kinds of things. You have to worry about trees falling on your houses, and that sort of thing. Out here, it's just rain. You wear safety goggles so that it doesn't sting your face too bad. And anything under 100 miles an hour, it's not going to blow you off the top. Over 120 miles an hour, it gets a little dicey. You know, we had some gust to that during a couple of them, and the water kind of comes in everywhere, so it gets a good rinsing. But that's all right.
Does the tower sway at all? Do you get a little bit of that rocking factor?
I'll show you. During the worst hurricane, this is it. That's it. Just enough to make the water wiggle around in the Culligan jug. That's it. You know, puts you to sleep really good, and they are really loud. They are quite noisy. You know, you asked the question really that I should answer more directly is about the weather and how and what do we watch and how do we know when we can go out here. It's only 30 miles out, but the weather here is very different than the weather on shore. On shore, we can have 30-degree days, and out here, because they have this enormous mass of water underneath us, we could be in, you know, t-shirt and shorts, or like today, we had a 25-degree temperature drop out here. Beautiful, it was 75, and then it went down to 55 for a while. I'm wearing a jacket for this cool. So you kind of have to be aware that the ocean is what they would call an ever-changing, never-changing environment. So it's always going to be a little different, and you can only tell about 3 or 4 days in advance as to the true conditions in this one location. Being on top of a hill at the end of the shoals creates a Venturi effect. So the water goes much faster underneath us than it would maybe just half a mile away. It's quite an interesting place to try and go scuba diving, that's for sure.
I would imagine the waves, you know.
Yeah.
We see storm surge on the coast with landfalling hurricanes, and, you know, we see these models that are predicting 20, 30-foot waves out in the ocean, but the normal everyday person doesn't get to see that. But You do. I mean, you were just talking about the experience with Arthur. I mean, I'm sure the first time you saw it was like, oh my gosh, but have you kind of got used to the fact of seeing these huge waves now after being out there so long?
You know, it's funny, the smaller waves, just the 12 footers or so, those actually impact harder than the big ones. We have these legs that are 42 inches in diameter, so relatively speaking, they're very narrow. But if you catch completely square to the cross pipes at the 12-foot level, a 12-foot wave, you know the weight of water, it's quite a bit per cubic yard. You feel it, just a shudder like that. That was a good one. That hit well. The huge waves, they look strange because they really do look like hills rolling past. And then occasionally one of them will break over like you would see on a small wave on the surf. But then you look across it and you realize that it's breaking over hundreds of feet wide and 7 or 8 feet, the top of it's cresting over. And you're just thinking to yourself, if I had a jet ski, I bet I could ride that all the way to shore. But I don't know.
From what you've told us, it sounds like there's not many things that would cause such a concern that you'd have to evacuate. But I am curious what your emergency procedures are like. What things might it take to get you to have to bug out of the tower, and if so, what's the process?
That's great one. We have about 4 different forms of communication. We have, and that's for knowing what's going on. Of course, we benefit other people out here by having that available for them too. So we shoot our signal around here. So we kind of know what's going to happen weather-wise to some degree. It's really about a decision of, do I need to get back to shore because there's people on shore I might need to help? So when Matthew came through, we left a day after it happened just simply so we could get back to shore and help reestablish power for several houses that were out, elderly people. But, it's funny. I guess it's kind of the reverse. We got plenty of food, plenty of water. If you have a string and a hook, you can't starve. It's really more a matter of we stay away from things like COVID virus and monitor the people that come out, that sort of thing out here. People have said that this is probably the best place to survive a end of times or in a zombie apocalypse. I don't know. As long as we have our connection to shore with the Marine Band radio, with the internet that we have here, with emergency locator beacons, things like that, probably could sit out here and ignore the world for about a year if you had to.
Nice.
Not that I want to. I got family on shore.
Speaking of that and COVID, I know one big thing is folks coming out there and helping you. What was there downtime? I'm assuming there was downtime where you didn't have folks out on the tower. Yeah. What was it like when the world was going crazy and you're already out on this island? I'm sure for you personally it wasn't much of a change, but what was it like?
A few years ago, I had finished a job of 11 years and I needed a break. So I came out here and was just here for 6 months straight. Went to shore one time. And I noticed that you don't know what day of the week it is anymore. You don't really know what month it is after a period of time. And you start just living, I'm in this season. Oh, gee, I'm getting into fall now. Okay. But during the time that everyone was really locking down on COVID, I was here for a few weeks by myself and isolating. And it was odd because, I turn on the TV, I get it over the air, I get it over the net, I can see everything that's going on. So, you do always have the ability to communicate, same as we all do while we're still locked down. But I think it just made me really appreciate the fact that out here, I have a mask. I've got one in my pocket right now. And anybody that comes out here is going through a questionnaire of, have you been around anyone? Do you have the temperature taking? All that good stuff. They could still be carrying it, but we're trying our best to be just safe about it. So.
Right. Well, speaking of that, we talked about the weather aspect. One thing I also want to mention is I was looking through some of the Twitter mentions for Frying Pan Tower. Water spouts also, I'm sure you get to see your fair share of water spouts out there.
Oh, that's amazing, yeah.
But any other memorable moments? I know you were talking about the meteors a little bit earlier. I mean, you are out in the middle of nowhere, dark skies, so I'm sure you can see all the meteor showers and International Space Station travel across the. I mean, any other memorable moments out there? Any sunsets, sunrises?
We did a time lapse of what was it, the Neowise comet that was off, and we could see it pretty clearly. And what we didn't realize in our time lapse was that the ISS, International Space Station, came cruising right past. So it's all on the time lapse with there's the comet, there goes the space station, and there's the meteor. It's just, you don't know what you don't know if you're not in a dark enough area to see it. On the same type of thing, you might look down at the water, and I didn't know this, but there's a shrimp variety that when they snap their tail, they make a blue flash. And I'd never heard about that, but I was looking down in the water one evening and all these little blue dots of light, all these shrimp just pop, 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 pop. And it was like incredible. How would you have known? So, the wildlife that you don't see when you just look across the ocean is all abundant underneath there. And it's just increased my desire to help educate people. So we have the above camera, the water level camera, and then the shark camera down on the very bottom that we do for explore.org. And that's in classrooms all around the world with kids watching it. Just kind of fun. So hopefully they'll learn about the ocean and, keep the straws out of the turtles' noses and understand the power that is in our oceans. I mean, the weather is by virtue of this enormous body of water that gets heated up and moves around. I mean, the things that our world does, I just think there's so much for us still to learn. And I really applaud what you guys are doing on sharing and discussing what's going on with the weather, because, it's not a matter of do I have on a jacket so I can go from my apartment to the car. It's what's happening in the world and why are there, storms and fires in different places. And that's all about weather and what's happening, right?
Yes, that's true.
The one thing I'd like to learn, those spiny lobsters, how do they compare to Maine lobster? What do they really taste like?
Oh, I had thought they would be, because they're so large, that they would be tough, right? No. They have no claws, but they can have very long legs, almost like, what is it, a snow crab, those giant ones. And their tails are usually about that big around, about that long, and they're deliciously fresh and soft. We have divers that come out here and they'll grab them. We have a lot of rock ledges. So if you grab the one or two out of there, next day another one will move in because they're always looking. So they're migrating at night, running around. And they brought up 4 enormous ones. We filled up a stainless steel bowl that was about this big, full of lobster meat. We all ate, there was 6 of us, and we ate so much lobster we couldn't stand it anymore. So the next day when we wanted to go fishing, we were fishing with lobster meat, which is just ridiculous. So it's really, really good.
For those folks who are listening tonight and they may feel like, this is a worthy cause that I want to give to, I know looking at your website, I mean, you've got a shop with apparel that you can do. You have a list on Amazon that folks can purchase and send to you. All sorts of way to help out the cause. So tell us about that. And I even see a signature coffee blend. So tell us about all the different ways that we can help you guys out there doing the research you're doing.
It's really funny. A few times I would have a conversation and talk, people that would be watching about, having this cup of coffee or that cup of coffee. And I finally came across one. And mind you, if you're stuck out here, I'm not going to go and grab a Starbucks or a Pete's or a Dunkin' Donuts. And so I found a blend that was incredible. And the company that makes it, Black Powder, said, well, I'll tell you what, we'll make you that particular variety and we'll give you a percentage of the proceeds for the nonprofit. I thought, oh, win-win. And then they gave me free samples. So I'm going to drink that coffee because it's really, really good. The whole goal is, it's not just a YouTube clip that makes you a few pennies, or an Instagram or whatever, or a few shirts that you make $1 or $2 off of. It's whether or not we can get enough people to pay attention to this, to restore this. And that really is my goal, is how do we restore something? So it's restore, obviously, protect, which is not only the sea life down there, but also the mariners around here. We've been really lucky. We've actually helped save 3 different divers' lives out here, and over the last few years. And then preserve. How do we get it so it's self-maintaining? And I think the only way to do that is basically what we're doing right now. Sharing the message, educating people, and helping them understand that it's not me. Again, I joke, it's like I'm the chief custodian and janitor. But I'm also the one that really wants to get the world to understand that this is a rare thing that was done back a long time ago. And we typically don't do things like this anymore. We don't build big steel structures because we simply don't need to. And it's really worthwhile to save it. That's all we're trying to do.
Interesting that you say that. I was looking, you're on the wish list, you have like an AED, and I never would have put that together with, folks who may be out there and, 30 some miles off the coast and they need immediate medical attention. That's a great thing.
Had a heart attack. We had to, get him out of here. We had the helicopter flew out here and grabbed him. So a big Coast Guard helicopter snatched him off. And he was okay. Next day, he was fine.
Wow. Amazing story. Well, Richard, I personally want to thank you for what you're doing. And you were talking about, Dan, about getting some storm chasers out there. We may have to pitch in on a helicopter ride and come out and at least have a meal with you or something.
I'd love to get you guys out for a weekend. And you know what? If you give us enough notice, we'll find a volunteer with a boat and just have you guys come out on that. How's that?
Hey, I am down for that. we are up for that. And again, Richard, how can we follow you? I told about your the Facebook page, but do you have Twitter or anything else that they can follow the work you're doing?
We've got we're either Frying Pan Tower, I forget what it is, original or something. So we have an Instagram. It's easy to find us. You search for Frying Pan Tower. Clearly, there is also a in the middle of the woods a frying pan light tower, not a light tower, but a tree tower for observing for other things. You'll know it when it's us because we have water around us. So we have Twitter, we have YouTube, we have Instagram, we have Facebook, and I don't know what else.
Well, you're talking about
and our website.
Yeah, at the explore.com, which we got permission to air some of the footage during hurricanes.
Oh, good. It's explore.org. They're good folks.
Explore.org, yes. Yeah,
they're doing good things.
Definitely check that out.
That's awesome. Yeah, good deal.
Well, Richard, we thank you for your time. And for those who are watching here on the Carolina Weather Group, we hope you have a great rest of your week, and we'll see you next time here on the show.
I'm James Brierton. A special edition of the Carolina Weather Group starts right now. These are pictures out of western North Carolina in the first daybreak after devastating flash flooding from Tropical Depression Fred. Good evening. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina, and we are live with you on this Wednesday, August the 18th, 2021. Our panel is assembled here again tonight. We have Jared Smith in Charleston, South Carolina, and Evan Fisher in Asheville, North Carolina. So many of our friends and neighbors in Western North Carolina still dealing with the aftermath of Tropical Depression Fred, with ongoing flooding that the word aftermath just doesn't do it justice. This is a situation that is still very much active and ongoing for these folks. And states of emergency remain in effect tonight because of the devastation that is being felt in some of these places, including reports tonight that we're learning out of Haywood County in North Carolina, where some 35 people remain unaccounted for. If you were with us last night during our live coverage, you'll remember that the National Weather Service and Emergency Management had issued a flash flood emergency, the highest and most severe of the flash flood bulletin tier, as the Pigeon River overflowed its banks, cresting at nearly 20 feet. And some incredible imagery that we'll show you in just a moment of what the town of Canton looks tonight. Let's start on that note and bring in Evan Fisher, who is in Asheville, the closest to the epicenter where this devastation, this flooding was seen in countless places across the mountains, Evan.
Yeah, absolutely, James. This damage was widespread. Just about every community in the mountains and into the foothills saw swollen creeks and in many instances flooded roads, washed out bridges, and damage to homes and businesses. It was a very scary day across the region yesterday afternoon. As we got towards the mid to late afternoon hours, we saw the rain rates really pick up and go through the roof, and rivers swole and became unmanageable, and all these roads became suddenly impassable. Like you said, James, Haywood County, Canton, Clyde area, they were the hardest hit. That was truly the epicenter of this event, where nearly 10 inches of rain fell up on the mountain. And here you're looking at a photo from Canton, North Carolina. This is drone footage showing earlier, actually, I believe yesterday evening in Canton.
I think they were taken today in the aftermath. These are some of the first daylight photos, I believe.
Wow, that's incredible. The water was still that high. Yeah, I mean, you can see the water into buildings and businesses there in downtown Canton. Wow, that is an incredible shot right there. I hadn't even seen this one myself. So exactly, like you mentioned, James, the water all came rushing down off of the mountains to the west of Asheville into Canton and Clyde. That's what prompted the flash flood emergency and the evacuations in low-lying areas. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, we have 35 people still unaccounted for. We certainly hope that number plummets down to zero and everyone checks in and is found safe. But it's a concerning look 24 hours after the event wrapped up.
Yeah, the best case scenario is those 35 people sought higher grounds and just have yet to check in with family, friends, or officials. But that number is now up at this 9 o'clock hour from 30 earlier in the day. And so if you happen to leave town and have not yet checked in, they are looking to account for all of the residents here of the town of Canton. And we do thank the photographers at A Shot Above for allowing us to show you these pictures tonight, because pictures are unfortunately worth 1,000 words, and telling you that a river overflows banks is one thing, but to show you what that means for a town like Canton and other communities in Haywood County along the Pigeon River is absolutely breathtaking. And I think we saw that firsthand, Evan, with your viewing of some of these pictures for the first time.
We did, absolutely. There were multiple swiftwater rescues throughout Haywood and Buncombe County and down towards Transylvania as well. We are quite thankful to not have heard of any official fatalities yet, and we do hope that continues and that those 35 people show up safely.
We have been monitoring information from Haywood County, who are, as Evan mentioned, continuing to do the search and the rescue and the securing of their town tonight. And as soon as we get information from them on some verified ways that you at home can help these neighbors and others across Western North Carolina through donations and charities, we're to pass that along. Evan, you're in Asheville, and you traveled out yesterday. We looked at some of these pictures yesterday, but I was hoping for folks who maybe weren't with us last night, you can let people know what else you saw yesterday as some of the rivers, creeks, and streams, the countless of them across Western North Carolina, were overflowing their banks. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so I went out and drove around my hometown of Fairview, North Carolina, which is about 8 to 10 miles southeast of Asheville, down a little bit closer towards Chimney Rock, if you're familiar with the area. And I went out about mid-afternoon when the rainfall rates really went through the roof, and drove down towards Bat Cave and Chimney Rock, which is in the Hickory Nut Gorge, a very flood-prone area where water just funnels down through large crevices in the rocks, and it's more of a canyon than anything else. Went down and scoped out the Broad River, and there was widespread flooding on it. The main highway was actually closed halfway down the gorge, and I could not go any further. Water was lapping up into some homes right there along the main highway, Highway 74. Then I did circle back towards Fairview, my hometown, and by the time I got back, it was a totally different scene than when I left an hour and a half prior. When I left my home, I drove down roads that when I returned were fully submerged in 2 to 3 feet of water. The water had come roaring down off of the mountains and higher elevations, and truly Cane Creek, our local main waterway, had swollen up to a degree that I have not seen in my 8 years of living here. There was water where I've never seen water before. 2 of the 3 access points to the valley in which I live were cut off by flooding. It was very scary for a while, watching the round after round of heavy rain come in, and knowing that so many neighbors and members of the community were going to be dealing with the cleanup for days and weeks following.
Some additional pictures to share with folks tonight on this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. This video shot by Austin Taylor in the city of Boone in Watauga County, where you can see water spilling into the streets and parking lots. This photo showing what looks to be a single car in a parking lot, now covered by water instead of pavement. Another vehicle with looks to be a pickup, water up to its bed. And you can see some of the rapid movement of a lot of this water, and that flash flooding in a nutshell. Quick moving water spilling into places where it's not supposed to be. And now in the hours afterwards, the conversation turns to, well, where did all this water go? Let's bring in Jared Smith. He's looking at river flood gauges at this hour. And Jared, this water is going to be running off through the water basin for the next couple of days.
It sure is. I think one bit of good news that we can take away from this is that we do not have any more gauges in major flood stage. That is some good news. Another bit of good news is that this is not going to go east. This is a lot of this rain fell away from the escarpment, and it is going to drain out west a little bit, maybe a little bit, more capacity for that. We still have some rivers in flood. That's going to be certainly an issue here. The French Broad River at Blantyre, I hope I got that right, it looks like its crest around 20.44 feet. And is continuing to fall here, but still in moderate flood stage for the next little bit. Should fall below flood stage by Friday. So that's some good news there. Again, this is it's going to go, and it's going to dissipate down. But the French Broad still is obviously very problematic here. We still have a minor flood stage now at Fletcher. We have a minor flood stage at Asheville, but this is almost, the good news is that this is almost below flood stage at Asheville. So that's some really good news. And then when looking at, some of the other gauges, the French Broad near Marshall. So you can see it's kind of draining down. We'll keep an eye on this as time goes on, but that is a little bit of good news there that we are seeing some of these, more severe instances down. So here's the French Broad River near Hot Springs. It got in a minor flood stage last night, is leveled out here as well. And let me go to and
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. and South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
It was much easier to find. Let me grab the Pigeon River real quick because that's what we're looking for. Let's see here. So here's the Pigeon River near Hepco. You can see that huge jump there. They don't have flood forecasts there, but they do here at Canton. And again, this was the major event here, and you can see it crest just shy of 20 feet and is now back down to normal. I mean, it's remarkable how quickly it got back down to normal. But we saw from the images in the opener just how devastating that this major flood event was.
Absolutely, Jared. And I think you're right. I mean, some of these communities, we won't know for a couple days what lies beneath some of those floodwaters, and other communities downstream will have to watch for the swelling of local rivers as the water basin works to run off all of this excess. At the height of things yesterday, or I should say at the culmination of things yesterday, this is a look at the day's final tally. Every flash flood warning and advisory, every tornado warning issued, every local storm report. Hats off to the men and women at the National Weather Service who had a relentless day followed by storm surveying today. We'll talk about that more in a moment, but just you can see on your screen right now, every one of these little green beacons is some sort of flood-related event. That's a river, that's a creek, that's a stream, that's a road, that's a mudslide. Those are low-lying areas that are impassable because of the torrential rain that fell upwards of 8 inches in some places. We'll get you some of those storm totals here in just a moment. Matter of fact, what I can show you on the screen is from our own Evan Fisher. Evan, you were graphing and calculating some of these rainfall totals today. What were some of the highest?
Sure, James. Yeah, so the highest 3-day rainfall total that I have seen through the CocoRoss system actually was 17 let me get the numbers on this, 17.36 inches of rain from Lake Toxaway.
Fallen rain?
Fallen
17
rain.
inches? Over the past 3 days, you said.
3 days.
So that could be yesterday plus severe thunderstorm warning kind of related stuff from days earlier.
Right. So that's going to be a combination of the stalled front that we had. That area was under a flash flood warning the day prior to Fred for another flooding event. And then they also tacked on likely another 7 to 9 inches of rain that day. I have seen widespread reports in the very flood prone areas, in the higher elevations of 7 to 9 inches. So those certainly verified, those forecasts verified. And you could see on that map, sorry, James, that you just pulled it back down. The highest totals were located right along what we call the Blue Ridge Escarpment, or the Eastern Continental Divide. And that is that area where the mountains first rise up out of the North and South Carolina, Piedmont and foothills. And they rise up, and that water, the low level moisture, rises up the mountains and gets strained out, and all the rain really falls down onto those first mountains there. And that's why we saw so much flooding in through Canton and Clyde. We saw the water fall in the mountains just above those cities and flow down the Pigeon River. And to use the wording of the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, create a significant and life-threatening flood wave that washed through the town.
Yeah, and now it's cleanup, but it's cleanup it's gonna take a while. It's waiting for this water to go down. It's helping to restore services like water, power, and utilities. It's cleaning off roadways. You're looking at some photos here that the state put out, the Department of Transportation, amongst the first to respond to the impacted communities, trying to get infrastructure back online to help bring in more supplies to communities that might need it. You can just see some of these hardest hit areas in these photos that the state put out earlier today. And as Evan mentioned, a lot of this by itself would have been impressive, but we had that stalled front across the Carolinas for days, which just brought scattered but strong to severe thunderstorms, as many of you will remember, and that took our soil and really saturated it. So then when Fred came in, we were already dealing with soil that was like a wet sponge, and that kind of culminated in the event that you're seeing on the screen here. The other thing that this day will be remembered for, especially depending on where you live, would be the convective severe weather we saw as a result of this storm. And the National Weather Service going out today, putting their eyeballs on damage left from tornadoes, such as this one recorded by Brandon Pope off of Old Mountain Road in Iredell County, eventually crossing into Alexander County. He took this video and posted it to Twitter yesterday. And what you're seeing here, we now know, is a EF1 tornado. You can see the path here that the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, Tricia Palmer herself took this trip on up here to take a look. And this was an EF1 tornado with peak wind gusts of 110 miles an hour. Luckily, no injuries to report, very minor damage, but their storm survey does account for trees that were topped off at about 20 feet above the ground, which was helping them to determine the impact of that tornado. That was just one of several tornadoes that the Weather Service confirmed today. The National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, by the way, issued, if I have this right, 37 tornado warnings yesterday. The most their office has done since the late 1980s.
Wow.
If I recall the statistic correctly from Brad Panovich at WCNC, I think it was.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jared.
I mean, it's worth noting, too, that the methodology in the late 80s is far different from what we have now. Keeping in mind that we switched to storm-based warnings in 2007, 2008. And so where you might have one warning covering a county, if you have two events, boom, you got two birds, one stone. And also keeping in mind that if you have a warning that goes out for multiple counties, that's actually, I was actually talking to somebody about this today. Believe it or not, that was counted as multiple warnings back in the day. So you could issue one warning, but it would go out as three because it was county-based. And there was no such thing as the valid time event code, the VTEC. Not talking about revved up Honda motors. I'm talking about valid time event code. And what that does is it groups each event as one warning, and that just was not a thing. That was invented. That was a mid 2000s invention and rollout. So, I'll want to use caution a little bit about that, but again, not to take away from the fact that they issued, they issued
69 tornado warnings across all of the National Weather Services in the Carolinas. Evan Fisher's got a map up here on the screen. So that does include Peachtree City. That does include Virginia, because the National Weather Service boundaries and the state boundaries are not the same. 67 tornado warnings, flash flood warnings, 27 with flood. Is that advisories then? 23?
Flood warnings. I left flood advisories out.
Okay. Let's get back over to what the Weather Service was finding today. We did have down here a little bit closer to Greenville, another EF1. Now, this was a low-end EF1 in Malden, South Carolina, with a tornado that touched down near Brooks Road at Highway 276. And you can see that this one was on the ground for about a little over 2 miles or so, and minor damage to roofs and siding noted to several structures. Damage was primarily limited to multiple uprooted large hardwoods and snapped trees, not too dissimilar from the one seen in Alexander and Iredell counties. Another EF1 here to show you on the map near Fountain Inn, South Carolina, where the storm survey team found that a tornado touchdown east of Pennington Road. This tornado tracking north-northeast, crossing intersections such as Highway 418. Damage, again, primarily limited to some hardwoods and snap trees, which would be expected with an EF1. One of the trees, though, did fall and damage a home on Ritchie Road. The shed there was also damaged and destroyed as a result of a fallen tree. So a direct result of that tornado, which EF0 also striking about 3 miles southeast of Fountain Inn, South Carolina. And I could have sworn, yes, there is. I was going to say, I could have sworn there was another short-lived little guy here, an EF0, that was on the ground for about 1/10 of a mile. And this one near Sandy Springs, South Carolina. And I almost missed this one as well here near 6 Mile, South Carolina, also on the ground for about 1/10 of a mile, where multiple trees were uprooted. Some of these shorter paths are not surprising, considering the tropical nature of the setup yesterday. And if you joined us for live coverage, or your local television broadcasters, they were talking a lot about these cells that were training across areas, but the nature of tornadoes associated with a tropical system like this, they spin up very quickly and they spin down very quickly. So it makes warning on them very tricky. You got to move very quickly, and then they don't live very long, which couldn't be good news. But it comes down to pulling that trigger, getting the effective communication, and then on your end at home, making sure you move to safety as quickly as possible. Because you're not going to have a lot of lead time that you might have with certain other tornado warnings we get here in the Carolinas. Certainly, you always want to try to move to safety as quickly as possible. Again, you can find information about how to help Western North Carolina forthcoming on our Facebook page. We're looking for the county to tell us exactly where and when they need help. I know they did say earlier, thanks but no thanks to volunteers for search for rescue, leaving that first and foremost to the professional first responders. And they said that they would be issuing some additional information about how the community can get involved and helped as soon as they get to that phase of their recovery. Jared, let's shift gears here now. As folks, we are in mid to late August, and the tropical season is well underway. With Tropical Depression Fred now gone, what's next?
So that's an interesting question. So and that's a question that is kind of shifting on us a little bit as we've gone through the day. First, Hurricane Grace, second hurricane of the season, is going to make a couple hops in Mexico dissipate there. Not a concern for the Carolinas, certainly a concern for Mexico with heavy rain and potentially some strong winds. Right now, does not expect to become a major hurricane, thank goodness, but still a very rough go for the Yucatan Peninsula and then getting into mainland Mexico here. So there's your path for grace. Again, well, very far south from the Carolinas, not a weather concern for us. Where it gets interesting is with Tropical Storm Henri. So last night, you may remember that we've been talking about Henri a little bit and how it was thinking about, it was going to curve out to sea. Guidance picked up on an interesting trend today, and there's a lot of guidance members that are starting to come around to this idea, so much so that the Hurricane Center is starting to come around to this idea that as Henri it's going to get picked up by cutoff low, and it's going to head north and parallel the coast. Again, this is going to be more of a wave and rip current maker for us along the Carolina coast. We'll need to see how far west it ends up. So, we'll continue to keep an eye on that. I'll show you all another graphic in a second, talking about tropical storm force wind probabilities there. But if you notice, the key difference in the track today versus yesterday is that Henri is taking aim on New England. A ridge of high pressure is going to build just to the northeast of Henri, basically cutting off its escape route. And so if you have plans, if you've got plans or business, I know that, Charlotte in particular, a lot of banking business, Charlotte to New York, that's a pretty common commute. You may be dealing with Tropical Storm Henri by this time, by next Monday. We'll see how this turns out. Again, there's a long way to go. There's certainly uncertainty around this. We have some guidance that's really strictly on board with it. We have some guidance that has not yet gotten on board with it. It's going to be an interesting situation for the Hurricane Center forecasters, to put it mildly. So again, and there's that reasonable arrival of tropical storm force winds. I'm going to put the probabilities up as well. So let me grab the probabilities real quick, and we'll look at this. So the tropical storm force wind speed probabilities here, taking a look at that, you've already got up to 50% along Cape Cod and out there on the coast of Massachusetts here. So certainly increasing confidence in the short term for potential tropical storm force impacts all the way there. But you will notice that there is a slight chance of tropical storm force winds possibly extending out to the Outer Banks as we get into later this weekend. So that'll be something to watch. Again, a lot is going to depend on the track. Still a lot of uncertainty as far as how west it gets. But that is, if you're on the Outer Banks, this is something that you're going to want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, definitely. As we're coming into what is traditionally the peak of hurricane season, early to mid-September, we're going to be keeping a close eye on those outlooks from the National Hurricane Center to let us know what we should be expecting. So Outer Banks, we can't rule out the chance of some gusty winds and some rip currents along the Carolina coast. You're going to want to keep an eye on that. I did just get this number that I wanted to share with folks tonight. If you are in Haywood County and need assistance, the county has set up a hotline. This is for residents, business owners of Haywood County. They're not looking for you to call this number to ask about other people, but if you are in need of assistance from the county following the flooding there in Haywood County, that number, 828-356-2022. That's 828-356-2022. That's a Haywood County hotline for residents and business owners who do need assistance in that area after the flooding that we saw play out. This has been a very tiring last couple days, not just for people who are communicating the weather, but the people who are out there with boots on the ground, the first responders, those coming in afterwards, the National Weather Service. And it really just goes to show that the impact from a storm cannot always be judged by its category. This was a tropical depression. And its impacts are going to be with these folks for a really long time. There are a lot of factors that go into forecasting weather and purely categorizing them into neat little buckets. Well, there's a lot more to it than that. When you factor in things like saturated grounds, stalled fronts, and I think that's a lesson for all of us. Not a critique, but a lesson for all of us to remember. There's no such thing as just a tropical depression. Because all of the pictures and all of the stories and all the damage we told you about tonight are a culmination of factors that get triggered by a tropical depression. And I hope that we remember that in the future. So as people are planning for whatever the future may hold, here in this hurricane season or another, have that go bag. Have it ready. Put it together now and stick it on a closet. There's no harm in just having it. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And I think I'm going to be revisiting mine too. Because guys, I'll tell you, I wouldn't be ready if this rolled in here tomorrow. I've got some stuff stocked away either from being a weather nerd or from pandemic toilet paper hoarding. But I'm going to get really tired of eating canned black beans or whatever it is that's down there. And I think that's my upcoming weekend to-do list.
Yeah. Best time to do it is now. And that's, aside from Henri potentially kicking up some waves, we've got nothing else out there. And there's a bunch of Saharan dust coming off. We may actually catch a little bit of a break. And that is a welcome reprieve. Yeah. That's a reprieve that we don't usually get in late August. So I will urge everybody, take advantage of this. Check your hurricane kits. Look at your evacuation routes. Get vaccinated. No time like the present. Do not deal with COVID. Don't try not to worry about COVID on top of trying to run away from a storm.
You made up a good point on that yesterday, because the combination of vaccines and masks and everything else instantly, fearfully goes into politics. But if you need to evacuate and go to a shelter, these are going to be factors and considerations on how you plan, where you go, what you can do when you get there. And they were conversations that came up last year and will certainly have to be revisited again if and when we need them. Gentlemen, that's going to do it for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We thank you all at home for tuning in tonight, whether you're watching with us on Facebook or YouTube, or maybe listening to the audio podcast. I don't want to leave you out, our podcast friends. I know you haven't been able to see these visuals that we've been showing you, but the audio podcast is an important mechanism for us because it's a place that during a state of emergency, we will turn to continue to deliver information about the weather. Not live, of course, because a podcast inherently isn't live, but it's a place that we can put forecast updates, weather updates in a means that doesn't require a ton of cellular data, doesn't require a ton of battery power, things that can be scarce during severe storms. So I would encourage you to find Carolina Weather Group wherever it is you get your audio podcasts, so that you'll have yet another means to getting information. And we hope it's a part of a matrix of ways that you get information. And so as you're preparing those go kits, as we always say, please know a weather radio. Very important tool not to be overlooked. On behalf of Jared Smith, Evan Fisher, I'm James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina. That does it for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We will see you again real soon. Good evening, I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. It is May the 6th, 2020. Can you believe it is May already? We had a thunderstorm roll on through here earlier and brought the temperatures way down as we are looking ahead to a cool down the next few days and through the weekend. Could be pretty chilly as you wake up on Mother's Day, Sunday morning. But we're so happy you're with us tonight on this Wednesday night. The panel will be along in just a few moments for tonight's episode. It's kicking off a new series that we're calling Quarantining at Home. We're kicking it off with the weather team from WECT, the NBC affiliate in Wilmington, North Carolina. It's designed to be kind of a lighthearted experience among all of the serious news that is going on. But first, we do have to start on a more serious tone tonight. The National Weather Service has confirmed that an EF1 and an EF2 tornado struck southern portions of Chester County and Lancaster County in South Carolina about this time yesterday. It all kicked off at about 6:30 when the National Weather Service at Greenville-Spartanburg issued that tornado warning as a tornadic supercell was moving to the east just south of the city of Chester. It continued to move to the east where it produced an EF1 tornado, brought down some trees and some power lines, and much of that town was in the dark for a good portion of the evening. Now, the storm itself was moving just north of Little Rock Creek when it most likely lifted and then dropped again. What is being considered a second tornado then touching down near Interstate 77 as it began to leave Chester County, enter into Lancaster County, move towards Great Falls, where the National Weather Service out of Columbia took jurisdiction of the storm. Now, both Weather Service offices went out there today, did storm surveys, and the team out of Columbia came back with EF2 damage caused by the tornado in Great Falls, and that would have been winds of about 115 miles an hour. The other thing you're looking at here on your screen, we're going to go ahead and bring these beautiful and stunning pictures full screen for you. This is friend of the show, Chris Jackson, was out yesterday in the area with his drone. I believe it's a DJI Maverick. And take a look at these stunning pictures. You can see that supercell coming towards him, the lightning that is being produced by this storm. Now, the tornado itself is not believed to have caused any.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Ever. One man did die in Chester County yesterday from a lightning strike, and you can see some of that powerful lightning here being produced by the storm. And then it dropped hail up to 2 inches, golf ball size hail reported as associated with this storm, and you can see how it littered the ground. Almost looks like a winter morning here as Chris is showing us these aerial pictures, and you can see almost a fog rolling in, and it is actually a fog rolling in over the valley caused by the sudden cool of those temperatures and all of that cold ice particles now sitting on the ground. So the National Weather Service is still working to finalize most of their storm surveys, and we'll have updates for you on Facebook and Twitter as we learn more. But again, to recap, EF1, EF2 tornado in parts of Chester and Lancaster County on Tuesday evening, and thanks to Chris Jackson for these pictures. Now let's get over to Scotty Powell and the panel for tonight's kickoff of our Quarantining at Home series with the meteorologist from WECT in Wilmington. Scotty.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. Welcome. We want to welcome the WECT weather team out of Wilmington, North Carolina. They've gratefully accepted our invitation to just have our question and answer segment with the folks. So happy to have on with us Gannon Medwick, Eric Davis, and Kelly McGlynn, as they all are at either home or the weather state at the TV station doing some work. And so when this is recorded, we actually had a severe weather event move through. So Eric and Kelly are actually in the studio, it looks like. So happy to have them join us for a few minutes. Guys and gals, we just want to start off with some quick hitting questions. So I'll throw out the first question, and I'll let Dan and Evan join in. Our first question is about social media. Which do you prefer better, Twitter or Facebook? Gannon, I'll let you start.
A good one. I'd probably say Twitter in terms of the way things just come up and they have to be succinct. So I'd probably say that. Although Facebook, I have had more traction and followers over the years. So that's a positive.
All right. Kelly, Eric?
I'm personally probably more of a Twitter myself. I have a lot more followers on my Facebook page, but I think in terms of weather information, if you're looking purely for that, I think Twitter is definitely the way to go. But Facebook is definitely a different way to interact, I think, on a more personal level.
Kelly, you have a choice?
I would say I like to use Twitter for active weather events. I think folks tend to appreciate that more than Facebook, where it could pop up, days later. And, sometimes people will get that mixed up with actually what's going on outside. But in terms of Facebook, I think it's good because people like to see a personal side to you. So to get kind of who you are outside of the studio out to social media for people to kind of connect with you on that kind of level is why I like Facebook a little bit better than Twitter.
Absolutely. Those are great answers. I'm going to hop in with one of my favorite questions from the list. What is your favorite weather disaster themed movie? I know there's one big forerunner here.
That's a great, yeah.
But again, we'll start with you.
Weather disaster. The first one that popped into my head was Perfect Storm with Mark Wahlberg and George Clooney back in the day. Like,
someone said that last time. That's a good choice.
Yeah, and it was kind of fun. I mean, you pick out in any weather and disaster themed movie that you pick out the inadequacies of the weather and the geography. That gets you a little bit, but that one was fairly entertaining, I guess.
Good. Kelly?
The first thing that popped into my mind was The Day After Tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
Just because my dad used to like that movie, so I kind of grew up watching it and always kind of had some kind of appreciation for all the wild stuff that happens in that movie.
Good choice.
I guess mine would be Twister. That was out about the time I was graduating graduate school, graduating from college. Just about probably aged myself a little bit, but I just love cow, flying up in the air. That's classic. And there's a lot of liberties with that movie, but it's kind of a cool theme. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are great. Dan, you got one?
Yeah, and I'm with you there. That Twister. Personally, I think if you haven't seen Twister at least a dozen times, you're missing
exactly.
out. But kind of in the same mode here. Back to you, Gannon. Kind of circling around. As far as music goes, do you have any favorite type of music, or even any music that kind of gets you in the mood for weather or weather related music?
There's really no weather connection to music, but that's an interesting thought. I wonder if there's something deeper going on that maybe I'm not aware of consciously. But if I'm in the forecast center, I'm listening to a variety of music. My couple of favorites are hip hop, either classic or modern. I like classic alternative, like 80s new wave, and I also like some classic rock, like Zeppelin and Pink Floyd. So I'd say that it's pretty rangy in terms of those styles.
Gannon also likes to listen to rap too. He always has some sick rap songs.
That was number one. Yeah.
Not on board with the rap so much, but I'm a big 80s fan. Just love all kinds of 80s music. I mean, Michael Jackson. I mean, the range. Def Leppard. I like the hard rock, and some 90s stuff is good too. I like.
We're gonna move to a different room.
We also have
Kelly might be moved to a different room.
Just because we're hearing each other.
A little bit of feedback, I think.
We have Gabe Ross joining us. Gabe also a meteorologist at WCT. So Gabe, welcome. As Kelly's moving, we'll let you answer that question. Any favorite type of music for you?
Favorite type of music? Great question. Typically, my go-to is 70s classic rock. Anything that's got a good beat to it. Typically, my Sirius XM is tuned to 70s on 7. So any of that, even like early 80s rock that kind of bleeds over. Gannon and I have a soft spot for Hall & Oates, I think.
Yeah. Oh, Hall & Oates.
Yeah.
Oh, good stuff. 80s, I'm on board.
That's like the common denominator, I think.
We all had a lot more hair then, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Some of us weren't born yet.
I was going to say, yeah, Jess.
Some of us had no hair.
I think Kelly is moving around, so we'll let her chime in here in a second. Here's another
Kelly's
one.
Going to blow your mind.
Some of our quick hitting questions. A dog or cat person? Gannon. I think I already know the answer for you.
Dog.
Dog. 4-1 for dog right here.
I would go primarily dog, but if the cat's tame enough, why not?
Okay. All right.
Great answers. So I want to transition a little bit into some weather-themed questions. This one's coming from one of our followers on Twitter who doesn't have a name, but Psych K8, I guess. And I wanted to know, what is a weather event that impacted you the most? Gannon?
I'd have to say the April 16, 2011 tornado outbreak in terms of formative and impacts. Even though I was shorter than Florence. Florence is maybe an easy reach on a recent level, but just had everything. April 16th, the build-up, the actual event, it's the emotions of it. We lost people, and then the aftermath, and plus everything that was going on in my life around that time as well. We were speaking about that on a recent Carolina Weather Group, and so that one's going to stick with me forever and probably hold the top spot in terms of real raw impact.
Kelly?
I would definitely say Hurricane Florence, just because that was the first hurricane I covered on air. And as impactful as it was, I think that's kind of just something that's always going to stick with you. I mean, we're still remembering stories of what happened, because I think at one point, like, you just start to kind of like black out from what's going on. And so we've talked about it, just with some other people in the newsroom, like, hey, do you remember this? And you're like, oh, wait a minute, that did happen. So there's always kind of just more stories, and just, just looking back on everything is kind of just something that will stay with me for probably the rest of my career.
Good answer.
I'd probably say recently, I'm with Kelly, probably Hurricane Florence, but Gannon makes a good point with the April 2011 tornadoes. I happen to actually be working in Texas on the May 3rd, 1999 outbreak. Remember, Texas and Oklahoma, more Oklahoma. Now, I wasn't in Oklahoma at the time, but I was in Abilene, Texas, and we had a couple of what would now be classified as EF2 tornadoes touching down, baseball-sized hail, just incredible stuff. But I was on the periphery of that event. That was pretty exciting. And just to maybe turn it in a different direction, I guess two of the big weather events that really inspired me to go into weather. I think growing up, I'd always had an interest in being a meteorologist, but two big weather events happened right about the time I was graduating from high school and kind of pushed me more into the meteorology field. The Raleigh tornado of 1988. I don't know, we're kind of going way back here, but the Raleigh tornado of 1988, I just remember the damage. And one of my friends in high school, there was only 2 deaths, surprisingly, with that tornado, but a friend of mine in high school actually had to perform CPR and unfortunately lost one of the girls who died in that tornado. So that was kind of a direct impact. And also, I think Hurricane Hugo, which was just a little bit later in 1989. So I think those two events really kind of pushed me into the meteorology field and really had a big impact on my life.
Wow. Yeah. Heavy stuff. Gabe?
For me, I mean, I'm with Kelly. Florence was certainly substantial. Prior to that, I guess within my first year of doing weather professionally, there was a massive derecho that came through Ohio, June 29th, 2012. And it ripped through the Buckeye State. A lot of folks were without power for a week. For me, memorable because I was working at a very small market TV station in Zanesville, and I was the only one working that weekend. So I basically lived at the station for 48 hours. We lost power to the TV end of things, so it was constant radio updates. I slept in the basement. Temperatures were, I would say, in excess at times of 85 degrees just in the actual studio. Outside, daytime highs were in the deep 90s, and I want to say some low hundreds, but just an incredible system to see it sweep through. I mean, straight line winds, I want to say they were close to 90 miles an hour, if not more than that. It's been so long, but it's certainly sticking in my mind. But of course, most recently, Florence, and even a little bit with Dorian too. Just the tornado outbreak that Gannon and I were covering that morning. It will stick with me for a long time.
Well, and so sticking with you here, you've talked about what's most memorable, but what would be your favorite? What's your favorite type of weather to forecast?
Favorite type of weather?
Winter weather. That's the easy one. I love snow.
Eric.
Don't get to see a lot of snow, so I get pretty excited with snow.
Yeah, pop-up showers and storms are pretty expected during the summer. So after a while, it gets kind of tiresome. But yeah, anytime there's a threat of snow, mixed precipitation, especially down here, we get it from our viewers all the time. They're just oh, is it going to snow? Well, a degree or two difference, and that's what we get. So it's a lot of fun.
Okay. Kelly, Gannon, choice on that?
I love tropical forecasting. That's my jam. I don't like winter weather forecasting at all, just because people are so mean about it. God forbid you get chilly rain instead of snow, and it's the be all end all of the Carolinas. But I've always just loved tropical weather. That's been my thing for probably quite some time now.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Tropical is my favorite. Challenging weather to forecast and impactful weather to forecast. In terms of just favorite all around, though, I love those first couple of fall air masses that come down in September, October, August. If we're lucky, we get a little taste. And I think those are fun to sort of gauge and talk about, just because you realize everybody's ready for that at that point. Even if you like summer, everybody seems to be happy when the weather just gets a little more mellowed out. So that's the kind that I like, that makes everybody happy. Hurricanes and tropical storms probably take the top spot, though, in terms of the challenge in the meteorology. It's just fascinating.
So speaking of your favorite weather, kind of the reverse of that, do you take it personal when you miss a forecast? I mean, does it bother you, or do you just kind of shrug it off and say on to the next one? I'll start with you, Eric.
I guess it depends on the circumstances. Sometimes, I know early in my career, I kind of got a good lesson in when I was in Rapid City. I completely I went outside and I said, "Oh yeah, beautiful sunny day," and then all of a sudden, some big storms developed in the Black Hills. And then, of course, Rapid City that was my first job, was in Rapid City, South Dakota. Of course, obviously, I've had many more misses since. And I guess it just depends on the experience. I guess when I go back and I look at something, I miss something, I'm a little more bothered. But sometimes, I guess Mother Nature just throws a monkey wrench in your forecast. And you just, at that point, you just kind of have to say, oh, well. But I guess I'm a little more upset when I maybe didn't look at something and I should have, and then I missed the forecast.
Ellie, Gabe, Gannon?
Ladies first.
Yeah.
And I don't mean you, Gannon. No.
He wants to answer. I mean, yeah, of course, it's something that, if we miss a forecast, or, the timing of a line of storms is off by a couple hours and it arrives earlier. And, a lot of people work outside in the summer, like landscapers, and, people have businesses along the beaches, and they rely on those forecasts for their businesses. So, from time to time, we know how the summer goes here. Of course, we can't predict where those pop-up storms are going to be, but, I think it's a kick in the butt when we miss our own forecast, and, we let some viewers down. If you really want to say let them down, but I think for the most part, our viewers are very appreciative of our forecasting and how, accurate we can be in the summertime, especially during hurricane season. We get a lot of emails saying, how appreciative they are of, how interactive we are on social media and whatnot. So there's, pluses and minuses to that too.
I don't really feel like I take it personally, except for you've got to put your name and your face on your product, so that when your product is less than perfect, it reflects on you that way. So you can't help but be personal. But I think I have I've learned to kind of compartmentalize that and shake it off, if you will, maybe more than if I was a really young forecaster. And then also you learn when you have to eat humble pie that maybe you should have messaged it different. Maybe you knew there was a possibility that the outcome could have been that. Maybe I could have articulated that better. Probabilistic approach to forecasting as opposed to, oh, the high's going to be 75. And then if it's like 73, is that bad? No, we're talking about the same kind of flavor. So yeah, take it personally, but grain of salt. But only because we have to put our name and our face on the product. Otherwise, treat the instance as a learning opportunity to do better next time.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with that, Gannon. At least in my case, probably compared to the other Mets that are on the team, I'd say I have I won't say least experience, but I know these guys could write books on the stuff that they know by comparison. And when I miss a forecast, it is just that, a learning experience. And agreed with Kelly that our viewers, I think, are very generous. They understand that what we do is difficult, and if it's a huge blow in the forecast, for instance, cold air's rushing in and it comes farther south than we anticipate, and so instead of seeing highs in the mid 70s, we don't even make it to 70, and that becomes tricky. And to Gannon's point, how could I have messaged that differently? What steps can I take to be clearer about that message going forward?
We blame it on the wedge here in Western North Carolina. It's all about the wedge. All right, Evan.
So last time I asked this question with the WFNY crew, we got somewhat of an unexpected answer. So this will be interesting. What is your favorite model website, if you have one?
Okay, I'll jump in. I use Weatherbell. I use the other ones like Pivotal and Tropical Tidbits occasionally. I probably need to use those a little bit more than I do, but I started paying the Weatherbell man, and I feel like I got once you pay for the ticket to the amusement park, we're riding every ride. We're gonna use that all day. So that's kind of what I'm stuck on for the time being. It's good. It's good.
I didn't get a Weatherbell account, but Pivotal just started charging. I was kind of using their Euro model, and then I think it was like Monday. I think they started charging. I was like, I gotta have something. Gotta have my Euro. So yeah, I went ahead and just sucked it up and paid Pivotal. So I'm paying Pivotal. I'm with Gannon. I like Tropical Tidbits a lot. I'd say Pivotal and Tropical Tidbits are probably my two favorite.
Okay.
Complete agreement with the two of you. Pivotal, Tropical Tidbits. Good to know that they're paying. It's been since Sunday since I forecasted. So if they're paying now, then it looks like I'm going to have to knuckle down and get an account.
Just ask old Gannon. He'll help you out there.
Eric, Weatherbell's a good side note. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Kelly?
I have to agree with the rest of the guys too. I like to use Tropical Tidbits obviously during hurricane season, but I favor Pivotal Weather for severe weather. I just think they have different parameters than Tropical Tidbits has, and I like to use that more.
Now, did those answers surprise you?
No, they did not.
Okay,
those are generally what we were expecting last time.
Sorry, guys.
Last time we got the Penn State E-Wall as the resounding answer from everyone.
I've used that a little bit.
Yeah.
I've used it.
And I had never heard of it before.
Gannon,
even with the hat, I've been using that for years. But I haven't used the E-Wall so much recently. I gotta be honest. I probably need to go back and check it out. That used to be my go-to for the HRRR mod for her. I used to go there for the E-Wall. Now I use Weatherbell.
So, Gannon, here while we're on you here, the this kind of multi-part question. Were you scared of thunder and or lightning as a kid? And also, was there kind of a period connected to that or after that you knew you wanted to be a meteorologist?
My answer to the first part was not especially. Like, I don't have one specific knock your socks off thunderstorm memory that really freaked me out. And I have a couple of thunderstorm related memories. Like we actually had a lightning strike to a tree outside of my house. And I remember the current got in the house somehow to the extent that some electronics were messed up. And I remember thinking, wow, how would that, you know? So I mean, it's like 3-4 years old. That kind of gets the gears turning in your head that something bigger is at play. It didn't really turn into fear. And I would say it was just a compilation of thunderstorms and other weather phenomena in aggregate that got my interest in meteorology going throughout my childhood years and in my adolescent years.
Okay, great. And Kelly, do you want to speak to that?
Was I scared of thunder and lightning when I was younger? Is that the question?
And then did that kind of evolve into an interest for meteorology one way or another?
I don't think I was ever scared of thunder and lightning. I actually would love when like a summer storm would pop up in Pennsylvania in the summer, and you just feel that nice rush of cool air. But I don't think that necessarily led to my love of weather. I mean, growing up in Pennsylvania, I mostly remember like huge snowstorms, even though I don't like winter weather forecasting that much. Kind of ironic there. But that's kind of, what sparked my interest in weather, is waking up to like 2 or 3 feet of snow, just overnight. And it kind of just snowballed, if you will, from there.
I have to say I wasn't really that afraid of thunder and lightning. I certainly had an awareness of it. And one interesting thing is my house, I think when I was maybe 15 years old, was struck by lightning, or at least some streamers got into our house. And I remember my mom was making spaghetti that day, and she was cooking spaghetti sauce on an old cast iron pan, and the lightning actually burned a hole in the cast iron pan. I remember that very, very vividly.
Well, see, I'm going to go the opposite of these guys. I was scared to death of storms growing up, and I think doing weathers has helped me over the years, of course, get over that. I remember, I was living in Thornville, Ohio at the time. It was the summer of 96 or 97, I think 96, and we had just a huge, string of showers and storms that came through that resulted in what was basically tornadoes and, constant.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina.